150 years of the stage of chi tempering, 200 years of the stage of laying the foundations, 1,000 years of the stage of birth of the spirit, then the stage of enlightenment of the spirit. By that time, he will no longer want to live. Tyler must make a complete breakthrough on the day of the upper limit, and if he dies before it arrives, he will not be reborn. The guy became a hostage of the system in the sage's life. It gave him all the qualities to be on top of the world, but he has to hold on all the time in the shadow. Maybe this was done so that the first stay-at-home cultivator would appear in this world, but this world is so unusual. The guy would be glad to look at it. In 6 years, he reached the 4th stage. This is the pace of the most ordinary student. He acted on the principle that the one who survives wins. After countless years, it will definitely reach its peak, and perhaps then he will be able to return home. If so, then no matter how long the wait lasts, it will be worth it. But so far, the guy hasn't seen any benefit from these dreams. He was glad that he had an older brother, because he would have someone to take care of his parents. But now he needed to take care of himself. Tyler lives in the Feiyu world on the territory of the Heavenly Throne sect. He has a courtyard where he grows various herbs. Over time, he decided to sign up for some classes again. He studies a little of everything in order to stretch out his progress. Otherwise, suddenly, he accidentally manages to make a premature breakthrough. Suddenly, he heard the voice of his brother Michael. He asked him to come down and stop showing off his mid-level body lightening technique. Michael really wanted Tyler to teach him this technique. After all, if you develop it to the highest level, you will be able to fly even faster than with the Skyrider technique. Tyler told him to train his offensive techniques less so he could have time to develop a lighter body. But these offensive techniques were important to Michael in order to cope with the ferocious animals in the forest in the future. And Tyler told him not to go there for his own safety. One might think that such a talented student always advocates the path of cowardice, but in reality, it is not so. It all started 3 months ago. Tamed animals escaped from the animal control department. Because of them, Michael was seriously wounded. From such wounds, he could not move normally. He was lucky that Tyler was next to him, who used his attack technique. He pierced the wolf's head with one blow and dealt a crushing blow. Thus, Tyler saved Michael's life, which is how they met. Michael constantly asked him to teach him deadly techniques, because attack-class magic spells are very difficult to fully master, but Tyler so easily combined 3 spells and released them with one wave of his hand. By chance, they overheard a conversation between 2 people who were talking about Master Tenzin from the fighting compartment. They say that his students solve all their problems with attacking techniques. They even managed to see how he uses the hurricane blade technique. Tyler didn't understand why you need to study offensive techniques when you can study defensive ones, because to survive means to win. He decided to choose courses that he would be interested in taking. Many did not suit him, but still he managed to choose. This course is called the use of medicinal plants in alchemy. He was very interested in it. He came to a girl who could enroll him in this course and asked to do it. The course lasts 3 days, with a total of 10 lectures. Tablets with jade spells as a gift, and the cost of the course is 50 spiritual stones. The girl answered him. In a year of completing tasks for the sect, Tyler did not earn even 100 spiritual stones. He will have to part with a large part of his annual income. The girl said that if he is going to study alchemy, then he can't do without this course, since this is the basis, and the mentor of the alchemy department will not talk in detail about medicinal plants. He needs to study it himself. Tyler had no other choice, so he bought this course. It was hard for him to say goodbye to his money, so he even cried a little. This girl thought that this was another external student who was wasting his time dreaming of achieving something. Prying into alchemy without money is a waste of time, and if he even parted with such a sum with tears in his eyes, then what are we talking about? Several hours passed. The sun set, which illuminated the evening market. Tyler had high hopes that his investment would pay off. Suddenly, Uncle Antonio approached him. He thought that Tyler had come to visit his daughter Elizabeth. His uncle demanded a bride price from him because his daughter screams every day to let her go to him. Once upon a time, Elizabeth invited him to become his wife, to which he replied that he would collect money for the ransom without any problems, and they would get married immediately. But he was just joking then, and didn't understand why they acted like it was all serious. Tyler said that it was time for him to go home, because it is not recommended for a cultivator to be among the laity for a long time, and asked his uncle not to tell Elizabeth that he was here. But it was too late. Her uncle had already sent her a message. She ran up to him with such joyful eyes and hugged him with all her might, so much so that Tyler asked her to loosen her grip. It looks like the girl is pretty strong. The guy tried to explain that he was just joking, but he told his uncle that a real man does not refuse his words, so he should get married. According to the traditions of their village, if the bride and groom exchange gifts as a sign of engagement, they are destined to be husband and wife until their death. Elizabeth took out the pendant and said it was a gift from Tyler on the occasion of their engagement. The guy replied that it was not a gift. He just gave this toy to distract her, but the girl didn't care. She wanted to become his wife. Tyler is already stuck here because of the moronic system, so he is also forced to follow the village traditions. He doesn't really like it. While he was returning home, he noticed Michael, who was saying something to him. He got a lamb from somewhere to eat with his brother. This is one of the spiritual sheep specially raised by the sect. Tyler was only worried that Michael would be persecuted for taking it, but he replied that he paid 1 spiritual stone for it. Tyler said that Michael could come to him and, waving his hand, he activated the technology to open his house. These are semi-automatic lighting techniques with which you can protect your home from unwanted guests. When Tyler uses these techniques every time he meets Michael, it makes him feel worthless. Mastery of attacking, defensive, and God knows what other techniques does not at all interfere with Tyler's position in society. If he had not forced Michael to remain silent, in their sect, Tyler would have become one of the best. But the guy strives to stay quiet and below the grass. You need to remember this. Even without Michael, he knows who he could become. But his priority is to continue to eke out a dull existence and not get involved in risky stories. Tyler asked him to bring this lamb here to roast it whole. A few minutes passed and everything was ready. This aroma spread throughout the entire area, and the shine from the crust of the lamb was brighter than the sun. All because Tyler used a top-level secret technique called roast lamb. Suddenly, Michael took out some wine from his bag because, as they say, roast lamb without wine is spiritual stones to the wind. Since he had such a treasure in the form of a bag and wine, then apparently one of the mentors liked him. It's unlikely he'd spend that kind of money on an unremarkable day. So Tyler asked him to tell him what happened. Michael decided to join the combat squad, and the mentor who drew attention to him was from there. Soon he won't be able to come here often, so she decided to feast with Tyler one last time. Michael will never forget how Tyler saved him. The mission of the fighting squad can be very dangerous. Perhaps there will not be a bone left of him. He will be ground into powder, in which case they will not see each other again. Tyler told him to stop because you can't move wine like that, even for dramatic effect. Anyone who had the opportunity to eat Tyler's food to their heart's content has not lived their life in vain. Michael already had to go, said goodbye to his brother, and told him not to accompany him, because he would find the way himself. Finally, Tyler threw him 2 scrolls with secret techniques. These were jade tablets with spells. Michael thanked him for this, but one must always remember, the one who stays alive wins. Tyler has almost no friends here, so he reminded him of this principle. He hoped that at least this tomboy would not be lost in battle. With Michael gone, Tyler decided to continue his reclusive life. He had long ago bribed an employee who distributed tasks to students in the sect. In the coming years, he will not be threatened with assignments that involve traveling outside the territory of the sect. He will sell the grown spiritual rice and learn alchemy. Having mastered alchemy, he will sell pills and save up to learn forging. And with the skills of alchemy when forging, you can live comfortably. So he has no more plans. It's just that the universe in which he found himself is very huge. Even in the classical texts of the Heavenly Throne sect, it is said that there are at least several kingdoms of celestials. Apparently, these kingdoms are located in the Great Chiliocosm. This means that the world in which he is located belongs to the Middle Chiliocosm. Here, ordinary people coexist with those who strive to get into the kingdom of the Celestials, and there are thousands of such worlds. In the history of the Heavenly Throne sect, there were already mentors who ended up in the realm of the Celestials. Tyler figured that this was definitely not going to happen to him anytime soon. All this is due to a half-dead system. If he dies before the day of the upper limit, he will not be reborn, so he has to live like a mouse. So he created another high-level spell. But what the hell is it needed? What is the use of all his talents? If he exposes himself, someone will certainly kill him out of envy. Therefore, in order not to expose himself to danger, he decided to develop his future students. He will be able to transfer to them spells of his own design. Protecting your teacher is the sacred duty of every student. Having strong disciples, he can stop worrying about his safety. As soon as he reaches the 12th stage of chi tempering, he will immediately accept a disciple. Someone tried to scan the host, but the attempt was successfully blocked by the system. One of the small advantages is that when someone else tries to find out something about Tyler, the system projects a false image, so no one notices him. It seems that the Heavenly Throne sect has a lot of enemies, because why scan the entire territory of the sect once every few days is a question mark. Tyler didn't care. It was better for him to invent something new. For example, there is an animal soul spell which allows you to collect the substance of the animal's soul. There is a soul storage spell, which allows you to keep the soul active outside the body. There is a shell based on the element of earth, which allows you to create a new vessel for the soul. If you combine these 3 spells, you can synthesize the Summon Beast spell. Tyler can keep the seized soul active for some time, but for long-term storage he needs a vessel. All he has to do is find it. Therefore, he decided to catch the sparrow as a lab rat. If you do everything according to the instructions, you can get an excellent result. For this, he decided to use the fire technique on the sparrow. This made the perfect ceramic sparrow, and the result really looks good. But will such a trick work, for example, with a werewolf? But it seems that the experiment with the sparrow failed. As soon as alchemy starts bringing him money, he will try to buy a normal vessel. You can't take a single step in this world without spiritual stones. But you can try to look for new thoughts in the repository of Buddhist canons. At the same time, in the forest outside the sect's territory, Michael was training his techniques. Thanks to the spells that Tyler gave him, he only needed one move to kill this beast. His partner also hunted with him. He hopes that Michael was not eaten by any animal. Otherwise, all responsibility will fall on him. When he came to him, he saw Michael standing next to the killed beast. The partner was shocked that the newcomer finished off this creature with one move. It seems that the fighting squad has acquired another fighter of rank A. The combat department divides fighters into 4 ranks: A, B, C, D. Fighters of rank D are not suitable for anything. Fighters of rank C are considered as cannon fodder. Fighters of rank B are raised as the main force. Fighters of the rank. And this is the future elite. Mentors are personally involved in their development. They are given the best la. Michael didn't understand what was wrong with our mentor's face, but he replied that everything was fine, just a little shocked. It's amazing how Michael could so easily deal with the beast at the 6th stage of Qi quenching. Such qualities correspond to rank B and above. But if Michael wants to get to rank A, then he needs to kill 10 beasts at the 7th stage of Qi quenching. His partner asked him not to forget when he becomes an honorary fighter of rank A. Michael thanked him for such words and suggested that he go report on the completion of the task. After training, Michael decided to visit Tyler and tell him about this situation. His brother didn't understand what was strange about killing the beast on the 6th stage with one blow. The peculiarity of the fiery lance's spell is that just before the throw, it slows down the heartbeat. This helps to hit the target accurately. If Michael hadn't killed him with one throw, that would have been strange. His brother called Tyler a genius and offered to join the combat squad with him. Given his skills, he will immediately be identified as a rank A fighter. He will become the favorite of the mentors, and this is a direct path to greatness. Tyler said that he does not like to kill, and the risk of dying will increase, and the position of fighters in society is lower than that of masters in alchemist and forging. Moreover, even if he develops to the peak of the qi tempering stage, he will not be able to break through to the next stage before the designated time. At best, he will be considered promising for a long time, until at some point he will begin to be despised for stomping around in one place for so long. Michael did not understand this, and thought that the ability to strike terror into the hearts of others was the dream of any man. He said that with such talents, Tyler would eventually be able to ascend to the celestial realm and become the 39th venerable ancestor of the heavenly throne sect, and Michael, as his most faithful disciple, will ascend there with him, because it is known that if an almighty cultivator can endure the heavenly trials, then he is allowed to take with him 2 disciples whose cultivation has reached the stage of spirit generation and above. Tyler probably understood why Michael strives to get into the kingdom of the Celestials, because life there is even lousier than here. This is a very cruel world, a real hell for cultivators. Michael said that Tyler is talking nonsense, and getting into this kingdom is the main dream of any cultivator. But it seems that this is just his dream. It is unlikely that Tyler would be able to live like a lazy seal in the kingdom of the Celestials. Tyler, using his technique, concentrated a small part of the energy on 2 fingers, and cut the meat in half to make it easier to eat. In my opinion, you need to eat more, because the meat of the beast at the 6th stage of qi hardening is very useful. Suddenly, Michael thought that Tyler would take him on as a student, but he couldn't wrap his head around how his brother could become his student. It looked like animal fat had clogged his brains. He just told me that he wants to become a rank A fighter, so that big mentors can train him personally. Michael told him that he comes from a line of low-grade cultivators, and now the strongest member of his family is at the stage of the golden elixir. But among his ancestors there was one warrior, at the stage of the birth of the spirit. Tyler is tired. I wonder why he's telling all this. Michael said that his family was now in decline, but thanks to the travel notes left by those ancestors, his family member traditionally had a broad outlook. The world of Feiyu belongs to the middle Chiliocosm, and the kingdom of the Celestials belongs to the great Chiliocosm. Michael agreed that the celestial realm is a truly cruel place. His sect's territory is located in one of the poorest regions of the Feiyu world, and the central continent is considered the promised land for every cultivator. There are hundreds of sects with disciples at the stage of birth of the spirit and above. The strongest of them is the Heavenly Arrow sect. There is no one stronger than them in the world. Tyler understood what Michael was getting at, and, to be fair, he didn't expect such knowledge about the world from him. The cultivators of the central continent have studied all techniques and spells to their very essence, and are now engaged in combining old and creating new spell techniques. Such people are called spellcasters there, and in terms of their status in society, they are much higher than masters in alchemy and forging masters. And Tyler has all these makings to become such a spellcaster. Michael is sure that in his sect, there is no person who is capable of creating an attack spell that allows him to hit a beast 2 levels higher. Therefore, he wants to become his student. He had already joined his feet and begged with all his might that he take him as a student. Tyler didn't like his brother's behavior and, using his spell, raised him up. Then he told him that he would not take him on as a student, since Michael was already over 18, and it was too late to ask for students. But he already had the idea in his head that Tyler had enough talent to become a spellcaster. The guy thought that he wanted to kill him as an unnecessary witness. Michael started saying that Tyler is his most trusted person. Michael promised to keep it a secret that Tyler had the potential to become a spellcaster and asked not to kill him. The guy replied that he would not kill him, because he did not need the hype with the murder of a sect disciple, which could attract attention to him. After editing the memory, Michael asked him where their conversation stopped. Tyler replied that they were talking about the fact that Michael wants to become a rank A fighter and how to prepare for this in the form of training. Michael was glad that his brother would help him. This is true friendship. Tyler decided to write down everything that Michael managed to tell him. This world is much more complex than he imagined. It turns out that the Heavenly Throne sect is not even close to being among the strongest. and today was the first time he heard about spellcasters, but it remains unclear how far the central continent is from its present location and what dangers may be encountered on the way there. The question immediately arises, does Tyler need all this? What's the point of him going there? Therefore, he decided not to train tonight and take a day off. If he had a computer here with internet access, being a sage eking out his life wouldn't be so sad. He is already tired of clearing his mind and taming his desires. Suddenly above him he noticed flying fiery creatures that looked like birds, a 500-meter-long ship, next to which there are several hundred sentinels at the stage of the golden elixir, monitoring the surrounding airspace riding on fiery birds. The main ship is also protected by a smaller ship, about 300 meters. Judging by the scope, this expedition was sent to search for valuable resources. Tyler would like that too. Learn forging, and then he can build his own ship. The guy sensed a familiar energy next to him and thought it was Michael. As it turned out, he was right. Tyler asked him what he was doing here, and shouldn't he be on a mission at this time? It became clear to him when Tyler looked at his leg that there were some problems with it. Michael replied that he was injured during the mission and then took several days off to recover. So I thought, why not spend the weekend in the company of such a wonderful person as Tyler? The brother replied that he had given him a spell to lighten the body. If he used it, then even the beast at the 7th stage of ki quenching would not be able to reach it. Indeed, the beast had a strong defense, and only with the help of Tyler's spells could it be penetrated. So, Michael decided to go into a head-on collision with him. Tyler said he has lousy fighting skills. After all, who told him that you can only win by going ahead? You need to move away, take a position, and cast the spell from a long distance. You'd think this is the first time Tyler has explained such simple things to him. Michael said that he came to him as a senior comrade and asked him to tell him what to do with the beast, which has strong defense and fast speed. It's strange that he was going to the fighting compartment, but came to ask for a homebody who would go to the forest. Something doesn't go. How can you beat someone's head with martial prowess? The one who is given it already grasps everything right away. But Michael, apparently, is not given it. He asked Tyler not to pretend in front of him, because not a single mentor from the combat squad would teach him what he could do. Michael guesses that his brother, for some reason, carefully hides his talents from others and knows what he is capable of. Tyler agreed to tell him how to deal with such animals, and in exchange for this, he asked Michael to tell him everything about the flying ships passing here recently. Then Tyler showed him a special technique that would help save himself from the beast and distract his attention. He created copies of himself and Michael. Brother admired Tyler's abilities. In order to create such a believable illusion, it would require the spiritual energy of all the sect's disciples at the QI tempering stage. Tyler suggested a practice match. His spiritual energy is not enough to maintain the illusion for a long time, so they will start right now. Now Michael himself will meet a fast beast with good protection, exactly what he needs. This is a stone mantis at the 7th stage of ki quenching. Michael has 15 minutes to kill him, after which Tyler will analyze his shortcomings. He used the light feather technique to move very quickly, and then used the fire lance technique to start attacking the mantis. Tyler noticed that he moves quite quickly, but releases his spears very slowly. Overall, like Tyler said, it looks like kindergarten level. It seems that Michael was constantly distracted by something, and this prevented him from fighting normally. And as a result, he lost. He was offended because he couldn't even kill the bug. Tyler said that Michael lost this fight almost to zero, because he lacked the ability to observe his opponent, notice his habits, and predict movements. Every creature has its own habits, be it people or monsters. Therefore, during the battle, Michael needs to remember the following. In order to defeat the fast beast, he must use a spell that seals the movement. And this can only be done if he understands where the monster will be next moment. If Michael had been at least a little attentive, he would have understood exactly what point to hit. Then that mantis would not have dodged his fiery lances. After he missed, his movements became nervous and hectic. Already at that moment, Michael lost. The beast managed to dodge 4 of him, but during this time, he still did not understand how he moved. Tyler's ability to disrupt illusions is so excellent that Michael still feels the pain from the blows he received in his fight with the mantis. How did he manage to simultaneously maintain the illusion and watch the fights? The guy didn't understand it. Michael thought that these were not all his shortcomings in battle, and asked Tyler what else he noticed, but if he pointed them out, they wouldn't go anywhere. Tyler asked him to focus on mastering what had already been noted. If Tyler has time in the future, he will teach him more. The guy wanted to say this phrase for a long time. It gives him an important look. And now, as they agreed, Michael must tell everything he knows about flying ships. The story will be very long, so they decided to lie down so as not to strain too much. The history of that giant ship is very old. 500 years ago, the Supreme Master collected all the sect's property and went to the central continent to order the construction of a ship. For this reason, Michael's sect did not accept new disciples for 50 years, because they could hardly feed themselves. At the sight of spiritual stones, members of the sect generally fell into madness, and only when the completed ship arrived did the life of the sect begin to return to normal. Since then, they began to be considered a serious force. When asked why they suffered so much for the sake of this ship, Michael replied that it was all done for the sake of resources. Half of the area of the Feiyu world is covered by water, the so-called Great Sea. It is believed that the amount of resources in the Great Sea is as endless as the Great Sea itself. And they also say that the depths of the Great Sea hide the most valuable treasures that are not found on land. But at the same time, the Great Sea is extremely dangerous. It cannot be explored relying only on strong warriors. And therefore, in order to be able to search for resources in the Great Sea, a flying ship is needed. It is needed because gigantic monsters sometimes rise from the depths of the Great Sea. Only having a flying ship has a chance to fend off their attacks, and if one relied only on the resources available on land, the development of most students would end at the golden elixir stage. And they also say that on a flying ship, you can not only navigate the sea and air, but also go beyond the celestial horizon. Tyler didn't immediately understand what Michael was talking about. Perhaps he meant about space, but only sects of the highest level are capable of this. And the people of the sect in which Michael is a member are content with traveling across the Great Sea. Apparently, possessing such a ship is akin to possessing nuclear weapons. It determines the position of the sect in the world and is a symbol of its power. Tyler asked if there was an option to board the ship. Michael told him that only 4 types of people were allowed on board. Firstly, they are experts in research spells. They determine the route of the ship. Secondly, the guards from the fighting compartment, as a rule, are fighters of rank A. Thirdly, masters of alchemy and forging. They are responsible for the primary processing of the extracted raw materials. Fourthly, this is the commander of a ship at the stage of exploration of the void, who is well versed in spells, alchemy, forging, and knows how to fight. In other words, for Tyler it is not difficult to get on the ship. He just needs to join the combat squad, become a fighter of rank A, reach the golden elixir stage and get into the ship's security detachment. But in order to reach the golden elixir stage, he needs to live hundreds of years and not die along the way. To become a master of alchemy or forging of the 3rd class and above, that's how much money you need. And all this in order to get on a ship. Since Tyler is not interested in killing, he decided to find out how to build the same ship. We'll learn alchemy, earn spiritual stones, and begin to study forging. Michael told Tyler that his financial situation would not allow him to study forging. The next morning, Tyler came to the alchemy training halls. If he had studied as much in his previous life, his parents would have died of happiness. He was confident that he would be able to meet them again by finding a way to get back. Tyler approached the curator and said that he wanted to sign up with them for pill-making techniques. She said that a year of training costs 500 spiritual stones and 100 merit points, and in total, you need to study for 2 years. Also, 2 days off per month, in the middle and at the end of the month. As an aspiring alchemist, Tyler will be able to join the alchemy department. Tyler was outraged by these prices, but still decided to enroll and paid for the training. The girl settled with him and told him to follow her. Tyler was delighted with what he saw. He had never seen such beautiful buildings in this world. The girl looked at the expression on his face and thought that it was the first time he had gotten out of his village. She didn't really like that such people meddle in alchemy. She looked at him with contempt, saying that she informed him about everything important and wished him to become a master of alchemy as soon as possible. Tyler thought she was sincere and thanked her. He entered the class and saw a lot of students who were already studying alchemy. And suddenly, he smelled the sweet aroma of perfume. It was his teacher. She looked like a real model coming up to him. She wished him good morning and asked him if this was his first lesson or not. Tyler had heard legends about her before. He told her his name and asked how to address her. She said her name is Katrina when her father can't show up for class. She usually starts teaching in his place. Tyler was a little upset because she wouldn't be teaching him all the time. She, noticing the sad expression on his face, asked him what happened. The guy replied that everything was fine. He was just thinking about how he could catch up with the others, since they had been training with them for several days now. Katrina told him that the other students had only learned some of the basics. She has a jade tablet with the materials covered. After lunch she will come to him, and they will study one-on-one. It's time to start the lesson. The girl asked him to listen especially carefully, because you also need to know the theory well. What a rapid development of the plot. Tyler saw a film that began the same way as his relationship with his teacher. Katrina got into a very exciting position and asked Tyler if he was ready to learn. The guy could barely restrain himself. The appearance of the teacher excited him very much. Perhaps she was not even against an affair with a student. Today they will be going through the methods of initially processing spiritual plants. This is a very important area of knowledge in alchemy. The quality of their pills will depend on how well students learn the material. So Tyler has embarked on the path of studying alchemy. And with such a teacher, learning promises to be not boring. Exactly a month has passed since Tyler began learning alchemy. He realized that this is not an easy matter, and only after this period, he is ready to begin his first tests. He used two techniques simultaneously, the energy control technique and the fire control technique. After that, he began to add various ingredients there that were needed to make the necessary material. The guy decided to open the boiler slightly to see what was happening in it. On the one hand, alchemy is a very complex process that does not require much effort, but on the other hand, this work brings a lot of pleasant emotions due to the process itself and the result, among other things. Tyler thought it was all easy and he was already pretty good at it. But as it turned out, everything was not so simple and a small explosion occurred at his workplace. And this happens. Even geniuses like him have their boilers explode. Don't forget that this boiler costs a lot of money. You don't need to make it explode often. He was lucky that everything worked out. Only the first crack appeared. But this is not a big problem. The teacher said that boilers of this class can withstand a maximum of 10 explosions, so you need to use them sparingly. They say that to make the first pill you need 20 cauldrons, to develop the entire pill 50, to become an alchemist 100, to become a mentor 1,000. It is not for nothing that it is believed that the path to alchemy is closed to the poor. But such rules don't apply to geniuses like Tyler. The first attempt failed, so he decided to continue further, but something didn't work out very well for him. The third time also failed, and the fourth time he finally succeeded. He only needed 3 explosions to achieve such success. He understood how to work with this. If the next batch is successful, then after deducting costs, it will bring him 17.5 spiritual stones. And this is almost 600% of the profit. This is an order of magnitude more profitable occupation than carrying out the tasks of the sect. Once things have started, you need to keep working and not stop on the path to achieving your goal. We gradually moved the next day to the alchemy training halls. Larry Ellison, the teacher of the basic alchemy course, was waiting for them there. Yesterday, he asked them to make a nutritional pill and asked who was able to do it. But judging by the faces of the students, it was clear that they blew up more than one pot and never cooked the pills. But that's okay. Everything has its time. The students were surprised that the teacher recognized this so quickly. Some even admitted it, and some simply remained silent. But the teacher looked very closely at Tyler. It seemed that he realized that he had managed to make a whole batch of pills. Larry Ellison asked his daughter if she knew a student named Tyler. She replied that she knew him, and said that he seemed like an ordinary external student, kept a low profile, and did not stand out in any way. Strange. But when the teacher entered the class, he immediately felt that a light scent of ready-made nutritional pills was coming from him. Of all the students, he was the only one who managed to make a pill, and of very high quality at that. Larry asked to keep an eye on him. It seems to him that Tyler has great potential, and if his guesses are confirmed, he will take him for personal training. The guy is excited. If you're lucky, the pot should withstand 6 more explosions. Tyler needs to try not to ruin it until he earns money for a new one. Suddenly, he noticed a house that appeared out of nowhere. It looks like he has a new neighbor. Someone actually moved into the neighboring mountain. I wonder why someone would move to such a wilderness. Tyler did this so as not to attract attention. But why would this person do this? As it turned out, Elizabeth, the daughter of Uncle Antonio, who is deeply in love with him and wants to marry him, moved in with him. She simply decided to visit her future husband and said that she had reached the 4th stage of key hardening. Suddenly, the girl began to move very beautifully and show her spiritual dance. She circled around the entire area as if she had entered a spiritual trance. But Tyler couldn't understand what she was doing, showing off her cultivation or showing off her skirt. Despite this, the guy still praised her. One mentor said that this girl had a rare spiritual principle and even wanted to take her as a student. But she refused. Elizabeth also said that her father asked to remind him to find time and bring a ransom for her. It's already getting close to noon and the girl probably hasn't had lunch yet, so Tyler decided to cook something for her. Today he decided to pamper her by preparing spiritual rice and many other dishes. At the table he decided to talk to her about their relationship and said that she was like a little sister to him. Choosing a groom is the most important decision in any girl's life, and Tyler said he's not quite suited for this role. Elizabeth froze for a few seconds and then began to cry, saying that her husband had abandoned her. For an hour Tyler tried to calm her down, but it was all to no avail. Tears flowed from her like a stream. 2 hours later, nothing had changed. She continued to scream because her husband abandoned her, and Tyler tried to calm her down. 3 hours later, almost the whole house was flooded with her tears. Elizabeth could not calm down, and Tyler told her that no one was giving up on her. The girl couldn't calm down, so Tyler said he'd pay the damn ransom for her. Finally, she calmed down and said that she remembered his words. Also, Elizabeth said that he was a good cook. The only downside was that the food was already cold. Tyler didn't quite like her behavior, and in general what she said about his food, and asked her who taught her to act like that. The guy had an emotional breakdown and started screaming throughout the room as if he had been fucked. The girl said that she just wanted to be his wife, and so that they could have a full-fledged family. Elizabeth seemed too nice to him when she talked about it, so he didn't care anymore, and agreed to it. From that second, they began to live like real husband and wife. Everything looked nice until Tyler noticed an object in the sky approaching him. A very beautiful girl arrived on a huge bird, her appearance reminiscent of the Snow Queen. Did this beauty come to Tyler? Perhaps the system decided to take pity on him and give him a gift, a beautiful mentor. She wouldn't be out of place in any manga. Tyler greeted her and asked her how he could be useful to her. The girl replied that she had come to pick up someone, and that someone was in the territory of the Heavenly Throne sect. The guy thought that she had come for him. It seems he was really lucky. She invited Elizabeth to become her subordinate. Tyler hoped she didn't come to take one of them. Although Elizabeth is the bearer of a heavenly spirit, she is not worthy of this girl's attention. She said that their destinies are connected, and will take her anyway. This girl knows training methods for the development of carriers of the heavenly spirit, and will bring Elizabeth to the very kingdom of the Celestials. Elizabeth didn't quite want to agree, because she doesn't even know the name of this mentor. But this is such an opportunity. What is she thinking about? The girl looked at Tyler and asked what she should do. At this time, those two people who wanted to take Elizabeth looked at the guy with a predatory gaze. They used the divine consciousness technique to test it. This is a serious technique, no matter how they smell something, but the beauty gives off such a pleasant smell, as if she is trying to seduce him. but the second freak makes him sick. Tyler told Elizabeth not to refuse because this was a great opportunity. There are so many predatory eyes on him. How could he say something different, and at the same time he can quietly take away his young wife? Elizabeth asked if she could visit her husband. The girl replied that of course she could, because her methods do not imply accepting celibacy, and she does not have the habit of meddling in the personal lives of students. Moreover, since the carrier of the heavenly spirit chose him, it means he himself is special. Elizabeth will do as her husband tells her. She agrees to become her student. Since she agreed, then the teacher will take her right now. That's all. Tyler doesn't have a wife anymore, and he's just starting to get used to it. There are so many pumped-up masters in this world that every day the new visitor is stronger than him. When will they leave him alone? Although he is stuck in the key-quenching stage, this is not a reason for him to lie idle. You can, for example, upgrade the techniques of the 5 elements and, besides, this book is now in trend. It was not for nothing that he bought it. Suddenly, Michael came to him, who it seems had spent the entire month in the primeval forest and played sports all day long. The guy was hunting in a very distant forest, where he killed only animals at a level higher than himself, and killed as many as 8 of them. According to the sect's instructions, he still had to kill 2 more specific animals, but this task turned out to be too difficult for him, so he returned to rest for a while. Over the last month, he had to go through a lot. One might say that every day he was on the verge of life and death. But why did he even come to Tyler? He came to him to ask for advice on how to finish off the remaining 2 animals. He met with them, even managed to enter into a fight. If it weren't for his brother's knowledge, he would have remained in that forest. Tyler asked him to correctly describe these 2 animals. The first was the Earth Eater. He has a very unusual defense technique. As soon as he feels his life is in danger, he immediately goes underground. If you don't finish him off within a couple of moments, he won't give you another chance. The second was the Bloody Cat. She is very fast. Michael was never able to catch her moving habits. Just once she caught him with her claws, she inflicted almost mortal wounds on him. If he hadn't been on that defenseless vehicle, he wouldn't have been talking to Tyler here. Michael decided to ask him how he would deal with them if he were in his place. He answered him that since he did not pass his test, it means he is not ready yet. Why should he pass it instead? Moreover, he has not yet had time to heal his emotional wounds after the loss of his wife, and he asks him to teach him a lesson. But nevertheless, he decided to do it. He has one secret technique that allows him to kill any beast at the QI tempering stage with one blow. In addition, it is quite simple, since it consists of only one movement. This is just what Michael needs. This secret technique was invented by one great bald master, and Tyler received it only by luck. He decided to show Michael how it works. Now he will create 2 chambered mantises. With the quality of the animals described by Michael, one of them can burrow into the ground and has good health. The second is distinguished by high maneuverability and good attack. Now Michael will see how he kills them using a secret technique. Tyler, with a slight movement, pointed his finger at the mantis, and with one blow made a hole in its body. Michael was surprised at how strong his brother was. One precise blow, and no amount of defense could save the mantis. Suddenly, the second creature decided to attack Michael. He was lucky that Tyler was nearby, and with just one blow, he smashed the skull of this monster. The guy only needs a couple of moments to finish off these creatures. Michael began to beg his brother to pass this technique on to him. He could pass it on, but it takes a long time to master it well, and you also need to go through many fights to use it with ease. The master who invented it mentioned that there really is such a method. Michael was very interested to find out what this method is. It's quite simple. You just need to shave your head. That master claimed that the next day after shaving his head, he began to use it many times more successfully. Michael couldn't decide whether to do it or not, but this technique is worth it. It helps to pinpoint the enemy's weak point and overwhelm his attack. Such skills should not be given for free. Finally, Michael decided to do it, and agreed to cut his hair bald in exchange for this technique. No one forced him to say this, The word is not a sparrow. You will fly out, you won't catch him. Tyler's joke was a success. Great. Michael has taken another step towards becoming stronger. He wondered why Tyler was so strong and not bald. He answered him that he did not strive to become even stronger. So he, on the contrary, grew his hair. Tyler told him to go back to his place and hone this technique. Soon he would not be afraid of any beast at the QI hardening stage. He didn't think Michael would fall for it so easily. Now Tyler can get on with his plans. Thanks to alchemy, he will soon accumulate enough funds to study forging. 3 months later, somewhere in a distant sacred place, Elizabeth was finishing her training. She sat on her huge bird and decided to go back to her husband Tyler. Only 3 months have passed, and I'm already tempted to fly away from here. The mentor said that the girl had not even fully mastered the techniques of the heavenly mandate. Moreover, her combat skills still leave much to be desired. She cannot let her go. At one time, she also ended up here as the bearer of the heavenly spirit. Remembering herself at her age, the mentor is pleased with her progress. If only it weren't for that nightmare. The girl will never forget the horror of that picture. She knows that this is a warning from the heavenly spirit. He is an impending threat. The mentor asks so much from Elizabeth, because only her student can stop this disaster. But all this is difficult for her. Maybe if she takes a little walk, she will regain the strength to train. If the mentor allows her to see her husband, it will be absolutely wonderful. The heavenly spirit would not allow her to choose an ordinary person, and since she is so attached to him, it means that a great future awaits him ahead. The mentor said that you can go for a walk, but you can't visit your husband yet. First, you need to master the techniques of the heavenly mandate at an intermediate level. Then you can go to him. Meanwhile, in the forging training room, Tyler decided to drop by to visit his friend, but noticed that all the students had their hair cut bald. Their bald spots blinded his gaze. The students discussed what Michael told them from the combat squad. The result was immediate. After he shaved his head, he kills any animal at the stage of key hardening with one blow. Tyler had already seen this in the alchemy halls. Now the fashion had reached the forging halls. Michael managed to get almost all the external students hooked on this. The prank got out of control. After a short time, most of the Heavenly Throne sect disciples shaved their heads. This phenomenon went down in history as bald madness. Tyler, having purchased educational materials for forging, realized that the threshold for entry into this field was even higher than in alchemy. He spent $10,000, so he still has to study everything himself. He walked a little further and saw a familiar appearance. It reminded him of Brother David. Yes, this is him. The guy is an external disciple of the sect. All you need to know about him. He comes from a very, very rich family. He had heard rumors about Tyler's success in alchemy, so he decided to congratulate him. Oral congratulations were enough for Tyler. It was not at all necessary to give him spiritual stones. David told him to take this stone and not be shy. Being external students, they are like lonely wanderers. There is also no one to take care of them, so there is no need to refuse rare gifts of fate. Before achieving key hardening, they studied together. Now David reminded him that there are very few people here whom he could call friends, and he is one of them. That's why he was so generous. Before taking this gift, Tyler asked him what was the matter. Since he insists so much, David decided to get straight to the point. The thing is this: external disciples have nothing to rely on in the sect. No one cares about them. All they can do is receive pennies for completing tasks of the sect. It is very difficult to build a career alone, so David wants external students to start uniting. They will be able to exchange information resources with each other and solve complex problems together. David thinks that the emergence of such an association will make their life a lot easier. Tyler didn't understand why David was talking about this, who comes from a wealthy merchant family. His family is cooler than any of the great military families. Tyler found out about this when he first moved here. He received alms from him. He saw the retinue David came here with when joining the sect. But now, back to the topic, it seems David wants to create some kind of alliance. You can call it that. The main thing is that he wants to gather more than 1,000 external students at one stage who could help each other. This is an interesting idea. The only question is, what will this give to Tyler and what can he give in return? First, you can receive sect news firsthand. The second is connections. Among external students, there are many who would like to try themselves in alchemy, but they do not have money for training, so they serve the alchemy masters for years. Tyler's success in alchemy is already widely known, and this is the value that he brings to the Alliance. He can help those who are self-taught or behind in their studies. Now in their Alliance, there are 40 students candidates for joining the combat branch. There are 2 promising alchemists and 1 student of the forging master. And if such a nugget as Tyler joins them, then their Alliance is guaranteed prosperity. Tyler agreed to this, and this was the answer David was counting on. After that, he offered to take this ball. These things were made by one of their brothers. Using this ball, you can receive the latest news from the Alliance. Also, tasks are sometimes published here. Also, he gave Tyler some jade tablets. After all this, they said goodbye and went their separate ways. Suddenly, a girl came up to him and whispered something in his ear. Tyler was scared by this. This girl was Katrina. He nervously said that an old friend came to see him. This girl is exactly the one he would least like to meet. Previously, he only saw such beauties on the internet in pictures with a bunch of filters, but now he has to avoid her. Ever since her father told her to pay attention to him more often, she increasingly feels that the more she looks at him, the more he caresses her gaze. The girl said to herself that she should not be distracted and forget about the purpose of her visit. She, climbing on the table in a sexual position, asked him why he did not want to become part of the alchemy department. After, she decided to ask the question differently. Why didn't he want to become her father's student? His father was already convinced of Tyler's talent, or decided to take him on as a personal student. He asked her to test the waters, and as a result, there was no reaction. And all because he was never interested in alchemy. Tyler studied it only to make pills for sale and to earn money to learn forging. He also knows that the masters of alchemy and forging look down on each other. Simply, Tyler is a freedom-loving person and does not want to commit himself to anyone. Alchemy is just an additional source of income for him, but his successes indicate that he has a gift for alchemy, and if he is not guided by an experienced mentor, he will simply bury his talent. The world of alchemy is a boundless sea. One cannot comprehend it alone. It is also a way to ascend to heaven, and the girl wanted him to achieve this too. It seems that Tyler will have to tell her at least part of the truth. Otherwise, he will not get rid of her. He asked her if she had been on the flying ship of his sect. The girl replied that she once traveled on board. Tyler asked this question to her because he swore to himself that one day he would definitely build himself the same. For him, alchemy was just one stage of a larger plan. He doesn't want to become his father's student because he doesn't want him to waste his time on him. One day, Tyler will definitely become the best forging master in the Heavenly Throne sect. The girl answered him, since he does not want to be an alchemist, then let him do everything possible to become a good blacksmith. After these words, she looked at him sadly, turned around and went home. Freedom is priceless, and Tyler understood that, in addition, 150 years of the QE quenching stage. In order to withstand this, he needs to find something to do that will bring him joy. Suddenly, the ball that David gave him vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and looked at all the news that appeared on the panel. The most interesting thing there was that Michael began dating the most beautiful student named Jerica. At this time, they were walking and discussing Tyler. Michael said only good things about him, because if it weren't for him, the guy wouldn't have achieved nearly everything he has now. He asked his girlfriend to be nicer to him when she met him. He is sure that for him, solving the problem is no more difficult than snapping his fingers. The girl agreed with this. She is the first beauty among the external disciples. In addition, she is Michael's partner in pair cultivation. They had already arrived at Tyler's house and asked whether he was here or not. His wife would still be more beautiful. This student was too young. All the charms of female beauty had not yet matured in her. Michael and his girlfriend asked how she had given birth and how her day went. He immediately realized that this girl's name was Jerica, who was engaged in pair cultivation with Michael. You can't hide anything from Tyler, but the fact is that Michael managed to pick up the first beauty of the sect. How can such news pass by? Tyler congratulated and invited them to come inside to talk in the house. In a few seconds, Michael prepared very tasty dishes using his technique. Previously, in exchange for spell techniques, he brought Tyler an animal carcass, which he already had to cook. Michael still decided to tell what happened. Recently, he and Jerica went on a mission and met the Soul Eater at the 9th stage of key hardening, and although they ran very quickly, Jerica still became infected with his breath. Since then, she has been sleeping very poorly. Some evil spirit tells Jerica to go to the Soul Eater, so Michael thought maybe Tyler has the opportunity to help. Naturally, Tyler has a way to get rid of this. He used the aura cleansing technique on the girl. A light glow appeared above her, which scared her and Michael a little. Suddenly, the same essence began to emerge from the girl, which infected her aura and whole body. Michael is at the 5th stage of hardening C, and he was running away from some Soul Eater. He also allowed his girl to be infected. He at least tried to kill. Jerica thanked Tyler for his help. Now she feels much better, all thanks to the cleansing technique. Only she could cope with the infection of the soul so quickly. Tyler started training her from idleness and eventually developed her to the highest stage. Jerica said that Michael was right. Tyler is just incredibly strong, and asked him if he would go to open a secret portal. Looks like they're trying to scam him again. They themselves want to enter the secret portal, but they are afraid that it will be too dangerous there. So there is also a bodyguard. Previously, he cheated alone. Now Michael and the girl are connecting, so the answer from Tyler was no. But will he really not go there? They say that the legacy of the great masters can be found there. During the last opening of the portal, someone found the notes of the great forging master, in which many lost runes were described. This interested Tyler very much. If he wants to become an outstanding forging master, he simply needs to know a lot of runes. Thanks to the self-instruction manual, he mastered about 80 runes, while a decent master masters at least 1,000 runes. In addition, Michael learned that there will be animals there at the peak of Kwai hardening. The safety of his life will be guaranteed. Tyler almost agreed to this, but decided to check with Michael if he was sure that inside there would only be animals at the stage of key hardening. The guy confirmed that he was sure of this. After this, Tyler decided to find out how to participate in this. The cost of the move is only 1,000 spiritual stones. It will open in 10 days. The meeting is scheduled at Tianmi Mountain. Since he still has time, he needs to delve deeper into forging. He might even be able to bully something, which would increase his chances of survival on the other side of the portal. With the help of his technique of rapid mastery of knowledge, he began to study a completely water course in forging. Forging is the art of extracting the essence from everything that exists and forming a new one. It requires raw materials, runes, and molding. At the stage of key hardening, the available spiritual fire is not enough to harden materials. This requires finding a place with abundant spiritual fire and using the benefits of such a place to harden the ore. This is the most basic method of hardening raw materials. Even if the materials have undergone initial processing, after receiving them, they need to be hardened again with a hammer. After hardening, the hammer remains in shape. Don't skip the most important step. Before the forged object cools down and takes its final form, you need to melt runes into it. To create the most basic items, you need to use at least 3 runes. There are many runes in the world. Do not use the same one. The more runes you use, the better the final result will be. You must remember that the life of a forging master is an endless search for new runes. Next, you will be presented with a list of thousands of the most common types of spiritual ore and their characteristics. The material has been read and understood. For Tyler, it is much more interesting than studying alchemy. Through the ball, he received a call from David, who told him that he had learned that Tyler was not only studying alchemy, but now also forging. Tyler just learned something interesting about the dual cultivation of alchemists and forging, so he's going to share it with David. He headed to the blacksmith's halls to do his work. He approached the worker and told him that he wanted to rent a room here. Finally, he is ready to try his hand at real forging. It's about 60 degrees here, practically a sauna, so he decided to put on ice protection and get to work. Tyler, using our forging technique, tried this first. He took scarlet steel along with iron ore concentrate and decided to work with them. Once upon a time, David told him that he learned something about simultaneously leveling up his skill in alchemy and forging. It didn't matter whether he was engaged in forging or alchemy. When he reached a high level in one of the crafts, a guiding light descended from heaven to him, which helps climb to the very top. Well, if he decides to take the path of dual cultivation, combining forging and alchemy, this is considered by the heavens as a rejection of their help. So Tyler can only break through relying on his cultivation. Apparently, a person who is equally successful in two crafts at the same time is considered even by heaven as a threat. But this even plays into his hands. His system encourages him to concentrate his breakthroughs himself without heavenly intervention. Now he will process the ore with spiritual hammers and then add molten steel to it and form a sword. Tyler, I didn't expect this process to be so spiritually taxing. If he didn't have a huge spiritual resource, he wouldn't even be able to forge a sword. It seems that he is already at the finish line and completing his work. The time has come to fuse the runes into his product, the hardness of the rock, the lightness of a feather, noiselessness and destructibility. But something went wrong. A small explosion occurred. Looks like Tyler screwed up seriously. 400 spirit stones went down the drain. Suddenly, the manager of the blacksmith's hall knocked on his door and asked him what was happening here. But he didn't need an answer. He immediately realized that Tyler was forging for the first time. Since this was the manager, he must understand something about forging. In general, until nothing works out for Tyler, he won't let him go anywhere. 3 days later, Michael and his girlfriend Jerica flew over Mount Tianmi at a secret portal. Suddenly, an unidentified object flew over their heads. It turned out to be Brother Tyler. He saw what these two were flying and thought that they were tormenting the poor crane, although he admitted that it was a little romantic. When they landed on the ground, Michael saw and was surprised at what his brother arrived on. It turns out that Tyler flew here on a sword that he forged himself. He just started studying it, and already there is such progress in forging. The guy flew faster than anyone at the foundation stage. Michael seems to have known him for the first day. Tyler can already be called a forging master. The secret portal will open now. It is suitable for disciples at the QE tempering stage. After entering the portal, you cannot kill anyone. In a month, everyone will be thrown out there automatically. Entrance is available after paying the registration fee of 1,000 spiritual stones. After payment, everyone get ready for the opening of the portal. Tyler decided to go into the portal not with Michael and Jerica, but he suggested that they take this wooden thing. In case of an emergency, Michael should let his spiritual energy into it. This will create a high-frequency vibration, and Tyler will feel it to help. Michael thanked him, and Tyler, after these words, flew into the portal. In this place there is such pure spiritual energy that it takes your breath away, and a whole forest of raw materials grown in such a fertile environment. The month will fly by unnoticed, but Tyler cannot do without a stronghold. So with the help of his sword, he built himself a small house. Not a sword, but just a fairy tale. Suddenly, wild and hungry wolves wanted to attack him from behind. Tyler, looking at them with an angry look, let them know that they had run into the wrong animals at the 4th stage of Kai hardening. They will serve him as an assistant. He asked them to go and bring him everything that could be valuable and useful. The house is almost completed. It's time for Tyler to look for the runes left here by the forging masters. He decided to get closer to the lake. Maybe he could find something useful here. But suddenly someone jumped out of it. This is a man. He asked Tyler not to panic because he had just subdued a flying sword, but everything was fine. Looks like someone from his sect got here before him. This guy's name is Adrian. He has a soft, laid-back voice and has just subdued a flying sword, and asked Tyler how he can contact him. This guy looks like he's more like the main character than Tyler himself. Tyler introduced himself as an external student and said his name. He hates to admit it, but Adrian is even cuter than him. Apparently the heavens favor him. The portal has just opened, and he is already with a large booty. Clearly not a simpleton. It looks like a very valuable flying sword. It is even possible that it is a divine weapon that has been sealed. Adrian, coming closer to Tyler, told him that he was glad to meet him. I wonder what he wants from him. He wants to share a pearl with him in honor of their acquaintance. The meaning of the gift is clear. He takes the pearl and undertakes to keep his mouth shut, not telling anyone about the rest of his loot. It's hard to believe, but suddenly he really just wants to make friends. To check this, Tyler started asking him about the Pythagorean theorem and various topics in mathematics. Adrian immediately guessed that Tyler didn't like the gift and didn't want to take it. Tyler laughed awkwardly and said that they understood what we were talking about and thanked him for the gift. Looks like this guy isn't that stupid after all. Adrian was glad that he accepted his gift. From now on, Tyler decided to stay as far away from this character as possible. The main character is not only constantly lucky, but they often find themselves in very dangerous situations. Adrian hoped that their paths would cross again, so he didn't say goodbye. Tyler didn't want to see him anymore, because the main character loses a couple of his sidekicks along the way, and he doesn't need that. I wonder if Adrian left anything for him in this lake or not. Tyler combed the lake and realized that Adrian was definitely the main character, because he washed everything clean from one lake, even gouged out the eyes of a turtle, although they cost a penny. The guy doesn't care. I liked everything here. There's still a lot of valuable stuff here. Suddenly, an uninvited guest knocked on his door. Tyler opened the door and saw in front of him a bunch of green, shining eyes hiding in the darkness. He thought it was a ghost and started screaming at his whole house. As it turned out, these were just wolf cubs that he tamed. They did a good job bringing unicorn grass, rootless flowers, red copper, tree fruits, and even spirit stones into the bags. There might be a spiritual stone mine nearby. It's worth finding out about it. But then he realized that these wolf cubs took everything from the corpses. The portal has just opened, but some have already died. This is another reminder to Tyler that he cannot neglect safety measures. Today he decided to go to bed early so that he can work hard tomorrow. Maybe he shouldn't have gotten up before the sun. Tyler seemed to sense someone's presence. Looks like someone besides him goes out this early too. Looks like it's him again. Tyler recognizes that subtle sound made when flying on a sword. It looks like Adrian is going to bewitch Tyler. He would like to see him again. The guy invited Adrian to join his modest meal. During breakfast, they began to communicate. Tyler asked Adrian to tell us about himself. Is he a rank A fighter from the combat squad? He replied that he was a candidate to join the swordsman, a student of mentor Leonardo. Tyler heard that this mentor came from the great family of swordsmen and is a great master of his craft. Adrian has a great future ahead of him. Well, of course, the main character must have an exceptional mentor. Where would we be without this cliché? Adrian has very good natural abilities, and having returned back with huge booty, his growth will be even more rapid. The guy said that he was already used to such ridicule. A few months ago, he was an inner disciple at the foundation stage, but then, for some unknown reason, his cultivation began to degrade. Now Adrian has already slipped to the 9th stage of key hardening, and does not know when it will end. Now he is trying to get as much wealth as possible, so that if he turns into an ordinary layman, he can at least live a comfortable life. Tyler has no doubt that Adrian will be able to restore his cultivation and return to his rightful place. His cultivation mysteriously began to degrade. He wears a seemingly unremarkable ring, and now there is certainly no doubt that he is the main character. Tyler needs to stay away from him. Adrian thanked him for trying to comfort him. When others learned about his story, they simply laughed at him. Even those who were weaker than him looked at him with contempt. He really wanted to make friends with Tyler because he had never had such a friend before. But the guy replied that he didn't want to, and was against it. He doesn't like such tactile people. Tyler will not be surprised if, having descended to the 3rd stage of key hardening, a wise mentor appears from his ring. An hour later, Tyler finally found a spiritual tree suitable for building a flying ship. Just as he was about to cut down this tree, a very loud cry of an animal came from the bushes behind him. Turning around, he saw a beast at the 8th stage of ki hardening, and here he will try his products on it. The flying soul-piercing sword is the first product that Tyler managed to successfully forge. Silent like a phantom, can kill stealthily, and can also be flown. It didn't take the guy the very morning to deal with this beast. Also in this battle, he used needles that are not called embroidery needles. This is a set of 36 needles, thin as hair, almost elusive to the eye, striking with cold light. Now no one will distract him from building the ship for sure. If the heavens had not given life to Tyler, humanity would have lived in darkness. He worked half a day and finally completed his ship. And so, he received a message that his brother Michael was in trouble. He immediately boarded his ship and flew to save his comrade. At this time, the guys were attacked by huge wild bees. Their peculiarity is that their sting is heavier than a brick, so the guys need to be careful so that it doesn't fall on their heads. Michael decided to run away from here as quickly as possible and take refuge in a safe place, while the bees continued to pursue them. Jack asked her boyfriend if he was sure that Tyler would be able to save them. If not, then she can use a secret technique of setting her own spirit and blood on fire, so they can both break away from the wild bees. These insects were already above them and began to throw off their sting. Fortunately, Michael used his ability to dodge their attack as quickly as possible. The guy is sure that his brother Tyler will come to their aid and told Jerica to wait a little longer. After that, he took the acceleration pill to move even faster. Well, at least brother Tyler once taught him the technique of escaping from the battlefield. True, it spends a lot of spiritual energy. Jerica said that swallowing acceleration pills was not a solution, and asked to be allowed to turn to setting fire to the spirit and blood. Tyler had already observed all this with the help of the eagle eye technique. He called them complete idiots, because who in their right mind would go near the deadly bees? Even warriors at the stage of the golden elixir would bypass their habitats. Finally, help had almost arrived. Tyler's spiritual energy could be seen in the sky. It looks like the guy won't make it in time, because the insects were already above Michael and Jerica, and started attacking them again. Fortunately, Tyler managed to fly on his flying ship to the battlefield to join his friends. In order to defeat these bees with one blow, he used a technique called exterminating sound wave. With the help of this ability, the souls of insects left their bodies in an instant. Now Michael and Jerica are definitely saved. Tyler couldn't leave them like that, so he lowered his hook from the ship and took them with him. The guy didn't think that using this technique was so exhausting. It would take at least a couple of days to restore spiritual energy. It seems that a spell is being used that requires spiritual energy. Tyler cannot yet. Those that require mental strength are still available to him. Suddenly, Michael woke up, who thought that he was in hell. Tyler, in a joking manner, confirmed this and said, for the fact that he set up his friend like that, he would have to go through all the circles of hell. Michael is glad that he didn't die and that Tyler saved him. Tyler gave Michael the elixir. They were concussed by the sound wave, so their brain function is slightly impaired. They need to drink it. Otherwise, complications may arise later. This is a first-class soothing elixir. The net proceeds from the vial are at least 600 spiritual stones. Michael thanked his brother for saving his life for the second time, but he will pay for everything. Tyler's life-saving services cost 20,000 spiritual stones, and a bottle of calming elixir costs 2,000. Upon returning home, Tyler will expect payment from him. Suddenly, Michael's butt was pinched by his wife, Jerica. She also finally woke up and decided to check whether they were alive or not. The girl is incredibly glad that she and her husband survived such danger. Jerica thanked Tyler for this, and he, in turn, asked them to tell which of them had the idea to provoke the deadly bees. Michael said that their original plan was flawless, but at some point, things didn't go according to plan, and the bees discovered them. He was counting on the technique of escaping from the battlefield, but overestimated it. Tyler thought that Michael was blaming him for this, but he asked again why they went there in the first place. The honey of deadly bees has unique healing properties, including life extension. But the main thing for Michael and Jerica was that it helps heal internal damage, especially with long-term use. She gave birth. There was a war going on. Immediately after giving birth, her mother went to war and as a result acquired chronic diseases. Although Jerica already agreed, he thought that if he got honey and helped her mother heal the old spirit, he would be able to come to her with full confidence to ask for Jerica's hand in marriage. It seems that Michael wanted to save money on the ransom. He is a prominent guy, a potential fighter of rank A in the combat squad, and in the eyes of his mother-in-law, he is not good enough for her daughter. Michael said that she is very pleased and therefore even agreed to reduce the ransom amount from 2 million spiritual stones to 1 million. Tyler sarcastically called his mother-in-law a holy woman because Michael would only have to save 10 years for this ransom. So the guy took this risk, thinking that if you give her such a gift, then perhaps she will lose another 500,000. Tyler even remembered how in a past life he was seriously extorted. The guys were still able to get only half of the honey they planned, but Michael is sure that this honey should be enough to surprise his mother-in-law. Since it's so hard to get, it's probably worth a lot of money, and lately Tyler's forging business almost bankrupted him. I asked how much this honey could cost. The guy answered him that about 2,000 spiritual stones per liter. This price made Tyler very happy, and he asked his brother to describe in detail the place where they got him. His eyes turned white from greed. But when there is an opportunity to make serious money, will some bees stop him? After some time, Tyler decided to go to the bamboo grove of deadly bees. In front of him, the territory of bees already begins, which is closed by trees. To save the life of the antelope he rode on, he used a technique to make it forget its memory and run away to a safe place. After that, the trailer went to the bees to collect as much honey as possible. 3 days later, the guy came up with a way to take over the consciousness of these insects. In the eyes of the bees, he was a very handsome bee who wiggles his butt sexually. They could not resist him and did what he ordered them to do. Finally, he found the place he was looking for. These mountains of honey will enrich him. 100 liters of honey is 200,000 spiritual stones. 1,000 liters is 2 million spiritual stones. But if he sells 10,000 liters, he will forever gain financial independence. Suddenly, a queen bee flew up to him. She has a fairly stable psyche, since she did not succumb to the seduction technique. This means that Tyler will have to use something more serious, namely a technique called paralysis of consciousness. As it turns out, these bees and their honey are the property of the Heavenly Throne sect. Students are allowed to take some honey for themselves as a reward, but in limited quantities, no more than 1,000 liters. Looks like Tyler's plan to get rich has failed. Meanwhile, on the Cloud Island of the Heavenly Throne sect, there was one of the elders there who was assigned to monitor the secret portals. He drew attention to Tyler, who was able to deceive a flock of deadly bees and almost paralyze the queen bee. It seems that the boy interested him. Tyler collected enough jars of honey, and the system notified him to stop doing it already. He managed to collect 500 liters of honey and loaded them onto his ship. By selling this honey, he will be able to buy himself a cool cauldron, the best equipment for forging, and he will also have a bunch of spell boards left over. Suddenly, a strange object flew over his head. It seemed to be the main character again. Apparently, he also somehow found out about honey and came up with a way to get around the bees. I wonder how much honey he'll be allowed to take. At the same time, the elder did not like the fact that now every disciple at the Kui quenching stage can get to the honey. This disgraces his reputation. Adrian is pleasantly surprised that I can move well at the stage of key hardening. If he collects 10,000 liters and sells them at 2,000 per liter, he can ask his mentor to find him a sage at the awakening stage who can determine what is happening to him. Suddenly, a bright yellow ray of light descended on him from heaven. The guy couldn't understand what just happened and was a little scared. As it turned out, and now the bamboo grove of deadly bees is closed to the public for the next 150 years. Adrian called the system a miser, but then he heard the rather intimidating voice of an elder who told him that if he were in his place, he would be happy with what he has now. At the same time, Tyler traveled as if it were a tourist sky cruise. He visited the groves of deadly bees, then flew past a stream, then flew past green mountains and even the desert. But the place he needed to get to is the estate of the great master forging. This place looks impressive. It probably has a lot of interesting things. But there was one problem. Tyler is looking for runes, and he needs the estate of the Grand Master of Forging, not alchemy. There is an hour left before the portal closes, as they say. I tried. I planted flowers, they did not bloom. In the meantime, I stuck a branch and you into the ground. It grew into a shady tree. Having failed to find the master's legacy in the fork, he accidentally stumbled upon the library. It contains a bunch of powerful spells. Overall, it was a successful outing. At least Tyler will have something to keep himself occupied during the long evenings. The spell to summon the beast? He tried to invent it himself, but he also likes it ready-made, the bag in which everything fits. Now he doesn't have to save up to buy a storage ring and much more that he managed to study. The time ran out and the portal closed. Tyler ended up in the sky and began to fall to the ground. To avoid falling to his death, he used a technique called body lightning to flutter like a butterfly. Michael, flying next to him, noticed him and invited him to gather at the table. Today we are trying to taste his signature dishes. He and Jerica owe him a debt of gratitude for saving their lives. To achieve this, Tyler decided to learn a digestion spell. When using this spell, food will be digested at an accelerated rate. The nutrients and spiritual energy contained in it will be better absorbed and strengthen the body and spirit. Tyler agreed to this because after a month of living in the wild, they could all use some food. Today he will eat enough to cover all the losses caused by Michael. Boys managed to sell the honey of the deadly bees at a very good price. There are enough medicinal ingredients to make several pots of first-class pills. It's not bad at all. When he gets David's auxiliary raw materials, then he can try to forge something serious. Tyler sent the entire list of necessary items to the Alliance location using his moving technique. For a while, David sent him everything on the list and asked him to double-check everything himself. For all these materials, he had to pay about 300,000 spiritual stones. Quite a considerable amount. But now Tyler can go into seclusion and forge until he's blue in the face. For 3 whole years, he did nothing but forge in the forge halls. But again, nothing worked out for him. Previously, Tyler believed that given his talents, in 3 years he would be able to forge whatever he wanted with his eyes closed. After all, forging is a very sophisticated science, and it was also not clear to him why the runes of energy control and spirit enhancement reject each other. By the way, since they don't get along with each other, maybe they need intermediary ore. As a transit ore, the web can converge. Tyler decided to do just that. He found this ore and began working on creating a new weapon. Finally, it happened. Tyler created the second sword in his life and will call it Thousander, even though he forged it not the 1000th time. 6 attempts is also a lot. I don't even want to count how much it cost him in spiritual stones. The boy decided to watch the news in his Alliance ball, even though he himself is the first level. Perhaps if he joins the forging department, he will also be allowed to repair that ship. It also said that Adrian killed a traitor to the sect at the stage of the golden elixir, although itself is only at the stage of laying the foundations. But during this time, Tyler himself developed to the 8th stage of key hardening. This growth was largely ensured by spells for digestion. In addition, he has already mastered all the ancient recipes and spells from the estate of the great alchemist. Once Tyler breaks through to the foundation stage, he himself will surely be able to defeat the enemy at the golden elixir stage. The summon beast spell became one of the boy's favorites. With its help, you can summon the spirit of a water dragon, whose combat power is already at the level of the foundation stage. And if you also find or make a vessel suitable for his spirit, then Tyler could bring his combat power to the peak of the foundation, in which case he will be able to repel enemies who are a couple of stages stronger than him. After working for a long time, Tyler decided to return home to have a good rest, and out of nowhere, Michael and his girlfriend Jerica come to visit him. There's no getting away from this sweet couple. Tyler asked why they were so happy. It seems the mother-in-law finally gave in under Michael's pressure. The boy said that on the 15th of next month, the most significant event in his life would take place. and he invited his friend Tyler to such a celebration. Michael invited him to try the meat dishes and say how they tasted. It was Tyler who said that he liked everything. But why did they suddenly decide to fork out so much? Although they look very cute, he doesn't feel jealous. He has to drag out his life until he becomes a great sage. Am I a woman in this world who deserves Tyler's attention? Suddenly, Tyler stood up from the table and told the guys to follow him. When they entered the room, Michael and Jerica could not contain their emotions. They really liked to see it. It immediately became clear to Michael why his brother had never shown him this room before, because this was his treasury, and he forged the items here himself. Jerica called him the most talented student of the sect, because he knows so many techniques and spells. He is also good in combat, alchemy and forging. No one can compare with him. Tyler brought them here too to choose their wedding gift. He asked not to touch the warhead and RPG, because they don't work anyway. Jerica wanted a pair of white and pink flying balls as a wedding gift. The white sword is responsible for the speed of penetration of armor. The pink sword can create illusions and enchant the enemy, and Michael wanted to take the 1,000-man sword. During the battle, this weapon can split into pieces and take arbitrary shapes, which greatly reduces the effectiveness of the opponent's defense. Tyler decided to give these items to them as a wedding gift. He spent not only a lot of valuable raw materials, but also a lot of time on their manufacture. But he didn't care anymore. Since he had accustomed them to his care, he would have to bear this burden steadfastly. On the 15th of next month, Tyler should be at their wedding. This is his first foray far beyond the sect, so he needs to prepare. A month has passed, and it's time to go to the wedding of my beloved friend Michael. In a bag, he was carrying a huge amount of things that he would need because the road would be very long. Michael's wedding will take place in a city called Diden, which is 6,000 kilometers from the Tyler sect. Using the summoning technique, he moved his flying ship to the place from which he would depart. Suddenly, he appears in front of him again, Adrian again. Tyler was so hoping that they wouldn't be on their way. They haven't seen each other for 3 whole years. After leaving the portal, Adrian was going to find him and chat about their past affairs, but he just couldn't find the time for that. And today, he met Tyler again, which only proves that their destinies are connected. Tyler pretended that he was also happy to meet him, and said that he had heard that Adrian was now a true hero. He took the opportunity to congratulate him. Adrian really liked the flying ship that belongs to Tyler. Adrian, I'm jumping on the ship, asked about the arrow clamp on the stern. On the other side of the portal, he found a rune for creating arrow pressure. It allows you to noticeably speed up the ship at the right moment. Adrian told him that he was going to the wedding of one of his friends, and asked where he was going. The thing is that Tyler is on his way to the wedding and asked him about his friend's name. He replied that he was talking about Michael. Adrian felt great that they were on the same path. Now they can chat all the way. After that, Adrian invited Tyler to fly with him on his ship, because it would be much faster. The overlords were very fast, and because of this, Tyler got seasick. Adrian apologized for his carelessness, because he had completely forgotten that his comrade was only at the stage of key hardening and slowed down the speed of the ship. Adrian brought so much food to the table that it would soon break. This demonstration of his friendliness goes beyond all limits. Suddenly, they both sensed the presence of uninvited guests. Adrian told Tyler that he would leave him for a couple of moments because he needed to get rid of a couple of unfriendly people. They began to attack Adrian's ship. It seems that these guys have completely lost their fear. They barely managed to fly away from the Heavenly Dragon sect. They are already so impudent. Tyler noticed that Adrian uses exactly 5 balls of 5 different elements, and this already looks like obsessive-compulsive disorder. He knew that there would always be some kind of danger next to Adrian. If Tyler could go back to that day, he would definitely find a way to scare him away, and so that he wouldn't come close to him. The guy knew that you couldn't make friends with the main character, but why did he continue to communicate with him? Adrian apologized for dragging Tyler into all this. He also said that these scumbags are at the stage of the golden elixir. He will distract them with himself, and then send the ship with Tyler to its destination. They came for him, so they are unlikely to chase after Tyler, and there is no need to worry about him because he will be able to stand up for himself. The enemies did not hesitate and rushed at high speed to attack the ship. Hadrian had already killed one descendant at the Golden Elixir stage and decided to finish them off as well.
He used the fire arrow technique, but it didn't scare his enemies much.
At this time, Tyler was trying to fly away unnoticed on his ship to his friend's wedding. The enemies noticed this, and one of them decided to catch up with him and quickly finish him off. But Adriano was not going to let him go so easily, and made an attempt to detain him. Didn't work out for him. His enemies foresaw this too. It looks like he won't be able to protect his friend. A voice inside told him to be nervous and save his strength. Right now, Adrian needs to worry about himself rather than his friend, and focus on his strength. After his internal dialogue, he told his enemies that today none of them would leave alive, and the battle began. The battlefield was filled with huge explosions and flashes. At this time, Tyler prayed to heaven. If they give him one more chance, he will never leave the Sex territory again. It looks like there won't be a chance because danger is approaching him. This battle will cost Tyler a lot. But what can you do? You'll have to use a secret technique. Suddenly, the soul of an ancient dragon was released from the ship, which filled almost the entire sky. Tyler infused this soul into his doll he created. The only option for this villain to survive is to come to an agreement with him and part ways with the world. The boy spent 5,000 spiritual stones to extract spiritual energy from the ball. This should be enough for about 15 minutes. It seems that the enemy was not going to have a peaceful solution with him, but decided to attack Tyler the doll. The boy managed to pump his doll with enormous spiritual energy to the stage of a golden elixir, and the animal's bites were completely useless. Tyler ordered his doll to kill this man immediately. While his doll was fighting with that person, he decided to quickly leave the battlefield and go to his friend's wedding. As soon as he returned home, he would make more such dolls and promised never to leave the Sex territory again. It seems that his cheap tricks will not help escape from the hands of a warrior at the Golden Elixir stage. This enemy sent a flying bug for Tyler, which has magical powers. The boy understood what kind of attack this was and activated various protections. For example, a dome of the elements of fire, protection of consciousness, and even a dome of spiritual light. But it didn't work, and the bug pierced his head. As it turned out, this is a technique for damaging the psyche where the defenses that he activated will not work against such an attack. The guy couldn't stand on his flying ship and started falling straight from it. Tyler fell somewhere in the mountains. All we know is that he is very far from his home. After some time, children noticed him and took him to their home. They constantly talked about when they would be able to eat meat every day. Her brother told his sister that they would be able to do this immediately after Tyler woke up. They considered him an immortal celestial. After all, Grandfather Arthur said that when they find a celestial, even if they themselves do not become celestials, they will at least live their lives in wealth and honor, and rich people eat meat every day. But judging by his appearance, the next luxurious meal is still a long way off. In fact, Tyler was conscious. He was glad that he was found and saved by these children, but he could have fallen somewhere in the snowy mountains and frozen to death there. Tyler spent half a month fighting a soul-eating worm in the astral space. At first, he gnawed his soul piece by piece. I took advantage of his weakness, and only now the guy managed to finally destroy him. Just as the kids were about to leave the house, they were called by Tyler, who had just woken up. He told them that for such a massage at night, they would not receive. Children remember what an old man told them. After a man from heaven wakes up, you must immediately begin to beat your forehead on the ground until he agrees to accept students. After this, the children's lives can be considered filled with wealth and success. For this to happen, brother and sister put their foreheads to the ground and asked Tyler to accept them as students. He, using his technique, lifted these children from the floor and asked them not to bow. He learned that the girl has 3 spiritual life roots, and the boy has 4. By the standards of this world, at best they would turn out to be cannon fodder, but nothing was missing from his 4 bags. They are extremely decent. When asked why they wanted to become students, The children answered that they wanted to eat meat every day. Tyler liked this answer because he really likes honest people. Now, the boy still has something left to figure out with these kids. Human nature is unchangeable, and its testing should show everything. If they pass the test, then Tyler will become their mentor, and if not, he will still provide them with a comfortable life. After this, Tyler decided to evaluate his condition. Although he eventually managed to get rid of the soul-eating worm, he managed to cause serious damage to it. It will take at least 6 months for complete restoration of spiritual and mental strength. The guy promised himself that he would not leave the territory of his sect for 10 years. And the most important thing is to stay away from the main character, Adrian. Tyler took a kettle out of his bag and made himself some delicious tea. While drinking it, he decided that when he returned, he would make more fighting dolls. Because at the moment, this remains the most effective way of protection. Suddenly, an old man came into the house and, out of confusion in front of Tyler, dropped his bag. He, like the children, knelt down and leaned his forehead on the floor, calling Tyler a celestial being. The guy, with the help of his technique, understood him from his knees and asked him not to do that again. He is his savior, and Tyler should thank him, which is what he plans to do. The old man said that he has neither a son nor a daughter. He only wants him and his wife to live to a ripe old age without knowing any illness or sorrow. As a thank you, Tyler gave him a bottle of 10 longevity pills. He and his wife should take one every 2 years, and that would be enough. When the children wake up, Tyler will take them with him to everyone on the heavenly throne and take care of them there. When the old man saw the sleeping children, he asked what happened to them. Tyler replied that he was only testing their potential. A few minutes have passed and it's time to find out the results. Tyler began to check this boy first, although he had to experience different things, but the innocence of his soul remained unchanged. But this girl can achieve serious heights in cultivation. She has all the abilities for this. The children had to continue sleeping, because when they woke up, their lives would no longer be the same. Meanwhile, Michael blamed himself for allowing Tyler to go beyond the sect's territory. He was always so careful. He never left this area, and the only time he did so was to attend his wedding. Jerika tried to reassure her husband, saying that brother Tyler is capable of moving mountains, and that everything is fine with him. Most likely he is now healing his wound somewhere. Once he gets better, he will immediately return back. Michael said he'll wait here for Tyler until he gets back. After all, he had also prepared a red envelope for him, and must give it personally to him. Then his girlfriend suggested waiting for him together. How romantic it was. Meanwhile, Tyler and his students arrived at the External Affairs Department of the Heavenly Throne sect. These children meet the standards of their sect, and these tablets will serve as their identification card. From now on, they are officially Tyler's students. The boy asked Tyler if it was difficult to become just like him. The master replied that if they obeyed him well, the path of cultivation would be easy for them. He liked this guy. Caring, responsible, honest, and naive questions only add to his cuteness. The boy was still worried about whether he and his sister could eat meat every day. Tyler was amused by this question, and he told them that they could eat meat at least 3 times a day. Suddenly, a signal came to Michael's head. He immediately realized that it was Tyler who had returned home. The guy was very happy for him to return because he thought that Tyler had not left. But the worst thing Tyler said was that he missed their wedding. Michael told him it was all nonsense. He looked a little to the right and noticed 2 children who had come with Tyler. "Who are these, your children?" Michael asked him. He thought that Tyler managed to give birth to 2 children in just 2 weeks, and they were so big. But where has it been seen that children were born and grew so quickly? But perhaps they got away with pills like that. But let's not talk about this nonsense now. Tyler replied that these were his newly minted students and their names were... By the way, Tyler completely forgot to ask their names, so he decided to do it now. The children said that they did not have names because in their village, names are given only when you find spiritual plants, respectively, in honor of the plant. Then Tyler said that they would take his last name. Brother's name will be Enoch Smith, and the girl is Jennifer Smith. The children bowed down and thanked the mentor for such names. Since now they are his students, Tyler decided to dress them up. Using his technique, He presented them with a magic ball of clothes and dressed them in clothes that corresponded to the fashion of his sect. Jericho really liked this magic and decided to ask how he does it. When Tyler had nothing to do, he made this wardrobe ball. It stores fabrics inside, allowing you to change your outfit in an instant. Jericho really wanted to buy it, but the guy gave her one of the balls for free. She tried to use it and changed into a very provocative dress. For the guys, it was too sexy, so they asked her to choose something else. She tried to wear another costume, but it came out even more provocatively. Jericho no longer knew what to choose because every outfit reminded the guys of some porn actress. They could no longer look at it, because these outfits excited them greatly. Tyler said he didn't know anything about women's fashion, so he suggested she experiment with the ball at home. Michael proposed to celebrate his return and accept the first students. Tyler offered them what they had wanted for so long: meat. Before that, Michael decided to give Tyler this red envelope. He must understand what this gift is for. For several days in a row, Tyler was in the forge halls. It's still difficult to be as talented as him. He barely had time to recover from the attack, and orders from Brother David were already pouring in on him. But now he has enough money to create an entire army of fighting dolls. The sect elder stood behind him, and he told him that in such a difficult period, when their sect needs every blacksmith, Tyler carries out commercial orders. It should be a shame. It looks like it's not getting any easier hour by hour. Now Natalia is angry with some powerful grandfather. From now on, he'll have to live on his mountain forever. He was ordered to find before tomorrow at least one blacksmith who owns engraving ores. Otherwise, he will be killed. He really didn't expect to meet such a treasure. Here, it looks like his task has been completed. Tyler told him that weeks ago he was attacked outside the cult and was on the verge of life and death. He returned only a couple of days ago and was forced to fulfill several urgent orders so as not to expose his brothers, and tomorrow he would familiarize himself with the tasks of the sect. It means the old man wronged him in vain. Afterwards, he asked what Tyler was forging today, and decided to give him a couple of instructions. The old man was very surprised at how well Tyler mastered basic ores. The guy has a rich imagination, because he used to love to play in the sandbox, so he can at least forge a girlfriend for himself. The old man doesn't want to overpraise him ahead of time, but it seems to him that very soon they will have another great forging master. The old man told him that he could forget about the sect's task for now, and was going to take him to repair their main ship. They will go to the inner sector, which Tyler has never been to, which means he needs to prepare to see something unusual. But not right now, but when the old man says, Tyler was afraid of this beast. He could not understand what gods this grandfather managed to annoy, that they sent these monsters after him. Being in his company is even more dangerous than being around the main character Adrian. The old man asked the boy not to be afraid of this, because the water dragons at the stage of merging the spirit stand guard over their sects. The sect leader caught them in the endless sea. They are just curious to look at a potential client, and for just 10,000 spiritual stones, Tyler can do something. Namely, to ride on these dragons, to ride on dragons. It's not like going to prostitutes. Why did he say this in a whisper? Tyler said that he is not yet rich enough to spend that kind of money on entertainment. It's a pity. If he could have done this, he would have received unforgettable emotions. The old man called him here, so that he could begin restoring the lining of the ship and fixing the damaged runes. Payment will directly depend on the amount of work performed. 1,000 spiritual stones per square meter. In addition, the old man will teach him 20 new ores, and Tyler only has to agree to these conditions. Since they had agreed, the old man invited him to watch the work of others, and soon a blacksmith at the stage of mastering the void would approach him to answer all his questions. Everything looked like a simple repair job. Only part of the adhesion of the damaged runes is interesting, and the rest is routine physical labor. After a while, a blacksmith approached him and asked him whether he was a beginner or not. Tyler didn't have any questions, so he's ready to get to work. The blacksmith was surprised that he understood everything, just by looking at the work of the others, and this is encouraging. He also told him that Tyler should work quickly, because his bonus depends on the speed of work. With the help of his technique, He began using the smelting skill to fuse the runes. The blacksmith could not understand how a beginner managed to work at such speed, especially considering that he was self-taught. Work while relaxed, otherwise he will soon take his place. 2 months later, he finished this work. The ship sparkled from all sides. Tyler decided to ask the blacksmith what they would do now, when they were done with the hull of the ship. He replied that nothing yet. The work that took months to complete was completed in 2 thanks to the 2 of them. The sect leader is very pleased. Tyler's talent is obvious to him. It is possible that in the future he will become a great forging master. He got these 5 stones with ores by chance, and he decided to give them to Tyler when he turned into a grand master. The blacksmith hoped that this would count for him, and he could ask Tyler to forge him a divine weapon. The boy replied that he would do everything, and this blacksmith would be first on the list, although Tyler was still years away from even laying the foundations. By the time he becomes a great master, the blacksmith will be long dead. The Heavenly Throne sect is much more amazing than he could have expected. They use half of the small Chilioxma as an internal sector. External students are rarely here, but Tyler must find an opportunity to explore this place. However, all this time he was brought here by that old man. After the completion of the work, he will no longer do this. This means the tackler will have to find ways to get here. At this time, somewhere far from the Heavenly Throne sect, Michael and his wife Jerica were killing wild animals. Michael suggested that his wife exchange her hearing points for a fetal pill when they were done with this task. She thought it best to spend it on getting him closer to the foundation stage. Michael still decided to spend on the pill, because at the stage of laying the foundations, he will find out on his own that it is better to invest in a child. When he is born, they will immediately send him as an apprentice to Brother Tyler, and then their child is guaranteed to become a genius. Michael discovered that another wave of beasts was approaching them, and it seemed that among them, there were a couple at the stage of laying the foundations. If there are more than 2 such animals, they will be in great danger. The girl decided to use her bird to check how many animals there were, and it turned out that there were 3 of them. Michael said that they could not retreat, because other students were still protecting the nodes. If they do not hold the defense in this area, then the work of hundreds of students will go down the drain. There was only one way out, to use the emergency rescue ball, which he purchased from Tyler's brother for 10,000. Michael activated this ball and said goodbye to his 10,000 spirit stones. In an instant, this ball split and fireballs flew out of it. They were afraid of such a big explosion. Tyler forgot to warn Michael about the powerful shockwave. It would be great if Tyler was also with them in the fighting compartment. He would finish off 3 beasts at the foundation stage with one wave of his hand, and Michael would not have to spend 10,000 spiritual stones. Everyone has their own aspirations. There is no point in sighing here. Michael is already learning so much from Brother Tyler, and his combat training is not even half as good as his. But it was useless to compare here, because Tyler was a unique person, and Michael was not like that, although he believed that he had excellent training. Since he has such excellent training, Jerica suggested that the next time they meet, ask Tyler to fight him. I wonder if he will last longer than 3 seconds. But their attention was distracted by a glowing green object in the pit as a result of a large explosion. Judging by the color, smell, and density, this is iron ore enriched with spiritual energy. Having a sufficient amount of enriched iron, you can make armor that will allow you to fight on equal terms with the enemy at the stage of the golden elixir. Michael told his wife that he would go down to mine ore. If beasts suddenly appear at the dreaming stage, then let her use it against them. After some time, Tyler returned with his job and decided to move. After all, he had students. It was necessary to move to a more spacious house, but in fact, he cannot say the true reason. The whole point is that the big order that he completed for Brother David actually came from the main character. If next time he wants to work without intermediaries, he will come to him, but the guy doesn't need that. Tyler developed a new iron suit called the Armor of God. He managed to bring it to completion, only thanks to the enriched iron ore he mined. He allowed Michael to use them to go on a dangerous mission in this armor. He guaranteed that no creature below the stages of the golden elixir would defeat him. Michael asked him if this armor has only defensive characteristics or something else. Tyler invited him to put on this suit and evaluate for himself what characteristics this armor has. The armor of God turned out to be very comfortable, reliable, and beautiful, all in one bottle. This armor consists of 16 separate elements. Together they can increase spiritual power by 2 or 3 times, provides protection from physical and mental attacks. At the right moment, you can switch to attack mode. Michael decided to check how powerful the attacks of this armor were. He was very pleased with the result. And the speed of this armor was incredible. You can fly like you are an eagle. This is just a miracle of blacksmithing. Now even the beast at the peak of its formation is no longer afraid of the t-shirt. The decision to bring the enriched ore to Tyler and not to the market was the right one. He thought that for such valuable raw materials he would owe him a favor, but now Michael owes him for such armor. Tyler also has a request for them. Thanks to his excellent performance during the repair of the sect's main ship, he was given the opportunity to go on an expedition. As everyone knows, such expeditions can take months, and he wants to ask them to look after the house and his students. He helps so much, the guys will be only too happy to do him a favor for everything he has done for them. Tyler has changed so much. They are already taking him on expeditions, although he is with a Jerica in the fighting compartment. But it is not known when they themselves will grow to such a level. This is truly a unique opportunity, but Tyler has a bad feeling. He really hopes that the main character will not be there. He hoped so much that his premonitions would turn out to be false. A month later, Tyler went to the parking lot of the ships that would go on the expedition. To get inside, he showed the boarding token. He entered inside and saw many beautiful and large flying ships. He decided that one day he would definitely build himself the same giant flying ship. As luck would have it, Adrian went on this expedition with him. He didn't really like it. He would have to pretend to be a good friend. Meeting him would not lead to anything good. Tyler said that he should probably already call him honorable brother, because from what he heard, Adrian is already at the stage of the golden elixir. The guy refused such formalities and said that he and Tyler were old brothers, almost relatives. Tyler didn't like his behavior, and he wanted to get off the ship before it was too late. Andriana took the boy along with him. He introduced him to the ship's guard, saying that this was his brother, and asked him to find a more decent cabin. Also, Adriano offered him a tour of the ship. Towards the evening, he will load supplies on board. Then they will have dinner together and drink a couple of glasses. It seems that Tyler will not get rid of him before sailing. Evening came, and the guys decided to go to the dining room for dinner tea. Tyler couldn't sit for that long and wanted to pretend he was going to the toilet. But Adrian didn't allow him to do this. His inner voice told him to find a way to deal with Tyler, because it would bring them a lot of good. Adrian told Tyler that all these dishes are made from the highest quality spiritual products. Even the sect leader himself praises them. It seems that this order cost him a lot of spiritual stones, but Adrian said that food here is free for crew members. To keep the conversation going, Tyler asked him how he managed to cope with his strange illness, very touched that he still remembers this. When he returned from the portal, his illness simply disappeared, and he immediately found himself back in the foundation stage. And first of all, he went to the family of the girl who broke off her engagement to him, and killed all her brothers. By the way, a broken engagement, and this is another template for the main characters. Adrian thought that in this way he would wash away the shame of breaking the engagement. But it turned out that that girl became an apprentice to one famous master, and also reached the stage of laying the foundations. She beat him with one hand. This situation only strengthened his fighting spirit. Even if her mentor is at the Mahayan stage, in 3 years he will be so pumped up that he will return all his grievances to them many times over. Tyler is also confident that everything will be exactly like this. Adriano hugged him and said that only he understands him. From now on, he will consider him his sworn brother. Their friendship will be eternal. It seems that Adrian had too much to drink and didn't want to let Tyler go, who still had important things to do today. but he didn't understand how I could have more important things to do than swear to each other in eternal friendship. During the repair of the ship's lining, Tyler noticed that the most important runes were located on the inside. He decided on this expedition primarily in order to study them in detail, and ended up spending time drinking wine with Adrian. Adrian was too drunk and did not understand what kind of ores we were talking about. Suddenly, an unknown man approached Tyler. He didn't expect that someone at the chi tempering stage would have such a trained eye, and invited him to become his disciple. Rich spiritual energy, stable mentality, Tyler has all the makings of becoming an excellent blacksmith. The man asked him how he ended up on this ship. What department is he from? Tyler replied that he does not belong to any department and is on his own for now. After that, the man offered to become part of the forging department. Tyler thanked him for the offer and said that in fact he was a first-level alchemist and was only interested in ores out of curiosity. Tyler said goodbye to this master, and he muttered under his breath that blacksmithing is something that should make a man passionate. If I join the forging department, then he will no longer be able to enjoy a free life as now. He will even have to prepare pills on the sly, and when, decades later, he still does not break through at the stage of laying the foundations, then I will simply consider him a disgrace. At that moment, Adrian crept up to him from behind and said that it is great happiness when such a serious master calls him to be his student. What a bad habit of sneaking up from behind. One day he'll give Tyler a heart attack. It's good that he apologized for it. Adrian told him that if he didn't want to become his student, then he could simply refuse and not invent that he was an alchemist. Tyler answered him that he didn't invent anything and was engaged in both alchemy and forging. This is not a common occurrence, so he did not talk about it. So as not to raise additional questions, Tyler did not intend to stray from the path of dual cultivation. He believed that he would succeed in both crafts. While Adrian was vomiting, Tyler decided to take a walk on the deck. An inner voice tells Adrian that this guy is not so simple, and that friendship with him will benefit him. On the deck, Tyler saw a huge kite flying across the sky. He really liked this spectacle. This snake was nicknamed the Cloud Eater, and when the girl who was heading towards Tyler saw him for the first time, she was also absolutely amazed. As it turned out, this is my sister, and next to her, it looks like her boyfriend. The girl told him not to say such nonsense. This made it much easier. His guesses were not justified. This is the older brother. He is from the forging department. The girl introduced Tyler to him and said that he had great success in alchemy and forging. She overheard him in the dining room saying that he wanted to study the runes on the ship and offered to help her older brother. Tyler greeted him and was glad that he turned out to be her brother and not her boyfriend. This guy's name is Alex Pusistrat. Because of his refusal to follow in his father's footsteps and take up alchemy, he left home to study forging. When Tyler heard his last name, he had to hold back his laughter. Then, he ran to his room and started laughing there at the top of his lungs. With such a surname at his school, he would have had a hard time. He came out a little impolitely, so when we met, he decided to explain himself. Suddenly, the ship began to shake because it entered the waters of the endless sea, and everyone needed to be on alert. Warships with artillery approached the ship on which Tyler was located. This is what should arouse passion in a man, not forging. He wanted to quickly see how these guns worked. Apparently, Alex and Tyler think alike. They both agree that men should forge such guns. It seems that everyone has such a bad habit of sneaking up on him and suddenly starting a conversation. He could still forgive his sister for this, but the rest need to stop with this. Tyler apologized to him, but for leaving so abruptly when they met, it was just a completely wrong thought, and he wanted to quickly write it down before he forgot. Alex understood this, because if you don't grab the thin thread of inspiration, it can slip away forever. Elizabeth's brother thought that fate brought them together, because they abandoned alchemy for forging. He also asked Tyler to share the thought that had dawned on him. Perhaps during the discussion they would bring it to a finished state. But Tyler replied that there was nothing special there. If Alex understands correctly, then Tyler is trying to create some kind of means of remote communication. These are the most common runes that can be linked with the most common spiritual iron. However, without external support, the devices can only be linked at a distance of no more than 100 kilometers. It seems that this guy knows something. Tyler said he's not stopping there yet. He took out runes from the device. Elizabeth's brother did not understand why they were needed outside the device. Tyler gave him time to think about it and was about to leave, when suddenly he hears the voice of Alex, who said that he understood everything. He said that the runes along the contour form a structure that ensures the transit of transmitted information. In theory, having a sufficient number of transit nodes, it is possible to connect the device over much longer distances. Alex called Tyler a real genius, because not everyone would think of coming up with such a rune structure. Suddenly, on the back of the ship, I photographed something bright and glowing. As it turned out, the ship fired a shot and grabbed a huge whale with its golden energy rope. Easy but large prey at the very beginning of the expedition. This is a good sign. In waters without extreme sea, everyone on the ship was discussing the just-caught whale. This is a giant offshore whale. From the looks of it, it is at the stage of exploring the void. This is a great catch. True, its meat is dangerous for people like Tyler. Such a beast can only be enjoyed at the stage of golden elixir and above. Also, Tyler admired these effective guns, because if you fire one shot, then the beast at the stage of mastering the void will be dead. It seems that Tyler saw for the first time how these guns work. Alex said that this is actually just an auxiliary weapon. If they meet the monsters at the crossing or Mahayana stage, then there will be a spectacle. They will be fired at by the main guns from the 9 warships. In the future, Tyler decided to definitely build such a fleet with such guns. Tyler decided to ask Alex how much it cost to shoot the auxiliary cannon, and asked him to name it in spiritual stones, if possible. Elizabeth's brother said that during a shot, not only spiritual stones are wasted, but if you try to count in them, then about 100,000. But this is a nonsense amount compared to the potential profit. If you sell the whale in parts, it will cost at least 500,000 shu. Tyler would have to work for a month for one shot, and a shot from the main cannon costs the same 500,000, but they are used only for animals not lower than the crossing stage. Tyler, I don't even want to estimate yet how much money he will need for his future fleet. 3 days passed in the sky on a flying ship. During this time, Tyler realized that blacksmiths are most valued here, and no effort should be spared in their cultivation. Simply based on the fact that he ended up on this ship as a novice blacksmith, he was given at least 30,000 spiritual stones worth of resources. Suddenly, Alex called him and said that he had shared his idea with his mentor. He was very interested and wanted to talk to him. Tyler shared the secret with him as a friend, and he gave it away. He doesn't need the attention of another master. When they approached the blacksmith's hall, Tyler determined by the door that it was not very spacious inside. But his guesses turned out to be wrong. The difference in size from the inside and outside is simply unthinkable. Maybe some special runes for expanding space were used during the construction of this room. They went into the master's room and Alex introduced Tyler to him. The master appreciated his very lively mind. He estimated the possibility of realizing his idea. If 36,000 transit devices are installed throughout the continent, then using its runic structure, it is possible to cover the entire continent with communications. Existing communication devices will even be suitable for this. And if they are modified a little, you can even aim for a dialogue with an optical image. Taylor. It became clear that the grandfather wants to communicate with his grandchildren via video conference. Well, who doesn't? The master invited him to become his student, because he really needs such talented people. It seems that all the old men are drawn to become his mentors. Alec told him to agree. Because his mentor is one of the best masters in the forging department, even the sect leader will highly appreciate and respect him, and they will become brothers. Tyler did not want to waste the master's time, and said that he was following the path of double cultivation, so he would not be able to devote all his energy to forging. The master did not really like this refusal, and looked at him intimidatingly. But later he just laughed and said that he likes Tyler's sincerity. I wonder what interests him more. alchemy or forging? Replied that this is forging, because only this craft can arouse passion in a man. If he wants to become his personal student, the master will transfer him to the internal sector, but for this, he will need to give up alchemy. The guy made it clear that he agreed, and the master understood this perfectly. Therefore, he gave him a token to enter the internal sector. If there is time, he will be able to visit. When Tyler went on deck, Alex told the master that he was very young and was not yet able to understand what he was giving up, so he asked for an apology for his impudent behavior. The master said that this young man was destined to achieve great heights, and it was a pity that he would not have a hand in this. The achievement to have an enthusiastic conversation with my grandfather has been received. I wonder what's next. Maybe marriage to a beauty. He was surrounded by two beautiful girls. His sister Katrina is mature and sexy, and little Elizabeth is smart and sweet. Who should he choose? Or maybe he won't have to choose just one. On deck, they started shouting for everyone to look forward. The deployment of the protective cap has begun. It looks like danger is approaching. Ahead of them awaits a large wave of various sea animals. The combat danger level is B. All ships are ordered to go full speed ahead and destroy all enemies. The ship was moving at very high speed. Tyler felt sick and started vomiting. The guns were loaded, the ship was on full combat readiness. After several powerful shots, all the animals that were going to attack the ship were destroyed. Defeat all the animals, they go in search of resources? This seemed strange to Tyler.
Adrian appeared out of nowhere and said that places where the beast lives in large numbers are usually rich in resources. There is probably a spiritual mine nearby.
And if you're lucky, you'll even be able to find divine relics. Tyler finally admitted that when Adrian sneaks up and starts talking, sometimes it can be useful to hear, especially since he has already begun to get used to it and is no longer afraid. Apologized to him, but at that time he drank a lot and passed out. But Tyler was interested to hear about the relics. Was it possible to find them in the endless sea? Before ascending to heaven, many great warriors spend their last tracing in the endless sea. Therefore, their abodes can be found in this sea. Tyler needs to take the time to find and plunder a couple of such abodes. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge building that is shrouded in a purple aura. Tyler couldn't understand where a whole city came from here, and Adrian said that this is one of the divine religions found in the monastery. It seems they will stay here for at least a month. Adrian, grabbing his hand, said that with Tyler's landing token they would have access to the main establishments of the city, and it would be better to live there in the coming months. If it's with a bunch in the city, then you can go look for treasures or join a group of hunters, or you can just do forging or alchemy. The main thing is not to go further than 500 kilometers from the city. Now Tyler will have to look for housing in this city. The first person he saw upon arrival in the city was his sister Katrina. It seems that this was fate. Morning has come in Shanghai. Katrina was also glad that they would live in the same city, but Tyler was probably most happy about it. Alex again took him by the hand and offered to rent one blacksmith's workshop for two, because by repairing equipment, they could each earn several $100,000 in a month. And if Tyler doesn't want to forge, then he can practice alchemy with Katrina, because a lot of interesting ingredients were raised from the seabed. Tyler thought this was an excellent offer and was just about to agree, when suddenly, Katrina's father approached them and said that his daughter had no business hanging around with blacksmiths, so it was better to go with him to do alchemy. Tyler had to say goodbye to his friend and go with Alex. He had no choice since he did not want to idle, but wanted to do something useful. They worked all lunch. Alex praised Tyler, because in 10 years of his practice, he is the first partner with whom he is so pleased to work. A guy would have the same opinion about him. Suddenly, a girl approached them and asked if they repaired alchemy pots. It seems that there are a lot of beauties among the alchemists. The girl said that she was doing alchemy and took a spare cauldron to the ship, because the main cauldron exploded almost immediately, and yesterday, the spare cauldron began to crack. If she was left completely without a pot, she would not be able to perform her duties, so she asked them to help her and fix it if possible. Tyler really liked her gentle, pleasant voice, a real treat for the ears. especially when she begs for help. Tyler can fix it, and it will take 50 spirit stones. After the discovery of the underwater mine, everyone on the ship was given some ore, so he asked the girl for it. He, having taken payment from the girl, began to do his work. He decided to strengthen it conscientiously. After all, it was from a beauty. Her best investment of 50 spiritual stones in life. She was so happy with her repaired cauldron that she forgot the remains of her ore on the table. The girl didn't hear this from Tyler and just ran away. Is he really that scary? A month later, Tyler continued to do routine work. He and Alex have been forging and forging nonstop for a whole month. It was not easy for him to decide to go so far from home. Therefore, Tyler wanted to get more out of this expedition. Alex understood him and said that if he wanted, he could take a walk around the city, and he would stay at work. Alex didn't think at all that finding himself in the endless sea for the first time, he would probably want to. Before he could finish speaking, he saw that Tyler was starting to leave him in search of adventure. He, flying on his flying ship, saw various monsters. This one was at the stage of the golden elixir, and this one too. Later, Tyler finds an area that looks safe. The time had come for his own expedition. He climbed into the submarine and began to dive underwater. In a previous life, going underwater in a submarine observation deck as a tourist would have cost a lot of money. But in this life, he is his own submariner. He stayed underwater for about half an hour, exploring different places. It was very dark here, and you couldn't see anything in the distance. Based on water pressure readings, Tyler is located 50,000 meters below sea level, which means it's time to look for treasures. In order for the trip to be safe, he activated the spiritual energy measurement module, living organism detection module, and night mode optical navigation module. After that, he saw a huge shark in front of him. It scared him very much. Floating next to her was Adrian, who could swim quickly and breathe underwater with the help of his spiritual energy. He turned to his swordsman grandfather, who constantly speaks in his head, and asked if he needed to kill this Hulk. This grandfather asked him not to call him that anymore, but to call him the immortal swordsman emperor. Also, he said that this swordfish is a real nakodka. Its ridge is like a sword created by nature. If it is bent, tempered, and shaped, it can become a first-class divine weapon. Also, such a sword will be able to absorb energy from surrounding metals. Even if the great chiliocosm ascends, such a weapon will not hurt. This grandfather has a plan. He told Adrian that his friend is nearby. You need to swim to him, and when he gets there, fight the swordfish with all your might, and then he will help him. Adrian said that this is shit, not a plan, because Tyler is only at the zinc hardening stage. If something goes wrong, they will both die. Grandfather Emperor Swordsman said that Tyler should not be underestimated and trust his insight. When Adrian receives the swordfish spine, then, according to his grandfather's method, it can be turned into a divine weapon in just 50 years. Adrian agreed to this, so it's time to test the strength of their friendship. Tyler is simply a genius. He made a bracelet from ordinary deep-sea oyster pearls to store objects, and uses the enriched spiritual energy to produce super armor. Suddenly, a chill ran through his body. He knew that feeling, as if some kind of shit was coming. Therefore, he decided to get out of this place. But something went wrong, and he was pushed a little to the right side. After that, he met Adrian, who asked him for help. Tyler immediately guessed that he was the culprit of that feeling. Adrian said that there was a swordfish outside, which was almost dead. The last thing he asked from the key was to finish it off, because he needed his ridge. Finally, he thanked him for it and fell to the ground. Tyler just looked at him and didn't know what to say. He hasn't agreed to anything yet, and Adrian has already told him, "Thank you in advance." According to the classics of the genre, anyone who contradicts the main character or refuses to help him will soon leave the stage. So Tyler decided to finish this fish off quickly. The swordfish at the golden elixir stage is not exactly an invincible opponent for him, but he would prefer not to leave his cozy submarine. Well, nothing can be done. Tyler started attacking this fish. The battle began. His armor gave him great speed, so the swordfish could not keep up with him. After he used the spear technique on the fish, This made it possible to blind its gaze by 360 degrees. After that, the fish disappeared somewhere. Tyler could not find it, but it was an ambush. Similar, the swordfish has a hiding technique, so Tyler used a thick ice shield along with a heavy water and flow shield, and later, he released some silvery balls. The swordfish could not understand what they were. As it turned out, these are Tyler's fighting dolls, but most of them, unfortunately, are unsuitable for water combat. However, he will be able to distract his attention with them. He, having collected spiritual energy from the area, will be able to make a bunch of doubles using the external cloning technique. He needs a little more time to complete this process. At this time, Tyler's combat dolls continued to bite the fish, causing minor damage to him. And now it was Tyler's turn. He formed the crystals into a hurricane of ice daggers and began to attack the fish with a sword. It seems that the fish will have no chance at all to survive after this. The smaller fish tried for a very long time to understand what was what and what was happening in general, so this ruined it. From numerous blows from ice, the swordfish died a painful death because cold water pierced its open wounds. All his snakes made of mercury balls died in one fight. This adventure cost him 80,000 spiritual stones. Emperor Swordsman appreciated his fighting talent. He was far superior to Adrian. If Tyler had been of a higher stage, he would have finished off the swordsman in no time. After a long battle, Tyler returned to his submarine and gave a special pill for Adrian. After waking up, he said that he shouldn't have gotten him involved in this because even he was powerless in front of the swordfish. Adrian was very worried about Tyler and began asking him if he was okay or not. But the boy replied that he was fine and that the dead swordfish was in this bag. Adrian couldn't believe that Tyler actually pulled it off. What a great guy he is, not like he... But they are friends. Tyler could not do otherwise. Adrian noticed that Tyler still didn't have a storage ring and suggested that he take it. It holds up to 333 cubic meters. A warehouse ring with such a volume can only be forged by a master who fully masters the ores of space expansion. You can't buy this kind of thing at the market. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to their submarine, and they began to be sucked into some kind of portal. The guys could not understand what had just happened because they were underwater and suddenly found themselves on land. But if Adrian's intuition does not fail, then they move to the small Chiliaxum. When they get out of here, they will need to report this place to the leadership of the sect, because for such information they will not be left without a reward. However, this place looks long abandoned. Perhaps it had already been plundered many times before their arrival. You can lament about the lost prophet later, and now a threat is approaching them. Tyler turned to Adrian and asked him if he had the strength to fight. It seems that something serious happened, and Adrian asked his swordsman grandfather to report on the situation. He said that they had entered the small heliocosm created by one swordsman during the crossing stage. They will be able to leave this world after full recovery. Grandfather checked that swordsman's heritage items can be found in this world, but they are damaged and have only research value. It will take days for Adrian to fully recover, so he needs to try during this period and not die and not destroy his brother Tyler. Adrian said that his strength had not yet recovered and suggested that Tyler find a place where he could hide, but it was too late to hide, so he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Tyler, using his technology, noticed that more and more wild birds were approaching them. Then, he asked Adrian if there was an option to get out of here, because he has a very wise mentor. Let him at least ask him. Adrian replied that when he fully recovered, he would be able to find a way out, but it would take 10 days. Tyler made the decision to protect his friend all these 10 days. Yes, he told him to fly over there, because in that direction there is a dwelling of one great swordsman, and his legacy was supposed to remain inside. It seems that he will again have to take part in the ascension of the main character, just so that nothing happens. They flew several hundred meters, and Adrian noticed that they needed to go to that ancestral hall. Inside there was a statue of the swordsman William. He said that in his humble home the guys would feel at home. He would be happy to share items of his heritage with them. Perhaps their destinies will intersect in the great heliocosm. and they can become friends. But the guys have so far ignored this grandfather. Wild animals are already here. It's lucky that they managed to take everything from the ancestral hall. The guys climbed onto their flying ship as quickly as possible and flew on, and the birds continued to chase them. Most of them are at the hardening stage. Some are at the dreaming stage, and a couple of British birds are at the golden elixir stage. It looks like the ship will soon begin to shake because a powerful battle will begin. Tyler used the technique of summoning dolls and told the birds that they had to fight with these guys. Grandfather Swordsman said that this boy is not at all difficult. His ingenuity is amazing. But Adrian thought that these were the usual strange types of fighting dolls. But the master told him that they have intelligence. They, of course, are not as good as living people, but in battle they can provide serious support. These dolls are endowed with spiritual weapons and can fight monsters with confidence. Adrian said that Tyler's dolls are simply a miracle. In their strength, they are at the stage of laying the foundations. Also, he asked if he could make a battle doll at the golden elixir stage. Tyler said that, of course, to create such a doll, only a corpse is required along with the soul of the beast at the stage of the birth of the spirit. If Adrian needed one, then he would give him a 25% discount, and one doll would cost him only 290,000 spiritual stones. But Adrian said that he was broke now, and as soon as the money appeared, he would immediately come to him. I wonder what kind of main character he is. If he is a beggar. This battle is like a test for Tyler's level. It was very difficult. 5 days have passed since they first fought with wild birds. Tyler felt very sad, because all his dolls at the stage of dreaming were broken in battle. All his money, working back-breaking labor, disappeared in an instant. Adrian supported him and told him to hold out for another few days, and then he would recover. Tyler told him in an angry voice to get healthy and take his time. The boy was filled with resentment and indignation. It seems he wants to tear to pieces these birds that have been chasing him for several days. He used the technique of killing birds altogether and directed them at these monsters. Adriano was shocked by such power, because being at the QE hardening stage, he had nothing even close to this. But what's up? He can't do that even at the golden elixir stage. He asked his swordsman grandfather if he had ever met at the QI hardening stage who was cooler than Tyler. The Emperor told him that on his life's path he had come across such a person. Adrian's brother can give battle to the enemy at the maximum at the golden elixir stage. This is serious achievement, but someone could destroy a warrior at the stage of the birth of the spirit. Adrian was surprised that this old man still knew people like Tyler. He would really like to look at him. Grandfather the swordsman said that he would definitely meet him. This man is the one to whom this old man must take revenge. Or rather, to whom Adrian must take revenge for him. Then it would be better if he addressed this to Tyler. He would have more chances for this compared to him. According to Adrian, he is just trash. But the old man asked him not to be so modest, because their meeting was the will of heaven. And with the will of heaven, don't argue. Suddenly, Brother Tyler started screaming in pain. It looks like something happened to him during the fight. As it turned out, Tyler still held on and continued to fight with these birds. They attacked him with psychedelic sound attacks. It is not so difficult to repel them. But I will make your whole family shit eggs. These were the words these birds sent into his head. Since they decided to get personal, Tyler will now show them his balls. Let's see if they can survive it. He targeted them with his secret technique, and with one shot killed several feathered monsters at a time. Then they felt his kernels. With the help of his technique, it was as if he had deployed an artillery battery and attacked them with missiles. Once torn at the laying stage, the old swordsman said that when the time comes to avenge him, he must be taken. The old man did not doubt Tyler at all. After another 5 days, Adrian had regained all his strength, and the guys were ready to go on a submarine to the city. So they arrived there, and immediately went to the nearest restaurant because they were hungry after all this time. Adrian thanked him for saving his life, and said that Tyler could keep all the loot for himself, but only asked him to make a copy of the swordsman's legacy. Told Adrian to take everything entirely to himself, because this area does not arouse his interest, and if something happens, he will turn to him, Adrian was very happy about this and didn't even know how to thank him for all this. How long has Tyler waited for him to say this phrase? The boy has been worried about one question for a long time. Perhaps as more successful in cultivation, Adrian knows the answer to it. Even if he didn't know him, he would definitely help him find him. Tyler wants to know if there is a 13th stage of Kwai quenching, or if after the 12th stage, there is necessarily a breakthrough to the next stage. Adrian said that before the ship's return to Zhenghai, he would give him an answer. Tyler understood perfectly well that he himself knew nothing about this and was counting on his hidden mentor. This trip made him understand that slogging through the chi hardening stage for decades was not an option for him. Adrian asked his swordsman grandfather if there were levels of ki hardening above the 12th, but he did not want to answer. He asked the boy to address him normally, and maybe then he would answer. Then Adrian called him the Great Divine Emperor Swordsman and asked him to answer him. Emperor Swordsman said that such things depend on the will of heaven. In ancient times, werewolves ruled the world, and people were their slaves. They did not allow people to develop beyond ki tempering. As soon as someone broke through to the foundation stage, they were immediately killed. People lived in such conditions for tens of thousands of years. With the passing of the year, people developed a system for bypassing the restrictions on their cultivation. So hardening stages of 24 and 36 steps appeared. Having reached the 24th stage of chi quenching, one can skip over laying the foundation and immediately break through to the stage of the golden elixir. And while still at the 36th stage of chi quenching, the level of cultivation will correspond to the stage of the birth of the spirit. Asked him whether the 108th stage of kai tempering corresponds to the Mahayana stage. The old man replied that according to the logic of things, yes, but the heavenly will of this world does not tolerate such tricks. He would not advise Tyler to try to take such roundabout paths. Cultivation itself is an attempt to rise higher than the heavens destined for man. In other words, ascension is a challenge thrown to the heavenly will. The system with 24 and 36 levels of ki quenching was approved only because the human race had no other choice. And if you go against the heavens in the current situation, then reaching the last stage by roundabout routes will not be good for anyone. And the closer you get to the kingdom of the celestials, the stronger the pressure will be put on a person. As Adrian realized, there is still no way to develop above the 12th stage without breaking through to the next stage. This is very difficult. At least now the old swordsman does not have the techniques to do this. If he were at the peak of his powers, he could cut a corridor through time and look for them in ancient times. But now this is impossible. At the same time, Tyler was resting on the couch, but for some reason his heart was restless. Suspiciousness and anxiety tired him very much. He was wondering how his students were living now, whether everything was fine with them, and what about Michael? He's a chronic loser. How he copes without his advice. What about Tyler? He'll need a fortune to rebuild his army of war dolls. Now he's unprotected without them. Days later, the fleet returned in full force and all students were ordered to leave the city and return aboard. Already on the ship, Brother Alex approached Tyler and asked him how things were going. Tyler asked him not to remind him about this and wanted to ask whether the expedition takes different routes each time or not. Alex replied that, of course, yes, because the endless sea is so huge it would be stupid to sail the same routes. Moreover, with such a fleet it will be safe anywhere in the endless sea. They have enough means to repel the attack of any monsters. Flying ship like Tyler is a real miracle of technology. It would be great for him to know the details of how objects of this scale are made. The ship is good, but the heavenly forge sect that created it are very arrogant and unpleasant bastards. It was painful to realize. Natalia understood his feelings perfectly, because the one who has the best technologies in some area has enormous power over the market and clients. Alex was deeply convinced that Tyler had a unique talent in forging, and his mastery of engraving ores and ingenuity, and his desire for ideal, all this delights him. But Tyler's only desire is to return home. Everything else is trivial. Alex asked him to promise that one day Kuznetsov would lead their sects, and together, they would build a ship even better and larger than the current one. to make a ship that could fly beyond the celestial dome. Said that his brother is overestimating him, because he is not capable of this. Even if he is capable, the moment he succeeds, Alex will no longer be alive. But Alex was sure that Tyler was definitely capable. His mentor said that in 100 years, he will be considered a legendary person who had the greatest influence on the world of forging. Tyler is pleased that the master thinks so about him, but his expectations are based on ignorance, that in 100 years, he will still be at the stage of key hardening. I urgently need to change the topic, so Tyler asked Alex about his invention. Is there any progress there? The brothers said that after returning they will be able to begin the practical implementation of Tyler's development. Perhaps one day everyone in the sect will have his means of communication in their hands, and for this, he will be awarded. In the future, the various information transmission devices already available can be thrown out and replaced with its universal means of communication. All students will be able to communicate with each other through it, accept the sect's tasks, report on their completion, and much more. If Tyler's development becomes widespread, maybe then he will be able to improve it and add an online store. If he builds AliExpress here, then the issue with the chronic shortage of spiritual stones can be closed forever. Tyler decided to use his far sight ability and see what was in the distance. He wondered what kind of island was there. The brother replied that this is not an island, but the top of a turtle shell at the Mahayana stage. Alex wondered if Tyler had ever eaten sea acorns. They live attached to the surface of rocks, plants, and, among other things, giant turtles. In this region, they are especially tasty. You can probably already order them in the canteen. They looked very strange, but Tyler still decided to try them. These sea acorns have a rather specific and island taste, and he didn't really like it. Suddenly, Sister Katrina and a girl who came with a cracked bowler in a new outfit, Tyler barely recognized her, sat down at their table. Brother asked Katrina where their beloved dad was, to which she replied that his favorite pot exploded, and now he doesn't even have the mood to leave his cabin. Alex felt funny because the third-class alchemist's cauldron exploded, and he wanted to come to him and tease him a little. Tyler asked him better not to do this, because with his cultivation level it's better not to. So in this state he can easily hang from the ceiling by the ears. Alex asked to give him a new pot. He himself is unlikely to contact the blacksmiths for repairs, and asked his sister to tell him that it was she who traded him with her friend. Tyler also has a father, but he never got around to using that punishment stick. A girl named Sophia said that after repairing her bowler hat became better than before, and thanked Tyler for it. By the way, she is the beloved daughter of the combat squad mentor nicknamed Voevoda. I wonder how she is going to thank him. The girl said that when they return, she will take the pot to the Chamber of Commerce for evaluation and will pay him the difference. Katrina noticed that Tyler was flirting with her sister. You need to be careful with her. After all, she is the beloved daughter of the commander's mentor from the combat squad. If something happened, it's scary to imagine what he could do to Tyler. Once he had a chance to meet that governor, I especially remember his axe. He deliberately dulls it so as not to chop, but to break the bones of his enemies. Sophia asked Katrina not to say anything stupid and not to disgrace her anymore. She is too shy a girl. Tyler was still thinking about who to choose, Katrina or Sophia, but there is a third option. Choose everyone. That's what he needs. But they were fooling around, and that's enough. Katrina simply admired her repaired bowler hat and brought her to Tyler so that she could thank him again. For him, this is nothing. He only spent a little spiritual energy, and besides, she brought raw materials with her. Tyler decided it was better not to mess with her if he wanted to live longer. Suddenly, a signal came into his head from Michael. It seems that he and his wife are in danger. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Throne sect's jurisdiction, Michael fought with some monsters who tried to seduce him in every possible way. They constantly wanted to show him something and asked him not to run away, calling him handsome. The boy needs to report this to management as soon as possible, because this area is under the jurisdiction of their sect, and here werewolves are now walking around like at home. One of them sat in a very sexy position and told him to stop and examine her in detail. The guy fell into an illusion and then found himself surrounded by these werewolf perverts. The werewolf girl asked him to show everything he was capable of. She even agreed to sacrifice a couple of sisters for the sake of possessing him. Michael said that if they kill him, the sect members will discover it very quickly and figure them all out so they can kill them right away. But they didn't want to kill such a handsome guy. They needed him alive. With the help of their seduction techniques, they took over his mind under the pretext that they would arrange for him a real paradise on earth. Michael has often been in deadly scrapes, but he always managed to survive. But Tyler knew that right now, he was in trouble. Well, it's okay. When he gets home, he'll probably be able to get him out of this shit as usual. Looks like Michael will have a very fun night with these werewolf perverts. 3 more days of Tyler's expedition on this flying ship have passed. At this time, he communicated with Adrian. He said that in ancient times there were methods of cultivating the 13th stage of hardening sea and higher, but now they are all lost. In addition, he was told that it was better not to try to resort to such practices. Otherwise, he could cause the wrath of heavenly will, and then everything would end badly for Tyler. Tyler thought there was no point in him lying and took his word for it. He told him that he asked the pure ones out of curiosity, not even for himself. Adrian's soul felt better from such words. As soon as Tyler returns home, he will closely study this issue. If such methods existed, he will get to the bottom of them. As a thank you for saving Adrian's life, the answer to his question would not be enough. So he offered to go to the dining room and treat him to the best sea acorns, and also get drunk. So he spent the rest of the month on the ship and returned back to his homeland. His students were very happy that their mentor was back. The smile on their faces did not disappear for a second. They wanted Tyler to take them with him next time, and promised that they would not cause him unnecessary trouble, because who else would take care of his mentor if they were not around? Tyler asked Einek if he trained here while he was away. He said that of course they trained. This can be confirmed by his sister Jennifer. Tyler grabbed her by the pigtails and asked if she would lie to him to get rid of her brother. The girl replied that Aunt Jerica said that she had already grown up and was no longer a child, so she should not be pulled by her pigtails. Reluctantly, Tyler will give in to her on this issue. Although he already changed his mind, it seems that the girl had false pigtails. Even his brother didn't know about it. For this, Jennifer kicked Tyler on the back, so much so that she herself began to hurt. Tyler was very pleased to return home and see them. He really missed his home and was pleased to return here from such a long trip. Tyler asked Enoch to call Michael and Jerica to throw a banquet in honor of his return. And now everything was assembled. Tyler, with the help of his culinary techniques, was able to prepare food very quickly, and Enoch helped him with this, setting the festive table. Children were so full that they immediately lay down on the bed. With the mentors in the house, you can relax and sleep with your eyes closed. They ate and are sleeping. They also say that they are no longer children. It all looks very nice. Until the moment Tyler turned to Michael and Jerica, he already knew that these desperate creatures had possessed his friends. One of them showed his essence and invited Tyler to come over to their side, because when they finish their business here, they can leave him in charge on this continent. Tyler thought it was too ambitious to remain the main one on the continent among these monsters. He didn't care about their plans. They dared to move into his friends, which means their conversation with him would be short. The werewolves put on divine armor and prepared for battle, but it seemed they knew nothing about this armor. They completely forgot to find out from Michael and Elizabeth's memories that it was Tyler who created this armor. It seems they still think they can defeat him with this equipment. The turnover did not answer that they would still have time to get to know him better, and were now activating their illusion technique. Suddenly, Tyler found himself at the entrance to his house. Behind him came a very familiar, gentle, and beautiful voice. As it turned out, it was his wife, Elizabeth. She said that the food was already on the table and also prepared water for bathing. Then, she asked, first he wants to eat or swim, or just start on the sweet stuff. I think everyone understands what we're talking about. Tyler said if the sweet thing is Elizabeth, then he chooses option 3. The guy put her on the bed, and was about to take off her delicate thin dress. He is so impatient. The girl hugged him and said that she missed him very much. In their conversation, the tenderness that they said to each other began to intertwine. As it turned out, Tyler understood that it would happen after all. Therefore, with the help of his technique, he replaced his body with Michael's body. As it turned out, he also attacked them with enchanting spells. It's strange why they stopped. Tyler wanted the guys to continue because he was planning to watch a porn performance without an intermission. After that, Tyler, with the help of his technique, released the souls of these werewolves who had possessed them from the body of Michael and Jerry. Michael again began to thank his brother for saving them again. The moment he was captured by 3 were foxes at the golden elixir stage, he was thinking of killing himself. But suddenly he remembered how Tyler said that no matter what shit he got himself into, the main thing was to return home alive, and Tyler would find a way to clean him up. At that moment, Michael refused suicide and did the right thing. Now he is alive thanks to his friend. Now Tyler will look at what they did to Michael and return his suffering to these monsters twice as much. Michael told him that there was no need to stir it up, because he already had them in his hands and simply asked him to destroy them. But Tyler did not want to do this, because he was his brother, and must avenge him at the highest level. Tyler saw this from their memories. Despite the fact that the passage between the worlds was held by the efforts of several sects, a group of werewolves, excellent in the techniques of influencing the mentality and fooling the brains, were able to cross into their world. He also saw there how they cruelly mocked Michael, in terms of pestering him like prostitutes. Jerica didn't like this very much. She didn't want to hear anything. Michael said that he would explain everything to her, because by that time they already had complete control over his mind, and it was no longer him. Jerica said that they wouldn't make trouble here and would talk to him at home, and Tyler gave him a flask with werewolves so that he could receive a reward. Michael wanted to receive the reward and bring it to the last spiritual stone to Tyler, but he said that he could keep everything for himself. The main thing is to hurry up. It is necessary to notify management as soon as possible, because after a short time the werewolf will become aware of the failure of their foray. Meanwhile, in the border area where the werewolf hideout is located, well, a couple of days passed since the werewolves were discovered. The guy even felt kind of sorry for them. Perhaps their leader should have sent more people to take over this world. The guy won't let them destroy him himself because it would be unfortunate to lose them like that. Werewolves still dream of the revival of their hegemony, as it was in ancient times. Really, they still haven't understood who is now in the role of the hunter, and who is in the role of the game. Another year of Tyler's life in this world has passed. 14 years have already passed since our arrival in this world, during which time the memories of our past life have not gone away. On the contrary, every year they cause an even more acute feeling of melancholy. Tyler needs to get rid of these destructive thoughts. Sooner or later, he will find a way to return home, but depression will not bring him closer to this. The guy again felt the already familiar chill run through his body. It looks like this is the main character, Adrian. He said that his friend Michael tells everyone that in their sect, there is no better blacksmith than Tyler. So Adrian needs help. Lately, he has been studying the information of the flying dragon swords. He lacks 36 second-class flying swords to use. Michael not only doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut, he also gave away Tyler's home address to the main character. From friendship with Adrian, Tyler has nothing but losses, and he still has the impudence to ask him to show up. But he really can't break through at the stage of the birth of the spirit, so Tyler is the only chance for him. Tyler missed so much the times when he first met, when his mentor had not yet jumped out of his ring, and he received more from him than he lost. Therefore, the boy didn't really want to do this job. Forging flyballs is a hassle in itself, and since they are needed for one formation, then all of them must be made of identical material. But Tyler said that this is beyond his capabilities. The old swordsman told Adrian not to listen to him. If he wants to master the information of the swords of the fluttering dragon and also wants to take revenge on the bride who ditched him, then he needs to be more persistent and not mumble like a rag, or he experiences a record that Having ascended into heaven, he will remain with him forever in an unpaid debt. Adrian said that he is not a freeloader, and he found this box among ancient ruins. Perhaps there is something very valuable in it, so he gives it to Tyler. After such a gift, Tyler accordingly agreed to help him. A little later, he will write him a list of the necessary materials that he needs to bring, and then he will begin to complete the work. The old swordsman said that he was a fool, because if he scattered such treasures left and right, then he would ascend to the kingdom of the Celestials with his bare ass. Tyler sees this thing and such runes for the first time. This time he will definitely not be left in the red. When he escorted Adrian to the exit, he noticed a strange stone in the sedan yard. As it turned out, it was Jennifer. Tyler asked her not to turn into such an ugly boulder anymore, because she can be seen with the naked eye from a kilometer away. The girl screamed and told him more than once not to grab her pigtails. The girl tried very hard on herself and not in vain. She is making very good progress in this. When they got home, Jennifer asked if it was true that Tyler found her because the boulder was ugly. The boy replied that of course not. So when she manages to deceive the eyes of her mentor, she herself will understand what her mistake was. But for now, she needs to work on herself. The girl noticed that sometimes Tyler's facial expression does not at all correspond to his stated age. The mentor asked me if she brought anything interesting to the assignment. The girl found a piece of willow for which she sacrificed the rest of her loot. Tyler really liked what the girl found, although she didn't understand what it was. Due to a lightning strike, natural lightning ore was imprinted on this piece of wood. He kept the rune for himself, and from pieces of willow he made a pill with vitality for Jennifer and asked her to take it. In case of a mortal wound, she needs to accept it and thereby restore her health. Then Tyler asked where her brother was, to which her sister replied that he had gone on a mission with Uncle Michael. Now, Uncle Michael is the captain of his squad. Tyler said that when she meets her brother, she will tell him that sometimes an excessive desire to develop quickly leads to counterproductive results, and Uncle Michael is an example of this. He has been trying his best for so many years, and he himself is still at the second stage of laying the foundations. Finally, Michael and Enoch returned home, but not empty-handed. Michael said, "I'm trying that I found a very extraordinary spiritual ore in the lair of a certain beast, and brought it to Tyler for expert evaluation. Sometimes this guy can do a lot of good." In the morning, Tyler was thinking about killing him when he found out how he was talking about him all over the area, and even gave out his address to Adrian. For once, he brought him this. Then Tyler decided to forgive him if he also told where he found this ore. Michael, although without, somehow managed to find such an exotic ore, thereby delighting his brother. For the first time, Tyler comes across spiritual ore with similar properties. The invested consciousness is stored in it for a long time, and it goes well with different items. If you install a piece of this ore inside the combat dolls, they will contain a piece of Tyler's consciousness. He did so and decided to test his newest model, Monkey, conscious version in action. For this, he set up a sparring match between an ordinary doll and a doll with spiritual ore. The battle began, and the first one to attack was an ordinary wolf doll. His attacks consist of biting and striking with his claws. The monkey doll easily figured out the wolf's weak point and delivered a powerful blow there. It was amazing. A tiny piece of ore that turned the fighting doll into a real monster for killing. Its combat power is 5 times greater than Tyler. When Michael came to him, he asked him why he was killing animals in his yard, and thought that he had absolutely nothing to do. This time he came to repair his super armor, which he damaged in the battle with werefoxes. For this, he brought all the necessary materials for their repair. Everything according to Tyler's list. Michael simply bought most of it, begged Jerica for spiritual stones, and if she wasn't stingy, it means she was ready to forgive Michael. Michael rejoices early, because 20,000 kilometers away from them, there is a sect of 100 flowers, as they say. The students of that sect are very greedy for men. Only as soon as a more or less handsome guy comes to them, they immediately begin to seduce him, even if he's at least 3 times. Michael heard about them because one of his squad went to them and still hasn't returned. Then his mentor went there to pick him up, and in the end he returned barely alive. "You still don't understand what I mean," Tyler asked him. He meant that Michael should not go there under any circumstances, and if he does go, he should at least think about means of protection. It's strange, but Michael didn't intend to go there, but Tyler told him about it. Well, everything turned out to be even funnier. His mentor said that in the near future, he would have to go to the 100 Flowers sect. Michael looked at him as if he was about to cry and asked him not to go there. In a month, they will hold a joint conference with them to exchange experiences. The sect leaders will personally reward the students who have performed excellently, and Michael was the mentor's favorite student, and he would not let him miss such a chance. The guy had no other choice but to kneel down and beg the mentor not to let him go there, arguing that he is a family man and he can't go there. The mentor looked at him and said that with such a face it was really dangerous to let him in there. Therefore, he decided to help him and assured the boy not to worry about it. At the same time, Adrian came to Tyler. They discussed his latest work. Tyler has already cut the cost to a minimum, even cheaper, and he will only make him a digging stick. Adrian asked him to think about what else he could save, because he doesn't have 100,000 spiritual stones. He seems to be the poorest protagonist in history. Where are his millions valuable items and rare swords? Grandfather Swordsman conveyed very powerful, but at the same time extremely costly information to Adrian. He was lucky that even Brother Tyler was in his position like a brother. What would he do without him? Over the years, Adrian could have saved millions, but he constantly spent everything to earn money, because his grandfather, the swordsman, needed resources for restoration. 6 main swords needed to be regularly upgraded, and 12 auxiliary swords also needed to be upgraded. Tell him that he had to live modestly, so he can only give simple advice. Try your luck away from the sect, there is a better chance of finding something valuable. Adriano, on the advice of Tyler, decided to go to a pawn shop, and now he can buy back these items within a year, after paying interest. Diet. The swordsman told him that he was a disgrace, and when he found himself in a large chiliacosm, he did not dare to mention that he was his student, because only drunks go to the pawn shop. Adrian said that the old man would get another similar phrase and resources for recovery himself. It took Tyler so much effort to remove the seal from the box, but nothing. But now he will see what kind of treasure the main character gave him. When he opened it, his face was engulfed in a bright yellow light that came from this box. It looked like it was something valuable. Meanwhile, Adrian was looking for his jade ball for illumination, but could not find it. As it turned out, Tyler ended up with this jade ball for lighting. He couldn't believe that someone would put such a small thing in such a reliable box. Everything became clear to him. It seems the bastard mentor pulled the treasures out of here and replaced them with a ball. It turns out that he was set up, but the old man can also be understood, because the main thing for him is to get more resources for restoration. Meanwhile, an event began in the 100 Flowers sect, and Michael and his mentor arrived at it. Fortunately, his mentor changed him and gave him a spell to disfigure his face. Maybe this way he will be able to avoid problems. He promised Jerica that if there was another Werfox incident, he would hang himself right in front of her. The girls had already surrounded Michael's mentor. They groped him everywhere and asked why he was so gloomy. But he said that he was very pleased with their warm welcome and was not against their actions. The sect leader did not believe him and decided to come closer to him. Then she asked him not to hide his true appearance, but to open up. Is she really so ugly? Why does his gaze avoid her? But if he looks up, he won't leave here. Michael watched all this and even got a little excited, but didn't show it. Suddenly, a girl sat on his lap. Her legs were long, straight, and beautiful. She thought that Michael wanted to stroke them. History repeats itself. Same as with the fox werewolves, Michael must hold on. Meanwhile, Tyler watched the sunrise. He's a good guy, damn it, and never offended the main character. Then why is fate so unfair to him in relationships with him? Because he himself is not a villain either, but next to him. Always unlucky, and every time he remains in the red. Finally, he prepared this chick. 500 more of the same, and he will be able to awaken a weak spiritual fire, after which he will be able to become a third-class blacksmith. Once again, he comes to the conclusion that he needs to stay away from the main character, and if it doesn't work out, then he'll move again. Suddenly, Adrian came to him. He gave him all the necessary materials to pick up his flying swords. Tyler told him to come in a month. Well, what will happen if the guy stops helping him? Doesn't turn into someone locked up whom he will blame for his failures. Just the thought of this fills him with fear. Adrian said that Tyler was right when he advised him to try his luck away from the sect. 10,000 kilometers from here, he found a spring with enriched iron. Although this place is infested with werewolves, the mine may be small, but according to his estimates, they will be able to dig up ores worth 5 million spiritual stones in it. It is guarded by a herd of large tusked elephants at the golden elixir stage. Although there are a few individuals at the birth of the spirit stage, they will be able to go there immediately after finishing with the flying balls, and the spoils will be divided 50-50. Tyler asked him if he wanted to enrich him, or give him a death sentence because during their last adventures, he could have died twice. Adrian asked him not to leave because he wants to share with him like a brother, and go on such adventures. One day he will become the first swordsman of all you of the heavenly throne, and Tyler will be the blacksmith, and then they will ascend to heaven together, and legends will be made about their friendship. Adrian leaned very close to him and said that they were perfect for each other, which Tyler didn't quite like. Adrian said that he is a born swordsman, and Tyler is a talented blacksmith, and their union is destined by heaven. After these words, Tyler definitely won't go. He decided to ask him why he couldn't go alone to dig up the mine. Adrian replied that she couldn't do it alone, because while he was distracting the elephants, someone had to dig at that time. This is the territory of werewolves. If instead of distracting attention, he simply slaughters everyone, then serious problems will begin. Moreover, large tusked elephants occupy a position between werewolves and beasts. Killing them is a bad omen. Then Tyler decided to give him a miner. He doesn't even need to manage. He will do everything himself. You just need to hide him somewhere in the bushes next to the spring in advance, then distract the elephants, and then he will do all the work much faster than Tyler would do it. Emperor Swordsman tells Adrian not to stop and think about how else he can shake something useful out of his friend. Then he told Tyler that if I went to the lair of those terrible creatures without him, it could still be very dangerous. The guy decided to give him also a set of armor, taking into account that he would return it later. But if, as a result of the operation, he gains around 2 million, then minus the costs of a super cool miner and second-class armor, he will still remain in the black. Tyler told Adrian that he could come 3 months later for flying balls, a miner and armor. Then he decided to reconnoiter the situation around the mine so as not to waste time. It was strange for Tyler that Adrian's mentor was working against him. After all, when brother Adrian asked him for something else, the smile on his face looked clearly forced. There was a feeling that he was very embarrassed, and he didn't want it, which means Tyler would have to defend himself from him. Last time his mentor pulled out the treasure and replaced it with a jade ball, but nothing. The time will come, and Tyler will remember this to the old bastard. Meanwhile, in the 100 Flowers sect, Michael has never made so much mental effort, especially to maintain chastity. He passed the test of beauties. This girl, who was sitting on his lap, offered him a hug goodbye since they were not destined to be together.
Michael was against hugs because he is a family man and you can say goodbye with words.
But the girl did not agree to his requests, so she ran up to him and hugged him. And at this time she placed a magical kiss on his neck, which cannot be easily erased. This made Michael very angry, because he definitely couldn't live at home after this. The girls pretended that they didn't understand what happened and why it angered him so much. Michael replied that he just wanted to ask why she did this to him, because he didn't do anything to her. The girl answered him that she wanted to mark him as hers, and that's all. Now, we are moving to the abode of the Supreme Master, which is located in the territory of the Heavenly Throne sect. His mentor Elizabeth came to him. The sect leader received her with a warm visit. She said that she just brought her student to see her husband, and asked not to devour her with his eyes. In addition, she has little respect for this section, and she was not going to join them because she can already take whatever she wants from them. The sect leader said that he had no such thoughts. He only hoped to make her short visit as comfortable as possible. The girl really liked this exquisite tea, which the leader of all you yourself did not try, because, according to him, he is not worthy of it. She asked me to make another pot of tea for her. She really seemed to like this tea a lot. At the same time, his wife Elizabeth arrived to Tyler. She became so tall. Their separation was very long.
Long time no see. These are the first words the girl said when meeting him.
She was incredibly happy to see him. Even if she has a teacher at the Mahayana stage, it won't stop her from becoming attached to such a loser like him. Tyler thought that she, having such a powerful mentor, would immediately forget him. The children noticed this girl and used her with the celestial goddess because she flew in riding a huge divine bird. And it also happened with the mentor's wife. Elizabeth was so happy to see him that drool began to flow from her mouth onto his clothes. Tyler asked her to remove them, because these are his favorite clothes made of 100% natural silk. She asked him to fly with her, because she is already quite an adult. I won't be able to have children, so that I can live in perfect harmony until the end of their days. But everything is going so well for the girl, so Tyler didn't want to interfere in her cultivation process. Let her mentor be against it, and suggested waiting a little. The children, seeing her, greeted her and called her mother mentor. Tyler said he took these kids on as his students after they saved his life. Elizabeth decided to give them a gift, and give them gifts in the form of cones with some kind of liquid. Unfortunately, it was time for her to fly away. She promised that as soon as she completed her training with her mentor, they would live together forever. Tyler asked her to wait. Previously, he treated her like a little sister, but when he saw her inside his illusion, which he created to deceive the werefoxes, he finally understood how he felt about her and proposed marriage to her. In this village, it is customary that when a man himself puts a ring on a girl's hand, then from then on, they are truly considered husband and wife. And now, the very moment of separation has come. They will miss each other for a long time. Her mentor asked what she liked so much about this guy, because he was a small-scale cultivator at the key-quenching stage, and not even particularly handsome. Elizabeth said that the mentor is wrong, and her husband is the most talented person in this world. When she first met him at the age of 13, she immediately realized that they were destined to be together. The heavenly spirit rarely makes mistakes, so the mentor decided to trust him this time too. If Elizabeth wants to start living with him as soon as possible, then she needs to study hard, and when she reaches the stage of merging, then the mentor will let her go in all 4 directions. It will take from 1,000 to 2,000 years, and in most cases, it all depends on the student. Will she really not be able to see her husband until then? A question mark. The mentor said that she has no goal to interfere with their common happiness, because when she reaches the stage of the birth of the spirit, she will allow her to spend a month with her husband every year, if the previous 11 months she is satisfied with her efforts. Mother's mentor gave Tyler students pills based on the blood of the phoenix. These are very valuable pills, and in case of critical injury, such a pill can save lives before consciousness leaves the body. Tyler didn't even have one. He even felt a little jealous of his wife and students. Then, the students offered him to take their pills, but he refused and said that he did not take pills from children. The most joyful moment in his life is that today he is a married man. At the forge, he began working with consciousness retention ore and enriched iron ore. The latest conscious models of fighting dolls have shown themselves to be excellent, but their creation requires scarce ore to retain consciousness. The next step is the invention of a device that could itself control the consciousness of fighting dolls. Suddenly, someone snuck into the territory of his house and his dome reacted to this. It is unclear who it was, because the man's face was completely shrouded. Tyler went out into the yard to see who it was. When he saw this person, he asked why he wrapped his neck in such and such heat. As it turned out, it was Michael, and, as always, he asked for his help. As a result of the business trip, his conscience remained clear. But his neck was not very... But he didn't come empty-handed. He bought this thing at the Doll Hermit Fair. He felt that this thing should belong to Tyler, so it cost him 10,000 spirit stones. This is not the first time that Michael's attractiveness has brought him benefits. Tyler can't wait to find out what gift fate has in store for him this time. Tyler believed him and said that he would definitely help him. The longer he looked at this hickey, the more sure he was that it was left right on his soul. Even if Michael's soul moved to another body, the same hickey would pop up on him again. Apparently, the beauty who gave him a hickey was in love with him, because you can get such a strong hickey only once in a lifetime. Tyler said that it was no longer possible to remove the hickey, because it had already merged with his soul. Only when he breaks through to the stage of birth of the spirit will his soul be cleansed and shed this mark. However, there was still a method, but it was very cruel. Michael was very scared when Tyler picked up this huge blade. Russia cannot be eliminated. There is only one option left. Tyler's gaze frightened Michael so much that he almost shit himself from fear. Tyler pushed into the fence. The guy didn't understand why his brother wanted to kill him. As it turned out, Tyler used his secret technique in the place where the hickey was numb with a red aura. When Michael screamed, Tyler took this chance and also threw him a healing pill. If Tyler had warned him, the boy would have been even more frightened, so he decided to act without further ado. It seemed to work. Only there was a small scar left after such actions. Tyler told him not to worry, because when he breaks through to the spirit birth stage, the scar will go away, along with the hickey. Or maybe not. After all, this is just a hypothesis. How would he know that? At night, Adrian decided to go to the Valley of Large Tusked Elephants. He and the grandfather swordsman need to use their brains faster. Otherwise, they will both die here. Emperor Grandfather said that 600 kilometers west of here there is a magical teleportation field and he can activate it. I wonder where they will be able to teleport. But this is not so important. Now the #1 task is to stay alive. This field looks very familiar, as if the old man had seen it before. Tyler, without hesitation, decided to listen to his grandfather and jump into this portal with him. His face and his whole body was blinded by bright purple energy. This energy was so powerful that it could be seen from anywhere in the world. Bitter energy flew over the house of Tyler, who fell asleep in his rocking chair. The students ran up to him to wake him up and go to sleep inside the house. But before that, Jennifer decided to show him a spiritual liquid in the performance of energy. She found it in the lake and saw a portal at the bottom, on the other side of which a bunch of ancient treasures, artifacts, and rare plants were probably hidden. Her brother sensed the presence of beasts at the golden elixir stage, so he did not allow her to enter it. Tyler happily asked them if they were sure that there was no one there, more dangerous than the animals at the golden elixir stage. After that, Tyler asked them many more questions, such as, will it be easy to get out of that portal, or do they have a retreat plan in case they encounter more dangerous enemies with this beast at the stage of the golden elixir? How big is the ring that can hold all the loot, and so on? Jennifer has already thought through all these questions and drawn up a clear action plan. Everything looked convincing, and Tyler decided to trust her plan. The mentor decided to go with them, especially since he had not gone outside the sect for a long time, and this outing does not look dangerous. Days later, they arrived at the very place where the treasure lake was located. Maybe they should build a small hut to live here longer. Tyler wondered how his student was able to find this place. She was chasing a little fox and came across this lake, and the little fox ran away. He is so cute, small, white, and fluffy, with golden purple eyes, said the student. Suddenly, an unknown man brought them this fluffy little fox. It turned out that this little fox was very shy. As soon as they arrived, this little guy was watching them all the time. At first, Tyler wanted to let him go, but he suddenly started making fun of him. Just think. The animal at the 6th stage of the hardening stage made fun of Tyler himself. Since the students need it so much, they can take it. The guys were very happy about this and thanked their mentor for this. Now they had big plans for this animal. They wanted to make friends with it as quickly as possible. Tyler decided to quickly get down to business and went with his students to that portal. Jennifer showed her mentor the entrance to this portal. The door was filled with different ores. It looks like there really is something precious there. They opened the door and entered this portal. It turns out that such a small lake hides such a big world. Tyler decided to share with his students his latest development, the Master of Puppets. in simple terms, the control center for conscious doll models. He ordered this lord to leave 50 dolls for collecting herbs and another 50 for mining ore, and send the rest on a punitive expedition against the beasts at the Golden Elixir stage. Then, he tried to drain the lake with the help of the sea-swallowing vessel. Tyler used this vessel and the lake began to be absorbed at the moment. But will everything be so simple? The lake dried up, and they saw that they were surrounded by many wild animals who wanted to kill them. The timer asked Jennifer to remember the secret technique with the longest name he gave her. She said that it was Armstrong's cyclotron jet gun. She remembered this name well, because, as you know, the longer the name, the stronger the technique. Then, today, we will see the full power of this jet cannon. Tyler aimed this cannon at the animals and fired a powerful shot. In an instant, several animals that the gun was aimed at burned to the ground. The students were surprised by this because all the animals standing in the way turned into dust. What a strong mentor they have. They need to use the time to strengthen their own authority, because when the students surpass him, it will be more and more difficult to impress them. Jennifer suggested that the mentor look for animals at the stage of the birth of the spirit and test the gun on them. It seems that she forgot what Tyler taught her, because the most important thing is to save life and not get into trouble. Suddenly, the Overlord reported that the fighting dolls had met with a beast that they could not cope with, and the object was rapidly heading towards them. The presence of the powerful beast was even sensed by the students, and it scared them a little. But they were not going to panic, because they had a mentor with them. They were determined, and were going to repel the enemy.
Tyler was pleased that his students were doing well with their courage.
But he said that this enemy was too tough for them, and asked to step back. The mentor suggested carefully observing him, and absorbing his invaluable experience. He, using his attack technique, sent energy arrows towards the beast. As it turns out, he has wings and can fly, thereby dodging Tyler's attack. But for Tyler, this was not a problem. He also dealt with such people in no time. He asked the students to remember that even when the enemy looks already defeated, and his carcass lies lifeless, you need to continue to finish him off, just in case. This time, Loba is considered large, because the vessel for absorbing the seas fits the entire lake, and if he had gotten here in the company of the main character, he would probably have managed to stumble upon more terrible threats here. Even if he hadn't died, he would have left with nothing. The same time, in the world of werewolves, Adrian became the young prince of the royal family of wolves. It was like a limited skin, but in fact it was a disguise. He had been here for a very long time and wanted to go back, but the swordsman grandfather was in no hurry, so he had not yet told him how to get out of here. It's not every day that you find yourself in the world of werewolves, so you need to make the most of this chance. To disguise him, he used technology from the great Chiliacosm, so even the strongest werewolves of this world do not recognize him as a person. So we need to start searching for treasures and other useful resources. Adrian still needs many more swords than he has now. When she appears to be at the Mahayana stage, the old man will give him a formation that will require 10,000 swords, and then he will not even have equals in heaven. In other words, Adrian will be able to become the ruler of all celestial beings. Although where will he get 10,000 swords? If we are talking about simple iron swords, then they can be bought from lay blacksmiths. But what is the use of them? Grandfather the swordsman was talking about flying swords. When he is at the crossing stage, he will take him to his hiding place at the junction of worlds. Even a small share of the treasures there would be enough to cover the cost of making 10,000. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge hand appeared above him and was about to grab him. When she did this, the old man decided to leave him alone and ordered him to act according to the situation. This creature loves such brave wolves, who are not afraid to walk alone in such terrible places, so he decided to take him as a student. Ever since Tyler's students took him for easy prey at the bottom of the lake, he stopped patronizing them too much and allowed them to develop on their own. He spent all his time making pills and fighting dolls. His life flowed calmly and serenely, especially considering the fact that Adrian had not bothered him for a long time. 10 whole years have passed. Tyler, without noticing it, has already lived in this world for 36 years. It seemed to him as if only yesterday Michael's first child, Arthur, was born, and today he is already a part of his daily life. His student Jennifer has also grown up so much and asked him why he was sighing so sadly. Tyler said he's wondering what might happen to him if he doesn't break through to the foundation stage in the next 100 years. The student couldn't believe it because Tyler doesn't just break through. He clearly has a plan. Besides, even at the stage of key hardening, he is already superior to Uncle Michael in everything. Everyone knows that if necessary, Tyler will find a way to even move the sky. For her, he will always be the strongest. Tyler was very happy about this and began to pull her pigtails. Jennifer no longer knew how to stop this old scoundrel from grabbing her pigtails. Suddenly, Michael came to visit him. And why aren't the internal disciples of the sect sitting in the inner sector? Why do they constantly go to Tyler? Is it really possible for me to visit my old friend for a long time? Michael couldn't afford it. But he came to me just like that, and as always, on business. The little students left, and now Michael can talk about why he really came. He asked Tyler to accept another student, and it was about the son of one of his friends. It seems like this is a case where by friend you mean yourself. Michael asked not to look at him with such contempt, but Tyler would like to hear all the details. This happened 7 years ago. Then a student from the Thousand Cloud sect arrived to them as an exchange student, and they often sent her on missions together. On one of these forays, they came across the Snake of 7 Desires at the stage of the Golden Elixir. Together they somehow finished her off. But before her death, she managed to throw poison that induces sexual desire in their direction. And they were both amazed. Michael fought tooth and nail to maintain his chastity. He asked Tyler if he had ever heard of interspiritual conception. After being struck by snake venom, they desperately resisted the desire for physical intercourse growing within them, but they did not realize how at the same time the essences of our souls merged together, which resulted in the birth of a new life. Michael found out that brother Tyler wouldn't believe him if all this didn't happen to him. He wouldn't believe such a story himself, but it's true. If it was, then his child is very special. It would be stupid for Tyler to refuse such a student. His mother died a year ago after returning to her sect, so her agreement to apprentice him to Tyler did not matter. Tyler agreed to take his students and asked to see the child. They approached him. Tyler introduced himself to him and asked what his name was. He said that his name is Mark. He is 6 years old, and he already knows 1,000 hieroglyphs. Tyler asked him if he wanted to become his student. He really wanted to, because Uncle Michael said that if he studied with him, he could one day become an invincible cultivator. He wants to become like this in order to find his father and make him repent at his mother's grave. According to rumors, his father himself was a victim of circumstances, but the goal is worthy. Tyler approves of it. The last step left is to pass Tyler's test. If he passes his test, the boy will be able to accept him as a student. At the same time, through the cross-border portal through which Adrian entered the world of werewolves, wild wolves came out, who did not understand what place they had ended up in, about where they are and what they will do. They asked their bear commander. He felt that a bird was flying behind him and decided to use his technique to grab it. He extracted memories from this bird and realized that they were in the human world. He decided to report their findings as soon as possible, because they had made a serious breakthrough. Having a teleportation point, the return of their race is a matter of the near future. And Adrian had the feeling that he and his swordsman grandfather were deep in shit. The old man told him to look at the world positively, because he was lucky to be a student of a mentor at the Mahayana stage. He knows a lot about killing people, so you need to listen to him carefully and remember. Tyler squinted at the weapon. He was happy that he finally managed to make a sniper rifle of decent quality, even though it was quite difficult to implement. True, he did not make it for himself. He will make the same one for himself if this rifle proves itself well. Suddenly, his students, excited about something, ran up to Tyler, Inek and Jennifer. They cried out that something bad had happened. A huge wave of werewolves suddenly appearing out of nowhere was approaching the borders of Xiangzhou, and their leaders were at the Mahayana stage. Moreover, there are rumors that they have already killed all the inhabitants of Shijin country. Tyler was surprised by what he heard. Was there really a werewolf invasion? Tyler sat back and thought about the fact that there would probably be a big werewolf war against humans. Moreover, Tyler had a strange feeling that Adrian had something to do with this. If the war reaches their shores, then many people will be called to the front, and this is the last thing Tyler would want. After all, his students, who could also be summoned, literally grew up before his eyes from the time they were 6 or 7 years old. It feels as if they were Tyler's own children. And since there was no other way out of the situation and he might have to fight, Tyler needed to seriously discuss this issue with his students, to whom he was already so attached. First, Tyler asked them to quit all their tasks starting that day. From now on, they had to train only at home, or rather in the Hall of Illusions recently built by Tyler. Secondly, Tyler considers it necessary to teach them a secret technique for escaping from the battlefield. This way, Tyler will be more calm about the lives of his students. Inek and Jennifer looked curiously at their mentor, nodded obediently, and said that they understood everything. Tyler then jumped up and told one of the students to first go to the market and buy all the ingredients on the list, and the other needed to bring the souls of the beasts to his mentor at the foundation stage. Moreover, the more, the better. As soon as a large-scale war breaks out in their territory, the sect will mobilize all disciples above the chi tempering stage, and, of course, also all the alchemists and blacksmiths. Tyler and his students must approach this moment fully armed. 3 days later, Tyler, as promised, led his students to the Hall of Illusions. He created this hall for immersion in astral illusions. There, his students have an excellent opportunity to hone their existing military techniques and spells to perfection. Although, for example, they will not be able to upgrade their cultivation. In addition, inside the illusion, time will differ from real time, so you cannot stay in this room for a long time. It can be dangerous. Tyler suddenly extended his hand towards the students. These were tonic pills, designed to help avoid side effects from the temporary difference. As soon as the students accept them, they will stay in the Hall of Illusions for 2 years. However, there is no need to be afraid of this, because only a month will pass in the real world. Tyler also noted that in no case should they waste their time there, because they must improve their skills. Tyler also promised them that he would visit them periodically. True, the students were very alarmed that they might disappoint their mentor. Meanwhile, several million werewolves accumulated near the border of Xiangzhou during that month. Led by 5 individuals at the Mahayana stage, the race of werewolves has already swept through a dozen small border countries in a wave of destruction, and the main horror was that where they appeared, rivers of blood flowed. As news was received from the conquered countries, several elders of Xiangzhou at the Mahayana stage decided that the magical teleportation field needed to be destroyed. At the same time, the greatest swordsman of Xiangzhou did not wait for the others, and single-handedly destroyed the passage between the worlds, and at the same time the werewolves at the Mahayana stage, after which he disappeared without a trace. After a month, your werewolves are taken to the restricted area on the border of Xiangzhou, but they sent a message to the people that if the people invaded the forbidden area, then they would break the seal that was holding back the return of the ancient giant werewolves. In the end, the parties entered into an agreement according to which people undertake not to attack the restricted area. But if the werewolves leave her, they will suffer consequences for it. A defense line of 3,000 kilometers was built around the restricted zone, all passages through which were very strictly guarded. A month later, Inek and Jennifer were actively training. Inek took a shot. After demonstrating his swing to his mentor during practice, Inek asked Tyler to evaluate his swing. Tyler was indescribably pleased with them because they were great guys and made his mentor feel proud of them. Having told his students all the essentials, Tyler added that although the werewolves are now in a difficult situation, most likely the end of the conflict still should not be expected. Suddenly, Alex Pusistrat appeared behind them. Rays of delight began to play on Alex's face, like stars lighting up the night sky. He asked Tyler if he had received the message. Alex persuaded his mentor to take him with them. Tyler was unpleasantly shocked. his face filled with confusion and anxiety. He did not understand what he had done to deserve this and what evil he had done that fate was treating him this way. Alex said that several sects decided to jointly deploy large-caliber guns of the 5 elements along the front. Soon, the best blacksmiths of all neighboring sects were supposed to arrive there. This was a great opportunity for them. It was this kind of news that caused Alex to persuade his mentor to take Tyler with them. This is such a great opportunity to watch the best craftsmen at work. Tyler thought that since everything was so good according to Alex, he should express his gratitude to him. The next day, the guys hit the road. Tyler should not have been sad, because perhaps this adventure would not be so dangerous. There were already 6 warriors at the Mahayana stage alone who were being transferred. Tyler's students thought that it was all somewhat reminiscent of a tourist excursion. Enoch suddenly pointed his finger somewhere into the distance and asked his mentor to look in that direction. The front line was already visible from the ship. Tyler moved closer to the student to see what awaited them ahead. Tyler's look said that he was delighted. The place they were heading to looked incomparable and not at all dangerous. Alex asked Tyler why he thought there was so much fuss about the werewolf invasion. However, Tyler did not answer this question, so Alex continued, saying that, in fact, the fact that the werewolves were able to get to their place of arrival in such numbers suggests that they gained control over spatial coordinates. And by controlling spatial coordinates, werewolves can move in their direction in huge numbers, paying a certain price for it. Moreover, they are recognized by the heavenly will of that world. Tyler didn't fully understand what Alex meant, so he asked him about what he said. Alex explained that several 100,000 years ago, werewolves became the masters of that world. And although people managed to drive them away, the heavenly will still recognizes their full right to be there. At one time, ancient werewolves dreamed of uniting their original world with the world of people in order to create a huge single world. When the process of merging the worlds was halfway, people managed to rebel and drive the werewolves to their half. Then the merging of the worlds was interrupted, but by that time, the heavenly will had already perceived these 2 worlds as one, and this, unfortunately, cannot be changed. Thus, neither the invasion of werewolves into the world of people, nor the invasion of people into the world of werewolves, will be perceived by the heavenly will as a violation of the world order. It turns out that the danger of this world has again increased by several levels. This was quite difficult to predict. There is not a single safe corner in the world. Suddenly, an alarm sounded on the ship. Everyone needed to prepare for a meeting with werewolves because another group of them left the forbidden zone. Tyler's students immediately gathered their thoughts and feelings. The menacing roar of werewolves is heard like a thunderclap, starting from the depths of their chest, as if nature itself submitted to their power. The sound pierces the night, vibrating in the air, and seems to call darkness to itself. A frightening atmosphere began to envelop everything around in mysterious darkness. Suddenly, a single shot was heard from the ship, and the werewolves immediately fell silent. Tyler couldn't believe that one shot was enough to end it all. Enoch, meanwhile, was thinking about how great it would be to wield a spell of the same power as this shot. Tyler carefully patted his student on the head and told him to train well because, if he does this, then in just 1,000 years he will achieve such a result. True, Enoch was not very pleased with what he heard, because 1,000 years is so long and not so soon. Suddenly a man approached Tyler with a question about whether Tyler was the same blacksmith who got on the ship on Alex's recommendation. The man needed Tyler to try and repair the heavy 5th-class armor. This man was a real bruiser. He was approximately 2 meters tall. Tyler proudly told him that he could make it happen, and if this man has an inner spiritual fire, then he will have to stand next to him and help. The man made it clear that he was ready for this, and menacingly took Tyler by the shoulder with his heavy and strong hand. This man led Tyler after him, and the students, meanwhile, stood and looked after them in surprise. Soon, Tyler was standing in the forge, focused on the task assigned to him. True, when the man, aka Patrick, asked Tyler if he could repair his armor, Tyler did not even imagine that the said armor was in such a ruined state. It seems that Patrick fought hand-to-hand with some giant werewolf with huge claws. Patrick rolled his eyes, waiting for Tyler to finally try to fix that armor. Tyler asked Patrick to find him a unicorn bone and yellow crystal ore so that he could quickly repair the armor and increase its strength by as much as 20%. Patrick, of course, was shocked by what he heard. He, majestic and very handsome, stood with deeply thoughtful eyes. His gaze seemed to be looking for a catch in Tyler's words. Tyler, being only at the 12th stage of ki quenching, was ready to perform such a miracle. It even looked a bit like deception. Tyler laughed. Since Patrick does not believe in his capabilities, then this is not a problem at all. Tyler will only be better off if his time is free. However, Patrick rolled his eyes and stopped Tyler moving further and further away. After all, there are no random people on the ship, and since Tyler ended up at the front, there is a reason for this. So Patrick agreed to find all the materials necessary to repair and improve the armor. Tyler was even a little amused by this. Tyler then asked Patrick to let him know when everything was ready. Returning to his business, Tyler stood and looked into the distance and began to feign fatigue. And in order to do nothing, he decided to drive his students and ordered them to finish building a temporary home, which would be far from the front line, so that nothing would threaten them. Suddenly, someone was behind Tyler and grabbed him by the shoulder. He disappeared somewhere, which greatly surprised and frightened his young students, who were already having difficulty breathing due to their fatigue. In front of Tyler was Patrick, who was already familiar to him, who had just found a unicorn bone and yellow crystal ore. Then he waited for more commands from Tyler. True, it was enough for Tyler that Patrick provided him with an uninterrupted flow of his spiritual fire. Tyler was ready to do the rest on his own. Tyler concentrated on fixing his armor. His diligent movements are like the dance of a craftsman, precise and harmonious. The magic of his hands merges with art, restoring armor with attention to detail, like an inspired symphony of creativity. Tyler's eyes filled with bright light, an icy spiritual fire, which he had previously only known about from books, lit up in front of his nose. Tyler then looked curiously at his new acquaintance, asking him to finally introduce himself. In response, he heard the name of the mysterious stranger, Patrick Evans. Tyler never ceased to amaze Patrick, who couldn't understand how Tyler even had time for some chatter. Not only could he repair armor with such ease, but he was also able to do something at the same time. Patrick then shared with Tyler that before going to get the materials, he asked one of the mentors about Tyler's personality and successes, to which he received an emotion of admiration in response. According to his mentor, Tyler is a real genius. Moreover, after watching Tyler, Patrick was convinced of this himself. If Patrick Evans is still satisfied with Tyler's work, he will give him a piece of meteorite iron. In his head, Patrick began to think that if Tyler, being only at the 12th level of hardening, was already forging at the level of an experienced master, then many achievements awaited him in the future. Consequently, Patrick wanted to make friends with his new acquaintance. Tyler was obviously delighted by Patrick's offer. After all, there must be at least some advantages from mobilization. Moreover, meteorite iron can be used to make divine weapons and armor. This cannot be purchased on the market. The best part is that Tyler will also take the opportunity to take back the remaining materials that were used to repair the armor. Tyler took a deep breath. He was almost finished reconstructing the form. He also decided to ask Patrick if he had treasures of the element of ice. After all, since the armor had to be restored almost from scratch, then in addition to increasing its strength, it is also possible to equip it with magical abilities. Patrick was disheartened by what he heard. He could not even think that he could also add a magical ability to his pieces of iron. This only further demonstrated Tyler's genius and skill. Patrick walked closer to Tyler and showed him a small chest. He said that all his ice elemental treasures were stored in it. He asked Tyler to choose what he needed to equip his armor. Patrick simply begged Tyler to help him with the armor. Tyler was shocked and pleasantly surprised that Patrick was addressing him as a master. Tyler finally chose the most suitable treasure of the ice element in his opinion, and continued his work. Patrick, meanwhile, moved closer to Tyler again, looking at him admiringly and friendly. He shared the story of this treasure, this ice dragon he killed with his own hands. He then wondered what kind of magical ability his armor would have. Tyler suggested it was a frosty field. This ability was that when Patrick moved carefully, the space around him would freeze, and at the same time, Patrick's inner fire will intensify. From what he heard, Patrick became even more satisfied and happy. He was so worried that he was at a loss. Then the guys had to move on to the main stage of work. If they work well, they will be able to finish what they started in 3 days. It was also first necessary to strengthen the structure with a mixture of unicorn bone and yellow crystalline ore. And from the remains of bone powder, it was possible to make ink and apply runes. And as the last step, Tyler was going to inlay the ice dragon from the very core. Magic flared up around Tyler and Patrick, surrounding them in a blue glow. Shining particles dance in the air like stars in their magical dance. The light reveals the details of their essence, creating an atmosphere of mysterious magical power, which makes this moment unique and magical. The ghost of a dragon appeared in front of them. Patrick bowed to Tyler and handed him the promised piece of meteorite iron, along with 200,000 spiritual stones. True, the picture he saw after this somewhat stopped Patrick. Tyler was so tired that he began to sleep. With his new and improved armor, Patrick's zeal sparkles like fire in his eyes. The readiness to engage in battle was reflected in his every movement. Powerful blows of the sword, flying sparks and a decisive look, like a whirlwind, ready to destroy all obstacles in its path. A monster instantly appeared in front of him, who was only amused by how much courage and confidence the new armor added to Patrick. Patrick ordered the monster to shut up and engage in a duel with him. Patrick has already prepared the monster for defeat. True, such a bold statement surprised the monster. He thought that only he could have so much confidence in his powers, but Patrick's confidence remains groundless. Patrick acts like they're at different stages. A storm of passionate confrontation breaks out between Patrick and the monster. The roar of the beast merges with the decisive cries of the warrior. The sun slowly sank towards the horizon as the battlefield turned into an arena of death. The sounds of swords clashed in the air, mixing with the roar of monsters and the screams of the dying. The winds of war carried with them the screams of dying and roaring monsters, creating a dark symphony. Men trained in the art of war carried out precise strikes in an effort to defeat the terrifying monsters. Suffering permeated the air, like darkness surrounding each participant in this deadly battle. The monsters, wounded and bruised, expressed their suffering through roars and howls. Their eyes shone with despair, and their glances expressed the injustice of fate. People, fighting for their ideals, bore the brunt of losses and fear of the unknown of tomorrow. After Patrick killed the giant bear during the void development stage, werewolves began to cross the front line even more often in large numbers. Jennifer, meanwhile, thought that the appearance of monsters was a great opportunity for her to practice shooting. So, aiming carefully, she aimed the weapon at the giant werewolf. Jennifer suddenly grinned. She had such a good feeling. She was amused by the fact that the enemy could be finished off from a distance of 1,000 meters. Now her favorite toy was not dolls, but definitely the rifle. Enoch also did not waste time. He instantly joined all the warriors in order to help defeat the monster. He was not stopped at all by the cries that he was still a child, and he had no place here, that this battle was only for grown men, that at this rate his spiritual energy would dry up, and he was driving himself into a trap. Enoch the great warrior felt the inner fire of determination within himself as the dark werewolves surrounded him. He decided to raise his power, not to destroy, but to eclipse the darkness that engulfed them all. Enoch stood firm, the embodiment of determination, his eyes shining brighter than stars as he took on the pack of werewolves. The flames began to flare up throughout the area. The fierce battle continued. Enoch was only delighted with what he saw. His level of excitement and interest began to grow rapidly. The boy wished for whole avalanches to appear that would interfere with the monsters. Enoch's magic, like an invisible whirlwind, envelops everything around, creating a play of light and shadow in space. Her enchanting power hovers in the air like a mystical fog, giving every moment a mysterious charm. The silhouette of a frightening and ominous werewolf suddenly appeared in Inek's face, striking everyone around him with his roar. Inek, however, was not at all frightened by this. He was only too glad to use all his abilities, developed over the years, again and again. The expression on his face clearly indicated that he was incredibly proud of himself. Suddenly, Inek's thoughts were interrupted by some menacing roar. Behind him stood a huge monster, which was already preparing to take revenge on Inek for his excessive self-confidence and courage. This didn't scare the boy, but at least it made him become a little more serious and concentrate, carefully considering how to strike back at the monster. The monster flew at the discouraged boy. Then suddenly a very clear and well-aimed shot was fired at the monster. It was Jennifer, who stood and, smiling, held a rifle in her hands. She was incredibly glad that her mentor gave her such a necessary weapon. Inek, keeping up with Jennifer, continued to use his skills to defeat the monsters. Patrick and some wanderer, meanwhile, were watching what was happening from the tower. Vampires being defeated fell like autumn leaves. Patrick was shocked. Young people have become so brave now, their fighting spirit can drive anyone crazy. Even Patrick was not so fierce in his youth. The stranger sitting next to him could not but agree with Patrick. All he did was think about whose student was so professional in dealing with monsters. His attacks are not just powerful, they show a whole system. Patrick invited the stranger to go and find out on his own whose student was doing this. Patrick asked why he came at all. This man replied that he was interested in who forged a set of heavy armor for Patrick. It was about the very armor in which Patrick defeated the giant and ferocious bear. The stranger was amazed that nothing had changed in his cultivation. This means that armor played a key role in the outcome of the confrontation between two rivals of similar strength. Patrick, however, did not see the point in sharing information about such a valuable specialist, so in response to the man's question, he only laughed out loud. But the mysterious man still insisted on his own. He had already obtained all the necessary materials to create divine-level armor. The only thing he lacks to realize this goal is a good blacksmith. Patrick noted that this mysterious wanderer, whose name is Anthony Amber, is standing in line with Master Balian, and at the same time, his turn will come 200 years earlier than Patrick's turn will come. Patrick recalled to Anthony how he still laughed at Patrick about this, and now, after such ridicule, he himself asks Patrick about his blacksmith. Patrick could not understand for himself what benefit he would get from helping Anthony. True, Anthony was able to overcome Patrick's self-confidence in a split second, only by asking him if he still knew what our sister Nancy was dreaming about. After such a question, Patrick even choked on the tea he was drinking. Patrick tried his best to put on a serious face and come to his senses. Stammering due to excitement, Patrick asked again what she was dreaming about. Judging by Patrick's behavior, Nancy clearly did not occupy a minor role in his life. Anthony just grinned in response. He, being a good manipulator, specifically decided not to tell Patrick what he was waiting to hear, fueling his interest. Patrick immediately leaned towards Anthony and began to dance around him, trying to please and win him over. Regarding his blacksmith, he said that this blacksmith is a modest guy, so he doesn't like to receive unnecessary attention. Moreover, he is not even a master yet, but simply a talented beginner. Therefore, Patrick should first ask him if he would mind Patrick telling Anthony about him. Anthony agreed and said he would wait for Patrick to ask his blacksmith for permission. Then Patrick, of course, decided to return to the topic of Nancy, in order to find out more information about her from Anthony. Anthony smiled and said that she wanted to go to the Taoist city of Tsai-Yun and devote herself to learning the truth. But she doesn't have anyone with her yet, and she can't decide on her own. Patrick jumped up and suddenly asked Anthony if any ships were leaving today. Patrick immediately wanted to run and write a vacation application. Within a minute, Patrick ran away somewhere, leaving Anthony alone. Anthony sighed. He began to talk to himself about the fact that love destroys the best of us. Tyler, meanwhile, was near the camp. Tyler took a confident, deep breath. There was such a rich and pungent smell of blood coming from everywhere. which meant there was a serious mess going on at the front line at the moment. Tyler, approaching the battlefield, turned around curiously, and judging by the appearance of the field, the guys clearly did their best. Then Tyler suddenly turned his gaze to his students, who were busy with something. He wondered what his devils were doing. Taking a closer look, Tyler realized that there was a giant egg in front of them. As a joke, he suggested that Inek and Jennifer were going to make him an omelet. But as it turned out, according to Jennifer, they are just trying to understand who is sitting inside there. Jennifer wanted to take the egg home so she could hatch it before it hatched. And while Jennifer was telling all this, her eyes were already shining with interest and happiness. Tyler grunted with displeasure. It was an egg of a soul-banishing eagle. Their maximum is the golden core stage. In general, according to Tyler, they are of little use. Moreover, they look somehow ugly. Then Jennifer added that she was offended then, because they found this egg inside the place where werewolf items were stored. Inside the hollow bone of a giant bird. And after Jennifer's last words, Tyler's face changed dramatically. His eyes shone. He was delighted with what he heard. He said that Jennifer was very smart, that she reminded him of such a place as the hollow bone. He had almost forgotten about it. Once Tyler read somewhere that in ancient times there were blacksmiths among werewolves, only they were called something else. In those days they had a complete rune system. They say that they even recorded all their knowledge about runes for transmission to future generations. But since the rise of the human race, the transmission of knowledge about the runes has been interrupted. Now people own a certain set of runes, but there is no system in them. Most of it was simply found in antiques. After his short monologue, Tyler, tugging at Jennifer's pigtails, instructed the students that the next time a werewolf was brought down, they should thoroughly search him for objects with runes. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, Alex's voice was heard. Who called Tyler? Because the giant 5-element cannon was about to be made. It happened on the border with the restricted zone near Camp Number 2. Tyler and Alex were surprised and very carefully focused their gaze on some person. This man loudly, in a pointing tone, shouted to everyone to shut up and organize silence around. The silhouette of this man looked stately and proud. He had a long purple kimono and long black hair. This mysterious man aroused surprise and admiration in everyone. But Tyler thought that Alex's mentor was the coolest among them all, but it turns out that there is someone else more capable. To make Tyler a little aware of everything that was happening, Alex explained to him who was standing in front of them. This was the first blacksmith master in Sanzu, Fei Yelton. It is believed that over time he will rise to the title of Great Master. Tyler then turned to Alex with the question of how powerful the 5-element cannon would be. Alex guessed that it would be slightly more powerful than the auxiliary cannons on the warships, and having several such guns can seriously injure a werewolf at the Mahayana stage. True, Tyler still decided that in this case it wasn't worth making so much noise because of a not-so-powerful gun. But in response to Tyler, one of those present replied that he understood what Tyler was thinking about now. Tyler had already seen auxiliary guns in action, and now expected to see something much more powerful. But he shouldn't forget that the warships and the cannons on them were made by the Heavenly Forge sect, and they are the best in this matter. The fact that they were able to make a cannon themselves comparable to their auxiliary one is already a great achievement for them. Well, at that moment Tyler was thinking about how frighteningly perceptive this man was, because he managed to count thoughts so accurately only by the expression on Tyler's face. Zufei looked intently at the crowd, saying that the time had come. Now those gathered here would see how he and his assistants would burn a complex of their rune blanks. Fei made a precise wave of his fingers in order to direct the beam of magic precisely to the target. His assistants, whom he ordered to keep the correct pace, repeated after him. A complex assembly began to take place. Soon everyone around was absolutely disheartened by what they saw. Now it becomes clear why Fei is considered the best in Xiangzhou. He and his assistants apply rune blanks with industrial precision, like a lithographic machine used to produce integrated circuits. Tyler will not be able to achieve such precision until he breaks through to the foundation stage. And so, the 5-element cannon was already ready. The installation of the protective barrier was also completed. Thus, if large werewolves tried to destroy their cannon, and they would certainly try to do so, they would first have to overcome the spatial barrier. Tyler, meanwhile, was thinking that this outing had brought him a couple of useful insights. Even with regards to technical development, this world is in some places superior to Tyler's home world. For example, if desired, this giant cannon can be made smaller and carried with you. It somehow looks like some kind of tabletop artillery. Alex then asked Tyler if he wanted to see how they would make the next gun, but Tyler refused, saying that he already understood the main idea, so he would prefer to just go for a walk. Tyler passed by the place where there was a frontline rear and a temporary settlement. Someone suddenly approached Tyler with an offer to have tea with them. Tyler glanced curiously in their direction. Someone from the crowd promised Tyler that he would definitely remember this tea party until he was old, and what he heard made Tyler even more curious and interested. One of the girls standing in the crowd also offered some gentleman pair cultivation, whatever that meant. Tyler immediately understood why half the camp ran there in the evening. This all made Tyler smile. There was a real red light district there. Beautifully and openly dressed girls began to pester poor Inek, beckoning the baby to follow them. In response, Inek told them to unhook, saying that the mentor told him that women only interfere with cultivation, so they should stay away from him. Otherwise, Inek will no longer stand on ceremony with these impudent girls. True, Tyler didn't remember saying anything like that to his young student. Inek walked in the direction of the pillar behind which his mentor, Tyler, was hiding. And suddenly jumping out from behind the pillar, the mentor gave his student a good click. Inek immediately asked the mentor what he was doing there. But Tyler acted rather cunningly, answering a question with a question. He asked the boy what he was doing in such an interesting place. Thus Inek explained that he was accosted by some women who tried to persuade him to go with them to a house with pink doors. And behind the doors there were only half-naked girls sitting and saying that they were not feeling well. Inek still didn't understand whether they had a fever or a fever. But Inek, thinking that he was not a pharmacist or a doctor, realized that he could not help them in any way. So Inek told them that if they had a fever, the only thing he could do was to advise them to drink plenty of fluids. Then the boy rolled his eyes and said that it would seem that this is the simplest truth that even children know about. He told the girls that he was not a doctor and that they should help themselves. What Inek said next completely shocked Tyler. The boy said that he didn't understand at all why they were so surprised. After all, he simply invited them to resolve the conflict on the battle platform. And having climbed onto the platform, he had 48 fights with girls at the stage of laying the foundations. Moreover, he did not lose a single fight. Then Enoch, concluding his story, proudly declared that he had not dishonored the name of his mentor. True, Tyler, on the contrary, thought about how he managed to raise a boy with not just low, but negative emotional intelligence. The next day, walking along the same streets, Tyler overheard the women discussing indignantly. They were talking about some kind of lawlessness, pointing directly at the advertisement hanging on the wall. The advert had a picture of an evil little devil on it, and it was written that there was a real sick bastard in the settlement at the stage of laying the foundations, who beat up as many as 48 girls in one evening, and if someone meets him, they must run immediately. Tyler excitedly ran to the house where Inek and Jennifer were sitting. Having found his students, Tyler immediately handed Inek a mask, ordering him to put it on and not take it off until they returned home. After this, Tyler also turned to Jennifer with a request in his free time to teach his brother how to communicate with girls correctly. True, Jennifer has already tried, more than once. Inek is simply hopeless here. Because of the situation with Inek, Tyler had to take a break from searching for the runes and return. It's good that it wasn't too late yet. Suddenly Tyler, looking back, saw his old friend who was clearly not in a good mood. It was David. Did he really decide to make money from the war? Tyler said, turning to David, that it was a bit empty here. David immediately jumped up from his seat and shouted Tyler's name to the entire neighborhood in delight. He told Tyler that he was in total despair right now. David had no idea that his first trading venture outside the sect would turn out to be such a failure. There, even without him, the entire market was divided. Somehow all the local merchants buy goods at a lower price than David. In order to compete with them on prices, he must trade at a loss. David started to cry as he told Tyler about this. In response to David's whining, Tyler asked him if this was all a reason to be so slack. After all, David is a businessman, therefore, finding a way out of a hopeless situation is part of his craft. And since this market is already occupied and divided, then it is simply necessary to create a new market, where David will be the pioneer and monopolist. David thought about what his friend Tyler had told him. Tyler added that he just has an idea on how best to implement all this. He smiled and asked David if he was interested in hearing Tyler's idea. Further events took place in a frontline temporary settlement in shopping arcades. David exclaimed that if this would allow him to make decent money, then Tyler's idea sounded very tempting. He told Tyler that if he proposed a workable scheme, then David would definitely share the earnings with him. Tyler noted that at least 10 million conscripts are now deployed along the entire front line. The length of the front line is about 3,000 kilometers. David admiringly asked Tyler to continue his thought so as not to torment the curious David. Thus Tyler continued, with just 4 million spiritual stones, the entire front line could be connected with a network of communication towers, and another 2 million will be required for one huge communications processing center. Then it will be necessary to create the simplest devices consisting of 3 basic runes, an optical rune, a communication rune, and an energy focusing rune. And the cost is 2 spiritual stones. Using such a device, you can receive text messages and images from the general staff, although you can only send messages back. The main thing is that these devices become ubiquitous. David was amazed and happy. He understood Tyler's idea, and it seemed simply brilliant to him. At first, Tyler couldn't even believe that David understood everything right away. He thought that he would have to explain, but it turns out that David is indeed a hereditary businessman. David fell at Tyler's feet and said that he was his hero and savior. He couldn't even find the right words to express his gratitude to Tyler. So quickly, Tyler changed David's terrible mood in the completely opposite direction. David added, turning to Tyler, that he promised him 10 million for this idea. True, within 5 years. David was already swollen from the triumph that he felt inside himself. It might even seem that this idea simply drove David crazy. He couldn't sit still after what he heard. Tyler was very amused by this. He immediately recognized David's movements as a technique of fast movement, which, by the way, suits him very well. Tyler was wondering if something at the level of early Motorola would soon appear in this world. Perhaps today Tyler has made a revolution that no one even knows about yet. The following events took place in the world of werewolves. Sitting on the ground in his disguise was Adrian, who was meditating intently. So many years have passed since he moved into the world of werewolves. If he only knew that it could take so long, he would not have become the favorite disciple of a werewolf at the Mahayana stage. And now, unfortunately, it is already very difficult to bounce back from this idea. True, there are also advantages. Adrian has already broken through to the stage of the birth of the spirit. But on the downside, he is now the third in the hierarchy of werewolves of the Jutu lands. This did not bother him until the bear's plan reported the discovery of a teleportation field. Now werewolves can safely move into the human world, which led to the implementation of the plan to invade the human world earlier than planned. Adrian suddenly saw an illusory image of his father in front of him, who turned to him with the question of whether Adrian blames himself for the werewolf invasion. After all, this thought distracted his son so much that he even began to forget to hide human ears, not observing the necessary disguise. And indeed, Adrian was sure that it was his fault, because that teleportation field remained open after them. He is afraid to imagine what horrors are now happening in the human world. Adrian felt like a pathetic traitor to his species. We can say that Adrian was worried beyond what was necessary. At this stage, werewolves will achieve nothing in the human world. According to Adrian's father, they are now hiding in the restricted area, which should be the first stage of their plan. Adrian turned to his father figure with a question about the first stage of the plan. He wanted to know what he knew about it. Father thought that if he started to explain, he still wouldn't understand. All he needs to know is that a legendary, terrifying, and large-scale war between two worlds is approaching. Adrian was surprised and frightened by the news about the War of Two Worlds. The first thing he did was ask his father who would win this war. To this, the answer was that since these are the worlds of the Middle Chiliocosm, victory will be for those on whose side there will be the strongest warriors, and the strongest warriors are those who have been blessed by heavenly will. Right now, the warriors among Hadrian's tribe are slightly superior to their werewolf counterparts. But even if the strongest warriors of the human race fail, they will still have Adrian left. Therefore, Adrian only needs to wait, engage in his development, and not think about anything else. And even more so, Adrian, should not think about the issue of human lives. People are mortal, but the best of them can be reborn by the will of heaven even indefinitely. Adrian sat down in one place with concentration, looking at one point, and thought about everything said by the grandfather swordsman, whose image he saw. He decided to trust his words and focus on his own cultivation. For now, Adrian is still insignificant in deciding the outcome of the history of the human race. The following events took place in temporary housing. Tyler was approached by his good old friend Michael. He remembered how Tyler had complained that he had been looking for antiques and rune gems, but hadn't found anything of value, so Michael decided to bring him something. He accidentally found the gem while going about his usual business, and immediately thought about his friend Tyler. Tyler was even a little jealous of Michael. He still couldn't understand why interesting things so often fell into Michael's hands. Maybe because the universe rewarded him with such luck, it also decided to deprive him of his talent. Suddenly, Tyler's eyes lit up in surprise with a bright light, like fireflies. Michael handed him something that he had never even expected to get. It was a real luminiferous stone. Tyler read about him in books. On its surface there are runes of the sun and moon, with the help of which you can control the passage of time. Tyler wanted this stone so much that his eyes began to water with delight. Michael said that since there were runes on the stone, Tyler should really keep it. Tyler was shocked and amazed. Wouldn't Michael be sorry to give this treasure away just like that? In response, Michael, smiling broadly and sincerely, said that he and Tyler were old friends who practically replaced each other's brothers. And when Michael found this stone, he immediately realized that it was something special, although he did not know what to do with it. And then Michael finally thought about it and realized that the best decision in this situation would be to give this stone to Tyler. In addition, Tyler is a mentor to his two children. Therefore, this can be considered a gesture of his gratitude to Tyler. If Michael brought this gem to any master blacksmith, would he be able to exchange the poor for a weapon of the heavenly level? And if he took it to the heavenly forge sect in the central continent, they would make him a warrior at the Mahayana stage. But if Michael gives this stone to Tyler, then the only thing Tyler will be able to offer in return is his sincere thank you. But Michael was quite happy with this. This was more than enough for the emu. He only asked Tyler to remain his loyal brother. This stone, by the way, was like a spring in the middle of the desert for Tyler. Tyler immediately thought about how noble his friend was. He will never be able to forget this act in his life. Inside this gem, there are runes that are required for the implementation of his next project. They are so difficult to find that he was just looking for something similar, but even then he found nothing. Lately, all he could think about was this project. It would be a way out of his situation. Previously, he thought that he would live quietly, peacefully until the upper limit and make a breakthrough in due time. But after his favorite students broke through to the foundation stage, it became too difficult for him to accept his situation. Tyler can allow his disciples to be a stage above him, but their cultivation speed is too fast. In just a couple of decades, Inek and Jennifer will be at the golden elixir stage. And his other students are at the stage of laying the foundations. And if by that time Tyler remains at the QE tempering stage, then he can be considered the weakest mentor in the world. And such a shame, however, will be very difficult to survive. Therefore, Tyler wants to cheat time in order to break through to the foundation stage earlier than expected. And now it has even become real. He just needs to build a time room. You can manipulate time in the Hall of Illusions, but there is no progress in cultivation there. In the time room, time can be doubled. In other words, with the help of such a room, he could be at the foundation stage in just 60 years. In order to influence the basic laws of time in a particular space, time runes are required. They are very rare, but his friend finally found them. The gem he found actually contains the runes of time. In addition, some of the best are the runes of the sun and moon. You must first remove the runes from the stone and apply them to Tyler's drawing for safekeeping, and then go into seclusion and assimilate these runes, and then build a time room and break through to the foundation stage. Now, being at the QI tempering stage, Tyler can deal with an opponent at the foundation stage with his own strength. Using third-party items, he can finish off the beast at the golden elixir stage. And when Tyler makes his long-awaited breakthrough, everyone will see what Tyler can do. It will surprise everyone. Further events took place 6 months later, on Tyler Mountain in the Heavenly Throne sect. Since Tyler returned home with his students 5 months ago, he spent 3 whole months mastering the runes of the sun and moon, and another 2 months spent studying the construction and long-term functioning of the time room. But unfortunately, without much success. It seems that the master has only one way left. He will have to use space-time grains of sand as a mediator to launch the time room. 1 kilogram of such grains of sand is worth about 10 million spiritual stones, and this will allow the time room to operate for exactly 10 years. Tyler began to count in his head how many spiritual stones he would have to get. This comes out to as many as 120 million spiritual stones. Also, space-time grains of sand are mined in space, and only the strongest sects of the central continent are capable of this. In addition, there is quite a high demand for such a unique product, so without connections, it will be difficult to purchase them. The trailer took a deep breath. He had just begun to consider himself a financially secure person, and now he would have to sell off all the property acquired through back-breaking labor. Today, Tyler will clearly be dreaming about missed opportunities to earn spiritual stones. Tyler, returning to his temporary home, saw Jennifer playing with baby Mark and showing him her abilities. Tyler asked the children what they were doing. Are they really learning some interesting and useful spells together? Jennifer asked her mentor, Tyler, to guess which spell baby Mark was best at. Tyler at first thought it was about making rain, but he was wrong. Mark is wonderful at creating light and shadow images. He does it better than anyone. Jennifer asked Mark to demonstrate his abilities to Tyler. The boy agreed with great pleasure and anticipation. The boy folded his hands and concentrated. Within a minute, the children were surrounded by light images of a variety of creatures, from majestic birds to mysterious dragons. It looked simply magical. The delight of Jennifer and Tyler was difficult to convey in ordinary words. Tyler asked the boy whether he came up with all these images himself, or whether he had seen them before. In response, he heard that this is exactly how Mark always imagined the world of the Celestials. Jennifer then asked baby Mark to show Tyler how he can hide. Mark again didn't mind, and lay low, waiting for the reaction of others. Tyler and Jennifer didn't even have time to blink, and Mark had already disappeared from their eyes. Tyler was completely dismayed by what he saw. Tyler smiled nervously and praised his talented student, while he himself thought that he was still the weakest mentor in the world. After a couple of years, Tyler will no longer be able to find Mark in front of his nose, and in 20 years he will look simply inferior in comparison. Suddenly, Tyler made a very sly expression on his face. He had an ear-to-ear grin. He wanted to give Mark a really worthwhile test in order to show at least some of his authority, and not look so pathetic and weak in his own eyes. Tyler tried to increase the strength of the wind. Then he tried to increase the intensity of the rain. And after that, I set the vegetation power to maximum. At that moment, Tyler finally realized for himself the fact that the boy was only 7 and he was hiding, merging with the surrounding reality. Tyler praised Mark loudly and demonstratively and told him he could come down. Then Tyler asked his student if he was afraid that his sister would spank him for doing this. Mark realized that he still had not managed to outwit his mentor, sitting above his sister. The girl immediately, indignantly, and loudly said that Mark was an asshole for deciding to climb on the shoulders of his older sister without permission and make her look like a fool, but Mark promised her that he would no longer pull such pranks. Suddenly, Tyler called Mark. The boy turned around and looked carefully in the direction of his mentor. A huge tiger stood next to Tyler. Tyler told Mark to create a projection of the hair using chiaroscuro. Mark obediently agreed and immediately followed his mentor's instructions. And now, a projection of a cute hair appeared in front of them. Jennifer's surprise knew no end. The tiger moved frighteningly towards the poor, frightened bunny, who was trembling in horror. Then Tyler decided that since Mark's hair was white, it must be winter. Therefore, having decided to complicate the conditions of the problem, Tyler set the snowfall to maximum. The whole big picture looked so real. It was very difficult to realize that this was just a play of light and shadows. Mark stood in one place with concentration, closed his eyes, folded his fingers, and began to use all his computing power. True, unfortunately, Mark's poor improvised bunny was defeated, and Mark was unable to save him. So the boy fell to the floor and began to whimper. Tyler, at the same time, tried to calm the boy down, letting him know that for his age, namely for 7 years, this was a very good result. Tyler asked his student if the boy liked to play with chiaroscuro. The boy replied that he really liked it, because with their help he can create a world in which his mother is. The boy knew that she was dead, but he wanted to try to revive her in this way at least sometimes. Tyler had no words. He was incredibly sorry to hear this. Tyler called the boy to him and hugged him very tightly, trying to warm Mark with his love. Mark immediately felt calm, cared for, and loved. He broke into a wide smile and his cheeks turned red from embarrassment. Tyler, meanwhile, thought that a strong, dramatic outcome awaited this family in the future. Then things progressed in the training room. Mark watched curiously as Tyler moved different spells from hand to hand. Tyler told little Mark to choose from among all these spells those that he would like to master. The main thing for Mark was to take his time and choose wisely. Mark carefully examined each spell to choose what he needed. Then he made his choice. It was Pupil Blur, Enchantment, Soul Touch, Spirit Summoning, 5-element spell, 5-element trap, and Heavenly Shadow. Tyler immediately jokingly thought that the boy Mark decided to go down the dark path, which suits his light and innocent face very well. When a person's appearance clashes with his techniques, it always takes the enemy by surprise. Mark is not only talented, but also savvy, just like Tyler. Tyler handed the boy the spells he had chosen and told him to take them with him for careful study. And if Mark suddenly doesn't understand something, he can always turn to his beloved mentor Tyler for appropriate advice. The boy nodded his head in agreement. While Mark stood giggling, a silhouette appeared behind him with a very displeased look. Mark's brother approached Tyler menacingly and said that this was all unfair. He also wants to learn the coolest spells. The dissatisfied child stamped his foot. Further events took place in the Hall of Illusions, where at that moment the transformation of the sword spirit was taking place. Mark's brother Arthur was at the training session this time. Arthur stood up, crossing his fingers and placing them on his lower lip. He was completely immersed in the process of training. Just at this moment, the key stage of the training session arrived. Arthur is hardly even at home. He either goes off on sect assignments or spends time with his father, and as soon as he returned, he immediately became jealous of Mark. Tyler touched the sphere that appeared around Arthur while he was training. Arthur is now sweating so much that it no longer seems to him that Tyler, being his mentor, is not giving him enough time and attention. Now Arthur's task was to cope with the projections of the werewolves that Tyler had created. Predatory and very believable werewolves surrounded Arthur, looking at him with their red, menacing eyes. The boy was confused at first. Arthur looked no less menacingly and aggressively into the eyes of the werewolves. There was not a drop of fear or excitement visible in the eyes. A sword immediately appeared in his hands. It was the thunder sword that Arthur asked to answer his call. An exquisite golden magical sphere floats around Arthur, emitting a soft light. Its hypnotic shades shimmer like dancing stars, creating an atmosphere of magic and mystery. This sphere fills the surrounding space with invisible but tangible energy, giving Arthur a unique aura of strength and harmony. Then the wind sword was used, and suddenly the colors of the golden sphere began to transform, as if magic were awakening a new entity. Golden hues smoothly give way to bright green flames that dance around Arthur, creating a whirlwind of light and energy. The green glow gives the sphere new dynamics. The two swords immediately intertwined together. In the magical interweaving of wind and thunderstorm, a whirlwind takes off from the ground. The sounds of the thunderstorm intertwine with the whisper of the wind, creating a melody that reveals the magic of nature in its most majestic form. An imperceptible hurricane formed around the werewolves. Arthur in this situation resembled a real virtuoso swordsman. He perfectly mastered the secret technique of wind and thunder. Moreover, even much faster than Tyler's older students. But Arthur should take into account that in a real battle, he would have to be just as decisive. These cat-type werewolves were at the 6th stage of key hardening, but their joint attack would be at the level of the 7th or even 8th stage. After that, standing next to Tyler, Arthur said that he understood the fact that today he succeeded for the first time. In order to use this tactic more skillfully and confidently, he still has a lot of practice to do. In addition, a significant factor is that in this case Arthur was warned and mentally prepared for the attack, but under real circumstances everything might not go so smoothly, and you also need to be prepared for this. Tyler decided to make Arthur's task a little more difficult by giving him a new battle difficulty, namely 10 werewolves at the foundation stage. After Tyler created a new complexity of illusion, Arthur was surrounded by terrifying werewolves at the foundation stage. Arthur immediately decided to rhetorically ask his mentor, Tyler, how painful it was to die. Tyler reprimanded Arthur because the boy immediately began to panic. But in order to bring the student to his senses, Tyler decided to show him how to correctly complete this task. Arthur had to watch without being distracted and remember his mentor's instructions. First, Tyler suddenly disappeared. A weak breeze blew across the faces of the monsters. But suddenly, unexpectedly for the werewolves, Tyler used the technique of an imperceptible hurricane. Then Tyler, with a smile on his face, asked Arthur if he had finally understood what the meaning of this secret technique was. A weak and pleasant breeze has a relaxing and even soporific effect on opponents. They do not even have time to catch themselves and get out of their softened state. At the same time, it is difficult to imagine even less energy-consuming technology. Suddenly, Tyler turned around and saw Arthur falling into a trance. Tyler wondered if Arthur had decided to immediately enter a state of comprehension like that. All this reminded Tyler of himself in his youth. It seemed to Tyler that, in the future, each of his disciples would grow into the greatest cultivators, and this was one reason why their mentor should not remain a failure. Therefore, from the next day, Tyler planned to start collecting money for space-time grains of sand, even if he had to sell all his property for this. Suddenly, an image of Adrian appeared in Tyler's head. He hadn't remembered him for a long time. He also wondered for a second where Adrian had gone. But then Tyler himself suddenly decided to interrupt his thoughts about Adrian, because in general, you need to be careful with thoughts. After all, they are material. And Tyler would gladly not see him for another 1,000 years. And in general, the only thoughts that should have bothered him at that moment were grains of sand. Subsequent events took place in the world of werewolves, namely in the territory of the blood-sucking titans. In the distance, a forest could be seen. It was thick and dark, like a mysterious kingdom. The trees were tall and slender, like guards protecting the forest. There was silence in the air. Only the wind whispered in the treetops, creating a soothing sound. Adrian tried to relax and abstract himself from bad and obsessive ideas, mentally turning to his grandfather, the swordsman. If Adrian lingers in this world, then after a while Mom will turn into a werewolf. At least it seemed so to him. The swordsman grandfather supported Adrian's encrypted appeal. He said that if nothing unexpected happened, he would need 50 years. And Adrian should actually stop complaining all the time and pretending that he doesn't like anything at all. Time should be spent not on stupid and meaningless thoughts, but on accumulating spiritual stones, treasures, and other valuables. Moreover, given his privileged position in the world of werewolves, it will be much easier for him to realize this than in the world of people. And in this, Adrian could not but agree with his swordsman grandfather. As a favored disciple of a Mahayana stage werewolf, his status is comparable to the leaders of small clans. Even werewolves at the fusion stage turn to Adrian with reverence. True, Adrian unfortunately never got used to the omnipresent thick smell of werewolves. The swordsman grandfather believed that a great future awaited Adrian, so there was definitely no need to be distracted by such trifles. At one time, in order to obtain a demonic sword, the swordsman grandfather spent 10,000 years among demons. But then Adrian decided to besiege his grandfather, the swordsman, saying that this was a rather stupid example, because he still ended up just stealing this sword, and the fact of living with demons for such a long time ultimately did not affect anything. The swordsman grandfather was amused by Adrian's answer. True, he said that this was not theft at all, because it was done for the sake of cultivation. Moreover, these were demons, and a crime committed against evil is a good deed. However, Adrian decided for himself that another 50 years, and then he returns to the world of people. Even in the world of werewolves, the premonition of impending disaster never leaves him. Time was running out like sand on a clock, and yet 50 years have passed. Conversations spread around that the mentor was already on his way, leaving the retreat. It was Tyler who stood majestically, impressing everyone with his beautiful mustache. Mark ran up to Tyler asking what was going on with Tyler. Was his hour of death approaching? But Tyler immediately reassured the boy. Tyler did not feel the approach of his death at all, and his instincts very rarely let him down. He was about to break through to the stage of laying the foundations, and in general, he was infuriated by the fact that they began to treat him like some kind of dying grandfather. Tyler's students were approaching him, talking about him finally breaking through to the foundation stage. They understood that he had read somewhere about an ideal breakthrough and was deliberately stalling for time, but it was time to finally forget about it. Enoch, Jennifer, and Arthur stood opposite Tyler, holding some kind of drink in their hands. They asked him to drink this for long life and rejuvenation of the body. Old man Tyler just waved his hands in front of the students' noses disobediently and disdainfully, and refused to drink this drink. He thought that so much effort and money had been spent to bring this moment closer, but they wanted to throw it back. He couldn't allow this to happen. However, over the past 50 years, Enoch and Jennifer were already at the golden elixir stage, and Mark and Arthur were at the foundation stage. He was incredibly proud of his students. True, Jennifer was a little upset because they hardly grew up. Instead of hugging to comfort the student, Tyler used his favorite scheme. He walked up to the student and gave her a powerful slap to the forehead. Then he said that, on the contrary, he envies them, because almost all people can only dream of such a long childhood. They are all moving in the right direction, so Tyler is absolutely calm about them. He was also close to making the perfect breakthrough, so Tyler's appearance is secondary and should not confuse anyone. The students all began to complain to the mentor at once, asking him to stop. They told him to quickly decide and either make a breakthrough right now or drink a rejuvenating elixir. It would be better if Tyler, in their opinion, let go of the dream of an ideal breakthrough, because sooner or later it will simply destroy him. The students had no idea how they would cope on their own if Tyler was gone. However, Tyler said that there is no reason to worry, because he has everything under control, and he again asked them to put the elixir away. A tear immediately rolled down Jennifer's cheek. She could no longer contain her emotions, so she decided to use her own powers against the interests of her mentor. She turned to Tyler, telling him that they would have to make a decision for him. He may think he has everything under control, but his students demand additional guarantees. Tyler shouted at them not to do this in an orderly tone. Tyler was shocked. He called his students little fools. If only they knew how much effort it took for him to grow old twice as fast and bring the moment of his death closer. Jennifer, having asked Tyler for forgiveness in advance, took a running start and persistently chased after her mentor. She pinned Tyler to the ground, significantly limiting his movements. Thus, she wanted to give him the elixir of youth. Tyler, meanwhile, continued to shout that he had everything under control, and Jennifer would only ruin his whole plan. Moreover, it was his choice. He independently chose this path. Jennifer, no less angry than Tyler himself, shouted that she absolutely did not care about Tyler's path. For her, the only thing that matters is that he is alive. Jennifer had already opened Tyler's mouth and was ready to pour the elixir of youth straight down his throat. But suddenly someone grabbed the girl by the hair from behind, so the student's plan could not be fully realized. Tyler asked his students if they really decided that since the mentor had grown old, they could no longer listen to him. Enoch continued to desperately try to convince his stubborn mentor, Tyler. True, Tyler said that he understands the concerns of his students, but they should not assume that Tyler is their mentor. Tyler continued his speech by saying that he only needed 1 more month, and if during this time he does not break through to the stage of laying the foundations, then he himself will take their rejuvenating elixir and drink it. The disciples were so depressed that they sank to the ground. Tyler motioned for them to get up. They were amazed that after so many years, they still did not understand what kind of person he was. He never takes risks, so if he does something, it means he is absolutely confident of success. It was the last day of his life. The events took place in the training room. All of Tyler's students had already gathered and stood in one organized group. Enoch was at the head. He reminded his friends that this was a key moment for the mentor, so students should always be on alert. First, he told Jennifer that if something went wrong, he would need to break into the training room and pour the elixir straight down the mentor's throat. He told Arthur to use his spells to confuse him. In the meantime, Enoch and Mark will have to take on the fighting dolls. It will be tedious to act clearly and decisively because the life of their mentor is at stake. Tyler sat intently in one place, meditating. At the same time, he was worried about what would happen if the system failed. She has never been reliable. In general, all she did to help Tyler was to notify him of the invasion of his territory by strangers. Tyler got excited and said in his head that he really counted on the system and its effectiveness. There were 30 minutes left before the upper limit. The host needed to properly prepare, and it began. At that moment, a very important moment began. Tyler also really hoped that his loving students did not break into that hall. It would have been quite difficult to contain them. Tyler hoped that after increasing the level, additional functions would open in the system, maybe some kind of store with skills or weapons, or at least some kind of lottery. There was no limit to his dreams. At the same time, somewhere far from civilization, Adrian stood on an empty and gloomy field. He spent 60 years among werewolves, and finally, he decided to return home. At that moment, his swordsman grandfather came to him. He wondered if Adrian was sure he didn't want to stay. After all, his position among werewolves would continue to grow. One day he could become the Lord of Werewolves and help people destroy their entire race. He would simply become the greatest hero. In response to this, Adrian stated that this was a pretty good offer, but he had a lot of unfinished business in the human world, and the implementation of the grandfather swordsman's plan could take an eternity. Adrian's parents were still waiting for his return. He had never washed away the shame of the canceled engagement. He couldn't stay there any longer. And in the war with werewolves, he sees himself fighting openly as a noble hero, and not as a behind-the-scenes schemer. Grandfather the swordsman asked Adrian again how confident he was in his decision. Adrian responded to this by saying that he was too talkative today. Adrian has already told him everything, and has also already figured out how to explain his absence to others. He will say that he discovered a portal to the land of rich treasures, and spent 60 years there. The swordsman grandfather even agreed to help Adrian return to the human world. But before that, he wanted to tell him something else. At that moment, they were in the world of werewolves, on a field for teleportation to the world of people. The grandfather swordsman continued. Some events seem random, but they would have happened anyway. Anyone could have been in Adrian's place. They were then transported to the human world, 10,000 kilometers away from the heavenly throne sect. At the same time, Enoch, Jennifer, and all the people around them looked up. 5 colored clouds of a good omen appeared in the skies. They correspond to the path of the 5 elements of the children's mentor, Tyler. This meant only one thing, that everything was working out for him. Tyler, trying to achieve his goal, breathed deeply. He allowed magical powers to permeate him completely and comprehensively. The diameter of the elixir field was increased to 999 fathoms. Everything worked out. Tyler could return, so he began to shrink and return to everyone. There he met his disciples, who bowed low to him, to the very ground. They immediately began enthusiastically and joyfully congratulating their mentor, Tyler, on his breakthrough. Tyler thanked them for this. Tyler laughed good-naturedly, while stroking Jennifer and Enoch on the head. He told all his disciples to stand up, and then reminded them that he had told them more than once that he had everything under control. And they are little assholes, because they doubted his strength and plans. Being at the stage of laying the foundations, now he will be able to press both Jennifer and Ineka into the floor with his bare hands, and even without the help of fighting dolls. He suddenly pulled away from the students and told them to wait and give him time to think. Tyler felt a sharp chill run through his body. He felt the approach of a bloodbath. The alarm sounded on the ship again. A message was received from the leadership of the sect. A werewolf attack was approaching. All students urgently needed to leave the territory of the Heavenly Throne sect. It was necessary to flee to the north. It was strictly forbidden to return without notifying the sect leadership. The leadership of the sect strongly warned that the sect would be destroyed by werewolves. Under no circumstances should they take revenge on them. Panic began all around. People did not understand what was happening. Everyone started shouting that they needed to quickly pack their things and leave, because the situation was critical. Tyler began yelling at his students, asking them why they were frozen to the spot. He told them to pack their belongings, call their uncle, and hurry. They needed to leave. If they remain, then death will definitely not be avoided. The students immediately ran to follow the mentor's commands. Tyler, at least, was consoled by the thought that he had long been prepared for such a situation, and had trained his friend Michael to fly his aircraft. At this moment, Adrian and the swordsman grandfather finally returned to the human world. True, they didn't have the best moment. Right in front of their faces was a werewolf tripod. The swordsman grandfather asked Adrian if his mentor from the world of werewolves hid this tripod in his things. It was impossible to stay there, so grandfather the swordsman and Adrian urgently needed to go to another place. Someone suddenly crept up behind Adrian. Adrian was confused. He was captured by his own mentor from the world of werewolves. He said that he had been waiting for so long for his sweet student to decide to return to his world, and as gratitude for Adrian's help, he is ready to try to destroy the entire continent. The werewolf, laughing menacingly and disgustingly, told Adrian that when there was not a single living person left there, he would name this place after him, maliciously promising him a spectacle. Adrian, meanwhile, was desperately trying to escape from the clutches of the vengeful and vile monster. True. Suddenly, for the bloodthirsty werewolf, Adrian outwitted him and moved somewhere further. But the werewolf didn't care at all about Adrian's trick and cunning. At this stage, it was not so scary to lose a pawn, especially since Adrian had already fulfilled his main role. This terrifying and very powerful werewolf, Alfred, realized that he needed to reunite with, as he put it, his stupid people. Until now, they were hiding in the forbidden zone of the ancient werewolves. The werewolves continued to advance. Alfred first wanted to clear that continent for himself. The following events took place in the Heavenly Throne sect. One of the elders of the sect recalled that he was once told that fate was preparing him for a test at the level of a catastrophe. It looks like fortune-telling will soon come true, but at the same time, he did not agree that it really was a disaster. Without destroying the old, it is impossible to build something new. The only pity is that the collapse of the sect occurred under his own leadership. The elder looked so majestic in his luxurious golden kimono. The main thing is that he gave his students time to evacuate. He sincerely believed that the best of them would be able to rebuild new sects in new places without disgracing their predecessors. Meanwhile, the leader of all werewolves and other monsters, Alfred, was inspecting the surrounding area. He was deeply amazed and disappointed by the fact that people turned out to be so cowardly. Did all the local people really go on the run so quickly? While cultivating, the elder saw the image of Alfred and everything he plans to do with his subordinates. The elder immediately wanted to give them a hard time. For him, werewolves are a mistake of nature, nothing more. Even by controlling an entire fleet alone, the elder will be able to significantly thin out this nasty brethren of werewolves. The elder tried to concentrate all his strength within himself. The elder noticed that once underestimating their race had already led werewolves to lose their positions, and the times when people were exploited by werewolves will never return. Further events took place somewhere off the coast of the Endless Sea. Adrian, standing with a lost and upset look, asked his swordsman grandfather if he always knew that everything would happen in exactly this way and in such conditions. In response, the swordsman grandfather said that, although he didn't know for sure, he definitely guessed. Adrian's next question was why, in this case, the swordsman grandfather kept silent about all this. Even the werewolves themselves are terribly afraid of Adrian's mentor, the Titan bloodsucker. It's strange to imagine what will happen to the people from Xiangzhou. Grandfather the swordsman frowned. He reminded the inattentive Adrian that he had tried to persuade him to stay, but Adrian ignored his request. If the swordsman grandfather told Adrian everything in detail, he would no longer be able to control his emotions and would give himself away. And then Alfred would have devoured poor Adrian on the spot, leaving no living space left of him. Suddenly, Adrian moved to another place. An old man was walking along the river, and next to him was a young girl. The old man suddenly turned to Adrian, saying that he understood who he was the first time. He then asked him if he had ever heard of the royal swordsman sect from the country of Zhongzhou. Then he asked Adrian if he had any desire to join them. Their sect was already at the last stages of the Mahayana stage. The following events took place near the border of Xiangzhou, next to the intercountry teleport. People were actively discussing what was happening and spreading rumors about how the Heavenly Throne sect was destroyed by a bunch of the strongest werewolves. According to rumors, the supreme master of the sect single-handedly attacked them and then fell like a true hero. It's just a pity that the source of evil was never destroyed. All these conversations were overheard by Tyler, Michael, and his wife, Jerica. Michael voiced the idea that they were incredibly lucky to be alive. And if it weren't for Tyler, he can't even imagine how they would have gotten out of that terrifying place, fleeing danger. Then Jerica joined in his words and added that bad news comes one after another. And judging by the development of events, within a few days Xiangzhou will be destroyed, and after it, the neighboring countries of the continent will suffer the same fate. True, Tyler did not like all these discussions. He told his friends to take heart and look to the future with positivity. Tyler, for example, generally treats this as a trip, trying to show his students Zhongzhou first. And this, for a moment, is the largest and richest country on the central continent. So he thought that why not spend some useful time there, and at the same time think about a plan of action. Tyler turned to his friends and smiled at them. He then invited Michael and his lady love, Jerica, to come with them. Moreover, he has enough money to deliver all of them there. Jerica and Michael were very happy to hear the proposal from Tyler. They noticed that this was a very generous act on his part, but Tyler told them to leave the pleasantries aside, because they were almost like relatives to him. The guys, after a long and tiring journey, finally reached the teleportation point. The children were already waiting for them there. Tyler, as always, grabbed Jennifer by the pigtails in order to hold her and cool her ardor. He told her that once they left Xiangzhou, their journey would not end. Therefore, he told the girl to plan the route to the country of Zhongzhou in detail. Between saving the world and running away, Tyler definitely chooses the second option, and let Adrian take the first option. It's not for nothing that he is the main character, no matter where he is now. If the universe wants Tyler to take on this kind of responsibility, then it better allow Tyler to live for at least another 5,000 years. In the meantime, Tyler still has to take care of his students and friends, and about myself, of course. Later, the students shouted to Tyler that there were too many people wanting to leave Xiangzhou, not to mention that many of them are at the spirit birth stage and above. It's scary to imagine when it will be the turn of Tyler, his students and friends. Jennifer suddenly looked at the big and cute animals standing among the people. Tyler reprimanded his student for this because she should have been more careful and not provoke anyone again. Every second person there was capable of knocking out each of them with a click. Someone sharply and very firmly touched Tyler on the shoulder. Tyler's face stretched so wide that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, as if they themselves had been struck by the magic of surprise. A wave of amazement washed over him. The voice of the man standing behind him sounded calm, but at the same time, very angry. He said that he didn't expect to run into Tyler here. But having already turned around and realized who the mysterious man was standing behind him, Tyler exhaled. He was greeted with a smile from ear to ear by Patrick, who was incredibly happy about such a pleasant meeting for him. Tyler became even more modest from such a violent reaction from Patrick. Tyler laughed nervously and said he was glad to see Patrick too. Tyler tried to shake Patrick's hand, but it was hard for him to even hold his huge paw with both hands, which was as heavy as if it were the paw of a giant bear. Tyler immediately blushed. Patrick was so sweet and spontaneous. It felt like he was on cloud nine when he saw his buddy Tyler. Jerica, Michael, and their children were even surprised by such an emotional and touching reaction from such a seemingly formidable and strong thug. Then Patrick, with inexhaustible curiosity in his eyes, asked his new acquaintances where they were going. Tyler answered him, saying that they were going to Chongzhou. Patrick smiled, thinking that this was pretty cool since they were on the same path as him. He asked Tyler and his friends if they would mind if he accompanied them on the road. Tyler immediately agreed, fully supporting such an initiative. With such a travel companion, the long journey will be a joy. Even everyone around him was afraid of Patrick. In their eyes, he was not just a wonderful, friendly guy, as in Tyler's eyes, but a terrible thug at the stage of mastering the void. As he walked, everyone made room for him and his friends. Suddenly, Mark walked up to his little sister and leaned over to whisper something in her ear. He told Jennifer that their mentor Tyler must be very cool, since even a warrior at the stage of mastering the void joins him as a traveling companion. Jennifer nodded. Tyler is probably just modest, which is why he doesn't like to show and admit his true capabilities. But their mentor is so talented. For his students, there is probably no one in the whole world who would be as successful in alchemy and forging, being only at the stage of Kai hardening for a long time. Jennifer thinks that this is the selfish interest of this big guy. Surely he wants to ask Tyler to forge something for him. Meanwhile, Tyler himself was thinking about how lucky he was to meet Patrick along the way. All that is required from Tyler is a security umbrella, which, however, will not cost him anything. But the promising blacksmith will owe a debt. A group of friends stood right next to some kind of portal, which was all shimmering with completely different colors: pink, blue, purple, light blue. And so, they were already in the main city of the country, Zhongzhou. Patrick and Tyler immediately began to look around, trying to instantly get used to their new surroundings. Tyler finally felt safe. Previously, the feeling of threat hung over him constantly, or maybe he just feels confident because he is now in the stage of laying the foundations. And for him, this is a huge and very important progress, because all his powers have increased at least tenfold. In his current state, he would be able to create battle dolls at the spirit birth stage, and when he gets used to the new place, he will take his fighting dolls, which will make up an entire army, to a new level. Tyler wanted to be fully prepared before a possible encounter with the terrifying and ferocious werewolves. Nothing should have stopped him. Suddenly, Jennifer ran up to Tyler. She decided to ask her beloved mentor what she could do now, and what are Tyler's plans. Sitting down on the bench, Tyler sighed and replied that judging by the cunning appearance of the guys, they had clearly already come up with something and wanted to offer him. Jennifer said their mentor, Tyler, is well-rounded, and if he decided to open a shop selling pills and swords or start a family, it would be just in line with the level of his talents, which means Tyler should start his own sect there. Tyler looked questioningly at Enek and Jennifer. He really thought about the idea that he could find a quiet place and found a small sect. Tyler immediately began to visualize this idea in his head. He told his students that they had indeed given him a wonderful idea. Enek and Jennifer immediately felt pride and admiration in their chests. Enek could not stand in one place with joy. Then the boy proposed his own version of the name of this sect, the Ghana sect. True, Enek chose this name for a reason, but because his name meant exactly this word, it means steel. Therefore, this name of the sect sounded to the boy like something indestructible. True, this idea amused Tyler immensely. He hugged the boy to his chest and rubbed his hand over the top of his head. Then Tyler said that he used to think that over time, Enek would live a little smarter. But as it turned out, such a hope was self-deception. But Tyler didn't blame him. He said that apparently his cerebral cortex was damaged at birth. Tyler said that first he would create a sect, and then he could decide on its name. Tyler triumphed. He was happy about the fact that he would soon have his own sect. Well, it's time for Tyler and Patrick to say goodbye, for they have arrived at the place where their paths diverge. A couple of days later, Patrick and Tyler met again on the outskirts of Zhengzhou. Tyler told Patrick that due to his low cultivation, he did not yet dare to forge divine-level items. Tyler suggested that Patrick do the following. He promised Patrick that as soon as he broke through to the golden elixir stage, the first thing he would do was help him. Patrick, as always, broke into a wide smile from ear to ear. He said he takes Tyler at his word and is looking forward to this moment. Tyler this time mirrored Patrick's wide smile, once again sincerely thanking him for helping Tyler and his friends get to the central continent. Without Patrick, it would have been quite difficult for them to accomplish all this and arrive at their destination. Tyler invited Patrick to shake hands and arrange a further meeting at the same place in 50 years. Moreover, Tyler wanted to prepare a special gift for such a long-awaited meeting. Patrick, blushing with embarrassment, scratched the back of his head. He then confessed to Tyler that he was his favorite blacksmith and that he greatly valued knowing Tyler, and he will definitely not miss this meeting 50 years later. The guys again shook hands firmly and with special warmth and friendliness. Patrick shouted after Tyler again that they would definitely see each other in 50 years, unless of course the world had collapsed by then. In return, Tyler wished Patrick a safe journey, and now Patrick has already disappeared. Jennifer quietly crept up to Tyler, the bright emotion of surprise never leaving her face. She asked her mentor Tyler what they would do now. Tyler, in response, drew the students' attention to the fact that first, they need to refresh themselves, and when they come to their senses from the road, they will already figure out what's what, and finally begin to look for a place suitable for creating their sect. Gradually, some special energy began to surround Tyler and his student. Tyler asked his students if they felt anything special right now. The fact is that it was the central continent, so there was such a thick spiritual aura in the air there, which could not be found near the Heavenly Throne sect. To better understand what his mentor was saying, Enek took a very deep breath. He immediately felt what Tyler was talking about. This place was considered the center of their world. This atmosphere and setting inspired Enek to take walks around the city. Tyler supported this initiative. Tyler looked up at the sky. The view was truly enchanting. The sky stretched high above your head, like a huge azure fabric, strewn with soft, snow-white clouds that floated across it, like mother-of-pearl ships on an endless sea. The bright blue sky created a feeling of vastness and tranquility, as if plunging into a pool of purity and light. In addition, interesting cloud islands were visible in the sky, the purpose of which Tyler had not yet been able to discover. Suddenly, Some guys blocked the way for Tyler, his students Michael and Jennifer. They said that from their appearance it was immediately clear that they had just arrived in the central continent. They asked about the group of guys if they were looking for brothers in spirit, because if so, then they have a great opportunity to join their Iron Mountain sect, which is in the process of merging. But suddenly the guys were interrupted by another guy, who began to campaign for his own sect, the Spiritual Flight sect, which is at the Golden Elixir stage. Some kind of competition and rivalry was immediately felt between these guys. When Tyler heard from one of the guys about the head of the sect at the crossing stage, he thought, and was surprised. In the Heavenly Throne sect there were only a few mentors of this level. Meanwhile, the guys who came to advertise their sects could not calm down. The conflict between them only grew. They began to find out whose sect had better training, better food, and a higher level. It was like a cockfight. But suddenly, for some reason, little Mark waved his hand, and after that, some strange and special atmosphere hung around. The guys, having abruptly stopped sorting out their relationship, looked at each other in a completely new way. It turns out that Mark experienced an ability that resembled Cupid's abilities. The boy made sure that instead of quarreling, the guys fell in love with each other. After a short time, Tyler, his students Michael and Jerica were already standing on the threshold of their potential temporary housing. They were happily greeted there by some funny grandfather who asked if they had arrived on the central continent for the first time. Then he handed them a small book, saying that it contained all the necessary information that would help them become better acquainted with this hospitable land. He also allowed them to take their time while familiarizing themselves with the contents of the book. In order not to waste time reading the book again, flipping through each specific page, Tyler tried to penetrate the contents of the book with his consciousness. Wow. It turns out that Tyler's development from 60 years ago received its greatest development there. The level of local information technology is comparable to that of the new generation. They created a complete communication network, and spiritual energy is used instead of electricity to transmit data. Also, from this book, he learned that precisely those islands in the sky that had interested him so much earlier were base communication stations. So that's the most important thing you need to know. The most important guys in the central continent are not from the top sects, but from the organization that stands above them. Here they are called the Council of Elders of the Central Continent. This organization collects taxes from all sects, chambers of commerce, large families, and so on. In addition, to register your sect, it is tedious to obtain their permission. Tyler sat all the students at the table, saying that while his uncle was working to collect the necessary information in the city, they needed to study the map properly. Red dots indicate places occupied by other sects, and the bolder the dot, the larger the corresponding sect. Now their task is to find a suitable place on the map for their sect, and then they will split up and explore the selected places live. Also, the key parameters for finding a suitable area are the small number of sects in the neighborhood, the wealth of resources, and the convenience of finding students. Oh yes, the place should also be at the intersection of communication routes, so that it would be easy to connect to the networks connecting the entire continent. Suddenly, Jennifer asked her mentor, Tyler, to wait. If there was such a wonderful place on this continent, then others would have taken it a long time ago. Tyler thought that the girl's words actually sounded quite logical. Suddenly, interrupting Tyler's thoughts, Enoch pointed his finger in some direction. He asked the guys to look in the direction he pointed. An island off the coast of an endless sea. There is a large forest there, and there is a city nearby. And most importantly, he is not busy with other sects. Jennifer decided to comment on her brother's idea, saying that if such a good place is not occupied by any sect, then there were clearly some significant reasons for this. This place is clearly problematic. Then Enoch said with a proud look that even if she was right, so what? When the guys were scared of some possible problems, he added that with Mentor Tyler, they have absolutely no problem with anything. Tyler again mentally reminded himself that Enoch had never been particularly smart, so he shouldn't have expected anything different. But suddenly Tyler began to doubt and become confused in his thoughts. What if Inek was right this time? In any case, this is true or not, and there is definitely no need to dismiss this option. First, Tyler needs to explore this place personally. Then Tyler said that he would go find out more about this place on his own. Meanwhile, students must continue searching for places on the map. You need to find several worthy options at once so that you have plenty to choose from in the future. The disciples shouted with one voice that they would do it. Tyler enthusiastically ran up to the owner of the house in order to get from him at least some information about that place. He asked why there is not a single sect near that city. After all, the place itself looks great. The owner of the dwelling began his explanation. 1,000 years ago, this was the largest Taoist city on the western side of the continent. There were countless sects in his area. One of them was even level 9. But over time, the area's resources became depleted. Due to the sheer number of sects, even the coastal shallow areas had been cleared out to the point that they had lost their ability to regenerate. And after several invasions of giant beasts, the city was practically deserted, and all the surrounding sects moved to new places. Tyler then asked him if there were any resources there right now. The owner replied that not really. In the dense forest you can find mines, but they are hidden in its very depths, where all kinds of animals rule. In other words, resource extraction requires enormous effort and is accompanied by risks. If guys are looking for a place for a sect, then going there is clearly not the best idea. Then the owner smiled good-naturedly and turned back to meet the new guests of the home. This guest was Adrian and his new traveling companions. He proudly and majestically entered the building. They say that if fate dictates, then acquaintances will meet even in a foreign land. But meeting Adrian for Tyler was not destiny, but rather an evil fate. Tyler immediately wanted to get out of there. Tyler decided to cheat a little by standing closer to Adrian and his companions and trying to listen carefully to their conversation. From what he heard, he could only make out that Adrian had joined some sect of royal swordsmen. This means that the main parameter for choosing a location has appeared. It should be as far as possible from Adrian's new sect. Since Adrian's sudden disappearance, Tyler has lived for 60 years with virtually no incident. And even if the heavenly will wants to bring him together over and over again, Tyler is determined to resist until the very end. Adrian's companion, Elena, meanwhile looked around. Adrian looked questioningly into the distance. Then he turned to the swordsman grandfather, with a question whether the man who had just left the table seemed familiar to him. The swordsman grandfather took a closer look, but at the same time did not seem to notice anything strange or anyone familiar. But it is worth noting that the swordsman grandfather also immediately paid attention to him, because this young man has very pure spiritual energy. Perhaps he is even a member of one of the high-level sects. Adrian continued to think. Was it really just his imagination? 3 days later, events began to take place in a small village near the shore of the inexhaustible lake. Inek began to examine the map with particular interest. The island in the middle of the inexhaustible lake looked quite attractive. It's just not clear whether there are animals there and what level they are. This is what Inek had to find out. Suddenly, a man, significantly agitated by something, ran into the dining room where Inek was sitting. He began to notify those present that the lake animals had come ashore, so everyone needs to start hiding. Until the manager came to help, no one was allowed to leave. Panic and confusion immediately arose around. The owner of the establishment ran up to Inek again in alarm. He reminded the boy to run quickly, because the establishment was closing due to the mentioned circumstances. Accordingly, the bill also could not be paid. Suddenly, Inek thought that most likely the animals there were not particularly dangerous. Otherwise, they would have destroyed this village a long time ago. And Inek was still wondering why his hands had been itching so much all morning. True, seeing the monster, Inek changed his mind for a while. The monster threatened with its gaze, its sharp fangs glittered in the darkness, and its eyes sparkled with an ominous light, as if an unknown darkness was hidden in them. The monster's skin was covered with furrows and scales, giving the impression of an unnatural force ready to swallow everything in its path. However, the ferocious and terrifying appearance of the monster did not frighten Inek. The boy never even became confused after such an unpleasant meeting. On the contrary, Inek decided to use all his abilities that his mentor taught him. The first spell that Inek wanted to use was the nuclear explosion spell. As soon as the boy used it against the monsters, the entire area began to glow bright yellow. Magic penetrated the air with a mystical sparkle, and then, like an invisible hand, it caressed the fire like an awakening beast. Suddenly, flames flared up, sparks scattered around, creating a whirlwind of magical light. The power of magic was felt in every pulsation of the flame, as if it were a living reflection of unknown energies. The monster immediately became charred after this. Inek stood proudly and majestically. He did not doubt his own strengths and potential for a minute. Suddenly all the monsters began to run around in confusion and panic. True, the angry Inek did not leave the poor fellows alone, not allowing them to leave. He decided to hit these feathered monsters en masse. Having defeated all his opponents, Inek thought about how sorry he was that there was no one among them at the stage of the birth of the spirit. Otherwise, there would be a reason to destroy them all with just Armstrong's cyclotron jet cannon. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came out of nowhere. He introduced himself. He was the manager from the Council of Elders in the area where Inek was located. The elder asked Inek how long ago he arrived on the central continent. Inek was surprised by what he heard. He asked the elder how he guessed. In response, the elder said that the cultivators of the central continent would not cause such a pogrom because of a bunch of small animals. Under Inek at that moment there was excellent arable land, each acre of which took more than 100 spiritual stones to cultivate. But these little animals rise from the bottom of the lake once every 5 years, and it would be enough to kill their leader so that the rest would get scared and retreat. Inek handed over 1 million spiritual stones to the elder and compassionately asked him to transfer this money to the peasants who were suffering losses from his actions. The elder said that he was very glad to know such an understanding young man, thanks to which he will not be fired now. Then the elder turned to Inek, asking him a question about what the boy was looking for in these parts. He asked Inek to share information in order to be ready to help Inek in the future. Inek responded to this by saying that he was looking for a place where he could found a sect. But so far, the search, unfortunately, has not yielded any results. The elder again turned to the boy Inek with a proposal that was advantageous in his opinion, to look into the Council of Elders if there was time. Inek, meanwhile, stood with a surprised expression on his face. The mysterious elder continued his monologue, saying that he would be incredibly and indescribably happy to tell the boy in detail about these places. Further events took place a month later, in a city not bordering Zhengzhou. This was precisely the gathering place. Tyler, making a very serious expression on his face, sat everyone down at one table so that each one by one, began to talk about what he had already done. Jennifer was the first to turn to her beloved mentor. She said that the place she chose was already controlled by a major level 8 sect. In that district, there are several small sects, which are almost impossible to envy in real life. They are content with the crumbs that the large sect did not take, but in the place chosen by Mark. True, if you think like this, there are few lay people in the district. There are also few resources, too far from the benefits of civilization. Tyler also added that there was one good place by the sea, but it was only 100,000 kilometers from the Royal Swordsman sect, and this is too close to Adrian, and this could not be allowed. Meanwhile, Inek had already begun to see some terrible horrors that could frighten even an adult. Tyler told everyone that there are 2 options for a place called the Inexhaustible Lake. An island in the lake, where resources are abundant, few dangerous animals, and the highest point in the area, where it is cool, but it is difficult to reach from external attacks. Tyler also approached Inek with a question about who gave him something unusual from his things. Inek immediately admitted in response, not wanting to hide anything from his mentor, that this thing was given to him by a manager from the Council of Elders, who is involved in the protection of coastal areas. He promised Inek that if they decided to register a sect in that place, he would give them a 20% discount on taxes. Immediately after this, Tyler sighed and said that in general, objects from strangers should always be checked for tracker bugs. And over the next 2 hours, Inek continued to tell them about the area. He also said that the most dangerous beasts in that area are only at the stage of the birth of the spirit. But if more dangerous beasts suddenly appear, they will be able to directly contact the Council of Elders, and then the members of the Council of Elders will send their man to eliminate them. This can make their life easier, because large mines are also good. But since they are at the bottom of the lake, it will be very difficult to develop them. Inek mentioned the tax discount, so Tyler decided to see if it was available forever. Inek confirmed his words and said that in order to receive it, you only need to pay a registration fee and sign a contract for 100,000 years. So far, this place meets all the necessary criteria. The situation with resources and connection to the Continental Communications Network could be better. Tyler knows how to make the most of the available conditions. But most importantly, this place is quite remote and discreet. It is unlikely to seem like a piece of varnish to other sects and cultivators. And for a newly formed sect that is not afraid of work and has no ambitions to subjugate the whole world, this is just right. This place also has one unsurpassed advantage. It is located very, very far from the Royal Swordsman. After this, Tyler decided to build a sect on an inexhaustible lake. First of all, they decided to come to the central continent in the Taoist city of Nanlin. There they were met by a representative of the Council of Elders, who guessed that Tyler and his friends had thought it over and agreed to the proposal to found a sect on an inexhaustible lake. There is no one among them at the birth stage of the spirit. Therefore, after paying the registration fee and signing the contract, the representative of the Council of Elders will send a person at the incarnation stage with them to clear the area around the lake of all beasts at the Golden Elixir stage and above. But they didn't need their help, because they are able to solve everything themselves. The Elder Council member saw Tyler smile and was very surprised. His smile lights up the entire room, but at the same time looks very natural. Perhaps decades of training in the technique of a pleasant smile are behind this. While spending a year in the time room, Taylor even managed to train his pleasant smile technique. She can help out if the main character returns, who will have to be refused. It's best to do all this with a smile. From now on, the lake officially belongs to them, and within a year he will be able to register the name. And yet when in 5 years the animals crawl out of the lake again, Tyler will have to ensure safety for the laity living in the coastal area, and also accept 100 students within 3 years. A member of the Council of Elders handed them a tablet containing all the other information. The next day, Tyler and his friends went to the largest island of the inexhaustible lake. Looking around, you can see how the mountains rise, how the foliage rustles, and hear the birds singing. They are very lucky that this area now belongs to them. There are a number of unwritten rules in the world of cultivators. One of them is the main temple building of the sect, which should be located on the top of the mountain, and if there are no high mountains in the area, then the temple must be built with the expectation of a future transfer to the Cloud Island. The guys looked at almost the entire area and climbed to the highest point of the island. Tyler's student needs to use his imagination to imagine the house in which all of them and future students would like to live. Tyler really liked what he presented. This building is designed for 10,000 people, and that should be enough for a start. The scanning was completed and construction work could begin. The work period is 15 days. This will require 1,000 laborers, 300 builders, 300 flying loaders, and 20 dolls with spiritual fire. The students were delighted with their mentor, because he could simultaneously control more than 1,000 dolls. They really wanted to become just like him. But what they see is only the tip of the iceberg of his capabilities. Tyler is capable of a lot, but keeps it in the shadows from outside views. Michael thought that over the decades of their friendship he knew Tyler well. But if he was still able to surprise him, then they were not close enough all this time. It looks like the guy wanted to fix it, or maybe he just confused Tyler with his girlfriend. But there was nothing to be surprised about here. because Tyler always hid his capabilities. If Michael didn't notice this, then you can safely call him a fool. They have decided on the place, but the main work is just beginning. Tyler's subordinates and his apprentice still have a lot of work to do. Michael and Enoch must scour the island and eliminate all the animals at the Foundation stage and above. Then explore the lake and kill all the animals at the Golden Elixir stage and above. Jennifer will need to explore the bottom of the lake and record the location of the mines, while looking for other resources. The rest, we need to go in search of new students. Mark will be responsible for checking them. The requirements for students are described in jade tablets. You need to recruit 100 guys who meet them. As for Jerica, she has to look after the working dolls. They are completely devoid of combat skills, so if animals show up here, they will urgently need to be moved to a safe place. Also, for security purposes, you need to equip a storage room where Tyler will store all the valuables. We still need to create an automated farm. Hundreds of students will need to be fed with something, and the surplus can be sold to foreign markets. And at the same time, medicinal plants can be grown here. We also need a conveyor line for the production of spiritual class weapons for battle dolls. Now 3 battle dolls armed with rifles at the dream-laying stage can put down the beast at the golden elixir stage. The only pity is that only one type of rifle will be mass-produced. It also needs a line for the production of cartridges. Now it will be possible to stamp only magic-class bullets, but for now, this will be enough. In general, this is where Tyler's capabilities are limited for now. When he breaks through to the stage of the golden elixir and becomes a master of blacksmithing, then it will be possible to seriously turn around. But this moment will come only 50 years later. Even living in this wilderness in complete secret from the world, Tyler has something to occupy himself with, and this was not a big problem. Suddenly, their sect was visited by an epiphany that covered the entire area with a purple aura. From now on, they will be called the Mystery Spirits Sect. 1 month passed, and the main temple on the highest point of the island continued to be built. Michael reported to Tyler that all animals above the Foundation stage had been exterminated. He sent Enoch to go around the entire island again, and he himself came to talk to Tyler. During this time, Tyler established some production based on the exploitation of dolls. All that remains is to wait for news from the disciples to whom he gave the task of finding the disciples. To make the job easier, Tyler created a ball that can be used to control the dolls. His name is the Dark Lord of Puppets. He can also be called the Dark Lord or the Puppet Lord. When this device appeared near Michael, he was afraid of it and thought that this ball was spying on him. Michael smiled a little and thought what would happen if this device was called just a little black one and not a puppet lord. After that, the ball began to make strange sounds and flash red, as if it wanted to kill Michael. In fact, this device showed a video of Michael training with his son. In these videos, one could also see that his son is very often distracted from training with his father. Michael interacts with his son with great enthusiasm every time. But when Jericho is added to the picture, he doesn't even dare look at their side. About the latest images, you can see his wife and sons. It looks strange that here he avoids confrontation with his family. The robot did not have time to finish anything, as Michael asked him not to say all this out loud. Michael blamed Tyler for all this, but if even the puppet master can unravel his secrets, then he only has himself to blame. When Mark reaches the stage of the golden elixir, he himself will be able to accurately test Michael for paternity, of course, if someone hints to him about it. Michael calmed down and greeted the Dark Lord with a smile on his face. The device also greeted him and flew off to monitor the doll's work. The guy complained that Tyler had created such a demonic apparatus, but this is necessary so that Tyler can control multiple dolls at the same time. It looks like Michael is just very afraid that the whole truth will come out. According to his stories, he himself became a victim of involuntary interspiritual conception. When Tyler breaks through the golden elixir stage, he will forever change Michael's appearance so that such embarrassment will no longer happen. The best thing Michael needs to think about is how to explain everything to the brand. For the guy, not seeing his illegitimate son every day was a victory. Few minutes later, Arthur and Michael returned along with new potential students. There were only 65 children on board. Perhaps Tyler needs to lower the requirements for accepting students. But quality was important to him, not quantity. He will still have time to get the missing amount. 65 students in 1 month is already a good result. The children on board were happy that they would finally become cultivators, and they also really liked the place in which they would cultivate. And the best thing is that their mentor can be Tyler, who can teach them the best techniques of this world. Mark said that in a month he was able to attract 65 eligible students, of whom 39 were boys and 26 were girls. Also 2 disciples with 2 spiritual roots, 21 with 3, 36 with 4, and 6 with 5. Tyler praised them for this. Afterwards, he asked Mark to take the new students to his mother so that she could accommodate them. Tyler gives them a couple of days to rest, after which Mark and Arthur go to pick up 35 more students. After their next return, the sect can be considered formed. Tyler needs to remind them more often who the mentor is. Otherwise, after decades, only the youngest will listen to him. Now we need to decide which of them should be appointed leader of the sect. Most of all, Jennifer deserves the position, because she is quite smart. The eldest brother is stupid. The third only knows how to swing a sword. The fourth is on his own, the closed one, lives in his own world and is addicted to dark spells. Therefore, only Jennifer remains. She knows a little about everything, is careful, not stupid, and has no significant flaws. Mark said that they were not tired, so they would immediately fly further in search of new students. Tyler said goodbye to them and was glad that he had such good students. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the inexhaustible lake, Jennifer explored the depths of this area. She admired that her mentor had a technological solution for any problem, because inside his submarine, it could go tens of thousands of meters underwater. Few cultivators have access to this. According to records of this area, a small-scale werewolf invasion occurred here 60,000 years ago, but it was quickly suppressed. Underwater turbulence is indicated as the cause of the appearance of werewolves. Moreover, during that invasion, they were first noticed precisely in the inexhaustible lake. This means that somewhere at the bottom of the lake, there is a weak point. This is an area with unstable space. Jennifer is willing to bet spiritual stones that natural space runes can be found at this entry point. Instead of exploring the bottom meter by meter herself, she thought about asking her mentor to make her products to search for valuable objects. Jennifer reported this to Tyler, and he really liked the idea. He decided to make her a special device for searching for valuable objects of various classes. And he also said that she was the leader of the mystery spirit sect. When all hundreds of students gather, she will immediately take office. The girl laughed nervously, because she was not ready for such a decision from her mentor. She doesn't understand why Tyler chose her as his mentor and how she knows the functions of a sect leader. The mentor explained to her that there was no suitable person for this position, so he chose her, his best student. As for Michael, he also cannot become the leader of the sect because Tyler could not even imagine what would happen if he took such a position. Jennifer agreed to this, and now she will have to get knowledge from somewhere about what it is like to be a cult leader. Meanwhile, on the shore of the main island, Tyler cooked food and thought about future plans. The sect is almost formed, but the time to rest on its laurels has not yet come. Although over the years he has managed to accumulate some property, but compared to the sects founded hundreds of years ago, they are just homeless. Moreover, Tyler sold half of what he had accumulated to buy space-time grains of sand, which would last until he broke through to the stage of the golden elixir. But after the breakthrough at the golden elixir stage, the time room will no longer be able to bear the natural consumption of energy. In any case, you can't hang your nose. Tyler always found a solution, and now he is not even alone. But there is a whole sect behind him, and he has an inexhaustible lake, which is full of resources. In his hands, even the most basic ore turns into gold. And so, what if they are at the bottom of a lake? He can build an entire submarine fleet to solve this problem. A day later, on the shore of an inexhaustible lake, Tyler met with Michael, who was not alone, but with his wife. He gave them a ring to which he could find a shopping list and spiritual stones, and his wife to him so that she and Michael could have a honeymoon. Furnishing a new home to your liking requires a lot of materials. While Michael has nothing to do, he can be harnessed as a supply. If he completes the task, Tyler will make him a new armor model. And you can't let such a handsome guy go to the city without a wife, otherwise he'll accidentally father a child with someone again. Michael was very surprised that Tyler gave him 100 million spiritual stones. "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away?" Michael asked him. Tyler answered him that last time Michael brought him a gem that costs at least 1 billion spiritual stones. So the guy can only have a lot of fun with his wife in the city with this money. And most importantly, buy everything on the list. Also, Tyler gave him a magic mask. It changes the appearance and vibration of the aura. Now, when leaving the sect, it should be worn every time. It's not without reason that they call the neighbor the sacrament of the spirit. The word sacrament is key here. Outside the sect, you cannot tell anyone about the internal affairs of the sect. He took Michael and his wife on this journey and began to think about what other things he had left to do. First, he needs to install a defense system for the entire island of the mystery of the spirit and a satellite reconnaissance system along the perimeter of the inexhaustible lake. Then send the dolls to mine minerals underwater. And finally, when he has enough iron ore, he will need to conduct market research and create a product that will sell like hotcakes and create an automatic conveyor line for it. Excellent. But Tyler doesn't have enough money for all this. Will he really have to turn into an ordinary person who has to constantly think about how to earn more spiritual stones? How cool it would be if Brother David took on this role, because he is one of Tyler's richest friends. Meanwhile, in David's shop, which is located in the country of Chunzhou in one of the main trade and transport hubs, he felt unwell because even at the stage of dreaming, he managed to catch a cold. He was looked after by his modest and simple-minded son, named Alex. David regretted that since childhood, he had not been apprenticed to his brother Tyler. But his son liked everything anyway. Living in Xiangzhou, his father was on the crest of a commercial wave. He had just grandiose plans. But the werewolf invasion put an end to them and David lost almost everything. Now he cannot achieve anything in a rich country with his financial situation. He no longer feels the strength to rise again from the very bottom. After he met Brother Tyler on the front line, who opened his eyes to a huge niche in business, David spent decades investing in the development of information infrastructure. The invasion of werewolves nullified all his achievements. David cried and missed the times when he worked with Tyler, but this situation can be looked at from a different angle. Compared to this place, Xiangzhou was a small provincial swamp, but here you can really expand. He and his son are in the central continent, surrounded by an endless sea. There are a lot of opportunities here. But his father did not notice this and thought that he would never regain the position he occupied in Xiangzhou. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Michael walking near his house with his wife Jerica. David immediately got up from his chair and started running towards them. Strange. But how could he recognize them? Because they are wearing masks, changing their appearance and aura. And besides, Michael and his wife changed their usual clothes. Michael greeted him and asked how he was able to recognize them after all. In fact, he didn't recognize their faces. Alex, who was standing behind his father, realized that these were Tyler's friends whom David had mentioned. David remembered well these ball wardrobes that Brother Tyler invented. They were fun on Jerica's dress. Finally, David had a chance to contact his old friend. Michael said that he knows how to contact Tyler, but you need to take into account his secretive nature, so Michael must get his consent. David very quickly agreed to this, because it would be a great happiness for him to see his old friend. Michael handed him the phone and asked him to take it. When he receives an answer, he will contact David through it to say whether Tyler agreed or not. Several days passed after the meeting with Michael, and David, without taking his eyes off the phone, expected to receive a message agreeing to meet with him. The son was very worried about his father and suggested that he rest for a few hours. But David refused this because he was waiting for a message that would allow him to return to the top of the business. A week later, in the temple of the sect of the Sacrament of the Spirit, Tyler learns that Michael met Brother David. He was very happy about this because he finally had the opportunity to work with him. so Michael asked him if he was ready to meet with David. Tyler agreed to this and asked them to send him their address. Perhaps they will soon have a foreign trade department leader. For a well-spent honeymoon, Michael decided to give a gift to his friend. He saw this thing in one of the shops. He was told that it was called a spiritual surprise stone. Inside the stone is a sealed ring that previously belonged to a cultivator executed for a crime. The spirit stone used as a shell alone cost $100,000. Moreover, the form of the gift itself seemed funny, so Michael bought it. Tyler was happy about this, like a child with toys, because he always loved surprises and various gifts. It was not for nothing that he went shopping for Michael. He would hardly have expected such a kind deed from others. Without wasting any time, he activated the conscious learning skill and was delighted with what he saw. As it turns out, there is a pile of consciousness retention ore inside, the size of a small mound, and several other rare types of ore, and even 2.5 kg of space-time grains of sand. After conducting a detailed analysis, he also noticed that there was an astral crystal there. Even a cultivator at the Mahayana stage would have his eyes lit up with greed at the sight of such a crystal. But here, there are 3 of them. The astral crystal is a required element for cloning your own soul. This means that even if Tyler's body dies, he can be revived from the clone crystal sealed inside, With such a thing, all his previous plans are just a kindergarten. All that remains for Tyler is to create a new pseudo-divine class control center. A day later, loud screams of joy began to be heard in David's shop. As it turned out, these screams came from Alex's father, who received a message about the whereabouts of brother Tyler. David read this message out loud and laughed nervously, thereby scaring his son. He thought his father was crazy and wanted to call an ambulance. His father said that everything was fine with him, and asked him to tell his eldest, second, third, fourth mother that they were going to brother Tyler. Meanwhile, in sex, there are mysteries of the spirit. Tyler became lost in thought and began to think about what he has now. Since the system he inherited was practically useless, it was high time for him to create his own system, and thanks to a gift from Michael, this has now become possible. This system will not only be able to forge objects and create dolls, but will also be able to keep a digital record of available resources, as well as analyze the capabilities of sect members using artificial intelligence. Tyler even came up with a name for it, Capital Demon System. Today he is just full of energy to create. The merging of ingredients and engraving of the runes goes without a hitch. Everything went like clockwork. Tyler forced himself into a cultivation position and began to create his own system. Light blue energy began to appear around him, which emanated from his hands. At the same time, it started to rain outside and bright pink lightning appeared, which, instead of the sun, illuminated the entire space of this area. When Tyler was creating the system, for some reason his hands began to tremble. He didn't understand what this could mean. No one could understand what was happening. Just when he was in the perfect mood, it was as if someone started poking his back with needles. The lightning finally subsided, and Tyler was able to create a new system. He turned it on, and the system immediately asked its owner what the first order would be. Tyler said that this system would create an army of special dolls for underwater mining and underwater combat, and also create a production line for refining iron ore, and in the end optimize the landscape of the entire island of the mystery of the spirit. The system analyzed the available resources and said that only the first 2 projects could be completed, and the rest would require additional resources, and in general, as the system said, this was their first meeting, and she wanted to get to know the owner better. Tyler took into account all the resource gaps and ordered the system to do what it could now. And since this is their first meeting, Tyler called the system on the basis of which he works the Capital Demonic System, which means that his name is not the same as the basis. He called this system the Grape because this device is all purple. The main thing is that Tyler likes it. The system was not against this name. A few days later, brother David sailed to Tyler, who immediately ran up to him and hugged him. He missed him a lot, so he couldn't contain his emotions and started crying. Yes, I said that Michael already told him a little about what Tyler is doing now. But David came to him with only one request: to take him into the mysterious spirit sect, to the catcher. And the beast runs. Tyler was just going to advertise his sect to him, and he is already going to join it. He invited David to sit down and discuss everything in detail. Tyler himself wanted to invite David to the sect, but he went ahead with his request. It seems that David is not bothered by the fact that this sect was only recently created. From that day on, David was a member of the Sacrament of the Spirit sect. Tyler needed David because he was planning to open a foreign trade department and invited him to take the position of head. As for payment, Tyler offered him to take half of the profits of the entire department. David could not believe that he had just joined the sect and would already be the head of the department. And half the profit would be too much because there is such competition on the central continent that local businessmen are often happy with even a margin of 0.1%. Tyler was surprised that Tyler was trying to cut his profits. This is not the most typical behavior for commerce. Apparently, it is more important for him to enjoy the process. It was important to Tyler that David stay motivated, so he assigned him a 1% margin. After that, Tyler called his system called Grape and selected the task type, build a foreign trade department. Tyler believed that money would soon flow like a river, because he had no doubt about David's commercial talent. He has been in business for more than 100 years, but for him it all begins only now. A little more, and the system of extracting minerals from the bottom will start, and there will be enough spiritual iron for the full defense of the island system. And then there will be satellites and drones and missiles and electromagnetic guns. And when he completely transfers the leadership of the sect to Jennifer, he will be able to devote all his time to his beloved. Suddenly, some strange sounds began to be heard near the sect. It seemed like something had happened, and Tyler decided to take a look at it himself. It looks like there has been an invasion of beasts, but Tyler won't just let them disrupt the construction of his own sect. Suddenly, someone started attacking these monsters. This man used skills similar to those that Tyler created on his powerful armor. As it turned out, at this time the task returned there and began to attack them. Lucky he came back. Now Tyler doesn't have to waste his energy on it. But how long will Inek last against so many animals? His sister was worried that even with the 3rd-generation god armor, he might not be able to cope. Although her brother is dumb, he knows his stuff, and Tyler was confident that he would succeed. About a month ago, their mentor gave them a set of secret magical abilities. Jennifer has not mastered the latest and most important of them, but her brother has mastered. The girl noticed another beast at the stage of the birth of the spirit and wanted very much to help her brother cope with it. Tyler didn't allow her to do this. He said that her brother was just having fun, and if she interfered, she would ruin all his fun. For Inek, the beast at the stage of the birth of the spirit is not an enemy, because he can destroy it with just one shot. The boy was aware that he had made significant progress in mastering the last magical ability in Tyler's set. He wanted to show a brilliant battle with monsters, and hoped that his mentor would appreciate his success. After several movements of his hands, he used a magical ability called the Armstrong Cyclotron Jet Cannon, and aimed it at the wild beasts. The creatures did not even have time to scream, because their bodies instantly turned into dust. This is a bright flash. They have no bodies, they just melted, even while in this lake. Jennifer was now definitely convinced that her brother had indeed mastered the latter's magical ability, but for some reason, she couldn't. Sometimes it happens that one convolution is enough to master something perfectly. The main thing is not to be distracted from the process. Apparently, my sister is too smart to focus her brain power on one thing. Inek was glad that he was able to easily cope with the beasts at the stage of the birth of the spirit, and asked his mentor if he liked his battle. In fact, the boy created a multi-armed mirage, but in reality I was only able to use a couple of hands. Tyler reprimanded him and asked him to pay attention to this. However, Tyler liked the last shot. It was very powerful. This battle was also observed by David and his son Alex. David once again convinced his son that brother Tyler and his students are very capable guys. He also said that Tyler's personal student took part in this battle, and in total he has 4 more of them. With a leader like this, it is only a matter of time before the mystery spirit sect rises. The task of David and his son is to become its important members at the very beginning of the journey. The father asked his son to put their research reports in order and compose a clear report from them so that he could take it all to Tyler. Tyler checked his wallet and noticed that he had less than 100 million spiritual stones left. His confidence in the future was melting along with his fortune. If the influx of spiritual stones does not begin in the next couple of months, many projects on the island will have to be stopped. The only hope left is for David, who can help him get rich. He just arrived. He brought him the results of the market research and asked Tyler to familiarize himself with them. The mentor was very glad to see him and asked not to address him so formally, especially since he transferred the position of sect leader to his student Jennifer. The state lives by laws and the sect by rules. Tyler may have given up the formal position of leader in favor of the younger generation, but for David he remains the main authority. Besides, Tyler did this only to relieve himself of more important matters. Tyler, having read the results of the market research, realized that David was inviting him to start producing the armor of God and various types of vehicles. But did the armor of God look too pretentious for the local public? David assured him that this was not true at all, because in Zhongzhou, there were already sales of armor similar to Tyler, and they were made by the Heavenly Forge sect. In total, there are 6 or 7 sets of similar armor on the market, but in terms of their quality, they are all inferior even to Tyler's first models. If you still start mass production, then you can make them even cheaper than armor from the Heavenly Forge sect, and then the mysterious spirit sect will take over the entire market. Regarding vehicles, David has the same strategy. By focusing on these 2 categories of goods, they can make a fortune in a short time. Also, David invented a mini-farm that fits in the palm of your hand, but the market is flooded with agricultural products, and it won't work. Tyler thought about all of David's suggestions and called his grape system. He told her to shut down the mini-farm production and instead calculate the cost of creating assembly lines to produce armor. Also, the system needs to send dolls to produce 100 magic-grade armor and first-generation God armor. When Tyler's students can raise enough spiritual iron from the bottom of the lake, then we can think about means of transportation. At the same time, all 4 students were watching their conversation. They suggested to him that since he does not have enough money, he can sell them pills based on the blood of the phoenix and treasures that they do not use. Tyler didn't like this proposal and yelled at his students. One such pill can bring them back to life even from a critical state. The life of disciples is priceless. It cannot be bought with spiritual stones. And the Liuli chains can also be useful to them when breaking through from the stage of division of the spirit to the stage of incarnation. Such valuables cannot be thrown away, and spiritual stones can always be earned. The guys didn't want to leave so quickly. It seems they still wanted something else from their mentor. Jennifer said, if Tyler can cancel the rules where they must defeat a battle doll of their level to break through to the next stage, then she and her brother are ready to break through to the spirit birth stage. Tyler didn't want his students to grow up to be trash. She and her brother have average natural abilities at best. Although there is a chance for them to ascend to the kingdom of the immortals, this can only happen with a careful approach. Tyler would like to meet his students again in heaven, but with such a careless approach, they will not end up there. Jennifer knew that this would be the case. She considered the mentor to be very good, but his only negative was this inflated demand. Tyler yelled at his students and calmed down. Looks like he's planning to do something to his students. The mentor decided to conduct a training battle with them. Students can either run or hit him point blank, but the main thing is to hold out against him for 5 minutes. If they succeed, then Tyler will allow them to break through to the next stage, bypassing the test with the combat doll. This proposal should have suited them, because their mentor was only at the stage of laying the foundations. His disciples did not think that he should be compared to an ordinary cultivator. At the stage of dream formation, they saw him as a more powerful force. Enoch was the very first to agree to this. He had long wanted to fight with his mentor, and now he has this opportunity, Besides, he is not alone and will not fight so scary. Mark also did not stand still and immediately began to attack his mentor. He will be able to restrain him in this area for no longer than 5 seconds. Taking advantage of this moment, the students quickly realized and began to attack Tyler together. Everything around is not material. You don't have to be afraid to seriously injure your mentor, so the guys will hit with all their hearts. Tyler's students had a good plan, but they were too slow to implement it. Their mentor activated the double mirror ability and directed its blow at Enoch. As a result, the boy dropped out of this training battle. Jennifer abandoned the path of direct confrontation and decided to disguise herself in order to quietly attack her mentor. For Tyler, discovering where she was hiding was not a big problem, so he found her right away. With Mark, he wanted to fight purely with swords and without unnecessary tricks. If the sisters couldn't hide, then what's the point of him trying to do it? Mark was ready to fight him, but asked Tyler not to hit him too hard. The mentor accepted his request and they began to fight with swords. A powerful energy emanated from the two of them, which dissipated on both sides. Several minutes passed, and the students still couldn't deal with Tyler. Among them, there were 2 at the golden elixir stage. The 4 of them could not defeat 1 at the foundation stage, so it is too early for them to think about a breakthrough. They need to train more. It seems that they will not soon have to move to the stage of the birth of the spirit, because this will not happen until Tyler himself breaks through at the stage of the golden elixir. And before that, there are still 50 years. Although if he uses the time room, he will be able to break through in just 25 years. A month has passed since the training battle. David brought Tyler a list of orders. They want to buy 2,000 magic grade sets and 800 first-generation god armor. Not enough, of course, but this is only the first batch. If the market reacts well to their products, then there will be much more orders and you won't have to despair ahead of time. Due to the fact that their sect is just new to the market and they do not have any reputation yet, the money will only arrive after the goods are transferred. But Tyler was not going to despair at all, because this was many times more than in his most optimistic calculations. For such work, he thanked his brother David on behalf of the entire sect. In fact, they won the first victory in breaking through their business. After that, Tyler went to his secret base. Today is his lucky day. Not only did David return with large orders, but during his walk he found a thunderstone with natural runes. He examined it and realized that these were possibly thunderstorm runes crossing. As a rule, the main purpose of intersection runes is that by fusing them into an ordinary item, there is a chance to turn it into a divine class item. Recently, Tyler has been so lucky, as if he is picking up gifts of fate intended for the main character. Suddenly, the grape system flew to him to say something to its owner. According to him, the conveyor line is ready to start. All that is required is an uninterrupted supply of spiritual iron. It will take 148 days to produce 2,000 magic-grade sets and 800 first-generation god armor. So I satisfied Tyler with the deadlines, and he transferred the spiritual hardware to the system to start production. In automated production, all the work was already at the finish line. I wonder what the grape will tell Tyler about the conveyor line for the production of pills, because they can also be sold. The system replied that it was possible to create a conveyor line for pills, but it would only be possible to produce the simplest pills of average quality. Tyler wanted more, but let it be for now where he also needs to start. He ordered the vineyards to begin this the day after tomorrow. Suddenly he received a notification that Jennifer had sent him a geolocation. It was located 80,000 kilometers northwest of the island of the Mystery of the Spirit. Tyler arrived at this place. The student led him to an unusual tree. It looks like she found something interesting. She asked her mentor to try to guess what she found. Jennifer did not wait for an answer and said that she had found one of the worlds of the small chiliocosm. Tyler decided to get straight to the point and asked her if there was anything valuable in this world. Jennifer said that there are no special treasures there. The world is quite small, and the spiritual aura is poor. But for the girl, it didn't matter. The main thing is that inside this world, there are people, a real full-fledged state. The student told the mentor that there were the strongest inhabitants there, who reached the stage of the golden elixir, but he was not happy to hear this news. Tyler saw no reason to rejoice, because the possibilities of their sect are not limitless, and now they do not have the resources to take care of the world, of the small chiliocosm. A large, wealthy sect could come up with something with such a find, but Tyler's sect barely manages to feed themselves. It looks like Jennifer's find was useless, but this is the first world she found herself. But not entirely on her own, because without the treasure search engine developed by her mentor, she would not have discovered this place. A living person, in principle, is not capable of picking up such weak fluctuations in spatial frequencies. Since she found it, Tyler suggested that she mark this place, and maybe in hundreds of years they will find a use for her find, Tyler decided that when he broke through to the golden elixir stage, he would connect this small world with his sect and redirect some of the energy there. Suddenly, in 1,000 years, something useful will come out of this. Suddenly, an unknown man jumped out from this world with the words, "Upper world, meet your new inhabitant." He was glad that he managed to meet two people at once. Jennifer rated his fighting abilities as average. He is a strong swordsman, but with a lot of obvious shortcomings. This guy thought that he was in the realm of the Celestials. Also, he thought that Tyler, who fell on the grass, was absorbing the spiritual power of the earth through it. Jennifer said that he is now in the world of cultivators, and in what territory she did not have time to say. Her mentor closed her mouth, because it was impossible to talk about the territory of their sect to anyone. Tyler suggested that this guy should fly to the southeast, to the very heart of the central continent, because all the most interesting things happen there. A person who is able to ascend from the world of small Helio to Ozma to the world of average is undoubtedly outstanding. The girl asked the mentor why he did not accept him. Tyler replied that he has a keen eye for people who potentially bring trouble with them, and this character is not on the same path with the mystery of the spirit sect. If he was able to get to the middle world at such a young age, he was probably the main character in his world. Tyler tries with all his might to stay away from the main character from his world, but he certainly doesn't need one from someone else's. This guy couldn't understand why Tyler and Jennifer ran away from him. Accordingly, his first impression of this world was not very good. 10 days have passed since Tyler and his student met an unknown guy, when suddenly he flies to him on a flying ball. He greeted Tyler and asked him if this sect was for cultivators. Everything was written on the gate of the sect, but this guy did not understand the writing of this world. Therefore, Tyler told him that he is now in the territory of the Sacrament of the Spirit sect. The boy really wanted to join this sect, and he asked what needs to be done to become part of it. Tyler did not advise him to do this, because this guy just got into this world, so he needs to take a better look around here first. They have a barely founded small provincial sect here, and they don't take stars from the sky. But he left his world. This guy immediately ended up with Tyler, and that means something. If you need to pass a test to join a sect, he was ready to do it. Suddenly, Tyler asked the grape system to call Arthur here. A few seconds later, the boy was already here, and ready to carry out his mentor's orders. As it turned out, his colleague swordsman wants to join their sect and he needs to be tested. If this guy beats Arthur in a fight, then Tyler will immediately accept him. Arthur is at the stage of forming dreams, and he is at the stage of the golden elixir, which means the advantage was on his side. He thanked Tyler for the opportunity and was serious about passing this test. This guy's name is Jacob. He is the first swordsman of the Kun Kingdom. Artura also said his name and said that he was from the Mystery Spirit sect. Tyler will be nearby watching this battle and asked his student not to disgrace him. The battle began. The guys exchanged several sword blows with incredible speed, until it was not clear who was stronger. Arthur decided to switch to using techniques and activated an ability called Wind. The slight breeze it lets in is very different from the degree of its danger, so Jacob used a technique called Protection, but it looks like she won't help him, because unbeknownst to him, Arthur was already near his back. Jacob tried to counterattack him, but it was useless because Arthur sent a powerful energy blow at him with his second sword. The blow was powerful, so Jacob admitted defeat in this battle. He failed this test because it's all about the swords. If he had a good sword, he would have lasted much longer. Tyler is still proud of how successful his pair of wind and thunder swords turned out. Kills vigilance, paralyzes reaction, has an increased effect of surprise in 2 words. This is a victorious weapon, see? The difference in swords can hardly be an excuse when the difference between the opponents is a whole stage. Jacob asked him to give him another chance, because he really wants Tyler to accept him into the sacrament of the spirit sect. Tyler said he would only have 3 tries. If he defeats Arthur even once, he will accept him. After the test, he asked the mentor if he had magical abilities that he could give him, and a mark, so that these abilities would be similar to those he gave to his older brother. The mentor told him that he must first break through to the golden elixir stage, or he must be willing to undergo the battle doll test with Mark. But Arthur was not ready for this, so begging for abilities from his mentor was useless. Tyler decided to ask him how he rated his last opponent. Arthur replied that if his opponent had not had weapons comparable to his twin swords of wind and thunder, Jacob would not have yielded to him. It was clear that he would return for revenge. If Arthur loses to him, then Tyler will abandon him and kick him out of the sect. Arthur would do everything he could to prevent this from happening. He wasn't going to lose to him. The main thing is that Jacob does not return before Arthur breaks through the golden elixir stage. And then he has a magical ability. The student became interested in whether the mentor himself creates these magical abilities. The answer was obvious. Tyler even came up with a name for his new magical ability: the fusion of heaven and earth. It is not finished yet and will need to be strengthened. Even this power was not enough to satisfy Tyler. According to Arthur, he needs a maximum of a year and he will definitely break through to the next stage. Well, now he needs to take this crab and take it to his sister. Let her cook it for dinner. In the evening, in the Spirit Mystery Sect, a student cooked crab. Tyler really enjoyed this dish and praised Jennifer for her culinary skills, which were simply top-notch. Her brothers also liked this dish, and they also said that her culinary skills are excellent. Since everyone has eaten, it's time to talk about business. They decided to discuss the development plan for the sect, which Tyler described in detail. Money wanted to go in search of treasures, and Mark wants to fly around the entire central continent. Arthur, when he breaks through and gains magical ability, goes traveling. Since everyone is leaving, Jennifer decided to stay because someone must guard the sect and protect the mentor. The guys were talking complete nonsense because Tyler told them about the development of the sect, and they told him about their plans to have fun. Who would work? How did he not realize that he ended up raising such ungrateful piglets as his students? The initial stage of establishing a sect will take 5 years, and even after that, no one will relieve the students of their responsibilities for finding resources, eliminating threats, and so on. And they will also have to take 3 personal disciples and train them to be worthy members of the sect. Tyler prohibited long travel for students below the golden elixir stage. After Tyler clearly communicated his vision of the future and gave a lecture on the topic of work ethics, the internal life of the sect continued as usual. 6 months passed, and the sacrament of the spirit sect continued to develop. David is simply the best. In 6 months, just from selling armor, he earned 400 million spiritual stones for the sect. The issue of financing the construction of the sect has been officially resolved. Now Tyler decided to give him 20 million to create a trading company. Of course, David will be in charge and should develop it at his own discretion. With that amount, he would be able to open shops in all the major cultivator cities of the central continent. Once the mysterious spirit sect has a network like this, they will be able to obtain all the important information firsthand. There is no doubt that David will do all this in the best possible way, and by the end of the year, Tyler promised him a generous bonus. The issue of organizing an information and agent network has been officially resolved. It seems that all the issues are almost resolved, but Tyler does not have a large flying ship suitable for long journeys. Tyler, when he returned from a 6-month expedition, there was a resource worth tens of billions of spiritual stones on board the flying ship. The mysterious spirit sect definitely needs such a flying ship with artillery. Then, He asked the vineyard system to save the remaining resources for later. Suddenly, Michael came to him to tell him the latest news. By now, the turnover has not occupied all of Sancho, and now they are invading all neighboring countries. Half of the Council of Elders, who guarded the passage between the two worlds, went to Shenlingzhou to fight werewolves. They also announced a recruitment of volunteers for a very decent remuneration, that if they are not really needed here, then perhaps it's worth going there. At the same time, he will be able to visit his relatives on this mission. If that's what Michael wants, then Tyler won't object. To do this, his comrade will forge him very good equipment so that he survives under any circumstances. A month has passed. Tyler gave him a ring in which he could find all the items and pills to help him develop to the stage of the birth of the spirit, and also a jade tablet with instructions for their use. The main thing he needs to remember is that he must come back in 50 years anyway. Michael now, he understands everything, and the sacrament of the spirit sect has forever become his home. Tyler jokingly told him that since he understood everything, he could get out of here. He led him on this journey and said goodbye to him. Tyler knows how brother Michael behaves, and that life in the wilderness on an island feels like prison for him. The last words he said to Michael before saying goodbye were, "Take care of yourself, my brother." 3 months later, everyone who visited the sacrament of the spirit was the clerk of the Council of Elders. He wanted to talk to Tyler, but his student was with him. The clerk asked who it was. Tyler told him that this is his student and part-time leader of the sect of the mysterious spirit, and he is only her mentor. This gentleman came to them on a serious matter. Since Tyler and his sect are new here, and apparently don't quite understand how their relationship works, he decided to explain everything to them. He turned on the panel and showed data on the tax debt of the Tyler sect. He can match them according to his data. To be precise, the debt is 30 million spiritual stones. The ability to recognize such small details originated in their past. The Council of Elders was founded by 36 undefeated Aryans. This happened 30,000 years ago. There are now only 56 Aryans in the Council of Elders, but not all of them are elders. Each of them has a unique technique. Nothing is impossible for them on the central continent. The Council of Elders knows in great detail everything that happens in their territories, thanks to 10 divine class items. The first item is a skywatch device that monitors the entire central continent. The second is a starship on which you can get to other worlds. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth are the mirrors of change, karma, the firmament and the heavenly spirit, respectively. They reflect the origins of all causes and effects, and taxes are also calculated with their help. The Elder Council clerk tells Tyler all this for one reason only. If his sect does not have comparable resources, it is better not to evade taxes. Tyler can't even imagine how many guests stay on the continent who create sects, don't pay taxes, and then disappear without a trace. Tyler has no problems with money, so he paid the entire amount at once. I wonder what will happen if some villain decides to destroy the mysterious spirit sect. What will the Council of Elders do? Will they provide comprehensive protection? The Council of Elders will help if the enemies are werewolves, but in other cases they usually do not interfere. If any sect is really destroyed by some villain, then the Council of Elders will put him on the wanted list and offer a reward for his head in the amount of taxes paid. Thus, the villain will think 10 times before encroaching on someone's sect. In fact, on such days the central continent is very calm. All sorts of renegades prefer to hunt in other places. The Elder Council clerk was about to leave when Tyler asked him to stop to ask him something. The question was whether the Council of Elders would disclose information about their sect upon someone's request. Tyler just doesn't really like attention from strangers, and that swordsman from the world of small Chiliacosm could probably have learned about them through the Council of Elders. If Tyler wants to make his own mystery sect, then Clerk could easily do it. Now he will make a note to himself. Then he will report this to the headquarters of the council at his request, and no more information about the mysterious spirit sect will be disclosed to outsiders. As it turned out, a strange guy in green clothes still came to him. He thought that since this sect was founded recently, it needed new members. If this caused inconvenience, the clerk of the Council of Elders is ready to apologize. Yes, 36 powerful guys figured out how to effectively rip off big money from sex. But Tyler didn't care. He could handle the whole percentage, especially since now the Central Continent is the only more or less safe place. No wonder the Elder Council has managed to stay on top for so long. There are almost no expenses, obligations, and worries, just have time to pluck the mugs. The Council of the Elders makes no difference which sect will succeed and which will go bankrupt. They will always take their percentage. Jennifer began to wonder what it means to pluck burdocks. Tyler said it's when the Council of Elders collect money from simpletons for next to nothing. After that, she wanted to join the Council of Elders when she became very strong, and then she would also pluck mugs. But Tyler had other plans because when he becomes strong, he will take his students with him to the Great Chiliocosm, and by that time, he will probably already be able to develop a toolkit that will make them richer, without doing anything. In the dungeon of the Mystery Spirit sect, an armor production line, work was in full swing. Dolls were creating various materials to create armor and then put it up for sale. But this was not enough for Tyler. He thought that they would forge while it was hot and focus on armor. David told him that they need to know when to stop and not try to swallow a piece larger than they can. Tyler had no choice but to agree with him. Later, he asked his system called the Grape whether among the new students there were those who stood out for their abilities in alchemy and forging. She replied that there were 5 students with an aptitude for alchemy and 3 for forging. Tyler decided to train them himself. The system also reported that among the students there is one with the talent of a spellcaster, and his name is Edison. So that Tyler could see for himself, the system decided to turn on recordings from a CCTV camera. In the video, the guys called Edison stupid because she dared to compete with them. He asked these guys to stop talking trash and was going to explain the beginning of the competition. A nearby student used a spell called Spiritual Rain. This spell did not particularly impress Edison because he believed that this rain would be of little use. Now Edison will demonstrate a special technique that he himself invented. Put his palm on his palm. He used a spell called Dung Rain. Because of this technique, it began to rain shit. All the people standing next to him were stained with it, and an unpleasant smell emanated from them. This would be a good technique in combat. Tyler started crying with laughter when he saw this technique. He really likes this kid's thinking. The system had a few more recordings of this guy that he could show. In the video, he is in the library studying the spells written by Tyler. It was enough for Tyler to watch the video with the spell. He had already decided that Edison would become his 5th personal student. Representatives of the craft of casting, even in the Central Continent, are in short supply. For Tyler, it was great luck that he had such a student. Suddenly, the system announced an alarm because they were being attacked by a large-scale invasion of animals, and all the defense systems of the island were activated. Tyler was angry about this and wanted it all to end quickly. We need to figure out how to get rid of these animals with one blow. Tyler boarded his flying ship and set off to stop the beast invasion. In the coastal waters of the island of the Mystery of the Spirit, the sex artillery worked on monsters. In order to cope faster, Tyler asked Inek to help him. Now monsters will experience his signature techniques from the lava series the hard way. Also, he distributed students around the entire island, and this area is protected by himself. In general, the situation is under control. I wonder how long the island's defense system will be able to hold off attacks of the current scale. The Grape replied that the shells and bullets would be enough for at least 2 weeks, and if there were no one among the animals at the stage of dissolution of the spirit, then none of them would get to the island. Then, the plan was this. Inek should stay here and protect this area, and Tyler and Jennifer will look for the leader of the monsters. The time has come to finish off their leader. Tyler will launch a frontal attack, and his students will need to come from behind and inflict at least 1 wound on the beast. Perhaps their leader would be at the stage of dissolution of the spirit, but the girl was not afraid of this, because when the mentor is nearby, she is not afraid of anything. When the master was at the Kui tempering stage, he could only handle the beasts at the golden elixir stage. Is it possible that now he, being at the stage of the formation of dreams, will not be able to cope with the beast at the stage of dissolution of the spirit. If this happens, then Jennifer will be able to escape him. In the meantime, Tyler and his students set off to put their plan into action. After some time, they did not find out that a giant turtle was behind all this. Her eggs remained on the island, and she wanted to take her offspring. If she had immediately approached Tyler normally, he would have met her halfway. But now, after she leaves, her children will remain with him. Jennifer needs to stay hidden behind Tyler's back for now. When a giant turtle appears, she needs to get close to her from behind and injure her. On the way to the turtle, they were attacked by various sea monsters, but Tyler easily dealt with them using the silk grinder technique. Tyler still managed to find the Yang turtle, but it was guarded by 3 beasts at the birth of the spirit stage. To deal with them as quickly as possible, Tyler used one of his most powerful techniques called an electromagnetic spear. But these monsters were too tenacious. One wave of impact was not enough to finish them off. Since spears didn't help here, he decided to use another technique to force these monsters to retreat. He used a technique called seed planting, and the roots of a magical plant began to sprout on the monsters' bodies. Eventually, they turned into huge flowers and looked like fertilizer. Jennifer watched all this and was very surprised how many methods of murder the mentor had. It's time to fight the main boss, the giant turtle. It's a pity that he is still an unreasonable creature. Surely it has seen a lot in life. Tyler would be glad to talk to it. It was the turtle that rose a little, thereby creating a huge wave that threw almost all the fish from the lake onto the shore. While the turtle was distracted by Tyler, it was Jennifer's turn to attack this monster. The girl realized this and flew at great speed towards the turtle to injure him. The girl was doing her task, but Tyler had a little problem. The turtle is trying to lock him in a limited area using his technique. Jennifer must take advantage of the moment while the enemy's attention is completely on her mentor. The student tried to pierce the turtle's body, but it didn't work. He doesn't care about such blows because a beast at the stage of spirit dissolution cannot be pierced. Just like that, with one blow. Tyler needs her to inflict at least a tiny wound on the turtle. He taught her the technique of breaking through spiritual armor, but it seems she forgot it. The girl claimed that she only gave a test blow to assess the hardness of the tail and now knows what to do. If it weren't for the armor that Tyler created for her, then she would have been left with only one wet spot left. This time she needs to not screw it up and do everything beautifully. While Tyler was explaining all this to his student, the turtle continued to attack him. It seems that Tyler almost received a huge wound. This creature also has combo attacks. Now was the decisive moment. Tyler had completely distracted the turtle, and his student needed to use the technique of breaking through spiritual armor in order to inflict at least some injury. Jennifer quietly flew up to the turtle's tail and struck with her technique. She succeeded. She was able to break through the body of the turtle. Now she needs to retreat and her mission is over. The student thought that her actions did not bring any results, because the place from which the piece of flesh was torn off had already healed. She needs to hurry. She will see the results soon, and Tyler convinced her of this. The turtle felt a sharp stabbing pain and began to scream very loudly. It looks like the time has come. Her skin began to spread, and flowers began to grow on her head. Tyler called this technique a sea of flowers. With this magical ability, he can control the turtle. After such a transfiguration, Jennifer no longer understood whether this turtle was scary or cute. But the main thing is that she still has influence on the other animals. Otherwise, she will have to chop each of them separately. Finally, they solved the main questions, and now Tyler would like to find out where this turtle lives. After all, on the inexhaustible lake there are no animals above the stage of the birth of the spirit. Then how did this creature end up here? He sat in a cultivation pose and used his mental technique to trace the origins. He saw an underground river there, and that 50 years ago it sailed to their now island of the mystery of the spirit and laid eggs. It's time to hatch, so the turtle is back for the babies. Tyler decided that the turtle and her baby would remain here to live on the inexhaustible lake. This is great. He wanted to have a pet for a long time. And now the ideal opportunity has come. These 12 newborn baby turtles will live here with their mother. One day they will be as big and strong as she is, but under Tyler's watch they will grow much more powerful. Tyler, with the help of his technology, ordered this turtle to live here with his cubs, and so that this is not discussed, their lives are now entirely in the hands of this guy. Night came and the moon began to illuminate. Together with the stars, the sect of the mysteries of the spirit. At this time, Tyler's students were acting up very loudly. They wanted the mentor to teach them the ability with which he turns animals into flowers. But it seems they don't even have a rough idea of how to grow a 7-color flower, so they won't be able to learn it quickly. And they are unlikely to have a predisposition to acquire this ability. Today's massacre seriously pumped up Arthur, and perhaps he is ready to pass the test of battle dolls and break through to the stage of the golden elixir. Mark also understood a lot today and is ready to also pass the test with combat dolls. Mark had to hide his progress. He had long been ready to break through, but all this time he was waiting for his older brother to save face for him. Tyler smiled and said that very soon they will have as many as 4 cultivators at the golden elixir stage, and this will be a big step forward for the mystery spirit sect. All 4 students looked at him and at one moment thought about the same thing, about the fake smile of their mentor. 3 months later, Tyler's 3rd and 4th students went into seclusion almost simultaneously. Jennifer's brothers were about to break through, but that didn't bother her much because none of them were strong enough to take her place as cult leader. Tyler grabbed her by the pigtails and thought to himself that she might think that the entire mystery spirit sect rests on her. She didn't have to worry because Tyler wouldn't put much pressure on her. After her brothers break through, he will let her go look for treasure as she wanted. Tyler thought she thought he wasn't giving her a break from her work. The student replied that this was not true at all, but perhaps she was pretending so as not to offend Tyler. Once Jennifer leaves, her little brothers won't stick around long either. It's time for them too to find their own path in life, and perhaps, through independent adventures, the guys will return back to Tyler as great cultivators. Jennifer decided that she would only travel within the central continent, so that she could quickly return to her mentor at any time. Natalia saw right through her desire to get away from this sect. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a creature that appeared above them in the sky. It looked like a person, and was somewhat similar in appearance to Inek. It glowed with bright energy, the same as that of the Earth's core and the sun. So the heavens welcomed the appearance of the first cultivator in the sect of the sacramental spirit, at the stage of the birth of the spirit, and he turned out to be Inek. After awakening, he reported to his mentor that he had successfully broken through to the stage of the birth of the spirit. Tyler already understood this from the flashes in the sky. He suggested that his student go to rest, and until he stabilized the flows of spiritual energy, he did not actively train. Mark and Artura also reported to their mentor that they had successfully broken through to the golden elixir stage. Tyler pretended to be happy, but he was sad because he again became weaker than all his students when compared by stage level. Then Tyler handed them several scrolls. In them he outlined their magical abilities. He will not claim that when they master them, the guys will become invincible for opponents of the same stage as them, but they will definitely come in handy more than once outside the sect. The students wanted to go see this world, and now the mentor will not interfere with this. But they must promise that they will not leave the central continent until they have mastered every last ability of their scrolls. This is all for the peace of their mentor. 3 days later, Mark and Arthur left the Sacrament of the Spirit sect and went in search of adventure. Now in this sect, besides the 3 of them, there is no one older than 18, but before they can blink an eye, the new generation will quickly grow up. It's true. 10 years will pass and these kids will also become independent. Tyler saw great potential in them. In the room where they pray, Edison tried to meditate. It seems that his mentors got him hooked on manga and anime, but nothing. A spellcaster without a rich imagination is nowhere in this world. Tyler came to him to tell him that lunch had already started, and he was taking a short break from his meditations. Edison came out of the state of meditation with the words, "I will destroy your entire village." This scared his mentor. Tyler told him to wake up, because he had already left the illusion and was no longer able to meditate. Well, he wasn't going to destroy the entire village, But he decided to leave the noodle merchant and the beauty alive, and he also decided to spare the cross-eyed girl and her teacher. But he wanted to kill the old man whom he saw in his visions anyway. After all, he could have given the main character an ordinary, happy childhood. But for some reason he treated him too cruelly. Edison didn't like him very much, and the guy wanted him to die quickly. The main character of the manga with an ordinary childhood. That's what would be unusual according to Tyler. In general, dealing with any main character is very dangerous. There is no need to be so immersed in the plot. Edison mainly needs to pay his attention to fighting styles and techniques, and not be distracted by what is not necessary. Well, now he must eat, and then continue his training. Once he's gone through his entire library of manga and anime, Tyler will keep him occupied with something else. Since 3 of the 5 students have already escaped, Tyler will only have fun with Edison, and this is not discussed. Another 10 years of the existence of the Mystery Spirit sect had passed. Michael took the position of natural manager and has been leading most of the sect's affairs for the past 5 years. He reported to Tyler that the harvest of spiritual rice had been completed yesterday, and thanks to Tyler's new sowing method, the current harvest was 30% larger than last year's. As for the line for the production of high-quality pills, the Kuznets trio are already finishing with the installation of hardware equipment, and the latest news is also that Illusion Branch leader Mark stopped to rest in Linson City and will soon reach the sect. He is accompanied by 2 children. Edison wondered how the mentor was able to discern the talent of a manager in Brother Michael. As they say, like the cradle, like the grave. By observing a child, you can get an idea of his character in adulthood. Take Edison, for example, with his dung rain. It seems that the mentor still has ideas about him from those times. Since then, the boy has already managed to develop this spell into a fecal tornado, thereby improving the effectiveness of his technique. His development cannot be stopped. He wanted to show his mentor his latest technique, which he had recently come up with. He put his hands together and used a technique called metal and fire fusion. The peculiarity of this technique is that it had a low consumption of spiritual energy. Combat power was also at a high level, and there is potential for its further development. But Tyler could not understand whether the student showed this so that he would praise him or scold him. Tyler said that all the power is based only on the burst of the bullet. The accuracy is low, the range is short, and Edison could not even realize the existing advantages. The student must be familiar with firearms and understand why a barrel is needed. Tyler showed Edison how to use this ability and shot the Redbird as an example. The student was surprised that the mentor used exactly the same amount of spiritual energy as he did, but he managed to hit the target exactly from 1,000 meters. Tyler invented this spell when he was at the 5th stage of ki hardening, but due to its weakness, he has hardly used this ability since then. Edison is already 12 this year. After falling into this sect, he never left its borders. Tyler decided to let him go for 1 year when Uncle David returned and went on business again, and then he could leave with him. Tyler wanted his student to visit every major city in the central continent, but he didn't want to go anywhere because he still had a lot to learn, and he wasn't interested in what was outside. But Tyler has already made his decision. Edison already has a spell for creating photographs, and in a year, the mentor expects from him photographs from the main streets of the 24 main cities of the continents. Along the way, the pictures will have to be accompanied by his stories about the city. When Edison first arrived here, Tyler heard him swear that when he became a cultivator, he would return to his native village and marry a girl. Therefore, when he goes on a journey, he can ask Uncle David to look at his relatives first. It's time for Edison to fulfill his childhood vow, but the student reacted to this somehow strangely. He said that one of the mentor's students had already been with him in his village and returned with the news that 3 years ago this girl got married. Therefore, his childhood dream is no longer destined to come true. Edison still thought that he had no chance with her, and did not count on achieving this goal. Suddenly the fish started biting and Tyler was able to catch it, which means there will be fish soup today. After that, Tyler decided to cheer up his student, saying that he was at the very beginning of his life's journey, and would still find a suitable soulmate. Now, we need to go back, because one of our brothers is about to arrive and he hasn't been here for several years, and they need to establish brotherly relations. Events move to one of the main cities of the central continent. In this city she, with the help of her animal named Tsvetik, was looking for something on the central continent. The animal wanted to say that with her luck, no matter how she searched, she would still find it. She decided to do so. The main thing is that her husband is definitely alive. The rest is trivial. Elizabeth wanted to find her husband Tyler as soon as possible. Her mentor said that her so-called husband had long since fled to the central continent, so she went there. Meanwhile, in the Royal Swordsman sect, Adrian was there, but for secrecy, he came up with the name Clark. His subordinates made him the last sword and gave it to him. Clark accepted the weapon and thanked his brother for it. Once upon a time, Clark saved this man's life, and now he serves him as a token of gratitude. Moreover, if he had not given him the treasure with rare runes, then the boy would never have forged such a good sword. Grandfather Swordsman whispered in Adriana's ear that with Brother Tyler and such runes, it would be possible to forge a real masterpiece. But now he is not with them. Adrian missed him very much and wanted to meet him as soon as possible. The time will come, and he will be able to go looking for it again, but for now he needs to work with what he has. We need to raise this boy to be a good blacksmith. He is already devoted to Adrian, and any investment in him in the future will pay off with interest. Adrian is missing 12 legendary class swords. Before completing the formation, 1,000 swords of the forbidden space. By the time he gets them, a lot of time will pass. The old man was in no hurry, so this matter can be stretched out for a long time. Clark told his brother Mason that there was no point in keeping a treasure with runes with him, because he was their smith and could use them to prepare a masterpiece. Well, it was even sad, because Adrian initially collected them only to please his brother Tyler, where before the swordsman promised that Adrian was so indulged in melancholy and asked him to stop being a weakling, because a soft-hearted person has no chance of becoming a great husband. Adrian didn't want to talk to him because, according to him, this grandfather doesn't understand anything. Mason noticed that Clark usually behaves openly and affably, but sometimes he is so conveyed by sadness that he cannot even hide it. And the old swordsman constantly repeats that a great husband must be heartless and not be sentimental like a woman. At the same time, through the use of various magical seals and protective formations, Tyler managed to completely close the island from prying eyes. Most cultivators flying over him don't notice him at all. 10 years have passed since Tyler's 3 personal students set off to see the world on their own. During this time, the sect has changed greatly. After medicinal raw materials, separate rune seals are used for each type of medicinal ingredient, which allows creating an ideal habitat for them. As for the entrance gate protection ring, a magical formation of 360 giant pearls arranged in a circle attracts spiritual energy, which condenses into a liquid state and flows like a waterfall into a spiritual pond. Entering the spiritual pond, the liquid continues to thicken, and when it reaches its limit, it becomes suitable for creating wonderful beasts consisting entirely of spiritual liquid. In general, such creatures are of little use, but they can make an enthusiastic impression. The system, which looked like a toad, told the guys about all this. When they entered the territory of the Spirit Mystery Sect, a frog guide fell on these guys and told about the history of this sect. Mark theorized that these creatures were born in a spiritual pool and served to tell stories to newcomers. He had not yet finished eating the caramel berries when he and his new students arrived at the sect. Now, they need to meet with a mentor, Tyler. This is a great genius who was able to refine the original design of the brand to perfection and build an excellent sectie. Mark almost forgot to use a special technique to turn into a small teenager. This must be done because all the mentor's personal students have made an agreement. Before the mentor, all his students must remain children in order to express honor and respect to him. Although the mentor complained that others might mistake him for a lolicon, Shotokan, or just a pervert, but the disciples owe him everything in this life, so they don't care what others say. They will always honor him. Moreover, He did not explain to the student the meaning of the words lolicon and shotacon. Going forward, potential students must now behave like Mark, show full respect to the mentor. The guys agreed with this, and now it's time to meet a mentor named Tyler. Entering the building where the mentor was waiting for them, Mark told him that he had returned. But suddenly, Tyler notices that these two guys are standing behind him, and thought that now he will have grandchildren. He called Mark a naughty man, and the fact that he himself, as the youngest among his brothers, managed to become the first to have children. But the student replied that it was not his children, but he simply saved them. So the question, "Where is Mom?" should immediately disappear from Tyler. Mark told me that their parents were no longer alive. A gang of robbers massacred them all into the village, and when he arrived at the place, only these brother and sister were alive. Although he punished the robbers on the spot, he could not leave them, because he perfectly understood what it was like to be left without parents, so he could not pass by the two orphans. As for spiritual roots, my brother has the spiritual roots of thunder and fire. He is a natural blacksmith. And my sister has the spiritual roots of a thunderstorm and a tree. She can become a good alchemist. They successfully passed the test to meet the requirements for sect disciples, so Mark brought them here. Tyler's life is already becoming like a story, cyclical. The guys can consider that from now on, the mystery of the spirit sect is their new home. Now the mentor wanted to drink tea and talk with Mark. The mentor saw in his eyes that the boy was lost and struggling with internal demons. He must remember for what purpose he asked to be his student. Mark was still just a child back then. Now the reason why he decided to take the cultivation path sounds stupid, to find his father and make him repent at his mother's grave. But recently, Mark discovered new motivation and set a new goal. This goal and turn into one of his inner demons. But you don't have to say such scary things with that smile on your face. His new goal is not to send his father to the other world to his mother. Tyler. We need to somehow explain to him more gently that he was conceived by accident, and his father is not to blame for anything. Mark wanted to clarify whether Uncle Michael was his father, but Tyler interrupted him. Before answering this question, he wanted to know about his student's new motivation. If Michael really is his father, then he wants to take advantage of Tyler's ability of 100 rebirths. Mark wanted Mom and Dad to live one full life together, and was ready to take such risky steps. One life isn't that much, but as to whether Michael is his father, he'll have to find out for himself. What about Arthur? He said that he had mastered all the magical abilities from Tyler's scrolls, which means he could leave the central continent. Now he's cutting up werewolves in Shenglingzhou. Mark remains on good terms with him even after he began to have doubts about his father. The boy thought this was normal, because this is completely different. Many years ago during training inside the illusion, Mark and Arthur took a test together to improve their abilities. Arthur said that Mark's father was friends with his mother, so before her death she asked him to take care of him. So Arthur will take care of Mark. Moreover, since they have the same mentor, it means that they are practically related. And you can't consider each other not just brothers, but siblings. This is how they became friends. They helped each other, protected each other. If one of them needed help, they did everything right away. In other words, Mark is not yet completely convinced that Michael is his father, but Arthur is forever his brother. After the death of his mother, he is the closest person to him. It looks like their family is in for a very melodramatic ending. This time, Mark returned to the sect for a short time. He will stay here for a month, and then go to Shenglizhou to see his brother. Meanwhile, in this same country, the main theater of operations in the war of the two races, Michael had some kind of bad feeling. After all, werewolves began to run after him, who wanted to devour his soul. The only one who can save him at this moment is his son Arthur. The son was able to find his father. He asked him many times not to come here, because there are a lot of monsters in that area, and he can deal with them without him. But no, father came here again. Michael was happy that he had made the best decision of his life, to apprentice Arthur to his brother Tyler. Now he became the strongest in his family. Dad was very proud of him, but father only distracted him here, So it's better for him to sit with his mother in a safe place. Michael felt like an old useless dog because his son was beginning to despise him. He doesn't know how to live with this, but it's okay. He'll soon get used to it. The only good thing he had was his wife, who could comfort him. But Brother Tyler is probably wasting away in terrible loneliness on the island. Meanwhile, somewhere, the mystery of the spirit, Tyler and his students were fishing. Suddenly someone started approaching them on a boat, and there were two of them. As it turned out, this was Elizabeth, who had been looking for her husband for a very long time. She was very happy that she finally met him and hugged him with all her might. So much so that Tyler could hardly stand on his feet. The guy couldn't understand how his wife ended up here. He didn't expect that she would be able to find him on her own. And it took 60 years to break through to the stage of birth of the spirit. And in honor of this, the mentor gave her 2 months of vacation. Now it's clear why the girl became so strong, because she was already at the stage of the birth of the spirit. Tyler pointed out that only her biceps increased in size, and the rest remained unchanged. Decided to show his sect, which he had been building for a long time. They boarded the flying ship and took to the sky. From above, you could see the vast territory of the sect. Elizabeth really liked this place. She could not take her eyes off such beauty. When the students saw Elizabeth, they thought that she was Tyler's new personal student. But not everyone thought so, because she hardly looked like a student. Tyler decided to introduce them to their guest who had just arrived and called Elizabeth his bride. The students bowed to her and called her mother mentor. She called all the students to give them gifts that she had taken with her. We don't even have biceps, it still seemed to Tyler, because when she took out the candy, everything there deflated. Tyler didn't understand where Elizabeth got so much stuff from, because according to his estimates, she had already given away treasures worth 200 million spiritual stones. While she was looking for her beloved, on the way she came across the ruins of an ancient sect, and there she found it all. That's what a carrier of the heavenly spirit means. Unfortunately, she said that until she gains complete control over the heavenly spirit within herself, she cannot enter into a love relationship, so she will have to compensate for this with treasures. Tyler hugged her and told her that he didn't need to do this, because she was her own treasure. And in general, the boy did not plan to live at the expense of his wife. He is already an adult and independent man. Suddenly, he received an emergency message. It said that Tyler must report to the Linson City Council of Elders office for an important conversation that required a personal meeting. Tyler said he was running errands and would be back soon. Elizabeth would be looking forward to him and wanted her husband to return as soon as possible. When Tyler arrived at the meeting place, the clerk of the Council of Elders told him that there was a problem that only he could help them with. The point is this. One of the members of the Light of the Elders tried for many years to practice paired cultivation with his partner, but without success. He demands that the clerk of the Council of Elders find a solution to this problem. He knows that Tyler is incredibly good at secret techniques, rare spells, and so on. If the boy helps, then the Council of Elders will not leave him without reward. Tyler was, to put it mildly, shocked by this proposal. Not only does the Council of Elders not deal with its obligations of clearing out dangerous beasts, because the sects, you see, manage on their own, but Tyler also has to deal with their sexual problems. In addition, the boy is now in such a position that he cannot go anywhere, because his wife came to him. But he already has a technique for solving such problems. If he shares it, he will not become poor. Tyler said that by luck one day he came across a technique called yin and yang harmonization. Perhaps she should help solve this problem. He handed the jade scroll to the clerk of the Council of the Elders, and he, in turn, asked his assistant to take it to their bedroom. Also, the Light of the Elders received a package that Tyler's friend sent for him. Most likely it was from David. As for the reward, the clerk didn't really say anything. He said that the Tyler sect greatly facilitates the work of the Light of the Elders, independently dealing with the invasion of beasts near the inexhaustible lake, and he is very grateful to them for this. Looks like Tyler has been tricked again. Suddenly, a man comes to them, shining with power, with his little sister named Caroline. Although his sister is hopeless in cultivation, She is affectionate and obedient in nature. This man tried Tyler's technique and was not 100% happy with the result. As a reward, he decided to give him his little sister, but Tyler could not agree because he is almost a married man. And moreover, Elizabeth is waiting for him. He couldn't come back to the sect with some woman, but in the world, the elder respected tradition. So Tyler cannot reject this gift, so they agreed. Now she belongs to Tyler, and he can return with her back to the sect. How well everything turned out for this man. He sold off his useless sister and did not remain an ungrateful bastard. Tyler was not happy with this outcome of events. And if the system had not held him back, he would have put everyone in their place. In the sacrament of the spirit sect, Elizabeth finally waited for her hubby. Only she could not understand what kind of girl came with him. She thought that Tyler had a new entertainment, and he could take advantage of it until he officially married Elizabeth. Tyler wanted to explain all this, but the girl did not want to listen to him and directed all her anger into a punch. The guy was scared of this. Such a blow could kill a person. But Tyler was able to dodge this attack and managed to say that this was a bride for Inek. The student did not expect such a turn of events and was, to put it mildly, shocked. There was no agreement that Tyler was supposed to marry this girl. Now, we need to quickly send out the wedding invitation to David and the rest of the guys. And Fur, according to Tyler, is no longer a child, and it was time for him to get married. The girl is quite pretty, affectionate, meek, and this was a good option for a boy. And in the end, you can trust your favorite mentor in this choice of a bride. A couple of days later in the Spirit Mystery Sect. At this time, Tyler looked at his favorite fish in the aquarium and could not stop admiring it. But his rest was interrupted by the sighs of the guys. It seemed like something had happened, and they didn't know how to solve the problem. As it turns out, Caroline is getting married soon, and she doesn't even have a wedding dress. Tyler thought that something serious had happened, but this problem can be solved in two ways, because he has an item called a wardrobe ball. The girl must imagine her dream dress and project the picture directly into the ball, and he will do the rest himself. Caroline did just that, and instead of her old clothes, a new, beautiful dress appeared. The girl loved the color red very much. Besides, at a wedding, this color will symbolize love. She really liked this process, because with such a ball, you can change outfits every day. She turned to Tyler and called him Uncle, asking if she could show her outfit to the groom. Tyler was even a little sad, because he was so young and didn't want to be called Uncle or anything like that. And the guy asked Carolina to call him a mentor. He will accept her, for now, as an external disciple of the sect, and in the future she and her husband may become fellow practitioners. He also gave her pills that are great for the early stages of the chi-quenching stage, and a basic technique called 5 elements. At the same time, Elizabeth entered Tyler's house and began looking for another ball in the wardrobe. Perhaps several of these balls are in her husband's room. They probably contain outfits that he himself came up with. The girl strained all her brains and began to remember where exactly they were, and remembered that they were at the top of the closet. Finally, she found them. But suddenly Tyler comes into her room and asks why she ran into the house so suddenly. It was already late. His wife activated the ball and will now start trying on different clothes. And knowing what kind of clothes Tyler likes, there will be something vulgar there as always. As I found out, Elizabeth changed into a very revealing dress that looked too provocative. "Shame," she screamed throughout the room. But Tyler asked her not to touch this item, but she still continued to try on different clothes. This time she wore another provocative dress, but in addition gloves appeared on her hands with paws like a cat, and also cat ears. Tyler couldn't stand it. He began to bleed and lost consciousness for a while. Elizabeth began to examine him, but could not understand why her hubby's nose began to bleed. Tyler told her not to worry about him. "Having seen this, I don't even feel sorry for dying." Suddenly, Jennifer came into their room and said that she returned immediately after receiving the invitation to the wedding. She couldn't believe that her brother was actually getting married. But a small surprise awaited her in the room in the form of Elizabeth, who climbed up on her mentor. Looks like the girl came here at the wrong time. Ran away from the room, taking with her the wardrobe. The girl said that she didn't want to disturb them, but just came to the wedding. Well, if she is not far from the sect of the mother teacher, she will definitely go to her and ask for an apology. And the girl didn't want to apologize to Tyler, because she didn't return empty-handed. Her mentor will be delighted. Tyler thought his student was overexcited and decided to make her some calming tea. A month ago, Jennifer joined a group of treasure seekers. There were 15 of them in total. They gathered to find one destroyed world of the small Chiliocosm, because the amount of treasures remaining there shocked them all. Therefore, only inside the small world everyone took up arms. Being a good student of her mentor, she immediately realized what she needed to do. She left a double doll in place of herself and hid herself. But suddenly a monster appeared at the stage of the birth of the spirit. He would have been a werewolf doll. In the end, he finished everyone off. The power of that doll was comparable to the best examples of Tyler. It was as if he was controlled by someone like a grape system. But in the end, Jennifer chose the right moment and finished off that Hulk with one precise shot. Tyler grabbed her by the pigtails again and asked her when she would get to the point where he should be delighted. Jennifer collected their storage rings from her dead traveling companions. One of them contained a spell for preserving small worlds, and so she took that entire small world to bring it to Tyler. Tyler was pleased with his student's work. If, after half an hour of a boring story, her gift had disappointed him, he would have imprisoned her on the island for thousands of years. Tyler looked at this ball for a long time, and for some reason was silent for a long time. Out of great surprise, he could not say a word because inside this sphere there was a skyship. It's difficult to overestimate the value of a skyship. There are literally only a few of them on the entire planet. Tyler laughed like crazy and couldn't get enough of him. Although this is only a prototype of a ship that requires serious modifications, but if information about it leaks out, then tomorrow morning it will no longer wake up. Therefore, Tyler asked his student that some of her companions could not leave alive. The student convinced him that the monster ate everyone, and that all the completions for the ship were inside that world. Tyler will be able to bring this preparation to the state of a full-fledged ship, no earlier than he breaks through to the stage of spirit division. And until this moment, there is probably a lot of time left. And now he is not able to do this and needs to carefully hide this ball somewhere. And it would be best if the student sold it somewhere along the way and earned a lot of spiritual stones. Tyler wanted his students to improve quickly. For example, if a student breaks through to the Mahayana stage, then he will not have to be afraid for all the students and not hide this ball. Therefore, Tyler decided that, starting tomorrow, he would put his personal students through a more intense training regimen. After that, he asked the grape system to scan the parameters of the werewolf ship and calculate what would be required to transform it into humans and finally complete it. And at the same time, asked me to try to integrate with this small world. Tyler remembers how he prudently left empty modules in the system, so the grape can allocate one of them for small measures. Grape in a short line completed the scan and said what materials would be required. This is an astral crystal, solar plasma, a source of 5 elements, a meteorite stone, and space-time grains of sand. Tyler asked the system to bookmark this so he could come back to it later. If you sell all the property of the sect along with the island, then there may only be enough for space-time Pinky. Vineyard heard this and began to prepare the island of the Sacrament of the Spirit for sale. Tyler managed to stop this because he just set it for comparison, and there is no need to sell anything. The system must continue to do calculations. It would take 50 years to completely transform and create ore formations with the system's computing power. So, the system can begin. Considering that the student brought Tyler a whole small world, he must upgrade her rifle. Besides, the girl is still running out of bullets. Everything was ready a long time ago. Jennifer just had to wait for this moment. Tyler upgraded her rifle from grade 3 to grade 4. I did the same with bullets, and now the girl will be able to mortally wound the beast with another shot at the stage of dissolution of the spirit. He also increased the limits of air and spiritual energy compression, and established an electromagnetic mode. Jennifer probably can't wait to shoot with it. Tyler gave her the task of bringing him divine-grade loot. she will try. Jennifer promised that next time the mentor would be even more delighted with her gifts. Now she needs to escape, because a message has just arrived that in the country of Tianxizhu they found an entrance to the sacred lands of ancient werewolves. I didn't have time to arrive when I immediately galloped off again, but nothing. But on Tyler's free grazing, the students grow faster. By the way, we must not forget about the other students. I wonder what's going on with Inek now. At this time, the boy was at a ceremonial wedding with his wife. Tyler suddenly came to them and said that Inek and his wife were going on their honeymoon today. Previously, after 3 years, and without breaking through at least to the next stage, they cannot return. The mentor didn't even care that it was his student's wedding night. Also, don't forget about Edison. It's time for him to go too.
Tyler and his students went to David so that he could take them with him. He asked him to throw Edison out in the first major city, and Enoch and Jennifer should go their own way. David agreed to this and will do everything exactly according to the instructions.
He also remembers about space-time grains of sand. The guy will carefully work on this request. The next day, near the inexhaustible lake, Jacob was tested with battle dolls. He went through it for a very long time, but he still couldn't. As a result, he was very tired and fell to the ground to get some rest. Tyler didn't tell him not to despair, because he had made a serious leap over the past 10 years. The only pity is that Arthur was not here. He, as a swordsman apprentice, would have been glad to fight with Jacob. The boy has 2 more attempts left to pass this test. Jacob is tired of listening to Tyler's consolation. Because he has completely lost hope that he can join his sect, Tyler knows why the boy is so eager for them. He wants to look after his home world, which was found in the territory of this sect. Tyler, as a business genius, offered him to buy this territory. He wanted to sell this territory for 1 billion spirit stones, but for a good guy like Jacob, he will give a 20% discount. That is, only 800 million spirit stones or treasures worth the same amount. If the boy can collect such an amount in 100 years, then the old world will become entirely his property. This is an excellent opportunity, for which Jacob thanked Tyler. If everything happens like this, then for Tyler this will become the deal of the century. Just a real gift of fate. By the way, speaking of gifts, he never opened the package from Michael. It was time to see what he sent him there. I opened this box. There were hollow bones of werewolves. In the course of werewolves, these are like storage rings for cultivators. These items looked very strange, as if it were a box of surprises. Tyler did not expect that his friend would be able to get such a gift, but as it turned out, the first bone contained only cheap werewolf household utensils, and Tyler threw it aside. And the second bone already contains pills and items with runes. This is a good start for him. Then he found some 16 methods for hardening steel. Tyler became curious and decided that he would need to try them out in his free time. This bone smelled like rotten eggs, as they say. What's good for a werewolf is death for a man. When he took the last bone, after touching it, it activated and very valuable items fell out of it. Inside were 25 kg worth of solar sand grains, 1 piece of basidial autoclast, 1 piece of meteorite stone, and 25 kg worth of space-time sand grains. Brother Michael, as always, did not disappoint his friend. With these materials, Tyler will be able to upgrade a grape to a legendary class item. At the same time, Adrian and his swordsman grandfather passed through the arch in Tangxingzhou. The grandfather expects serious loot for himself from this foray. To Adrian, although he promised his grandfather the swordsman that he would help him recover and take revenge, but he must take into account that the boy will not do this if it is at the expense of losses for other people. As was the case with brother Tyler, grandfather the swordsman was tired of constantly hearing stories about Tyler. He believed that when doing a big job, one should not be distracted by such trifles, and, in his words, Adrian should understand this perfectly. The boy became very angry after his grandfather's words. If he does not promise to adhere to his principles, he will begin to break the swords one by one, which they have been collecting for so long for the grandfather of the formation. Grandfather didn't want this and asked the boy to leave the swords alone. At his age, he even parted with his wives because of good booty. But Adrian can't even part with thoughts about Tyler. But he didn't understand anything, because Adrian considered Tyler his brother forever. Grandfather Swordsman made a promise that he would not do this, but on the condition that Diane would not give up. I wonder if Tyler thinks the same way Adrian does about him. That's a big question. Further, Grandfather Swordsman drew attention to the girl with 2 pigtails. She did not look as simple as she tried to seem. The grandfather invited Adrian to take her with him. After all, she can be very useful in difficult times. Coming closer to her, the guy asked her if she was going to the sacred land of ancient werewolves for treasures. As it turns out, this is Jennifer, Tyler's student, who changed her appearance using special technology. The boy invited her to join a group of like-minded people, because she probably should know how dangerous it can be in those places alone. Jennifer felt like she already knew this guy. Afterwards, she decided to ask what Andrian's treasure hunting strategy was. The strategy was one of caution. He likes to clean out the periphery and go around the sweet spots, because this way he avoids conflicts with serious players, and no loot is worth the bloodshed. For the girl, this all sounded like an excuse to lure simpletons, but she didn't do anything with her finger. She agreed to Adrian's proposal and said that she was just looking for travel companions. At the same time, in the country of Tianxingzhou, in the city of Qinbai, Andrian gathered all his fellow travelers and introduced himself as a clerk from the sect of royal swordsmen. Since all the professional treasure hunters had gathered here, he invited everyone to introduce themselves in turn. After the guys said their names, the clerk suggested that they immediately agree that all the loot would not be divided equally, and after the case, everyone will decide for themselves whether they want to stay on the team. Grandfather the swordsman was pleased to see his student finally take on the role of leader. After some time, Adrian managed to discover the source of the glow. The entrance to the sacred land of the ancient werewolves was also confirmed. After that, he started sending data. When his fellow travelers received the message, they used the technique to move on swords and move to their destination. It's waiting, so they need to hurry. They flew with their leader Adrian on a very fast sword. Grandfather Swordsman said that the one who is inside first will be the first to die, and you need to hurry, but not too much. He believes that none of Adrian's partner can be called simple. But if he smells fried, then he should never take his eyes off the girl with pigtails. The swordsman's grandfather has a feeling that if necessary, her hand will not waver to finish off Adrian. He won't even have time to blink before she does it. Since things are like this, he won't quarrel with her, especially over booty, in order to save his life. A few minutes later, they arrived at this place and noticed the same gate in the sky. At the same time, Tyler inspected the broadcast, where the intelligence bureau that discovered the gate was broadcasting to the gate. In the video, one could see that this portal aroused greedy interest among almost all treasure seekers of the continent. This bureau has already found out that 150,000 years ago, the area beyond these gates was inhabited by 9-tailed werefoxes. Therefore, they gave it the name Lair of the Nine Tails. As for the treasures that can be found there, they will talk about this in the next program. Tyler didn't like this broadcast because he thought it would be broadcast from the other side of the gate. That is, straight from the thick of the hot events. Perhaps he would even be able to see Jennifer accidentally caught in the frame. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to mind. To implement it, he called his grape system. He told her to make one of his students a blogger. And you need to check who is best suited for this role. After some time, the system found a suitable candidate. This was a student of the trading department. He is good at obtaining and analyzing information, and also has a passion for other people's secrets. This student received a message that the senior mentor wants to meet with him, and he must immediately appear at the inexhaustible lake. The guy was surprised that Tyler suddenly remembered him. He immediately went to him. This guy's name is James. He was at the 5th stage of the QE quenching stage, and he also likes to use a shooting spell to capture anything that seems interesting. The time has come to talk to the mentor. The student thought that Tyler had called him to tell him information about Uncle David, but his guesses were wrong. Tyler just laughed at this, because he doesn't have the territory of the sect. He has everything under control. Not even a fly can pass by here without Tyler finding out about it. It seems that the rumors that the mentor is subject to a certain force, capable of observing every student, turned out to be true, and this scared James. Tyler is aware of this student's hobby and would like to see the results of his little hobby. James was ready to show it, but only asked the mentor to keep what he saw secret, and the pictures showed what the students did in their free time. Tyler didn't even know that students could do this at that age. James learned this shooting spell when he asked Edison to rework the standard spell, taking into account the boy's wishes. Edison's level so far allows him to create spells with the help of which James will be able to quietly remove only the text, who is below the foundation stage, and prudent people at the foundation stage and above will immediately feel the shooting. Therefore, Tyler invited him to study this scroll, and also, he would send him on a trip to the main cities of the continent. James agreed to this assignment, and now he will have to find the main beauties in every city and shoot them. These photography spells are very secretive. If he masters them well, then no one below the stage of mastering the void will discover his photography. The guy said that he would not do this, even though the senior mentor and founder of this sect ordered him to do so. Although he loves to photograph girls, he does it only to capture their fleeting happy moment, and what Tyler offered him was beyond any moral standards. But no one told him that he would take pictures of them, in intimate places. James should take them off as before. Nothing vulgar is required from him. The main thing is that he must share what he has filmed with others through a communication device. If people are interested in this, then it will be possible to earn spiritual stones through advertising integration. The student finally understood what his mentor was talking about and apologized for thinking so badly about him. Along with filming, he must also introduce a rating of celestials. You need to indicate why he included this or that girl in the rating, and then hand over all these materials to Tyler. He also gave his student a travel bag. This bag contained spiritual stones and pills, because cultivation cannot be abandoned even on the road. James promised his mentor that he would complete this task to the best of his ability. Tyler would wish him good luck and ask him not to girlfriend someone at the merge stage or worse. As they say truly, keen interest is the main driving force in personal development. The position of the person responsible for the media can be considered closed for now. In addition, while watching James's materials, Tyler managed to notice one strong, physically developed young man. It is necessary to develop a special training course for him to harden his body based on the 5 elements, Sue. You don't even have to bother with the name, let it be called the 5 elements method. Tyler should have paid attention to him earlier because, after all, he is one of the orphans. Perhaps the grape knows, if there are still particularly gifted students whose talent Tyler has not yet noticed. The system replied that there are students with the gift of creating dolls, controlling animals, construction, tactical command on the battlefield, and also combining runes. In other words, there are a lot of them here. You know that in the mystery of the spirit sect, there is a whole galaxy of talents. Tyler decided to develop specific training aids and techniques for each of them to best maximize their potential. Then you will need to make a shopping list for David, because the best students need to be provided with the best educational equipment. There are thousands of paths to immortality. The main thing is to find yours and not leave it. 3 months later, the system notified that everyone who received this message must go to the main treasury to receive training equipment. This training course for strengthening the body was developed by the senior mentor personally for each student who received the message. Related equipment can be found in the chest. In the chest, you could find a training course, body-hardening pills, and training heavy armor. The students were ready to give their lives for this sect, because it was very kind and generous to them. A guy named Benjamin received 36 basic principles for making dolls, as well as tools and spare parts. The sect found out what his soul was for, and gave him a great credit of trust. A guy named Inek, who had a gift for tactical command, had a pocket barracks for battle dolls in his chest. This meant that everyone saw his talents. A guy named William, who has the gift of controlling animals, received the egg of a deep-sea dragon. This means that the sect values him very much, since they trusted him to raise one of the strongest beasts of the endless sea. Tyler was pleased with the reaction from his students. He couldn't wait to see their careers take off. At the same time, in the lair of the Nine Tails, a small misunderstanding occurred between two groups of people. In the first group of people was Adrian, along with his fellow travelers. They met people at the spirit dissolution stage. He said that his group only wanders around the periphery, picking up every little thing that cultivators of this level disdain. Told him that there were 2 in front of him at the stage of dissolution of the spirit, and 3 at the stage of birth of the spirit. First, you need to deal with the 3 weaker ones, and then the girl will join in and help deal with the 2 stronger ones. These guys demanded that Adrian give up the storage ring so that they could stay alive. Some fellow travelers gave up their rings and told Adrian that the situation here was hopeless and the best action would be to give up his ring. Without a fight, this boy didn't want to give them anything. He assured these robbers that this battle would not be easy for them. To attack, he will use a technique called soaring dragon sword formation. For this guy, it was even more fun, so he doesn't mind fighting him. In order to attack Adrian, he used his technique and enveloped his right hand in a blue aura, but suddenly his partners were very seriously wounded. Looks like someone ambushed them and used a ranged weapon. This was an excellent moment to enter the battle, and Adrian took advantage of it. He rushed into battle and immediately began to attack his opponent. At the same time, 3 kilometers from the brawl, Jennifer was loading her rifle with a 4th-class spiritual armor-piercing bullet. 2 at the stage of spirit dissolution are the best suited to test her new bullets. Grandfather Swordsman told Adrian to gather his thoughts and start acting seriously. At his age, he cut enemies of this level into shreds with one left hand. The guy asked this grandfather not to talk under his arm and asked about the girl who was hiding. After that, he stood in a sword stance and activated a technique called the Soaring Dragon's Greedy Throat. The attack seemed very powerful because not everyone can make such a burst of energy, but the enemy was still able to dodge her. With the help of awareness intelligence, he realized that Adrian, although annoying, could not do anything other than this formation. Now the main thing for him is to figure out his partner with a ranged weapon and deal with him first. The old swordsman said that Jennifer is now waiting for the right moment to attack, and at the moment of the battle, his enemies are thinking more about how to find her and not about how to defeat Adrian. This means that the boy must create an opportune moment to attack Jennifer. Adrian got into a sword stance and activated a technique called Soaring Dragon Ring Grab. With these actions, he wanted to encircle the enemies and limit the space for their maneuvers. One of the enemy's partners decided to cover his comrade so that he could get out of this trap. At the same opportune moment, Jennifer fired lamps from her weapon at the enemies, but they managed to protect themselves with a protective aura. But it seems that this will not help them much, because their defense began to burst, and the bullet went right through this man's head. Thus his partner realized where Jennifer was hiding, and wanted to get closer to her in order to kill her. But in this he was prevented by Adrian, who used an instant meat grinder on him, and inflicted a mortal wound on him. The enemies had no chance to survive, because such a battle was clearly beyond their strength. Jennifer emerged from the siege and offered to share the spoils. There is no point in staying here anymore, and if they go deeper, they will have to fight again. The guys managed to get 32 million spiritual stones. Respectively, each will get 16 million. They will also divide spiritual ore and medicinal raw materials in half, and as for weapons, from creatures and building materials, Adrian would like to take more werewolf weapons. And Jennifer said that she would take the building materials and the spell boards too. Her mentors taught her that the moment of distribution of spoils is the most dangerous, because her partner can carry a knife in the back at any moment. Suddenly, Grandfather Swordsman began to tell Adrian that he knew this girl's weak point. In close combat, it is absolutely useless, and if you act quickly, the boy will be able to get all the treasures. If you divide the rest equally, then everyone will get about 130 million. This is a good catch, but it is less than if you grab everything. Old swordsman believed that an amount of 260 million spiritual stones was a sufficient amount to go against one's conscience. Grandfather swordsman did not want to kill her, but simply wanted to get her share of the reward. But Adrian had already discussed all this with him. Grandfather swordsman believes that this guy has the character of a woman, and at this rate and eternity will not be enough to collect 10,000 swords. Since the guy was afraid of this, Grandfather swordsman took everything into his own hands and decided to do it himself. But we must not forget that even if he inhabits Adrian's body, the guy will remain in charge. You should not cross the red lines so that a conflict arises between them. The old man thought about all this and decided to abandon this risky undertaking because Adrian's squishy body could burst from the scale of his charisma. Adrian gave Jennifer half of the treasures, the value of which they did not understand. He doesn't know whether he will be able to work again, but everything is heaven's will and, if destined, they will definitely meet and work together. Adrian thought that Jennifer was very trusting and naive because she was leaving him with her back turned. She doesn't even realize how close Adriana was to doing bad things to her. It seemed like he still thought she was a simpleton. But all this is so because during the division of the spoils, only her doll was here, and she herself sat in ambush with a weapon at the ready. Adrian seemed to have forgotten how she finished off 4 of the 5 offenders. One wrong move, and he could have been her 5th victim of the evening. The strange thing then is that the old swordsman encouraged Adrian to rip her off. But the problem is that he only noticed this magical ability towards the end. If Adrian had helped him recover better, he would have taught him this. The guy will help him if the old man respects his principles. At the same time, Tyler was counting baby turtles swimming in the lake. It's time to name them somehow. Tyler came up with the idea to call them 12 defenders of the inexhaustible lake. The guy noticed that these turtles have a very strange pedigree. They have the blood of both land and sea turtles, and this is normal, but how did the deep sea dragon and the giant shark end up among their ancestors? Perhaps all the animals of the endless sea have highly mixed genetics, and that's why this happened. But Mother Turtle wanted to tell Tyler that purebred animals do not survive in the endless sea, and she did not take root there because there was not enough diversity in her family. However, in order to turn them into magical guardian beasts, Tyler needs to find a way to purify their blood, and then he will train them so much that if the Spirit Mystery Sect is one day invaded, then the Turtle Brigade will be able to beat up any enemy. Several thousand years will pass before Tyler rushes to the Mahayana stage. By that time, all his students will have ascended to the world of the highest Chiliacosm, and of his old friends, only these turtles will remain after him. But wait, if it does happen, won't they call Tyler the Turtle Hermit? That would be quite nice. Suddenly, the mentor felt his student in the water. Although her disguise skills are already close to perfection, her attempts to outsmart her mentor are still naive. Jennifer couldn't understand how Tyler was able to detect her, but as it turned out, the grape system helped him with this and immediately informed him about it. Looks like the catch was a success this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come back so soon. This time, the girl brought in a little more than the income of the entire sect for a month. Half a kilo of this tea, which she now pours for her mentor, costs about 100,000 spiritual stones, and the tea accessories look expensive. Tyler believes that he has earned some money. The first thing he needs to do is appease his beloved mentor. Jennifer told Tyler that on a mission she met a very interesting person from the sect of Royal Swordsmen. The title immediately understood what he was talking about. He couldn't understand why the main character couldn't leave them alone. People like him are accompanied not only by great successes, but also by terrible trials. They themselves always get out of it in the most incomprehensible way, but their companions die. Therefore, Jennifer needs to stay away from him, and if she accidentally meets him, she needs to immediately run away. During the cart, she got a bunch of items whose value is difficult to determine. For this convenience, she put them in this suitcase that looks like a trash can. The girl asked her mentor to help her determine which of these things are priced and which are not. Since she shared the spoils with the main character, everything valuable went to him. Everything in this suitcase can be thrown away. Perhaps the girl subconsciously understood this herself, which is why she put them in just such a suitcase, eh? The only thing worth having was a rodent werewolf cub. Jennifer can sharpen her teeth on him at her leisure. This thing emanated a very thick smell of werewolves, so the girl mistook this bone for something valuable. It was drool. Meanwhile, in an unknown city at the location, there is a trading post. In this place, Adrian tried to sell his valuables, but he was not satisfied with the price, because this whole pile is worth at least 200 million spiritual stones, and the merchant offered much less. If he is not able to appreciate the treasures, then Adrian will have to look into the next shop. After such words, the merchant agreed with Adrian's assessment. Usually he was able to easily fool treasure hunters, but in this case, Adrian knows the exact price of each item. The guy thanked the swordsman for this with poison. He did not expect that there would be so many valuable things in this pile of incomprehensible rubbish. Grandfather really liked it, trying to make the boy finally notice how much he does for him. But Jennifer only got a slobbery rodent from the valuable thing. Adrian asked him not to be upset, because when he has enough money, he will upgrade his swords to the 3rd class. Only he needs swords of the legendary class, and they are very expensive. Grandfather Swordsman knows how to ruin the mood. At the same time, one of the students brought Tyler lunch. Also, he came to him on business. A student wants Tyler's approval to occupy several hills as experimental sites. The guy outlined the project ideas and handed them over to Tyler for study. Defense tower, breeding purebred animals, crossing animals of different species, training dolls for remote combat, a command center for controlling combat dolls. It was all in this scroll. Tyler liked his ideas, but not all of them. He crossed out a couple, so he gives the go-ahead for the rest to be implemented. Now, Tyler decided to show his student something. He recently improved the pairing of his filming techniques with communication devices for live broadcasts and wants to demonstrate the result. On the screen, you can see the physically strongest student of his generation. Tyler recently developed a body-hardening course, especially for him. Now he fights with fighting dolls every day. The mentor brought the quality of the images to such a level that Jennifer even felt a little nauseous from the realism. Interesting. What will happen to it when he brings the quality to the DIMAX level? Suddenly, someone sent this girl a message. As it turns out, her brother needs help and she needs to go to him immediately. Tyler asked her to hurry up before he did anything serious. If something happens, Jennifer can contact her mentor. At the same time, Inek and his wife were accosted by an unknown man. The second one began to tell him about the Thousand Paths sect and said that it was a 9th-rank sect. He wanted to recruit Inek into this sect and offered to join them. The boy answered him that he was already a member of another sect and could not give in to him. But for this man, this was not scary, because in his sect there is a heaven-kissed spellcaster who creates a spell specifically for the needs of students. But in the sect that Inek is a member of, there is the same person, so there is no point in joining them. This angered the man, and he offered Inek a competition with his student at the same stage as him, so that he would understand that it is not worth wasting his talent on the sacrament of the spirit sect. The boy's eyes shone because he was eager to compete. But to avoid getting into trouble, his wife had already called Jennifer to help them. His sister, when she got to this place, also decided to see how her brother would fight. She can't wait to see the fight, and she decided to connect her mentor so that he could watch it too. The best students of the spirit birth stage appeared before Inek. If he can defeat them one by one, then the man will give up the idea that his sect is more suitable for him than the current one. But the man was confused by what Jennifer was doing. She explained to him that their mentor found out that he was trying to lure Inek to become his student, so Tyler himself wanted to look at his students. He needs to know whether his pet will go into worthy hands. Inek gave them a head start and said that these students could attack him all 3 at once. This only angered them, and today they will show him what their enemy is really worth. To protect spectators from the consequences of the battle, the man installed a battle protective dome. Tyler called his 2 disciples and told them to watch their elder brother defend the honor of the mystery spirit sect. The battle began, and Tyler immediately noticed the mistake of Inek's enemy, in that he was trying to hide in such a small area. Inek also did not stand still and used her attacking techniques called freezing shower and assault fire. He easily managed to defeat his opponent. In his sect, students are at the stage of chi hardening, and even then they are better at camouflage. The next opponent uses a technique that involves being in armor. Inek himself is not against this, because he really loves armor. Turtle Italy, along with his name, the students watch this as if in a cinema, as if a fragment of the battle from the film The Avengers was being broadcast in front of them. Inek was the first to attack her opponent and used a technique called lava falls. For the guys, this was on the verge of being legal, because this was clearly an original spell created by the caster of their mystery spirit sect. They couldn't understand how the nameless sect had a cultivator of such a level, so they decided to find the spellcaster at all costs and lure him away for a good price. Suddenly, Tyler had the feeling that someone was going to fuck him, and there was a bright flash from the screen where the fight was being broadcast. In order to protect himself and his students, he wore safety glasses to prevent their eyes from being damaged. At this time, Inek uses his powerful technique called nuclear explosion. The bright light began to blind his enemies and powerful projectiles flew throughout the battle arena. Dark glasses from the sect of the mystery of the spirit. This is the choice of the winners. Good integration came out, guys. Tyler wanted him to continue in the same spirit. After that, they rolled up the battle dome. The guys had enough and everything was already clear. Maniacs like Inek need to go to Shenlingzhou and contain the werewolf invasion and not walk around the city here like an idle tourist. As an apology for wasting his time, the guys suggested that he take this source of the wood element. The guy was very happy about this and ran with his bag to take this gift. Tyler and his students just watched the fights live, and there were no delays at all during the broadcast. This indicates amazing data transfer speeds. If there is such a good signal throughout the central continent, then why doesn't Tyler send a doll to the outside world instead of himself? If the signal is stable, then he will be able to control it no worse than a game character using a gamepad. It would be reliable, visual, and most importantly, safe. Tyler took the hands of his students and flew to make this idea a reality. He flew to the forge. Afterwards, he asked the grape to evaluate how well this model of a remote-controlled doll receives a signal. The system said that signal reception capabilities are very limited. This model is only suitable for shopping. There can be no talk of fighting. Any enemy at the golden elixir stage will create interference in the force field with its aura. According to an objective assessment of this model, it's not worth a damn. Tyler wanted Grape to optimize this and find a solution for each of these problems. The system agreed to this, and in order to solve this problem, a barrier-breaking stone is required. Its current market value is 1 billion spirit stones. For him, it was too expensive, and it would be too naive to expect that Brother David could be so lucky. But he had such an amount, and he decided to buy this stone. Nothing will stop him from creating a fully functional avatar anymore. 10 days after development, he began testing his clone. Jennifer looked at it and admired this work. After that, he introduced his double to Jennifer. From now on, it will be he who, instead of Tyler, will go on long journeys on dangerous missions, and the mentor himself will control him from here. This means that the girl will be able to search for treasures in the company of her mentor. Otherwise, she is very tired of random partners. Also, Tyler showed her the wireless base station. The student can take it with her, so that the doll has a good signal at any point. It's not scary to lose the doll itself, but the base station needs to be protected like the apple of your eye. It cost Tyler half his fortune. If something happens to her, the mentor will do very bad things to the student. After that, the mentor sent her as soon as possible with treasures to test the doll in action. Meanwhile, at the Shenli Show military camp, Arthur and Mark were resting. Mark heard that Michael had recently been bitten by a poisonous snake and did not ask how he was feeling. Since snake venom causes hallucinations, the father was constantly delirious, but should recover soon. But it seems that something was bothering Arthur himself. Mark became interested in what kind of stone lay on his heart. Previously, Arthur thought that having woken up on the front line, he would develop at a rapid pace. But after 3 years of routinely cutting up werewolves, he has made no progress. He could not even fully master the magical ability given by his mentor. The guy considered his mentor a real genius because he developed magical abilities specifically for each of them. And the guy considered himself a failure because his actions did not live up to expectations. Maybe Mark has a way to help him with this problem. His magical ability will help Arthur master his. If he lives an extra life, he will definitely achieve what he wants. Soon Arthur had a great chance and he was very happy, so much so that he could not hold back his tears. After they drink the last glass, Mark will plunge Arthur into another world. Mark assured him that everything would be fine with him, but he didn't have to worry about being in a place that was unclear to him. Arthur, having fallen asleep, will be reborn in another world, and when he wakes up, he will be here again. Mark concentrated and used a technique called 100 rebirths. World 1. Love. But then I realized that I had made a mistake, because perhaps Arthur would not be interested in training at all in such a world. He didn't know what to do, whether to wake up his brother or not. He had already lost so much precious time, but he still hadn't made a decision. The guy didn't think that his first experience using his magical ability would be so intense. The next day, Arthur woke up and felt cheerful. It looks like he achieved what he wanted, and Mark can now leave with a feeling of fulfilled brotherly duty. Thanks to him, Arthur will definitely break through to the spirit birth stage within 50 years. Now he decided to visit his father. When he gets better, they will return to their mentor together. Mark will look forward to good news about his father. Mark still wondered if Arthur regretted living that life. According to the guy, his memories returned to him only when he was 50 years old, and before that, life was simply a miracle. He saw himself getting married to his future wife and felt that this was the happiest day of his life. At the same time, Jennifer and Tyler's doll fought the flame tiger at the spirit division stage. Tyler's doll had no idea about the girl's unique ability to attract such dangers. Jennifer said that if she went to test the doll in an area with low-ranking beasts, it would look like a mockery of her mentor. Tyler said that a doll of this model costs 10 regular dollars. If, because of her, she dies on the very first day, then her mentors will no longer entrust her with any important tasks. Suddenly, Tyler is having connection problems. If he didn't have this, he would have destroyed this beast long ago with critical attacks. After this, Tyler's doll used a magical ability called dissolution. Jennifer didn't even think that this ability could be used anyway, because she only used it to escape. Suddenly, at fast speed, the doll began to descend towards Jennifer and took an attack stance. As it turned out, another monster at a high-level stage was approaching the girl, but Tyler was able to eliminate this beast with one rifle shot. Jennifer was so focused on her mentor that she forgot to shoot at him herself. This happened because her mentor's fighting skills delighted her so much that she became numb. The experiment was a success. The idea is working, but true, the speed is still letting us down. Now, Tyler needs to gradually improve this model. Exactly a month has passed, and in the sacrament of the spirit sect, everything is still the same. The students were feeding the turtles when suddenly the teacher came to them. He came to them to make sure whether they fed his turtles or not. One of the turtles, who always loves the very first meal, immediately swam to Tyler when she saw him. Later, all the turtles swam to him, who really wanted to eat. And Tyler has been busy lately, so he assigned his students to feed his turtles. This time Tyler brought them pills, and the turtles immediately swooped down on the guy to taste the treat. Tyler is amazed every time how fast these creatures grow. Also, his students are also developing quickly. In terms of talent, they are far superior to the first brother-sister pair of his students. In just a few months, they had reached the first stage of key tempering. A year will pass, and they will be ready to study alchemy and forging. One of the students was upset that after Tyler arrived, all the turtles rushed to him, and he was left sad. And the other student could not concentrate his spiritual powers because the mentor was next to him. Everything is fine in these students, but there is no core. They whine constantly. Tyler needs to figure out how to strengthen their character. Suddenly, the grape noticed an object flying up to the border of the sect. In order for Tyler to see it, she will display a picture on the screen. As it turned out, it was Mark, and it seems he brought the student again. Mark said that this talented child was picked up in Shenglingzhou. Also, this child was able to pass Tyler's tests from the most difficult category. This is the most ordinary child in appearance, but Tyler has never seen eyes like these before. The mentor used a technique called a few information on him and asked what kind of rebirth this guy had. Well, the boy didn't understand at all what we were talking about and didn't understand what the mentor wanted from him. In order to become a cultivator, you need a good reason. And Tyler asked the boy about it. He replied that he wanted to destroy werewolves and rebuild the village they burned. Having been reborn, he hoped that at least in this life he could relax. But as luck would have it, he immediately found himself in the very hell of the war with werewolves. Tyler listened to the boy and invited him to become his personal student. The boy agreed to this because it would be a great honor for him. After that, Tyler asked him what his name was. He said his name was Ilyich. For the mentor, this name sounded strange, so he gives him a new name, and from now on, I will call him Jackson. After that, Tyler turned to his assistant and asked him to take a new student and show him everything here. Also, take his brother and sister, who were standing next to him, at the same time, because they will soon have classes. It seems that the mentor thought that this child was someone's reincarnation. He is either the rebirth of someone great, or has been endowed with a heavenly mandate. Tyler has no other explanation for the fact that he took all the tests from the most difficult category. This boy is an obvious contender for the role of another main character, but there is no need to panic ahead of time. To begin with, the main thing is to treat him well. In the world of cultivators, there should be many main characters. Tyler already has experience interacting with them. Maybe by nurturing his own, he will be able to turn this to his advantage. Apparently, Mark was so shocked by Jackson's result that he didn't think about it right away. Regarding his parents, Mark located them in Linson City. It didn't matter to Tyler whether Jackson was the reincarnation of someone great or was endowed with a mandate from heaven. He must forever remember that everyone who was kind to his family. After this, the mentor asked Mark to send texts to the parents of several such people so that they would take good care of them. Today, fights between human werewolves are mainly fought only in Shenglingzhou. But something tells Tyler that in the coming years the war may cover much larger territories, so he needs to make sure that by that time his sect is able to stand up for itself. When asked how many lives Mark managed to live through rebirths, he replied that it was already 11. Tyler asked him to take his time and henceforth activate one world once every 5 years, and after the 20th world once every 10 years. After that, he taught the Sutra of 1,000 Dreams and 100 Paths to the disciple. The guy should study it, and it will help him stabilize his emotional state after each awakening. It seems that Mark had not paid any attention to this issue before. Mark, remembering how kind his mentor had always been to him, sincerely thanked him. But there is no need to thank him, since Tyler called himself his mentor, and he was his student. Then caring for students is Tyler's sacred duty. If Marco is tired, then he can stay with a mentor for a couple of years. They will fish together, play chess, and the like. It seems that due to an overabundance of rebirth, his state of mind is completely upset, and Tyler needs help to regulate it. Meanwhile, Tyler's assistant was giving Jackson a tour. He said that everyone whose sacrament spirit was founded 12 years ago, and according to the classification of the Council of Elders, they are a sect of the first rank. As you can see, the territory of the sect has excellent natural conditions. Green mountains and emerald waters are the key to healthy development. The entrance to the sect is protected by the formation. This formation, at best, will hold back enemies no higher than the stage of exploration of the void. But at the same time, it is executed quite skillfully. It copes well with the location hiding function, and there is room for improvement. There are also waterfalls of spiritual liquids here, and Jackson really liked this. He likes such starting conditions. He was reborn in the world of the Middle Chiliocosm, awakened all the memories at an early age, and ended up in a promising sect. In general, Jackson had no intention of complaining about anything yet, especially when comparing this with the experience of being in the world of a small Chiliocosm, where the ultimate dream was the stage of laying the foundations. The boy's memories returned only when he was 50 years old. His whole life was spent providing for his basic needs. Jackson died at 150 years old from illness and old age, filled with regrets about the years he had lived in vain. Even a small sect of a medium chiliocosm is stronger than the entire world of a small chiliocosm. Edison also showed him training areas. Since its founding, the sect has accepted 213 disciples, and at the moment, they are all at the QI tempering stage. Jackson could not understand how in such a heavenly place with waterfalls of spiritual liquid, no one could even reach the foundation stage in 12 years, and why no one managed to advance beyond the Qi quenching stage. When Jackson himself reaches the middle stages of Qi hardening, then he will find out the answer to his own question. 3 days later, Jackson was in his room studying small details about the mystery spirit sect. He was shocked that this sect has assistant dolls for all occasions, a highly effective training program, and even artificial intelligence that controls other dolls. While he was crossing the central continent, he had never seen anything like this from anyone. Jackson did not observe such advanced knowledge even during his only life in the world of the great chiliocosm. Jackson guessed that the senior mentor immediately saw through him, and therefore accepted him as a personal student. He also suggested that Tyler was not living his first life either. But further, he didn't want to think about it. The main thing is that now he needs to grab any opportunity to absorb all knowledge and live his life in such a way that after the 9th attempt, he will be born as a new Buddha. At the same time, Mason on the central continent was busy capturing beautiful girls with his camera. He introduced himself as a correspondent and that he was reporting on the main beauties of the continent. He asked this girl to pose and answer a couple of questions. Tyler is glad that he saw his little sister and made sure that everything was fine with her. He also praised his student, who does all this. It's not for nothing that he bet on him. When cultivators reach a certain level, they change their appearance to perfection, at least according to themselves. Therefore, Mark emphasized that in girls, their temperament is much more important. Some are passionate like fire, others are calm like the sea in calm. The third are graceful like birds. The fourth are gentle like flowers. And the fifth are proud and warlike. Mark did not expect that his mentor would be so superficial, because female beauty lies not only in the face, waist, and legs. Natalia said that he is the only person who has a normal reaction to beautiful girls. Mark didn't understand how someone as talented as his mentor could look at girls from such a primitive angle. Turns out that this is Tyler's weak point. Mark believes that female beauty is not limited to the physical shell. The shell rather diverts attention from the truly important qualities. Mark didn't understand his mentor. It's easy for him to reason from such sophisticated positions when he lived his whole life in an elite brothel. And Tyler devoted most of his life to cultivating and educating students. Therefore, he wanted to enjoy the girls at least through the screen. Mark ended up only there because one courtesan saved him from life on the street. He regularly paid for his accommodation by painting pictures and combining poetry, and not in kind. Then Tyler suggested that Mark write a poem for each girl that would praise their beauty. Since the student is so not superficial, he should easily cope with it. Tyler continued watching and asked Mark not to distract him anymore. Finally, Jennifer managed to get through to them, and she thought that the mentor and Mark were busy with something important. The girl told her brother that she managed to contact the sect. She told Tyler that she wanted to warn him about their departure. The Council of Elders strongly recommended that someone from the Spirit Mystery sect go to the front, and she and her brother volunteered to take the rap for everyone. Inek did not understand why Jennifer ended the conversation with her mentor in a few seconds, because it was so difficult to get through to him. The girl replied that she had already said the most important thing and did not want Tyler to start dissuading them. At this site, no less than 10,000 recruits gathered for departure. The situation is complicated, as Inek was told in the Council of Elders. Sects of the 9th rank generally send 10 of their best masters to the front, so the question of whether they will be able to extinguish the attacks of werewolves in the near future remained closed. Jennifer decided to immediately agree with her brother that when they get to the front, her brother will obey her in everything. This is because of the two of them. Inek is a master at causing damage to the enemy, but when it comes to running away and dodging attacks, Jennifer is 10 times better than him at this, so for the sake of the common good, this is what needs to be done. Her brother agreed with her and said that he would obey her in everything. With Aunt Jennifer, you will never be lost. Suddenly they noticed a boy who looked to be only about 20 years old, and apparently he was at the stage of laying the foundations. They wondered who he was, an alchemist or a blacksmith. The guy told them that he was an external disciple of the Heavenly Forge sect and wanted to earn some points from the Council of Elders. That's why he's going to work in a repair shop in a military camp. Jennifer and Inek immediately realized that this sect was making the ships that their mentor so dreamed of. It seems that after completing their military service, they will return to Tyler with a pleasant surprise. For the guy, this was the first time he knew the limits of the sect, and he was very worried. Still, not everyone on his way will be as kind as Jennifer and Inek, so he is very glad that he met them. All that remains is to find out what this guy's name is. Jennifer heard that all disciples of the Heavenly Forge sect are divided into categories A, B, C, D, E, depending on their talent, and she wondered which one this guy belonged to. The guy shyly replied that his name is Julian, and he is in category B. After that, Jennifer asked him to look at her bracelet and think they would take the blacksmith who made this bracelet to his sect. The guy was shocked. He had never seen such runes that were so close to perfection. A couple of manipulations, and it can be turned into a divine class item. The blacksmith who made this bracelet could become one of the best craftsmen of his sect. Julian asked the guys to tell him, sell who made this bracelet because he wants to meet the publisher. When the time comes to build a heavenly ship, the Spirit Mystery sect will definitely need it, and this guy will have a chance to meet the publisher. Suddenly, the system notified them so that all participants prepare to open the spatial gates. Now the events are moving to a spaceship that was flying over the world of werewolves, the world of Feiyu, and the collision line. Inside the ship was a man at the Mahayana stage and his master. They were discussing an event that should come soon, but for now they are forced to wait. Werewolves are watching them from warships. If they choose the wrong moment, then their ship will be damaged, and the 1,000-year efforts of the human race will fail, and the master wanted to complete the merger of the worlds before his ascension. After that, he decided that werewolves need to lose a finger. Meanwhile, on the border of the countries of Shenglizhou and Xiangzhou, the system asked the guys to move to positions according to the distribution, and all information will be sent to them on communication devices. As it turned out, Jennifer and Inek were assigned to camp number 1649. Julian wished them good luck and the guys went to the front line. Meanwhile, on the front line, the guy was asking for reinforcements, because their defense line would soon fall.
They were heard, and Jennifer and Inek were sent to reinforce them. The girl here is even cooler than she imagined herself to be.
Jennifer and her brother discussed the plan and she went to look for a good firing position. The guys thought that Inek was frozen with fear and could not move, but it was not so. He asked everyone to make way and said that it would be hot here now. He decided to make a werewolf lava apocalypse. After using this technique, some of the monsters ended up in lava and began to burn there. After that, he used a technique called lava demon and eliminated the monsters that attacked them from above. All the fighters were incredibly happy because now a very strong warrior also appeared in their camp. Meanwhile, on the inexhaustible lake, Tyler and his student Mark watched this battle. Tyler couldn't understand why there were so many werewolves on the front. He thought they didn't have a birth planning committee at all. But Mark noticed that the mentor was missing the most important thing. The student asked the mentor to take a look at Brother Inek. He looked like he had finally found his calling and meaning in life. Indeed, the older brother always loved large-scale destructive attacks, and Tyler did not give him the last technique. He somehow developed it himself. Suddenly, they noticed on the screen how some eagle was aiming at Inek. This creature is at least at the stage of spirit dissolution. Tyler Fan believed that his student would be able to leave him and invited Mark to make a bet, but the boy did not understand how he could bet on his students. If such behavior fits within his ethical framework, Then Tyler washes his hands of it. If there were huskies in this world, Tyler would have forced Mark to get one for himself as a child. Maybe then he would have grown up easier on his feet. The boy is tired. I wonder what a husky is. Tyler replied that this is a breed of dog that looks like wolves. With proper upbringing, they grow up to be quite smart and playful. After these words, Mark wanted a husky, but Tyler didn't know where in this world he could get one. At the same time, the huge eagle was almost approaching Inek. The guy didn't notice him right away, but he was lucky that Jennifer was with him, and she, with the help of her sniper rifle, shot straight into the eagle's head. All the guys ran up to Inek to make sure he was okay or at least alive. As it turned out, everything was fine with him, but the guys did not understand how he managed to survive. As his mentor taught him, the first rule of distance combat, also known as, and most importantly, in no case should you allow the enemy to discover your real location. His mentor is absolute, as the heavenly truth is a genius. He does not deserve it. Mark agreed too, but much of his faith in Tyler's genius comes from his father, as if Michael had passed down his habit of idolizing his mentor. Therefore, Adler asked never to utter such words again, because they sounded too vulgar. The next day on the island of the mystery of the spirit, Tyler's youngest student fed the baby turtles. This time, she made this food pill herself and added bone pie and animal blood to it. The turtles really liked it and were ready to taste it. Meanwhile, Tyler started a fortune-telling. Maybe at least a fortune-telling compass based on hexagrams will give him answers about how the war with werewolves will end. But suddenly, something began to happen in the lake, as if monsters wanted to crawl out of there. According to the grape, a small-scale invasion of animals began. Tyler complained that he found out about this after it started and asked the system to warn about it earlier. The grape did not see the point in this, because this invasion does not threaten them in any way. Tyler still accepted this excuse and made no further claims. After that, Tyler asked his little student to come to him. Apparently, the animals rushed to the smell of her pill, and the mentor wanted to take a look at her. Tyler uses his special technique to conduct an experiment. He realized that this was a bold move, and regretted that he had not thought of this before. As it turns out, the pill contains bone powder and the blood of animals at the golden elixir stage. After consumption, the mutation rate in the turtle's body increases. Tyler decided to expand the scope of his youngest student's powers. From now on, she can take everything she needs from the refrigerator. She can devote all her free time to the development of pills. Her mentor supports her in this. When the world is in an unstable situation, the sect must be stronger than ever. So Tyler decided to return home all the students who went to the central continent. On the front line, next to camp number 673, Adrian is located. For 1 day of killing werewolves, he receives points, which are enough to exchange for 1 5th-class sword. Now it remains to understand how many years he needs to continue at the same pace to earn 1,000 swords. But it's not up to him to decide how long the war will last. According to the old swordsman, there is a general smell of behind-the-scenes games here. Adrian himself does not seem to notice that there is no one along the entire front line, even at the crossing stage. Right above him is the Heavenly Dragon Palace, but none of them came down here to kill monsters like him. What everyone is doing here is just the fuss of insects. According to the old man, truly serious events are, as always, hidden from the eyes of pawns like Adrian. Meanwhile, in the area of the Battle of the Cathedrals, some old man couldn't hit it even once and everything flew by. But we still need to try to get into such ships, and even with such maneuverability. Moreover, the main thing for him is to drive them to the point where the Lord wants to see them. And with this, his task will be completed. The old man's plan worked. Now the werewolf ships began to collide with each other. They realized that the guys had deliberately driven them to this point. Werewolves want to use human blood to unseal the habitat of ancient werewolves in the central continent. But this will not happen, because people are much stronger than these stupid werewolves. The Lord spent almost all the property of his family on acquiring 2 thunder punishment shells, and they were worth it. After this, he ordered his subjects to collect battle trophies, because the merging of the two worlds would soon begin. Now they definitely won't be able to attract ancient werewolves to their side. In the airspace above the Shenglingzhou border, in the Heavenly Dragon Palace, one of the 3 inhabitants of the Mahayana Stage Dragon Heavenly Palace said that the true moment had come, and asked to follow him to Shangzhou to exterminate the werewolves. It turns out that the most important offensive has begun. Everyone is so eager to end the war as quickly as possible that they didn't even stay to collect the spoils of war first. Therefore, Jennifer invited her brother to do it for them, because she did not want to return empty-handed to her mentor. By the way, Enoch has already had his eye on the tablets with heavenly runes, and he will exchange the points he earned for them. He so wanted his mentor to be delighted, and Jennifer will exchange hers for a polarizing pill so that Tyler's next breakthrough will go like clockwork. Meanwhile, the forbidden area of the ancient werewolves. The man ordered the bloodsucker to use the blood of his fellows to remove the ancient seal. The monster admitted that he did not expect such a brazen move from people, and it surprised him very much. He believes that fleeting successes have turned people's heads, and this will destroy them. Looks like the bloodsucker was determined to kill people. Suddenly, bloody rays began to reach the ground from the sky. The monster began to use his technique to awaken the ancient werewolves. A huge stone golem began to crawl out of the ground. Who really wants human flesh? People are obliged to hold this monster until the Lord arrives. They began to attack him using a technique called the sword formation of destroying the enemy from 10 sides. But for the monster, it was like tickling. He easily deflected these attacks from people. He's not even affected by god-class swords forged specifically to kill werewolves. It looks like humans won't be able to hold him off for very long. Suddenly, from the sky, someone shot a divine ray directly at the ancient werewolf and caused serious damage to him. As it turned out, their lord came to save the people. The power of the ancient werewolves turned out to be more terrible than he expected. He thanked his brothers for the work done, and then decided to figure it out himself. Enoch and his sister Jennifer watched everything that happened on the sidelines. The girl remembered that her mentor always told her, "You should always assess the situation and not be the first to get into battle." Enoch said that something terrible was happening in that direction, and suggested that we sit here until we receive the first news from Xiangzhou. Suddenly, Jennifer's mentor called and said that something was wrong in the world, and he needed to hurry up with a breakthrough. So he went on an unplanned retreat. He also asked them to finish their business and return home. After this, Tyler told his youngest student that he was going into seclusion, so she wouldn't have to bring him food. The main thing is that she continues to feed the turtles. For each personal student, Tyler develops a separate magical ability that enhances his best qualities. But the problem with this student was that he was excellent at everything, and it was difficult for Tyler to determine in which direction this guy should develop. Perhaps he himself has thoughts about this, not understanding who Jackson really is, the reincarnation of someone great, or the holder of a heavenly mandate. Tyler is not even sure whether it is safe for him to leave the sect and go into seclusion. The student decided that he wanted to follow the path of spells. Jackson was fed up with alchemy and forging by his 5th life. The main question is whether this mentor will be of any use to him. If he teaches him what he already knows, then why should he stay here? One of his brothers has already gone down this path, but for Jackson, Tyler has a more suitable ability. At the same time, Tyler actively used the aura to check and noticed oddities in Jackson's aura, because similar effects occur in people who have lived more than their first life. The mentor already knew everything and asked Jackson to tell him everything. The student cannot escape anywhere, because he is under the gun of all the weapons of the Mystery Spirit sect. Jackson still burned it himself. He didn't think that anyone in this sect would be able to see such a thing, so he didn't bother with disguising his aura. He couldn't understand why Tyler, being at the groundbreaking, could see right through him. There is no point in hiding anything for the student anymore. He said that he was an immortal from the world of Yumin, which is in the great Chiliocosm, and one day a treatise came into his hands suggesting a path to life through reincarnation. It's called Becoming a Buddha in 9 Lives. Now, the boy is living his 8th life. It became clear to Tyler that it would be impossible to fix such a character for his own interests, in which case it would be inappropriate to continue to be called his mentor. Tyler invited him to take a bag of spiritual stones as an offering to the future and wished him to successfully complete his journey. Jackson pushed away the bag and said that he wanted to stay in Tyler's sect as an ordinary disciple. Leaving an immortal from the world of the great Chiliocosm in your sect would be unsafe for Tyler's students. The Mystery Spirit sect is not a hotel. If Jackson wants to stay, he must offer something meaningful. The boy said that he swears to the heavens that because of his presence here, not a single disciple of the Mystery Spirit sect will suffer. And his oath also includes spells, techniques, and magical abilities from the world of the great Chiliocosm. Tyler thanked him for such gifts and said that Jackson could consider the Mystery Spirit sect his home. Now at least Tyler knows that this man is not from this world. In his free time, Jackson can come to him for tea and talk about the great Chiliocosm. Deep down, Tyler hoped there would be a reason to use his sky-based weapon. He still doesn't know what they are capable of, but the guy couldn't resist this temptation and decided to test his weapon. He opened the activation panel and aimed his sight at the test site. With one shot, he was able to leave a huge crater in the ground from which lava began to flow. Grape did the data calculations and said that the main island's protective formation was damaged by 0.5%, and restoration had already been completed. According to preliminary data, all the animals in the district at the spirit transformation stage and below were killed. Tyler was now 100% sure that his sect would become the best island of safety. After that, the Grape said that the Council of Elders was calling him on the phone due to loud explosions. Tyler explained to him that everything was fine with them, and there was no need to send anyone. Just did a little test, and at the moment everything is under control. Meanwhile, in Shenglingzhou, Yulian thanked Jennifer and Inek for escorting him to the workshop. The brother pulled his sister's pigtails to show her the sign on the building, but the girl didn't like it, and she yelled at him for it. As it turned out, they were now near the forge of one of their old friends. More than 10 years have passed. The guy was wondering where brother Tyler is now and how he is doing, whether he even broke through at the stage of laying the foundations. What is certain is that he has already abandoned blacksmithing. Suddenly, Tyler's personal students come to see him, but he didn't recognize them right away and thought that they were ordinary visitors. After 3 months of living in the sacrament of the spirit sect, Tyler finally came out of seclusion. It seems like he went into seclusion for only 3 months, but he managed to do a lot of things. He reached the peak of the stage of the formation of dreams, developed a course on the method of those elements for the stage of dissolution of the spirit, made a plan for completing the improvement of the protective formation of the gates. It seemed that Tyler could no longer do anything. Also, the blacksmith Alex will soon arrive to him. About 3 months ago, Jennifer and Inek met him, and Michael and his family should return. Tyler felt that they would arrive about now. Brother Alex was the first to run up to Tyler and was very glad to meet him. He admired what his friend had set up for himself here. A pond of spiritual liquid, turtles guarding the sect. The boy just couldn't help but enjoy it. For unknown reasons, Alex knelt down and started vomiting at Tyler's feet. As it turned out, everyone in the Mystery Spirit sect has a very thick spiritual aura, which is why Alex's body reacted this way. Well, it's okay. He'll soon get used to it and be as good as new. The main thing is not to forget to clean up after himself. Suddenly, a golden chain appeared in the sky above their heads, which was woven throughout the continent. To find out what happened, Tyler used his technique called the hexagram compass. As it turned out, the Lord activated so that all sects of the central continent prepared for difficult battles. Having destroyed all werewolves, the Lord will ascend the united world into the great Chiliocosm. The Lord noticed that Tyler was watching him through a special technique, so the boy stopped using it. It seems they won't let people live normally. As it turned out, in 20 years it will end with the merging of worlds, and the point of merging will be the central continent, which means that no one has time to build up. Therefore, the mentor made a number of decisions. First, you need to actively train. The second is to finally cure Michael from snake poisoning. He appointed Brother Alex as the leader of the blacksmith department. Tyler gives him a number of powers to use the grape, but the boy didn't understand at all what a grape was. But it was easier for Tyler to show it in practice than to explain everything in words. In the dungeons of the island, the mystery of the spirit, Tyler decided to show Alex what's going on here. Here are production lines with working dolls, and the grape system is the artificial intelligence that controls them. In the coming years, Tyler will have to increase the size of his army of fighting dolls by an order of magnitude, and Alex should help him with this. Alex couldn't understand how Tyler managed to do so much in just a decade, and how much money was invested in all this. Suddenly, Brother David called Tyler and said that the cost of materials had increased by 50%. In connection with this, he increased the price of the product 3 times. Tyler considers his brother to be his personal god of wealth, and hoped that he would earn all the money in the world. Meanwhile, in the border area of Shenglingzhou and Xiangzhou, the situation was rapidly heating up. At this time, the guys fought with a mountain bear, which is a werewolf at the stage of spirit dissolution, to kill him as quickly as possible. And someone used the pouring rain technique, and then the solid freezing technique to turn the bear into ice. The ice began to crack and the monsters were torn into small pieces. One of the members of the Thousand Paths sect at the stage of the birth of the spirit thought that Inek specialized only in fire elemental spells and did not use others, such as water spells. This is teamwork. If this girl had not turned all the bear's attention to herself, then Inek would never have been able to openly use this technique. As it turned out, one of the werebears was still alive. He asked the people to let him go, and in return, he would tell them where the main treasury of his tribe was located. But Jennifer immediately finished him off with a shot in the heart. As her mentor told her, there is nothing to negotiate with defeated enemies. They need to be finished off. Veronica, a member of the Thousand Paths sect, also thinks Jennifer's very cool. She really enjoys working with them. If she had not been called back to the sect, she would have continued to kill werewolves along with them until the victory. There is still a lot of work to do, so they will definitely meet again. And then Veronica wanted to make a bet with Inek, which was who would kill the most werewolves. The guys agreed on this and at the same moment went their separate ways. Now there are so many people in these parts that you can't score much points anymore. And these guys don't have nearly enough money to exchange gifts for their mentor. Aini understands this. Lately, there have been some serious guys flying in who are raking in all the cream for themselves. Therefore, at the moment they can exchange all the points for tablets with heavenly runes, and somehow get a polar pill next time. The guys decided to do just that, and then immediately return to the sect. Inek's soul is uneasy that no one is protecting his mentor now. On the other side of the same forest, a group from the Royal Swordsman sect were doing a good job of defeating the werewolves. The old swordsman asked Adrian to stop wasting time here with this small fish, and on the contrary, to go to the forbidden lands to the ancient werewolves, because you couldn't imagine a better chance to start your ascent. You'd think it would all be so simple if only Adrian had a partner like Jennifer. In that place, there is the blood of ancient werewolves, a flower on the blood of werewolves and random artifacts. The old man told him that they would earn more there in 1 day than they would in 10 years where they are now. He still managed to convince Adrian, and he asked where they needed to fly and what to do. The first thing the Lord had to do was put seals on the ancient werewolves, or neutralize them in some other way. The main thing for the old man and Adrian is to get to the Forbidden Lands immediately after they become safe. And then the old swordsman will tell Adrian where to go and what to do. Now they have reached the Forbidden Lands of the ancient werewolves. The flower on the blood of werewolves grows in the gorge under the cliff. There is no danger nearby, so the guys can safely move forward. After a few minutes of searching, Adrian managed to find this flower, but suddenly stones began to fall towards him in his direction, as if it were some kind of rockfall. Adrian needs to get ready, because as it turns out, a whole pack of werewolves is approaching him. 15 minutes ago, Jennifer and Inek were also fighting a whole pack of were-rats. Killing them is tedious, and the exhaust on Jennifer's weapon is cheap. Therefore, we need to finish off their leader, and for this, the girl will distract the rats with the help of her doll. Their plan worked, and a whole pack of rats chased after the girl's doll. Adrian could not understand where so many werewolves came from here, because the old man told him that there was no danger nearby. But now this is no longer important. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. If you get stuck with them in battle, then everything will collapse. According to us, behind the girl's doll, these creatures didn't think of coming back here. After the death of their leader, they were completely at a loss. In general, everything worked out like clockwork for the guys. Taking into account the head of the Rat King, they will have just enough points for a gift to their mentor, Inik. I wanted to leave here as quickly as possible in order to exchange points and return home as quickly as possible. Adrian was very upset because he couldn't get that flower on the blood, and he was so close to it. The guys returned to the military town and came to the exchange office. Jennifer and Ineka warned that the aura of the tablets with heavenly runes will definitely attract the attention of crooks, so you need to quickly bring them to a safe place. Otherwise, you never know, there will be all sorts of people wandering around here. At this time, the guys were being watched by some guy and girl who were clearly determined to take away their valuables. The brother and sister turned into an alley, so these people didn't see them anymore. Also, they couldn't smell them, so they had to hurry to find them. These people use technology with which they can fly to find the guys, but as it turned out, Inek and Jennifer were behind them. With such flying skills, they can only chase geese. Where can they care about an experienced treasure hunter who constantly drags prey across the continent? This time, they were carried through thanks to the magical abilities of the mentor, but still, it's too early to lose vigilance. When they came to the mentor, they showed him the gift that had been given to him. Natalia was glad that they returned, and they could do without the gift. But the disciples were not going to return home empty-handed. They heard that any blacksmith should have a set of celestial runes, so I traded all my points for them. For such a gift, Tyler, after a breakthrough at the Golden Elixir stage, will make the first thing a legendary class. Jennifer liked it very much and is ready to just sit and wait for this moment. But just sitting and waiting won't work, because the worlds are merging, people are in panic. Those who are preparing for war until the werewolves are completely destroyed. Most of the students are training until they faint, and Tyler is going into seclusion again. Therefore, the student should undergo an intensive training course. Jennifer didn't want this, because she remembered that one curious portal was opening, and she needed to check it for treasure, so she ran. But Inek does not have any portals. He is waiting for intensive training courses. News of the merger of worlds caused chaotic moods in society. And in unstable times, various kinds of crooks feel like fish in water. Calm, carefree, and safe times are gone forever. It's been 3 years since Tyler has been in prison. Suddenly, an assistant ran up to him and said that something terrible had happened to the sect leader. This concerns Jennifer, as it turns out. She is seriously injured. When she had some scratches, she didn't want to bother her mentor about it, because she already considered herself an adult and she was ashamed to complain to Tyler about it. The girl tried to tell what happened to her, but Inek asked her not to say anything, because it would only take away her last strength. He suggested that she drink a couple of drops of the wood element source, but she still said that the enemies who attacked her took the storage ring, the same one that her mentor gave her. This made the mentor very angry, and he will make these enemies pay in blood for the harm they caused the girls. He ordered the grape to take the dolls with him at the stage of the birth of the spirit and set out with them in search of. It seems that these enemies were not taught by their mother that they should not offend those who are weaker. Therefore, Tyler will have to take care of their upbringing himself. The city of Heihai. In a cave, there were those who attacked Jennifer, taking all the treasures from her. One of them guessed that he had come across a fat sheep, but he did not expect to find so many treasures with it. The only pity for him was that she ran away, and now he will have to lie low. After tomorrow's case, he will have to go into seclusion for 100 years. But the second considered it too much, and did not understand why such measures should be taken. He thought that no one would find them except the Council of Elders, who could use the Mirror of Karma. Since they had a treasure in the form of a ring that Tyler created, they could be easily found, and so they were caught. Today, Tyler will collect the percentage from them, but when he breaks through to the stage of the Golden Elixir, then the hour of reckoning will come for them. For this, The mentor created an illusion in the form of ordinary treasure seekers to lure these villains. They quietly approached them and killed one of the dolls, but they do not realize that these are not real people. Everyone prepared to fight, and at this time Tyler aimed his cannon at them. It's time to check out Tyler's masterpiece and experience a powerful charge of energy on these little people. The attack was to put fences around them through which a strong current would pass. At first they were scared, and then they realized that it was a trap and decided to leave. But this was not in Tyler's plans. It seems that the guys thought that they could create a turbulent flow and jump out through it. But it's not that simple. After a few seconds, a powerful discharge pierced their bodies and caused serious damage to their bodies. They could not understand who was standing with this. But when one of them noticed someone behind the mountain, he realized that this was the same terrible force that controlled all this, but will not be able to get closer to him because he no longer feels his body. Therefore, he took extreme measures and used his secret technique to transport the body to the temporary afterlife. A coffin has appeared inside the trap, and now the enemy is safe. Tyler is tired and sad because he missed the chance to avenge his student. He despised himself because he did not immediately aim straight at his head. But there was a plus in that the enemy's partner was already ready. Tyler decided to take him to Jennifer, let her decide his fate. During this time, the mentor clone was treating Jennifer. The student does not need to be stubborn, because with such damage she needs to drink at least a drop more of the healing potion. Jennifer told her mentor not to waste the essence of the wood element on her, because it was very expensive. There are only 4 drops in the vessel, and she has already drunk 2. If converted into spiritual stones, then this is a fortune. Girls need to stop comparing themselves to spiritual stones. She is Tyler's personal student, and for her mentor, her life is more valuable than anything else in the world.
Tyler's clone decided to show her a video where his doll partially avenged Jennifer.
He promised to get the second one next time, and the first one, the one at the stage of spiritual transformation, will soon be delivered, and Jennifer can do with him as she wants. The student could not hold back her tears because she was incredibly grateful to the mentor for his love for her. For Tyler, accepting students is the same as having children, only without a wife. Also, he counts on their care when he becomes old. The guys need to break through as soon as possible, because the sect needs them. The mentors became interested in why her brother left her alone then. Jennifer replied that he had left to train. It seemed to her that Inek felt partly to blame for what happened. The student decided that after recovery she would also throw herself into training so that no one would offend her anymore. Tyler was happy about this. In less than 20 years, he will break through to the stage of the golden elixir and then create even more amazing magical abilities for his students. Suddenly, Michael comes to him for an unexpected visit. He once found a piece of life-giving crystal, ground it and mixed it with incense. The resulting mixture greatly promotes wound healing. He also brought a sword of luck for Jennifer. It is believed that its owner will be lucky in all endeavors. To do this, just hang it on the wall. Jerry brought her a pill with phoenix blood. It helps recovery from large blood losses. Jennifer did not expect such gifts, but sincerely thanked Uncle Michael and Aunt Jerry. After that, Michael went up to Tyler and said in a whisper that they needed to talk. Looks like something happened again. Michael heard rumors that his illegitimate son Mark was preparing for a breakthrough, and Tyler confirmed it. Michael doesn't know what to do, because according to his feelings, the boy already guesses everything, and after the breakthrough he will be able to check everything for sure. Tyler asked not to worry about it, because in the worst case Mark would force him to live one life with his real mother. Tyler assured him that it was not scary at all. The process is quite simple. You just need to close your eyes, fall asleep, and it will all be over overnight. Maybe Michael should try to talk to him about this, and maybe he can convince Mark to give up his idea. Finally, he decided to stop running away from this conversation and talk to his illegitimate son about this topic. The next day, when Tyler was just sipping his favorite tea, he received a call from Mark. As it turned out, Michael had just come to him and said that he was his father. Tyler was shocked by this because he suggested that Michael talk and not confess everything outright. When asked if everything was okay with Michael, Mark replied that he seemed to be alive. Half an hour ago, Michael came to the boy to confess that he was his father. Mark silently and quickly used a magical ability called 100 rebirths on him. He put him to sleep a few moments after Michael confessed. After this, Mark asked his mentor to take him away from here. Today, the boy killed his inner demon, giving his mother a whole life with his father. Now, Michael and Mark were even. Tyler sighed heavily, because he would have to clean up this mess again. The next day in Michael's yard. Tyler took him home yesterday so he wouldn't sleep on the cold street. In the morning, all the spell was broken, and Michael finally woke up. He really wanted to go back to the dream, because he really enjoyed spending his whole life with Mark's mother, even in his dream. Especially for Michael. Tyler made a pill to make him feel better. The guy swallowed it and began to get high. He'll be a vegetable for a little while, but it won't last long. We can assume that one-time bomb has been defused. Mark can turn this page of his life. Michael is on the mend. The rest of his personal students are actively training. Tyler can go into seclusion in the flesh with peace of mind until the worlds completely merge. 15 years flew by like a continuous series of fleeting moments. When Tyler was in his 5th year of seclusion, he thought about where he could hide an army of dolls so that at the right moment they would fall on the werewolves like a bolt from the blue. In the 10th year of retreat, Mark and Arthur are about to break through to the stage of birth of the spirit. But unfortunately, the mentor will not see this. In the area beyond the edge of the sky was the Lord's palace. He knew that the merging of the worlds was about to be completed, so he ordered his servant to contact the Heavenly Forge sect to have them drop the price of sea ships by 70% and the price of celestial ships by 50%. The Lord laughed like a real villain, because very soon it will be very hot here and in the vastness of the endless sea. But it looks like it all started before Tyler could break through. Trouble happened. The werewolves began to throw teleportation discs and move en masse to the central continent. They cannot even be counted. In response to this, the Lord used a technical school called the Mirror of Change. It seems that everything has begun. All sects must be notified so that they are ready to defend themselves. The mirror will only be able to absorb werewolves at the fusion stage and above, and they will have to deal with the rest manually. Werewolves even flew over the inexhaustible lake where the mystery spirit sect was located. Even the youngest students saw it and thought at first that it was a meteor shower. The grape told Tyler that the appearance of werewolf auras had been recorded in Huhai County, and there was a possibility that they would soon appear on the threshold of the sect. It's good that Tyler has been preparing for this for a long time, so he knows what to do in such situations. In one of the West Huhai pastures, a werewolf at the stage of mastering the void led a whole pack of werewolves. It looks like today will be the starting point for the rise of the Shadow Wolves tribe. Tyler sent his doll warriors to the same place to protect this territory. For a werewolf at the stage of mastering the void, these dolls were curious, and he decided to show them the fighting spirit of the Shadow Wolves. Grape notes that the so-called embodiment of fighting spirit has a protective effect against physical and magical influence. So she prepared the 3rd type of cannon from number 1 to number 10 for attack. Also, Tyler gave her permission to use 20% of the processing power to supposedly quell the invasion of this bunch of werewolves. The main thing is to hold out, because Tyler still has 20 days left before his breakthrough. And most importantly, her werewolf admitted that they were losing, did not understand where all the elders were and why there was no one here at the fusion stage above. Perhaps they didn't teleport here. He had already received a bunch of messages and, as it turned out, other tribes had the same situation. All the elders at the fusion stage and above simply disappeared after teleportation. One of the tribe of 9-tailed foxes even guessed that they were all already dead. But without leaders, most of the tribes would turn into a bunch of disorganized sheep. So he decided to urgently retreat from here. Members of the Council of Elders of the Void development stage noticed that the werewolves began to reactivate their teleportation discs and realized that they had decided to retreat. The question remained, to give the werewolves the opportunity to leave or to leave them alive. But instead of them, the decision to kill was made by other guys. A support force in the person of Inek and Jennifer arrived at this place. It seems they can't do it here without them. They used their joint technique on werewolves called shock therapy and lava hell. The Council of Elders was shocked that everyone who is a sacrament of spirit is quite young, but can stand up for themselves. It's better not to come across them, otherwise they will accidentally get caught. Jennifer and Neck wanted to see the moment when the mentor would break through to a new stage, so they accelerated the process of destroying the werewolves using the lava demon technique. They destroyed half of the tribe of gloomy wolves and asked the Council of Elders to take care of the rest because they need to return. They thanked the guys for the work done and said that they would definitely make time to visit the sect of the Sacrament of the Spirit. A few moments later, Jennifer and Inek flew to the Mystery of the Spirit sect in the Time Hut to find out whether the mentor had broken through or not. It's obvious that it hasn't happened yet because when it happens, heaven will let them know about it. A few days later, a golden dragon appeared in the sky along with a reincarnated phoenix. They performed a ritual traditional dance as a sign of the precedence of something significant and important. As Brother Mark said, heaven will let all students know when the mentor makes a breakthrough. All the students were delighted with such a majestic spectacle, and the smell of elixirs reigned in the air. I wonder what the mentor was doing during the retreat, so much so that there is a whole parade in the sky. Arthur hoped that such a sight would not attract anyone unwanted, but Inek said that the grape had foreseen everything, and no one outside the sect saw this. But the spectacle did not end there. The heavenly brush was visible in the sky. You need to close your eyes and try to feel its divine rhythm. Looking at these celestial phenomena, it seems that Mason has been doing nothing for 8 whole lives, so he decided to think about how to cling to it more tightly. To look young and handsome, Tyler took a special magic rejuvenation pill and finally threw off this old age. When the mentor came out, all the students solemnly congratulated him on his breakthrough to the stage of the golden elixir. After breaking through to the stage of the golden elixir, Tyler corresponds to the level of a master of alchemy and blacksmithing, and while in retreat, he rethought the method of the 5 elements. Therefore, students need to remaster it with its new interpretation. He also told the grape that the scoundrel who attacked Jennifer was now hiding in the town of Juchi. Last time he marked it with his aura, and now it will be easy for the system to find him. Therefore, the grape must take the dolls with him and try to take him alive. If it doesn't work out, then just bring his Heidi. The Sacrament of the Spirit sect, although they try to remain secret and avoid noise, will not allow anyone to offend their own. Fortunately, Tyler is now able to put an end to this issue. Anyone who offends his people will pay for it, not tit for tat, but at double the rate. A couple of moments later, Tyler descended into the dungeon of the island of the Mystery Spirit. He had a lot of things to do, such as updating the grape, updating the sky-based weapon to the legendary class, updating the infrastructure of the sect, including security information, and much more. First of all, he decided to start by updating the grapes. He used the secret of the 8 trigrams on her and activated the renewal process. I wonder how the grape will transform. Will Tyler even be able to recognize it? But as it turned out, there were 0 changes. Perhaps after the update, their relationship will also reboot, and a new stage will begin for them. Tyler had never held a grape so tenderly before. But the vineyard was still updated. Now it will only take her 6 months to complete all the repair and restoration work on the skyship, and she only needs to use 0.81% of her computing power to complete all current tasks. Having upgraded to the legendary class, the grape can split and its half will live an autonomous life. It was something like Tyler's plant. The mentor needs details about it. But, unfortunately, the grape cannot fulfill this order right now. As it turned out, the Mystery of the Spirit sect was subjected to an illegal invasion. Foreign objects were found in the space above the inexhaustible lake. Tyler asked the grape not to destroy them all, but to leave one disc. He also announced the gathering place at the site of the supposed landing of the disc to his personal disciples. There is nothing to worry about. Tyler has enough weapons to fight off an entire army of werewolves. Since the mentor is now busy with his own affairs, of which a lot has accumulated over so many years of retreat, The guys decided to figure it out themselves, but they all don't need to immediately rush to the commas. Let the weapon do the main work for them. Well, after that, they need to prepare to eliminate the threat. In the world of werewolves, in the patrimony of the impenetrable badgers, their leaders said that the bloodsucker titan promised them that if they managed to hide teleportation means in the human world, he would make one of their relatives his confidant. Therefore, they need to grab this opportunity because their tribe has been on the sidelines of history for too long, but now they have a chance to revive their former glory. But the plans of the bloodsucker titan are not destined to come true because Tyler's personal students will interfere with this. The guys thought that the mentor would never come. Here, even without him, almost all the teleportation discs were destroyed. But Tyler had long wanted to test his 50,000 army of dolls in battle at the stage of the birth of the spirit. Also, he asked not to touch the last teleportation disc, because Tyler had plans for him. The mystery spirit sect must have its own loophole into the werewolf world. After all, in that world there is probably a lot of ore, spiritual stones, and other resources, and Tyler needs to somehow compensate for military expenses. You just need to know what kind of werewolves will show up to them this time. If they are aquatic, they will have an advantage on the lake. Therefore, he ordered the grape to make sure that all the dolls synchronously use the solid freeze spells. As a result of this, the inexhaustible lake froze, and in its place a branch of the Arctic appeared. At the same time, a tribe of impenetrable badgers, led by a badger at the stage of the birth of the spirit, teleported to the world of people. But when he saw several people at the stage of the birth of the spirit, he became a little quiet. Their tribe knew many terrible battles but was never defeated. Therefore, they were not afraid of so many people, and they decided to attack them. The badgers rushed to attack, so Grape must order the dolls to surround them so that none of them escape. The construction was completed, but everyone was wondering what type of werewolves they were, and why they rushed into the encirclement with such enthusiasm. Tyler also knew nothing about them, so just in case he turned to the Council of the Elders. They sent the Elder Fusion Stage Council workers to provide support to the Mystery Spirit Sect. Tyler wanted to know what kind of werewolves they were, and what type they were. The worker replied that these were impenetrable badgers, and he was surprised that they had not yet become extinct. Their main problem is that they have no brains at all, and are easily suggestible. In ancient times, when werewolves still ruled people, they were one of the elite tribes of the werewolf race. Among them, there were many great warriors. They are excellent in battle, brave and tenacious, but completely devoid of strategic thinking. More cunning werewolves began to use them as squads and suicide bombers to carry out the most hopeless combat missions, which greatly thinned out their population. But apparently, someone from the political elite of werewolves realized it in time and decided to keep them at least in small numbers. This badger has a portable teleportation device on its back. The tactics of werewolves have changed. Now they send their special forces to people through teleportation discs. The task of the carriers of these portable teleporters is to escape and hide the device on the territory of the lady. Then other werewolves will be able to get here unnoticed and without risk to life. If all this is true, then Mark will try to lure the badgers so that they do not slip into the outside world. The boy jumped on the badger and used a technique with which the badger had the voice of Mark, who told him to open the portal. As a result, the portal was opened and the werewolves should, in theory, move to the battlefield. Mark found out that in the entire tribe of impenetrable badgers, there are only 3 at the fusion stage, and less than 200 at the spirit transformation stage. Therefore, they can destroy them completely on their own even today. Only when they start to flee, Mark must catch a dozen badgers with teleportation devices on their backs, because with them it will be even more convenient to chase resources. In this case, the council worker elder will help Tyler get rid of the werewolves that are at the fusion stage, and the sacrament of the spirit sect must deal with the rest itself. Finally, he said that it is necessary to take into account that not a single badger should leave the inexhaustible lake, because this is an order of the Council of Elders. Tyler was ready to fight all day long. This whole battle is a great excuse to stretch his bones after a long retreat. Tyler destroyed several squads of badgers in an instant with incredible speed, leaving only ashes in their place. Suddenly behind him was a badger warrior who was about to attack him. Lucky that an employee of the Council of Elders was with him and blocked the badger's attack. After that, he used the sword spirit embodiment technique to break through the badger's spiritual armor. Because of this attack, the shockwave simply scattered everyone in different directions, even Tyler's battle dolls. The mentor was afraid of this because his dolls were thrown away by the shockwave. Well, this friend has served me well. With such friends, you don't need enemies.
After this, a hole appeared in the environment, and this was a big chance for the werewolves. If even one of the werewolves with a teleporter on their back leaves the territory of the Spirit Mystery Sect, the Council of Elders will call Tyler to a severe response.
But it wasn't fair. The fool sent by the Council of the Elders created a hole in the encirclement line set up by Tyler, and if something happens, he'll be called upon. After a couple of moments, the grape told Tyler that all the enemies who had jumped out from the encirclement had been marked. Among them, there are only a few at the stages of spirit transformation, and the system has already sent the corresponding dolls for them. It was a great job. Now the Council of Elders has nothing to worry about. Now not a single badger can run away from Tyler. Now the mentor has decided to show his personal students his new technique. It's called Cool Guys Don't Turn Around at Explosions. But somehow it's wrong, because among his students there was a girl. Tyler activated this technique with a flick of his finger, and a huge explosion occurred behind him. The students were delighted with this and wanted the teacher to teach them the same. Suddenly a fiery red rose flew in the sky above them. It looks like someone dared to intercept Tyler's moment of fame. As it turned out, it was a girl, but nothing is known about her yet. Tyler's attention was elsewhere. He really liked her legs, so he forgave her for interrupting her moment of glory. This girl's name is Alice. She is in the fusion stage. While she was flying here, she was thinking what tribe she would have to face this time. But she would never have guessed that she would meet the stupidest werewolves. The girl used a technique called a defensive stance and sent a powerful blast of impact towards the badger squad. Most of them died, and some were able to get out of this hell. The most important badger decided to retreat and ordered his subordinates to do so. Because the forces were objectively unequal, the girl will not understand how the badgers managed to survive until today. She thought about exterminating them right now. But Tyler did not allow her to do this, because there is a more important task. Representatives of the Council of Elders of the neighboring city have already collected 6 teleportation means, and Alice has not yet collected any. So she might get punished for this. Besides, if she destroys all the badgers, including those already under Tyler's control, who will be the one to extract resources for him? Alice responded by gently stroking his hand. She really likes it when they take care of such handsome and courageous guys. After this, the girl decided to turn to the badger tribe and said that many of the shadow wolves had already gone over to their side. She invited the others to do the same, because the Council of Elders could allocate for them a separate comfortable world of the small chiliocosm. But the badgers did not agree with this, and the girl decided to exterminate them, sending a flurry of powerful blows at them. At the same time, some badgers activated the self-destruction program of the teleportation disc. An explosion occurred. Tyler noticed that shards were flying at Alice, grabbed her hand and pressed her close to him to protect her from injury. The guy smelled her perfume, and it was hot like fire, and smells like a blooming rose. Tyler prayed to the holy heavens to give him the strength not to give in to his unchanging desires. All lustful thoughts should disappear from his head. He told her that the teleportation discs could explode, and she needed to be careful. The girl looked at him very joyfully and thanked him for the help he indicated. To protect everyone from the explosion, Tyler used a technique called self-detonation cancellation on the teleportation disc. He didn't want the badgers to set off unauthorized fireworks on his land without even asking his permission. Alice was so tired from the intense fight with the uninvited badgers that her key energy circulation was still not back to normal, so she wanted to find a place where she could rest, hinting that she wanted to stay with Tyler. But her colleague can keep an eye on her. But he refused to do this because in the Spirit Mystery Sect, There is no one at the fusion stage, and why shouldn't Tyler appoint her at least as a nominal mentor? She will soon be 500 years old, and in her entire life she has only been saved a couple of times. It's natural that she was so emotional. If Tyler doesn't want to process it himself, then let him put it on at least one of his students. Therefore, Tyler asked his student Mark to help Alice find free rooms for rest. An employee of the Council of Elders said that her colleague's name is Alice, and she cultivates the method of 100 passions. Apparently, Tyler is also destined to become one of the objects of passion on her path of cultivation. But this shouldn't happen, because he's already engaged to Elizabeth. But one can only sympathize with him because Alice is fabulously rich. She has 1 skyship and 2 sea ships, and countless spiritual stones. Really wanted Alice to give him at least a little spiritual stones, just out of friendship. Tyler thanked the elder site worker for the advice and pathetically said that he was not going to betray himself and his principles for selfish reasons, because this is not the path of a true cultivator. The employee admires the strength of his moral convictions, and you shouldn't worry about the fact that Tyler managed to become her object of passion, because unrequited love also contributes to its cultivation, so Tyler can just send her away. Suddenly, Alice came too close to him and thanked him for his hospitality. She really liked the allocated piece, and for this she gave him a bag of spiritual stones to update the interior. After that, she whispered in his ear in her gentle and quiet voice that she would often visit Tyler. A few moments later, Tyler's clones returned to the Spirit Sect's dungeon. Tyler reprimanded them because they had thoughts of trading their powers for some spiritual stones, but since Alice had a lot of money, they held back. But Tyler has told him this many times already. If they don't shut up, he'll have to get rid of them, like defective specimens. From now on, there will be no easy money. Now the dolls will have to complete the task without high expectations. After that, he asked the grape if she managed to contact her virtual in the world of werewolves. She replied that no. Apparently, the unbreakable badgers they controlled had not yet found a suitable place. Today is simply a bad day for Tyler. He refused a rich sponsor and had problems finding resources. But suddenly the vineyard reports great news. She has finally managed to create a working form to reduce the cost of the iron alloy. This alloy is not suitable for key parts of dolls and magic-grade items, but otherwise it can completely replace spiritual iron ore. Tyler was very happy about this, but at least some good news for today. He asked Grape to use his new alloy as soon as possible to create the bodies of the latest model of dolls. The system calculated the latest model of dolls, the stage of transformation of the spirit, the body of increased strength. The cost price is 20 million. 5 billion spiritual stones are required to start the production line. Tyler plugs one hole when another one appears. Light had just loomed at the end of the hopeless tunnel when the sun set behind the clouds again. The grape took 100 million spiritual stones from him. Now there are still 4.9 billion left before the work is completed. Tyler could no longer contain his aggression. He asked the system to force the badger to find a way to complete tasks more quickly, because he needed money. After a couple of moments, Tyler decided to send himself to catch fish on the inexhaustible lake. To do this, he used bait, according to his personal recipe. He took Jennifer with him. Because of all his students, she is the most respectful. At least sometimes she visits her mentor. It's just that the brothers were completely immersed in preparation. They are disgusted even by the thought that in the event of a serious threat due to their weakness, the mentor will have to look for help on the side. This was good, because the mentor hopes that the students will save him from falling into sexual Kabbalah. Collect hundreds for me. Yes, evaluate your mentor. Now he is just thinking about a weapon that will smash even an enemy at the fusion stage to pieces. She really wouldn't want to have to trade herself to protect the sect, and she was very glad to hear that the mentor wants to create a new weapon. Since the girl had no inspiration to do anything, she decided to go fishing with her mentor, but he didn't really like it. This means that she needs to work on raising morale, and this is not only about her, but about all the students of the sect. Tyler has an idea. Since the founding of the Mystery of the Spirit set, many years have passed. The mentor accepted a bunch of students, but never tested them in battle. Jennifer didn't know how they could do this, and when she looked at her mentor's face, she had a bad feeling. The next day, Tyler gathered everyone at the Spirit Mystery Sex testing arena. Firstly, he congratulated all participants in the upcoming competition. The mentor has gathered the best fighting units of the Spirit Sacrament sect here. Also, he asked that those who were not selected should not be upset under any circumstances, because this is not the last competition, and everyone will have time to participate. Today, the first sacraments of the spirit of the survival game in the history of the sect will take place, and their rules are quite simple. The elimination will take place according to the Battle Royal principle. The location is a limited area, where participants will only have starting skills, and weapons, pills, etc., can be found in equipment boxes. After the start of the competition, the territory will be surrounded by a zone with toxic fumes. Every 15 minutes, the area with clean air will narrow. When toxic fumes approach, participants must immediately move to a safe area. Everyone's task is to kill all their rivals and stay alive. Since the participants understood the rules, Tyler declared the first survival games officially open. The commentator for this game will be a commentator named Angelica. She asked everyone to be patient. The senior mentor has moved all the participants to the virtual world, and soon all viewers will be able to see them on the live broadcast. Find Yourself was also a student of the first cohort. But for some reason, Tyler did not select him for this game. He didn't want to do this because this participant would literally crap the entire location. But Tyler told him that the student was simply not ready yet, so he would participate in the next competition. But in fact, Tyler first wants to wean him from the habit of throwing shit in any situation. The mentor moved the participant to a virtual location called Battle Royale Island. Enoch noticed a certain glow that could only come from the most valuable equipment box. Now, it would definitely be unsafe there, so he decided not to go there until he found at least some kind of weapon. At the same time, Jennifer opened her drawer, but there wasn't much there at all. Suddenly, an enemy appeared behind her, who wanted to quickly eliminate the girl. This was a student of the first intake, and he was serious about victory, that he was even ready to defeat the sect leader. Well, he was unlucky. Jennifer managed to feel the gun in her pocket and instantly shot at him. With such stealth skills, it's too early for him to compete with his aunt. The commentator said that this student knocks out the first survival games. She didn't think that he would be the first to get into the box. Tyler noted that with just a little more time, Jennifer would have been the first to lose. She's still used to a rifle and not running around with a pistol. I wonder how long she'll hold out. Therefore, the girl decided to go after the main box after all, because the one she opened was bullshit. There were only 1 or 2 bullets. At the same time, her brother hid in the bushes and quietly attacked his opponents. He was looking for the one who got to the main box and thought that this person had not yet gone far. Suddenly, the guy heard some strange sound and smell. Then it sounded like a gunshot. As it turned out, someone fired at him from an energy cannon, but Enoch managed to block this attack using a technique called lava block. It's not nice to raise a hand to your older brother. The guy guessed that it was most likely his sister who attacked. Jennifer was hiding nearby in the forest behind a large tree. Since her brother is so brave, why doesn't he come out of hiding and attack directly? He did so. He realized from the bullet hole that her weapon was so-so. He turns out to be not as stupid as others think he is. Suddenly, the girl heard her brother's voice behind her, who asked her why she didn't pull the trigger. It seemed impossible. But the brother launched the upset technique and his double ended up behind the girl. Jennifer thought he wouldn't think of using it, but it turned out differently. Grabbed her hand and began using a painful hold on Jennifer. At first, he asked to drop her gun, but the girl said that she would do it if he let her go. After a couple of moments, they calmed down. Jennifer called him sick and said that if she wanted to, she would have shot him right away. But who knows? Because she is constantly cunning in such situations. The sister invited her brother to cooperate against Mark and Arthur. She already had a plan for this, and told it to her brother. She said that Mark was so attached to Arthur that the first thing he would do was look for him, They cannot be defeated alone, so they must act together against them. It sounded reasonable, and her brother thinks they have already found each other. Perhaps they were the ones who opened the main chest, so they need to be found. Tyler watched this and joyfully clapped his hands, because the sweetest and most interesting thing in this game will soon begin. On the Battle Royale Island, participants also had to fight with Tyler's battle dolls. Suddenly, a guy with purple hair aimed at one of the participants in the battle and fired one shot. The guy was able to evade this, and by the shot he determined where he was. As it turned out, this was his familiar friend with whom he communicated well, but it seems that this time her accuracy failed and she could not hit the target exactly. This guy has a special technique where he trails a phantom trail behind him to confuse the attacker. This feature was built into the armor set he found here. His friend froze in place, and the guy decided to take advantage of this opportunity and attacked him. For such a loss of concentration in battle, he must be punished. Perhaps Mark's illusions here will not work on Inek and Jennifer, but representatives of the younger generation have no chance. Now those two guys have fallen into his secret trap, from which they are unlikely to be able to get out. We must give credit to these guys for providing the equipment to Mark and Arthur, and now they need to go to their well-deserved rest. The scheme can be considered debugged. Now the guys just have to wait for the older ones to grab the same bait. As the commentator says, some of the best students of their generation were eliminated. Brother Mark turned them off from the game with particular cynicism. Edison was bothered by the fact that this competition could teach the guys bad things. But, as Tyler says, by learning only good things, cultivators cannot survive in the world. Students must be prepared for the meanness that they will definitely encounter in the outside world. Meanwhile, in the virtual location of the Battle Royale Island, Jennifer and Inek found the same box with equipment throughout the entire location. But Jennifer stopped her brother and said that this place looks like a trap. If someone occupied that peak over there, for him they will be like on a silver platter. You couldn't imagine a more vulnerable position. Jennifer really wanted the items from that box, because she couldn't find better equipment here, and maybe she even had a rifle there. Therefore, her brother suggested just opening this chest, and then whatever happens. Sister was proud of her brother and agreed to it. Suddenly, a green magic sword flew into the ground in front of Inek. I wonder who dared to attack such a strong fighter. Also, Arthur appeared in front of him, who offered to simply fight without any tricks. At the same time, Jennifer used the invisibility technique to quietly eliminate Arthur. But Mark immediately noticed the girl. He asked her not to interfere in their battle, and to conduct these battles honestly. Mark released his powerful charge of energy in the direction where Jennifer was, but the girl was able to dodge it. Still, he found her. From the spectator stand, it looked as if it was complete chaos or some kind of confusion in general. Passions flared up among the guys there, but it seems they forgot about the approaching toxic fumes. And the next zone is not at all close. The guys need to hurry up in their competitions in order to save in their lives. Several minutes passed. Jennifer and Inek had already decided to call it a day, because they needed to move to the safe zone as soon as possible. Then Jennifer called a timeout and suggested that everyone drink the elixir, so as not to die from lack of energy. In a couple of moments, they almost reached the safe zone on the flying ship. All they have to do is give a little gas, and they will be there. But not everything is so simple. Mark, with the help of his technique, grabbed them and was not going to let them go. Holding them, he himself will not reach the safe zone and will die along with them. Therefore, he decided that they would all die together, and then it would be decided who would ultimately be awarded the victory. As a result, all of Tyler's personal students drop out, and the winner of the survival game is Jacob. He started dinner early, as if he already knew his imminent victory. But in fact, Jacob just wanted to refresh himself before the battle. This was enough for victory. Tyler began to kill the ground with his fist, because he did not expect the game to end this way. Suddenly, Jennifer flies into the mentors and says that it's not fair, because Jacob did not win due to his fighting skills. But it happens, because sometimes luck is more important than combat skills. After updating the grape, even running large-scale games does not use a large percentage of its computing power. But the students learned a lot. You don't. But Tyler will hold games like this every month, and the first place winner will receive fried chicken in addition to points. Now, all the students wanted to take part in the next survival game, because they really liked it, even those who were watching from the stands. Having established things in the sect, life here is not quite the same as before. And now Tyler even has PUBG. In all of this, the keyword was similar. It was not exactly the same as the previous life, and this upset the mentor a little. He called the grape and asked her if it was possible to create a spell to move through space and time. Given the current capabilities of the owner, there is a likelihood of successfully creating such a spell. If Tyler really wants it, he can try to create such a spell. In the library, he found the required scroll and sat in a cultivation position to recreate this spell. This will require a lot of effort and a lot of time. In space, this is a very complex technique. While the guys were going about their business, a beam of energy began to be seen in the sky, which came from their mentor, who was cultivating at that time. They wondered what their mentor was working on this time. When they saw this beam of light, they thought that Tyler was probably doing something very cool. Even the mentor does not allow himself to relax, but Jennifer, on the contrary, sat there counting the raven, completely lazy. Inek made a remark to his sister. She understood everything and will continue to train. Everything fades away, and after a few hours the mentor opens his eyes and sees that he managed to create a spell called space-time reversal. The grape congratulated its owner on the new spell and offered to use it right now. Tyler can't believe that this day has finally come. Once here, he tried to avoid any risks. He thought that the further he progressed in cultivation, the more chances he would have of returning home. The mentor accepted his students, created a sect, improved his life. But he is still sad to leave it all. Although even if the students are left without him, there is no need to worry about them. The guys are already adults and can handle everything themselves. In the end, everyone will be left in good hands. Finally, he told the grape that if he could not return back, then all the powers to manage him and the sect should pass into the hands of Jennifer. That or used this spell. But it was activated and powerful energy filled the entire space of the sect. The light so terribly blinded the guy that he couldn't see anything. He could only open his eyes when he seemed to be in his own world. When he opened his eyes, he could not believe that he had managed to return back to his world. Finally, he will be able to see his whole family, most importantly, his parents. But also the countdown has started, and Tyler will only be able to spend a day here. And this means that the guy can't waste a minute, and he must get home as soon as possible. He didn't have to look for his home for a long time, because he perfectly remembered where it was. When Tyler approached the door of his house, he opened it with the words, "Mom, Dad, Brother, I'm back." This family did not invite anyone to visit, and did not immediately understand what was happening. The father of this family asked Tyler why he broke into their house, because at least it was ugly and not civilized. One might have thought that this was Stalin's father, but the guy himself did not understand who he was and what he was doing in his house. After that, the mother of this family asked her husband to take a look at this picture. It depicted how Tyler and her husband's father were standing in an embrace. Whether in the photo or the painting, Tyler looked like two peas in a pod. It turns out that Tyler is the uncle of this family man. His father talked a lot about him. Tyler was shocked by why his nephew was already so old. He was also interested in where his father, mother, and brother were now. His nephew's face immediately became serious because, as it turned out, Tyler's father and mother had been dead for a long time. Tyler couldn't hold back his tears. He couldn't believe it all just happened like that. Tears flowed like a river, and the screams never subsided. Tyler was very sad for his parents. He wanted to meet them, but everything turned out differently. Now they have given it in heaven in paradise. His nephew told him that after Tyler disappeared, his parents never stopped looking for him for a day. Mom and Dad did not lose hope, and did not give up until Dad died while searching for his grandson. After my father passed away, my mother did not stop reproaching herself for this. She blamed herself for not being able to save either her son or her husband, but at the same time she believed that Tyler was still alive. Because of these experiences, she eventually died too. The last thing she asked of her second son was that he should find his brother. Mother felt in her heart that he was still alive. Tyler's brother promised her that he would fulfill her request, but as it turned out, these were the last words of her mother and she died. Tyler is tired. I wonder what happened to his brother because he should still be alive. Where is he? But the nephew didn't even know what to answer. He didn't have a face and he didn't want to say anything. He hasn't experienced this kind of stress in a long time. As it turned out, Tyler's brother was now in the hospital. The guy couldn't believe that everything like this could happen to him and his family. A few moments later, they decided to visit their brother to make him happy, that Tyler had finally returned. Finally, they will be able to talk and learn more about themselves. Tyler asked him what ultimately happened to him and where he had been all this time. But it looked like his brother was already going to say goodbye to him. He told him that he, his mother and father would finally find peace in heaven. The heart rate monitor began to show negative results. It seemed that the nephew's father's heartbeat was becoming weaker and weaker. The doctors immediately ran to take him to the intensive care unit and asked the guys not to block the passage. Later, Tyler learned that his brother was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. He calmed down and was just waiting for information about whether his brother was alive or not. But the nephew reported that he had died. Perhaps death was a long-awaited release from suffering for his father. But his brother always had excellent health. Why did he get so seriously ill? This question bothered Tyler all this time. The nephew also did not understand what was going on. Sometimes he can't help but think how wonderful the fate of his family could have been if Tyler didn't exist at all. The guy seemed to have a lump in his throat. He was shocked by what he heard and could not answer his nephew. He recalled how he had a good time with his father and the same nephew, how they talked, played, and had fun over trifles. When Tyler went missing, his brother constantly went to the police to find out at least some news about him. The guy had a headache because he thought a lot about it and wanted this whole situation to turn out differently. Perhaps if he had not disappeared then everything would have been fine with his family. Tyler already made the decision that everything would be like this. His cultivation is worthless if he cannot change the fate of his family. Time ended and Tyler moved back to another world, where he began his journey as a cultivator. The guy suffered serious internal damage and needs to immediately begin recovery. In the meantime, he asked the grape to try to figure out ways to improve space-time reversion. It may take a lot of resources to return to a specific place in a specific time period. The grape has a preliminary conclusion. Improvement of the spell is possible only with an increase in the level of cultivation of the owner. Regarding what specific stage needs to be reached, unfortunately, she was not able to calculate this. Tyler didn't see anything wrong with it. If he fails to achieve the desired result by reaching the fusion stage, then he will work on breaking through to the intersection stage and so on. If he lives long enough, he will advance in his cultivation to the required level, and then he will definitely return at the right time. Suddenly, his personal students knocked on his door, who clearly wanted something from him. The mentor wiped his blood so as not to show them that something had happened to him. Jennifer and Ink decided to tell him that first they noticed a strange pillar of light coming from his yard. Then they noticed that the whole sky had darkened. And then they noticed that the mentor had completely disappeared. After what happened to him during the whole day, he began to appreciate his students even more and perceive them even more as his family. The mentor just pulled them in for a hug and told them he was okay. As long as the students were with him, no matter what happened, he would always be fine. Returning back to this world, Tyler was so carried away by cultivation that he even neglected to look into the future. Apparently, the future seemed so safe to me. The picture did not look pretty, so Tyler must do something for the safety of his sect and students. He had no enemies on the central continent. He did not offend, oppress, or oppress anyone, so no one should destroy his sect. From what Tyler managed to make out on the fortune-telling compass, the picture is as follows. Soon a werewolf at the fusion stage will come for his soul. The guy believes that he will come at this moment when there is no opponent dangerous for him nearby. Suddenly, a vineyard appeared near him. It seems that she finally managed to contact the world of werewolves, and she will show what the Badgers managed to dig up in the end. On the screen, it could be seen that the Badgers were able to mine spiritual iron ore, consciousness retention ore, as well as medium-quality universal ore. Tyler was very happy about this. He told the Grape that the Badgers should continue to dig, and when they find something valuable, let them immediately send the sacraments of the spirit to the sect. There are never too many resources, but the mentor has big plans. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him and began breathing exactly into his back. As it turned out, these were his clones of workers who complained that Tyler was exploiting them. Therefore, he will go looking for Angelica in order to keep her nearby, because as long as she is nearby, the enemy will not attack him. And his counterparts also don't need to relax. The sect will need a lot of enriched spiritual energy ore to create a shield of steadfastness. A few moments later, Tyler went to the Council of Elders to find out where Angelique was. After that, he went to this place to talk to her. When he met her, he told her that he wanted to consult her about cultivation matters. The girl approached him with incredible speed and put her index finger to his lips. It seems that she was counting not only on advising him, but also on receiving some kind of help from him. It all looked just like during hard work in a dungeon, but this is a direct path to kidney failure. Angelica grabbed him by the waist to quickly move on to the main task. She continued to stick to Tyler to excite him. Therefore, she decided to continue the conversation in her estate, but when moving, it will be a little cramped for them. Perhaps, by the way, Tyler will also be able to move during the fusion stage. After a couple of moments, they moved to the place where Angelica's chambers were located. They looked as if they were in the botanical garden, because the whole air was filled with the aroma of different flowers and sakura. There were fairies in these flowers. They immediately thought that this was Angelica's new husband, but Tyler explained to them that he just came to visit. In this district, there is no place more suitable for cultivation than the Temple of the Knowledge of the Truth of Angelica. Tyler will have a very difficult time with her, but he needs to pull himself together. He must buy time and keep her nearby for at least 1 month. Tyler already knows that this girl cultivates the method of 100 passions, and the fact is that she has stagnated at one level many years ago. And if, thanks to the mystery of the spirit sect, she makes a breakthrough, she will give Tyler a gift he never dreamed of. This means that the guy was the breakthrough tool. Suddenly, a student ran up to Angelica to tell her about the new news. As it turned out, one of the neighboring cities with lay people was attacked by werewolves, and she was asked for help. Angelica told her to report to the council, that she might be on the verge of a long-awaited breakthrough, and was very busy with herself, so they should find a replacement for her for at least a month. After these words, Tyler sharply grabbed his heart, because there was a great chance that she would use him for a breakthrough.
As it turned out, this was the same enemy who came to the Spirit Mystery Sect before. It seems that he is trying to lure Angelique out.
He was also near the Spirit Mystery Sect now, and rated the defense that Tyler had built as the highest score. The guy couldn't understand why the aura of that warrior was still here at the fusion stage. It turns out that he was unable to lure her out again, so he decided to come here later. Tyler was lucky again. He managed to buy himself a little more time. Angelica is again trying to excite Tyler. She started stroking his knees and noticed that the guy is still not focused. She looked at him with a passionate gaze and tried to read his thoughts. The children were very interested to know what Tyler was thinking about now. The girl began to lick her lips with her tongue in order to seduce Tyler with these sounds. But the guy suddenly jumped up from his seat and began to run away from her, saying that he was already tired, and suggested continuing tomorrow. The girl naively agreed to this, and said that they would definitely continue this tomorrow. After a month in the dungeon, Tyler continued to do his job. His clones noticed that the last month their creators had been more energetic than the previous month. This is all because the guy's head is already smoking. After all, he resisted temptation every day. A couple of sharp movements, a little magic and spiritual energy, and Tyler managed to create what he had wanted for so long. Grape congratulated him on creating a legendary class item called the Shield of Steadfastness. After this, Perhaps the mentor will not have to sell his body in the end. And this is true. Now his body is no longer subject to worldly temptations. The time was restless. Thunderstorms and lightning were visible from all corners of the island. The one everyone was so afraid of was hiding there. This is a huge snake. His fangs are very large, but Tyler is too tough for him. He has a special technique called lightning attack, and he used it on this snake. The creature could not understand how Tyler immediately noticed him, as if he was waiting for his arrival. Last time he was very careful, so he didn't understand how he was found so quickly. And it all started about an hour ago. The students noticed that the sky had suddenly turned black and decided to urgently report this to their mentor. As a result, that same huge snake crawled out of that dark sky and wanted to kill all the pathetic people. Since everything was already reported to Tyler, he found out that this would happen and used preventive strikes on the snake in the form of a thunderstorm attack. With the appearance of the Shield of Steadfastness, not a single creature, even at the merging stage, will slip through unnoticed, especially the one that he has been waiting for a long time. Tyler in front of him was praising his invention, but this made him even more angry, so he didn't want to leave everything so easily. This uncultured creature began to attack the sacrament of the spirit sect, but fortunately, the sect is protected by Tyler's magical ability. The snake wanted to make Tyler his slave, so that he could work out the killing of many werewolves on the territory of the Spirit Mystery Sect. If this happens, he will have to forge armor for them for hundreds of years. But this creature doesn't need to hope to get away with its vile attacks, so Tyler called his system Grape. The Grape reported to Tyler that the sky-based guns had already been activated. 360 heavy artillery guns were in full readiness, and the thunderstorm cannons were already warmed up. All that was left was to wait for Tyler's order. The mentor decided to teach this snake a lesson. She will learn what happens to those who do not care about public hygiene using their vile attacks. Inside all of you, the mysteries of the spirit, the students watched this and discussed this battle. Maybe in the world of werewolves this snake was considered cool, but in these parts it won't last long. The mentor saw through it long ago. Now, Tyler can fight one-on-one even with a werewolf at the fusion stage, so it's unknown when Enoch will be able to fulfill his dream of saving his mentor's life. Perhaps this won't even be necessary. The snake was already tired of these tricks. He decided to act seriously, so he decided to destroy the entire island. Today he will also conduct a master class and clearly demonstrate to students how to act against nimble opponents at the merger stage. The mentor decided to use his battle dolls to deal with this monster as quickly as possible. Jennifer was delighted when she saw the same villain who almost killed her among the dolls. The mentor found him and turned him into a fighting doll as punishment. In order to catch such a smart guy, of course, the first thing you need to do is force him to rush in the direction you want. Even if the snake is trying to elude you, then this is not a problem if you do everything correctly. Next, you need to activate a formation called the Heavy Water Dome. This will help cut off the path for the snake, and thus, by limiting the nimble enemy in the space for maneuver, you can deprive him of his main advantage. But there was still danger, even if Tyler locked him here, spending so much effort on containing him in a confined space. But by doing so, he locked him with him, so the snake can attack him with its poison close to him. More than one person has yet to survive the effects of this snake's venom, so Tyler needs to make quick decisions to protect himself. Therefore, he used a battle doll that held a shield in its hands, forged from such a material that no poison could penetrate it. Tyler was infuriated by the fact that this vile snake was spitting venom at him. The snake did not understand how this was possible, since the mentor was only at the stage of the golden elixir, and he could get away with everything so easily. If the legendary class invincibility shield could not protect even from spitting, Tyler himself would have given up his blacksmithing career. The snake saw a great danger in this boy and could have just left him alive. When the enemy has exhausted the techniques with which he could take you by surprise, then you can pull out all your trump cards from your sleeves, as Tyler is doing now. He uses a magical ability called the Multi-Armed Buddha Phantom. With her help, she can use the Scorching Mantle and Golden Raven Descent techniques. He directed all these abilities to eliminate the snake, After such a brilliant attack on such a beautiful note, we can end the lesson. But not everything was so fast. The snake also had more trump cards up its sleeve, so the battle did not end there. The serpent used a technique with which a green flower appeared. This technique is known for the fact that it can be used to suppress an opponent with your aura. Tyler didn't know what this technique was, so he placed his doll in front of him so that it could protect him from this attack. The mentor's personal students watched this fight through the screen. They saw what happened to him and did not know whether to help him or not. Tyler will finally understand the full power of the fusion stage. Because no one has ever managed to leave the serpent's darkness region, here his soul will begin to gradually decompose, and when the area of darkness of the serpent covers all who are the sacrament of the spirit, then all the disciples will become part of the serpent. Finally, Talia woke up and realized that he was not at all in the world where he should be. The color of this world resembled toxicity. All that surrounded him were the souls of the snake's victims, who constantly wished Tyler death. These voices caused great moral damage to the mentor, and he realized that all these people were killed by that snake. It was true because this creature adores human souls. There is something about them that strengthens the snake much more than the souls of werewolves. Suddenly, the child's soul grabbed his leg and told him that she was in a lot of pain and didn't want to be here. The mentor stroked her head to somehow calm her down and promised that he would save all these souls from torment. Therefore, Tyler ordered the vineyard to use 20% of its spiritual energy reserve to strengthen the dolls in the Void Mastery stage. The system accepted the order and began to execute it. With this technique, the spiritual energy was able to move into the snake's darkness area and be absorbed into the Tyler doll. Such a powerful energy emanated from the doll that no one had ever seen. Perhaps this will put an end to the torment of the souls that the serpent swallowed into the region of darkness. Tyler had to take big risks, because he used strategic reserves from the pond with spiritual liquid. If the mentor needs them, then he can do it. When Tyler prepared, he used a technique called Fire Dragon. From the plant that formed behind him, a real dragon with chi energy flew out. He opened his big mouth and swallowed the snake's darkness region. I was shocked that after that, all of his equipment was divorced, and Tyler and the souls and the Tyler dolls were able to get out of there. After that, the dragon simply grabbed this serpent and began to tear off his skin. The creature could not withstand such pain and died from painful shock. Now his soul has left this world forever. It seems that Tyler already knows what he and his students will have for dinner. They will have a barbecue. Tyler used a magical ability, with the help of which a fire bow appeared in his hands along with fire arrows. He aimed at the corpse of the snake and shot a fiery arrow at it, so much so that it pierced the monster's body. Now the snake kebab was officially ready. The soul of this monster was very angry that her body was humiliating her so much, so she promised Tyler that she would return to take revenge. The dragon was already opening his mouth to eat the snake, but Tyler asked him to stop, because this was his personal battle trophy. But the dragon spat out the plants that remained from the snake's area of darkness at Tyler, but at the same time, he could not understand where the snake's body had gone. Next time, with this weirdo, Tyler needs to be more careful so that such situations do not happen again. A few moments later, his personal students ran up to him to make sure everything was okay with their mentor. When their mentor was not at all okay, Tyler just wanted to make sure that his students watched this fight, and whether they took notes on the main points. The students really wanted their mentor to teach them how to summon the same fiery dragon, and said that they would write songs and legends about today's battle, because for them, Tyler was an ideal. A couple of moments later, Tyler felt that someone was approaching him in the sky. The mentor even shuddered when he saw that Angelica had flown to him on a huge whale. He pretended that he had a terrible pain in his chest, and said that he urgently needed to lie down to rest. It looks like he didn't want to help Angelica break through in any way. To make everything as realistic as possible, Tyler fell to the ground and pretended to fall asleep. Jennifer told Angelica that her mentor needed peace and asked her to visit him later. But in the end, she offered to give the mentor a ride to his house. The girl didn't want to part with him at all. But don't bother yourself with this because Tyler's action dolls will cope with this task perfectly. The mentor could not even contain his smile, because he was very funny because of this situation. He mentally praised Jennifer for quickly getting her bearings. Tyler's return to the sect could have been triumphant if he had not been carried like a dead man. In the dungeon, Tyler looked at the valuables that the Badgers were able to obtain in the world of werewolves. On the table you could see purple steel, spiritual iron ore, as well as medicinal raw materials. At the same time, the grape finished analyzing the contents of the hollow bone found in the snake's darkness area. Tyler, rubbing his hands, asked the grape what was found there in the end. What he saw made him very happy. He called this object real beauty. Now the available resources are sufficient to upgrade a multi-module sky-based weapon to the legendary class. Tyler immediately began this process of improvement. Unfortunately, Tyler only managed to master 2 divine class runes, but his multi-module sky-based device could have turned out even cooler. Alex asked him to focus on the process because a small mistake when applying the formation rune could become a fatal mistake, and they would not have any legendary class weapons. Tyler understood this very well, and besides, he only had one last step left to complete his work. Perhaps they succeeded, but the gun was small in size and Alex didn't understand what it was all about. In addition, some streams of spiritual energy began to appear, which were connected together with a special device, a gun, and Tyler himself. He couldn't understand where it all came from and what to do with it. His hands felt like jelly, so Tyler thought it was a little strange. Perhaps this spiritual energy would propel him to the spirit birth stage right now. But Tyler could not understand this, because he can only break through when he reaches the limit of his life, that is, just before death. Suddenly, Alex notices that brother Tyler has just been inseminated by a heavenly spirit. It seems that it happened after all, because his stomach swelled in an instant. Tyler had so many questions, but there were very few answers to them, because it is impossible for a heavenly spirit to do this to a person. Energy began to coagulate in his stomach and merge together, forming a small sphere inside his stomach. Tyler yelled at Alex, accusing him that he had croaked it all, and that's why it all happened. Suddenly, Tyler felt a lot of pain in his abdomen. He could not stand on his feet and fell to the floor. Alex even saw Tyler's fetus move, but the mentor did not ask him to close his mouth because he was prophetic. It looks like the guy didn't want to believe that he had a fetus in his stomach. Malik was listening today. He was watching Tyler's belly and noticed that his baby was starting to glow. Had the heavens really decided to use his body to bear their fruit? Suddenly, a dark purple beam began to emanate upward into the sky from the mystery spirit sect. Also, in this stream there was a special Tyler device. Grape and Alex noticed that this best one was leaving the mentor, but they didn't know what to do about it. They just had to watch what was happening. When Tyler was allowed to go, he lay down on the ground so that it wouldn't hurt him so much. He didn't understand why this happened. Perhaps it's because due to the system, he can't break through while in full bloom. They were used. The flow of energy had to eventually turn into something. After this, he gave her control of the grape over his last weapon. From now on, it will be called the Werewolf Crusher. This device includes different modules, namely a laser gun module, a rail speed gun module, and an anomalous activity sensing module, and all of them were already ready for use. While Tyler sat in a wheelchair, he read how to properly care for a cub. He's done with that, and now it's time for him to move on to a more pressing problem. He sealed Alex's mouth with superglue and threw him out of the dungeon. But this does not mean that Alex will not work now. He is simply temporarily suspended from performing his duties. After that, Tyler, with the help of his technology, decided to take a look at what was sitting inside him. When his astral body moved to the stomach area, he saw there a huge sphere of energy, which was shrouded in a black stripe. Tyler thought that if this rune seal was removed, then this energy would become entirely a part of him. When he touched this sphere, he realized that it was indeed alive. He was happy about this, like a mother who is waiting for her child to come into this world. His process was interrupted by a knock on his front door. He approached her to find out who came to him. As it turned out, Angelica came to him again, who wanted the same weapon of the legendary class. But Tyler was not going to repeat this experience for any money, Well, perhaps for 1,000,000,000,000 spiritual stones. But the girl said that it was cheap for her. She bought herself and a more expensive toy. Then Tyler told her to come back in 10 years, but first a deposit. She agreed to these conditions and gave him her precious ring. Tyler said goodbye to her and went back home. He couldn't understand who had turned out to be such a violent kid, but there was only one option. A few moments later, a man approaches his house and wants to ask Tyler to make him a legendary class sword.
But there was a sign hanging there that said "Do not disturb," and that the senior mentor had gone to the world of dreams on business.
Tyler dreamed that he met his wife Elizabeth, who had already reached the stage of spiritual transformation, in the middle of a flowering field. They rejoiced at this together, hugged and had fun. What else is needed for a happy life together? But when Elizabeth was about to kiss her husband, she felt something strange in her stomach. Looking down, she noticed that Tyler had a distended belly and thought he was pregnant. Now the main problem for Tyler was also that everyone would think about him that he was pregnant. For the guy, this dream suddenly turned from good to nightmare. He did not want the students, and indeed all the people, to think that he was pregnant. In the dining room, Tyler was overeating as if he hadn't eaten for a month. The students were already tired of bringing him food, but Inek still decided to make him some more tea. Jennifer didn't understand at all whether it was possible to eat so much, and whether it would affect the mentor's health. A few moments later, Alex brought Tyler his signature wontons with steamed meat to eat. When the trailer tried this dish, it was clear from his eyes that he really liked it. He asked Alex to cook another 5 kilograms of this dish. The students thought that their mentor had already eaten too much, and it was time for him to stop, and it was best to drink it all with tea. Tyler still decided to tell the worried children what really happened to him, but Alex interrupted him and said that Tyler had a baby growing in his stomach. In his words, it was cool. Their mentor was chosen by heaven and a new life was born within him. Heaven only knows what will come of him in the end, but no matter what happens, the guys will have to love him like their own. A clot of energy formed inside Tyler, apparently of celestial origin, but this clot is sealed, and Tyler wanted to feed it well so that he would have the strength to break the seal. Inek and Jennifer seemed to understand what their mentor was talking about, but they didn't seem to. Jennifer didn't understand how this differed from an increased appetite during a normal pregnancy. Moreover, she noticed that the mentor somehow managed to tie Alex up so that he wouldn't say too much. Suddenly, Edison came to visit them with good news. He said that the Heavenly Path sect had sent an order for a large batch of Marshall dolls. There is also a request to purchase the system part of the Battle Royale. They also received an invitation to a talent competition. It all looked attractive, but what interested Tyler the most was the talent competition. The letter said that everyone who is the Heavenly Forge, in cooperation with several of the largest sects in the Central Continent, will hold a talent competition in the Heavenly Forge city in 3 months. All novices of the sects of the Central Continent can participate. To register for the competition, you need to contact the city registration desks. The competition will be held in the format of duels between novices at one stage, from the formation of dreams to the development of the void. The 10 strongest at each stage will advance to the finals. The strongest at his stage will receive a prize in the form of a legendary class item. Such a prize will not hurt them. Now they just have to decide who will have the honor of representing the sect of the Sacrament of the Spirit. Tyler was happy to see himself that he had such a chance, and was determined to get at least one item of the legendary class. The students watched the active actions of the mentor and could not understand whether it was possible for pregnant women to jump like that. So his mentor has jumped. Now he needs help to at least move. The students told him that in this situation he needed to be careful. Perhaps he already realized this himself. A couple of moments later, Tyler and his students found themselves on the sect's ship. The guy was depressed because the clot of energy inside him never stopped terrorizing him from within. At the same moment, Arthur was introduced to the mentor by a student named Dennis, and said that he had great talent in building sword formations. But due to the fact that he did not have money for many swords, he decided to transfer to classical swordsmen. Dennis said that this is not the case at all. In fact, he really prefers to control one sword. This is all certainly interesting, but Tyler needs to find out something about this guy first. The mentor told him not to be afraid of it, and closed his eyes. Everything will be fine because this is a special test for initiation into the disciples of the mystery of the spirit sect. When Dennis woke up in his dream, the first thing he heard was the murmur of water. When he looked around, he realized that he was in a very beautiful place. Multicolored swords flew above him in the sky, as if it were a starfall. He was also surrounded by swords stuck in the water. What this all meant is not yet clear. One of the balls that flew above him in the sky glowed orange and was different from the rest. He began to fall down to the place where Dennis is. Tyler told him to tell him what he wanted most, and also, he had to say it from the bottom of his heart. He told his mentor that he wanted to study sword formations. But the mentor already had one such acquaintance. There's nothing wrong with that, they're just swords after all. The sacrament of the spirit sect, although small, is able to take care of its students. Tyler gave him 2 additional swords and manuals describing basic formations. Now, Dennis can study as much as he wants. Due to the fact that Dennis wants to follow the path of ball formations, the mentor remembered one old acquaintance. He hasn't seen him for a long time, and perhaps he is now already at the stage of spiritual transformation. Meanwhile, Clark, aka Adrian, was communicating with his student and sneezed. The student told him to take care of himself and suggested that he get plenty of rest. But Adrian has no time to rest. He needs to collect materials for the balls. His student forged him 5 6th-grade swords, and the raw materials from his last delivery are enough to forge 14 more 5th-grade swords, but it will take 3 months. Suddenly, his old man appeared next to him. The swordsman offered him to buy a new scabbard, because these ones were very worn out. But Adrian doesn't have extra money for presentability. He spends every penny on swords. Remembering the times of friendship with Brother Tyler, he didn't have such problems with finances then. The old swordsman thought that he consistently wanted to be a kept woman, but this was not to be. He also told Adrian that a talent competition would be held soon. The guy should take part in it, because for the first place they give a legendary class item. When Adriano heard about this from the swordsman's grandfather, he immediately flew to the place to register. One became a successful cult leader, and the other does odd jobs. Fate scattered them, but after many years of separation, it will bring them together again. A few hours later, Tyler's personal disciples arrived in the city of the Skyforge and were walking through the streets. Dennis had heard that in this city, there is a building of a divine class, and for sure, they are now seeing exactly it. Arthur also knows that this is the famous Tower of Illusion. Conduct training fights in any conditions you can imagine. The guy really wanted to try it. Suddenly, Tyler asked everyone who wants to participate in the talent competition to raise their hands. It seems that no one wants to participate in this. Jennifer usually doesn't fight openly. Inek actually watched the ant run, and the rest generally went to the Tower of Illusions. All 4 wanted to leave, but Tyler did not let them go because who then would be the legendary class item for him? So Inek agreed to this competition, because who if not him? Tyler praised him for agreeing to it. He gave him a couple of new magical abilities so that Inek could easily destroy everyone there. The rest of the guys will still go to see the Tower of Illusion, ask the mentor not to be offended. But Jennifer was offended by him because he grabbed her by her pigtails. The mentor is also thinking about going shopping. He needs someone to go with. Jennifer immediately stopped being offended by him and said that she wanted to go shopping with him. Just to begin with, she wanted to transform herself. This is correct, and when she is transformed, the mentor will buy her new clothes. Meanwhile, Enoch arrived at the talent competition recording site. In a crowd of people, he noticed a man who poses a great threat. This is a former disciple of the Heavenly Throne sect. Vineyard told Enoch that Tyler had marked him as a person with a 5-star danger level. Also, this is the same main character that the mentor avoids meeting. Meg decided that he needed to warn his mentor about this as soon as possible, so that he would be ready. At the same time, in the blacksmith shop, the mentor and Jennifer examined various weapons, but Jennifer didn't understand why they were doing this, because all the junk here is inferior even to the weapons that Tyler's dolls can forge. The mentor does this to broaden his horizons, because you need to be inspired by something, And here there are, although weak, quite interesting models. Suddenly, a message came to Lara's phone and he decided to see who sent it to him. As it turned out, it was Inek, who, while registering for a talent competition, saw an old acquaintance, namely the main character. All you had to do was get away from your island once and he was right there. No one expected this, but Adrian came into the same blacksmith shop to ask if the owner of the blacksmith shop was forging to order. Tyler, when I heard his voice, I was immediately afraid of it. Adrian remembered Jennifer, but when they first met, she was in disguise, so it cannot be said that she is Tyler's student. Coming closer to them, Adrian recognized the man standing next to her as his close friend of the heart. Tyler changed his appearance a little and said that he was Jennifer's fiancé and couldn't stand cute cretins like Adrian, who hit on his fiancé. From the outside, it all looked like the three of them had a love triangle. After this, Tyler decided to leave here as quickly as possible with Jennifer. They fled from there with such speed that they had never fled before. It's good that at least Tyler's reaction is good, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten away from him. But Jacob will participate in the competition tomorrow, lest the mentor now encounter the main character again on the spectator stand. It's strange, but Jacob is only at the stage of developing dreams. Then why does the main character go to watch the kids' competition? The next day, the talent competition began. This time, Jacob will have to try hard to win, so he needs to use the 5-element formation. Although he is talented, his opponent will be stronger. He was unlucky to run into an opponent from the Soaring Sword sect in the first circle. It looks like something is afoot because the guy from the Soaring Sword sect is serious. It's clear that he's confidently moving towards victory. He strikes at Jacob's energy swords and they break into pieces. But the guy was still able to block this blow with his main sword. It was painful for Adriano to see that so many balls were wasted. He felt sorry for Jacob, so he wanted to give him a pair of unnecessary swords after the fight. The old swordsman did not like the fact that Adrian decided to play in grace. The guy needs to look at the number of Jacob's swords. At his age, Adrian could only dream of them. The Soaring Sword sect disciple told Jacob that he had lost because his formation had been shattered into a shent. Jacob did not want to give up. He continued the battle, striking countless times with his sword. The boy hasn't finished yet, as it turns out. He still has a whole spare set of swords. Now even the sucker at the foundation stage is doing better with swords than Adrian. He should think about it. And so, they announced the end of the competition. In duel number 48 of the stage of dream formation, a disciple from the Soaring Sword sect wins. The old swordsman didn't understand why Adrian was wasting time on this, because it would be better if they were training now in the Tower of Illusions. But the guy needs to rest somehow. Suddenly he noticed Jennifer's fiancé, namely Tyler, heading towards the losing participant. Jacob apologized to his mentor for losing, but Tyler said there was nothing wrong with it, and everything was fine. Well, the boys just don't have enough experience. And when he returns to the sect, Tyler will develop an individual training plan for him. But, most importantly, hard work. Wait for him. Adrian turned up and wanted to discuss the misunderstanding that happened yesterday. He wanted to explain to his mentor that he was not hitting on Jennifer at all, because she was just an acquaintance to him. Angelica just wanted to say the word mentor, but Tyler managed to close his mouth and use the technique of turning into a small child. After that, he told Adrian that the guy apparently confused him with someone. Adrian apologized to him. He just mistook the boy for someone else from behind. But it happens. There's nothing wrong with that. Jennifer looked at him like water. He overtook Tyler here too. Tyler decided that he also needed to leave from here as quickly as possible. When the mentor deactivated the spell, Jacob liked how Tyler became big again. After the competition, the mentor, Inek, and Jennifer came to the best catering establishment in the city. Ida here is cooked in legendary class cauldrons, so it is not only delicious but also full of spiritual energy. Then they need to order something quickly. Adrian spied and eavesdropped on all this. He ran up to Tyler, grabbed his hand, and greeted him. But the mentor was able to manage to use the transformation technique and turned into a pregnant woman. Adrian was immediately confused and didn't know what to say to him. After that, he apologized to her, because as it turned out, she was very similar to his old friend. Did such an excuse to get acquainted at least work? The reincarnated Tyler told him that he was a married woman and asked Adrian to leave him alone. All the people in the establishment recognized Adrian and remembered how he approached the girl in front of her fiancé. They also pointed fingers at him and said that he was a horny pervert. The guy had no choice but to run away from this place in shame. Tyler continued to pretend that he was in a lot of pain because Adrian squeezed his hand very tightly, but Inek asked him to stop doing this and asked him to look at the phone screen. It said that in recent days there had been a pervert in the city, whose victims had already become a young girl, a young participant in a talent competition, and a pregnant woman. Tyler just laughed at this and wished Adrian good luck in seeking a meeting with him again. Only, this behavior of the mentor scared Inek a little. In the final stage of the spirit transformation stage, a disciple from the Royal Swordsman sect and a disciple from the Green Hills sect will compete. The competition has been announced. Adrian's opponent recognized him as a man who harasses everyone. He was glad that he would have to beat Adrian. He even felt sorry for him, because this was just a series of stupid misunderstandings. The guy was so angry at him that he used a magical ability called Myriad Crushing Fists. But Adriano was not surprised at all. In response, he took out his magic sword, from which a purple aura emanated. I need to relax because, according to Adrian's opponent, this is not all that he is capable of. Adrian needs to hold the line to find out what this kid is all about. The enemy's strength seemed to double. Countless blows with his fists could have broken all the bones in his body for an ordinary person. But Adrian's shield was very strong, so it did not cause him much damage. That Adrian's sword looks like it was forged by some novice. It would be better suited for cutting fish. According to all the laws of genres, at this stage the main character should no longer be such a beggar. I wonder what went wrong in his life. If a pack of rats had not driven Adrian from the forbidden lands of the ancient werewolves, he would probably have found there the resources to create a special ball with which he would not be ashamed to go out in public. It was unclear whether the boy could handle it on his own, or whether the grandfather swordsman should help him. His opponent was confident in himself. After countless blows, he thought that Adrian, like a cute little guy who hits on boys and pregnant women, had given up. But that was not the case. Adrian borrowed the power from Grandfather Swordsman and used a magical ability called 9 Chaos Clot Strike. A huge number of swords flew towards the enemy. From such pressure, he knelt in order to somehow restrain such power. And let's go. The 7th wave of blows passed. His magical stone fist split into smithereens. In the end, this guy was defeated, and Adrian didn't even have to use the entire attack. The spectators in the stands were delighted that the clerk, aka Adrian from the sect of Royal Swordsmen, was winning against Tyler. His eyes were burning from such cheating, because obviously Adrian himself had not suddenly perked up and turned the tide of the fight. As it turned out, it's all about his magical mentor from the ring. At the same time, Inek called him to tell him that his final match was about to begin. The student wanted to make sure whether the mentor was now on the podium, otherwise he could not see him. The mentor was lazy, but he urgently needed to run to the next arena. This fight will be fought between a disciple of the Mystery Spirit sect and a disciple of the Divine Spirit sect. The opponent is very cool. He foresees his opponent's next steps well. He easily dealt with the main talent of the Thousand Paths sect, but Jennifer believes in her brother that he can defeat him. Judging by the mood of the public, in this battle, the disciple of the Divine Spirit sect is the favorite. Tyler was a little upset because he thought he wouldn't see the prize of a legendary class item. The fight has officially begun, and now the guys are allowed to use their magical abilities to win this round. Inek immediately used his technique called Polar Night. If this is his signature move, then we should expect bad news from his opponent. Inek still thought about his strategy and decided that it was better for him to go on the defensive, so he used a magical ability called Ice Beast. He knows that his opponent is an expert at wearing out his opponent and ending the fight with one blow, so he decided to focus on defense. Inek's opponent tensed a little. He didn't expect the boy to be so smart, so he will play by his rules. Suddenly, He used a technique with which he moved to the astral world, so Inek can only sense where his opponent will appear. The boy was a little nervous, but this did not weaken his sensitive abilities. He immediately understood where his opponents were and sent his magical attack there. He managed to hit a disciple of the divine spirit sect, so much so that he began to cough up blood. Looks like there was some kind of internal damage. Inek did not want to stop there. He wanted to continue fighting with him, so he used his second magical ability, because of which 6 divine hands of Buddha appeared behind his back. Using Nick, he created 3 energy fireballs and directed the entire attack towards the enemy. But he turned out to have the same impenetrable shield as Tyler. He thought that Inek's plan didn't work, and he was already exhausted. Well, as it turned out, he was right to me. Inek still had some trump cards up his sleeve, which he was now going to use. When Tyler saw that he was going to use Inek, he was a little scared. He really hoped that this was not the technique he was thinking about. But no matter what his shells are filled with, his opponent's shield will withstand everything. The enemy saw Inek as an inexperienced and stupid boy, because he was planning on defense here, but could not stand it, and switched to attack. Perhaps he will soon spend all his reserves of spiritual energy, and then he will be able to easily finish off Inek. Tyler's student directed this technique at his opponent, and literally real shit fell out of the bags. When his opponent saw this on his clothes, he was instantly scared, and besides, the smell gave him goosebumps. Could not stand it. He ran to the edge of the arena and began to vomit from it. But spitting here was forbidden. For this, a fine of 500 spiritual stones. The guy called this move quite mean, but because of it, he was not going to admit defeat. But perhaps right now, Inek's special technique would make the enemy think about his words. As his mentor told him, the best defense is an attack. Jennifer's brother was capable of creative solutions, and Tyler praised him for it. Apart from the 3 of them, all the spectators in the stands could not stand this smell. Some even lost consciousness, and some simply vomited at their feet. Inek's magical ability was to create a spirit of shit and attack his opponent with it. The bell rang, which means that the fight is over, and Inek from the sect of the Sacrament of the Spirit wins this fight. His opponent has already tried all his cleansing techniques, but he just can't wash away this stench. Inek decided to help him with this, who used his secret extra cleansing technique on him. Fights are all good, and Inek loves to win, so he asked his opponent not to hold a grudge against him. The disciple of the Divine Spirit sect said that he did not need to explain this, because everyone fights as best they can. He thinks Inek was lucky this time, but thinks it won't work next time. Well, since he is not offended, then Inek asks for mercy, to drop by for tea at the Sacrament of the Spirit sect. But it is unlikely that the enemy boy will do this. Today, Inek was very surprised, and he was a mentor. According to his most daring calculations, Inek could take second place at most, but he was so shocked by his opponent that it took him a long time to get over it. The Spirit Mystery Sect disciple didn't need this thing, so he gave it to Tyler so he could put it to better use. As it turns out, this is a 9-dragon disc. It can be added to the formation protecting the island of the Mystery Spirit Sect. Tyler thanked his student for such a gift, and in return he will one day make a more suitable legendary class item for him. Now all the mysteries of the spirit are no longer scary for you. Enemies at the fusion stage. Therefore, there is no need for Tyler's personal students to hang around here, and they can go wander wherever they want. Arthur went first, who wanted to visit the famous school of unsurpassed swordsmen, and Mark also went with him. Tyler was very sad to say goodbye to them, but he had to keep a smile on his face to show the students that everything was fine. The mentor used a magical ability called Water Element Essence on Inek to add 50% to the strength of the guy's water elemental spell technique. Since Inek does not go anywhere, from now on, the student will come to Tyler every month, and in return, he will give him the essences of the 5 elements. Now Tyler was bored. Even the fish weren't biting at all lately. To somehow cheer himself up, he asked the grape to show him at least some news. The system said that 3 werewolves in the fusion stage were spotted near the northern borders of the sect. Therefore, Tyler needs to be given the order whether to follow the termination protocol or not. Finally, Tyler had some fun. He asked the grape to get a werewolf crusher because the all-out party will begin soon. They came here in order to pick up a clot of the deceased spirit of the snake, which died during the battle with Tyler. It was the idea of the leader of the snakes, and the badger and the tiger were just not voluntary executors. The tiger asked them aggressively to either shut up or communicate telepathically, because someone here among the people could hear them. At the same time, Tyler's apparatus, called the werewolf crusher, was already hanging in the sky above them. The badger already sensed a threat hanging in the air above them. The spirit clot of the serpent of darkness is in the inexhaustible lake, so they need to quickly find it and get out of here. Werewolf tiger that the badger was simply frightened by a light breeze and did not see any threat. But suddenly a shell flew into his head, which pierced his skull right through. The snake and the badger were very frightened by this. They did not expect that he would be killed so cruelly. Now, the soul of the tiger has left this world, and there is one less of them. They decided that they needed to escape from here quickly, and preferably underground. So the badger began to dig tunnels. But will they be safe underground? Tyler is already going to test his railgun in action. The device switched to an underground attack and fired powerful blasts of energy after the werewolves who were already underground. As a result of this attack, the snake werewolf was torn into pieces, his body hanging all over the tunnel. The badger was very frightened by this and began to dig a tunnel even faster. Suddenly, when he dug a huge passage, he met Tyler's doll. The badger got even more scared and decided to run away from here so that his heels would sparkle. But there was nowhere to run. Tyler, with the help of his technique, grabbed him and did not allow him to escape. Therefore, the badger decided to give up. Suddenly, he turned into a man and began to beg for mercy. He swore that there was no human blood on his hands, but he must understand perfectly well what happens to traitors to the werewolf race, so the decision to surrender is very risky. Tyler decided to help the grape find out whether he was telling the truth or not. The system confirmed the information and said that it was true. Now the decision is up to its owner, to kill this badger or make it a pet. Tyler in no way wanted to kill such a sweet boy, especially since badgers are already listed in the Red Book. Now, Tyler decided to start the interrogation and asked this werewolf why they came here. He also took the werewolf tiger spirit clot from him and placed a ball in the werewolf, and he did the same with the snake werewolf spirit clot. The boy said that they came here to pick up a clot of the spirit of the snake of darkness, which is now located somewhere in an inexhaustible lake. Tyler was very interested in this, and he asked the boys where this place was. He replied that the snake spirit had probably entered someone or attached itself to someone's body, so he didn't know any details. The boy left Tyler no other choice but to use his human abilities. He slowly reached with his hands to the flint to take off his pants. After that, he began to relieve himself in the lake. Now it was clear who scared away all the fish for him, as it turned out, and it really worked. The werewolf spirit clot of the snake of darkness was successfully caught and placed in the werewolf ball. After capturing the clot of spirit to change Wee, a turtle with its cubs crawled out of the lake. She was unhappy that Tyler was relieving himself in this lake. The mentor immediately apologized to them. He forgot that they were also in the lake. Tyler didn't even notice that her sons had managed to cultivate the attributes of ice, fire, and thunder. His youngest student tried to do this, feeding them giant pills. Suddenly, Mother Turtle said that she wanted to go with her children to the endless sea so that they could receive their inheritance. Tyler understood that this was an important matter, so he let them go, but asked that they return no later than 20 years later. 20 years is a long time, but it seems that even then the turtle will be disgusted to return to this desecrated place. With them gone, not only the lake was empty, but also Tyler's heart. He can't imagine how he can live without them. Now the mentor needs at least a temporary replacement. These are turtles. This werewolf was born to live on land and does not know how to swim at all. Even if Tyler controls him with the flower, he will still drown and die. His words actually make sense, so Tyler told him that he would have to go through the test of illusions. If the boy passes it successfully, he will become another werewolf defender of the mystery of the spirit sect. But he had already told the timer all his plans and even shared the secret knowledge of werewolves, so the boy thought that Tyler should let him go. But not now. First, he must pass this test and task, not for a second stop thinking about self-defense. A few moments later, Tyler arrived at the island's protective formation. He finally decided to get down to business after all. He paid the price to collect the werewolf spirit clots, so they need to be put to good use. That werewolf told him secret knowledge about the method of kindling the spirit. It allows you to ignite the spiritual energy stored in a clot of spirit and direct it to strengthen the selected object. It would be too dangerous to test werewolf techniques on people, but if you use the spiritual energy of deceased werewolves to enhance the island's defenses, there shouldn't be any harm. If it works, then you will need to find out from the Council of Elders whether a similar technique exists among people. Tyler asked the grape to help him fuse werballs with the disc of 9 dragons and then build in the defense of the island. Several minutes passed. The grape used a magical ability to activate, and as a result, the splicing and embedding was successful. Everything worked out just as Tyler thought. Who is great? Well done, mentor. And here are the fruits of his labors. 2 golden dragons were already visible from the sky, which he used to defeat the werewolf serpent of darkness. Ordinary, peaceful people thought that this was another werewolf invasion and wanted to run away from here. But the students of the Mystery of the Spirit sect calmed them down and said that it was their main mentor who was experimenting with his technique. Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky, but it was not simple but spiritual. This benefit was given to them by the senior mentor, because he loves his students very much. They jumped joyfully and praised their mentor, not a very bad thing. According to Grape's calculations, the spiritual energies of those 3 werewolves can burn for a total of about 2 years. Then Tyler has a new task for the impenetrable badgers. He will need a lot of dead werewolves. Meanwhile, in the mine of the werewolf world, the badgers received a notification from the system that they needed to collect clumps of werewolf spirits at the stage of birth of the spirit and above. The more they collect, the better it will be. They didn't agree to this without an address. Besides, the tribe of night dogs has been bothering them for a long time, so they need to be dealt with quickly. All the badgers set out to exterminate this tribe. They decided to collect their spirit clots and send them to Tyler. At the same time, in the Thousand Path sect, one of his disciples was talking on the phone with Tyler. He wanted to clarify with him whether Tyler wanted to collect data about the area beyond the edge of the sky, and whether for this, he was asking the Thousand Path sect to take his doll with him. Tyler confirmed this. He also told him that the doll should come on board, and he himself knows how to collect data and take pictures. But the member of the Thousand Path sect was not sure that this doll would be useful, and suggested that next time it would be better for Tyler to go on an expedition with him. The Thousand Path sect would be happy to travel with him. But why should Tyler risk himself when the grape clone can collect all the information? The area beyond the edge of the sky even sounds dangerous. Tyler won't go there until he creates his own starship. For 3 whole months they traveled to a region beyond the edges of the sky. A member of the Thousand Path sect told the grape clone that even just a few scales from a scale-type beast can make an incredible shield. Tyler also told him that this doll has a mind, only she refused to talk to him because he was too clingy. In addition, talking to him would take away some of the computing power in this doll. Suddenly, their ship was attacked so much so that the whole ship began to shake from the blast wave. This guy wanted to run to the cabin and pulled grapes for clone, but she asked not to drag her because she needed to collect information about the progress of the battle. Meanwhile, in the ship's control room, the crew members, along with the Supreme Mentor, discussed the fact that they needed to get away from here as soon as possible. Although their ship is larger than the enemy's ship, none of them really knows how to pilot during a sky battle, so they can all die. This attitude of the crew members angered the Supreme Mentor even more. He had already regretted 1,000 times that he had sent them to train at the Heavenly Forge sect. It seems that the guys were hoping that the Heavenly Robbery sect would allow them to calmly collect resources, but as it turned out, this was not at all the case. The guys couldn't even move. They were flying forward and backward. No one could properly figure out the controls. The crew members complained that this ship had such a sophisticated combat mode. There are so many parameters that need to be taken into account at the same time. No normal person is capable of this, and perhaps they are just mediocrities. The Supreme Mentor asked them to do everything in their power, and asked them not to lose control of the ship, and he would go and give the heat to those who attacked them. The crew members did not want him to leave, because without him they would definitely ruin the ship. The Supreme Mentor, in an aggressive tone, asked them to get away from him. 6 out of the last 10 expeditions they had to engage in battle with the sect of heavenly robbery. So the crew members knew what they were doing, and it was too late to cry. It's time to act. And if all the spoils from this expedition are spent on repairing the ship, then the Supreme Mentor will skin them. Suddenly, they were attacked from an energy cannon with a new one, so much so that this time the damage was very large. Their system displayed on the panel that the degree of damage to the side was very high, so an alarm began throughout the ship. This can no longer continue, so the Supreme Mentor decided to distract the enemy with himself, from which the members of the ship must escape. There is no other way out in this situation. At the same time, Grape Clone was conducting an analysis of the battle. She noticed that the starship's keel beam was broken, and that the probability of a successful rescue was 26%. Also, she compared the combat potential of the two ships, and the results were as follows. Without the intervention of third-party factors, the ship would be completely destroyed within 6 hours, so she began developing a rescue plan. But the Supreme Mentor had other plans. He wanted to distract himself with the enemy, to buy the members of the ship a little time so that they could escape. After all, if they die along with the top mentor, then he will also avenge him. Suddenly, someone opened the door to the Supreme Mentor's cabin and thereby knocked him off his feet. As it turned out, this was done by the Grape Clone, who wants to destroy the enemy ship and save them all. If he succeeds, then 80% of the loot will have to go to its owner. That is Tyler. The Supreme Mentor didn't even have time to blink an eye when all the initiative passed to this doll. He didn't understand how she ended up here and who she was anyway. One of the assistants told him that this was a computational doll of Master Tyler from the mystery of the Spirit Sect. He asked to be taken with them to the abortions to collect data about the area beyond the edge of the sky. The assistant wanted to drive away this doll, but the Supreme Mentor asked him to stop doing this. The Supreme Mentor realized that this machine was created for computing operations and hoped that he could also cope with piloting the ship. There is a 99% chance that Clone Vineyard will be able to successfully get them out of their situation. The total probability of all other outcomes is 1%. This is very good, so he needs to sit at the main control panel to pilot, with the Supreme Tutor standing by. Also, he must remember to buckle up, because they will shake during the flight. In addition, neglect of safety is the possible tears of his owner. The crew members of the ship could not believe that the Supreme Mentor entrusted such an important mission to a doll that came out of nowhere. But this is in every way better than waiting for incompetent crew members to kill them all. And now again the enemy ship fires at them, only this time with a much more powerful impact charge than last time. The Grape Doll immediately reacted to this, quickly analyzed how to effectively dodge, and did it. If she, the crew, was glad that they managed to evade. Grape was able to calculate the trajectory, firepower, and parry of projectiles. Just an incredible system. Supreme Mentor, I didn't expect that a Grape was capable of this, so it was clear from his face that he was slightly surprised. Upon returning back, he decided to generously reward Tyler for such help in the form of a doll. When the Supreme Mentor touched the doll, he accidentally broke its arm. At the same time, in the Spirit Mystery Sect, the Grape notified its owner that an urgent message had been received from his clone. It said that he needed instructions on what to do in a situation if someone broke his mechanical arm. Tyler was outraged by this, and he told the doll to demand financial compensation. The anger index of the crew members increased, and the Supreme Mentor became very nervous and was not sure that the doll could cope with one hand. But everything was fine. Her owner remotely downloaded repair runes for her, so it will be fixed now. But this does not exempt the Supreme Mentor from paying him material compensation. You, too. While on the ship of the Heavenly Robbery Sect, their mentor thought that someone experienced began to pilot the ship of the Thousand Paths Sect. But then, he still thought that they were just lucky once. But later, the pilot of his ship reported that the target of the word evaded their projectile, and as a result, now their ship was damaged. The Supreme Mentor wanted to praise the doll with a clap on the back for the fact that she shoots very accurately, but the crew members were able to create a protective energy shield around the grape doll. The Supreme Master said that he just wanted to scratch his head, so everything was fine. For several minutes, the Supreme Mentor continued to watch the battle take place between their ship and the enemy. The grape doll coped well with the task and was approaching victory. And now, the vineyard delivers the final blow to the enemy ship, and it shatters into small pieces. Therefore, the mission was successfully completed. As his master taught him, tough guys don't turn around at explosions, even though he's not even human. It is always sad for the Supreme Master to see when talented personnel are not appreciated. The owner of this doll doesn't even want to treat him like a person. Therefore, he wanted to save him from the clutches of his stupid owner. In his hands, according to him, he will be the most respected pilot in his Thousand Paths sect. When he grabbed the grape doll, he accidentally tore off his legs. It seems that moral compensation will be even higher. The grape reported to Tyler that the clone announced the completion of his mission. He also requests something that cannot be said, because there was an audio package with obscene language. A month later, the Supreme Teacher of the Thousand Paths sect arrived at the Spirit Mystery sect to visit Tyler. He was not alone, but with a clone of a grape, which he accidentally broke. She asked to let him in, but he did not want to do this, because he believed that he needed her, as she needed him. When Tyler saw the Supreme Mentor and the broken grape clone, he was surprised by this, because this doll was not intended for fighting, and in the end was torn into pieces. The Supreme Mentor will not beat around the bush. Firstly, he came to say that Tyler will soon receive a reward. Secondly, he wanted to buy this doll and asked Tyler to set his price. But the point was this. This doll carries on its shoulders a clone of Tyler's main invention, which ensures the work of his entire sect, and it is not for sale. Besides, he has no confidence that he will be able to create something like this again. Upstairs, but the mentor, didn't care. He didn't want to go anywhere without this doll, so Tyler had very strange ideas about how he could give this doll. The grape doll said that if her owner does not get rid of these fantasies in her head, she will request an additional audio package with obscene language. Analyzing his facial expressions, she is 99% sure that in his fantasies she is presented in a bad light. Tyler thought about it and decided that if the Supreme Master needed this doll to pilot the ship, then they could discuss a temporary rental. Tyler offered a cosmic sum, in the form of 50 billion spiritual stones per flight. But the Supreme Mentor did not quite like this price, so they continued to argue. If the Supreme Mentor cannot prove his financial viability, then how can Tyler be sure that the doll will be happy with him? At the same time, Angelica was watching all this. She could not understand why they were taking this doll from each other. When she greeted them, the guys immediately stopped doing this and turned their attention to her. The Supreme Mentor realized that Tyler was friends with her, and out of respect, he was ready to pay 20 billion for the expedition and not with a spiritual stone anymore. At first, everything was somehow not hospitable, so Tyler, as the main mentor of his sect, invited them inside to try his signature tea. Tyler was very interested to learn from the Supreme Mentor how pilots are trained in his sect. He was interested in this because he received very interesting material from the expedition from his doll, and he was very interested in the process of piloting a sky ship. Supreme Master answered him that he had a battle mode simulator developed by the Heavenly Forge sect. Well, as it turns out, he hasn't been able to pass the final test for hundreds of years. To tell you more about everything, the Supreme Mentor moved himself, along with Tyler and Angelica, into this simulation. The guys were surprised that this simulation was so realistic. To Tyler, it actually reminded him of the holodeck from Star Trek, but the quality of the graphics is almost mosaic. If Tyler did the simulation, then at least in KHD. First of all, The Supreme Mentor showed him the main control panel. To control the ship, it is equipped with 30 compasses and thousands of buttons. Each button triggers a combination of several actions. In general, as he said, it's pure darkness. The Supreme Mentor invited Tyler to take control of this, but first he at least needs to try to keep the ship in the correct position. Unexpectedly for Tyler and Angelica, the final test began, which the Supreme Mentor told them about. Plus, he forgot to reset his progress, so Angelica suggested that Tyler quit the challenge, because she didn't see any point in starting it. But he still decided to try. Moreover, having a grape as an assistant, Tyler will play as if with cheats. The system reported that 3 shells had been detected that were fired from an enemy ship, and there were 20 seconds left before colliding with them. Given the interval between launches, the Supreme Mentor asked Tyler to shoot down the first and third light artillery shells and dodge the second. But the guy didn't listen to him and chose a large caliber cartridge at his own discretion. The Supreme Mentor did not believe that this would work and wanted to stop Tyler in every possible way. But the boy asked him not to get involved in this matter, but just silently observe. The Supreme Mentor could not understand how one could hope to shoot down 3 shells with 1 cartridge, and thought that they would now come to an end. But as you can see by calculating the trajectory and time of arrival of these shells, Tyler managed to do this. Angelica saw this and was very happy. As it turned out, the first shell hit destroyed the other 2 with a ricochet. The Supreme Mentor could not understand what was wrong with him, because for hundreds of years, he could not overcome the test that others pass the first time. Tyler told him that there was nothing special. It just took a little skill and luck. But in fact, with the computing power of a grape at hand, it was easier than a steamed turnip. As they say, tough guys don't look at explosions. Tyler successfully passes the final test. Supreme Master wanted to take Tyler with him, and even suggested that the Mystery Spirit sect join his Thousand Paths sect. But Tyler didn't want to do this. Besides, why not do the opposite, so that the Thousand Paths sect would join the Spirit Mystery sect? Tyler just blurted out about unification by sex as an example, but the Supreme Mentor saw the point in this and decided to discuss everything with his students. If this grandfather, under the impression of Tyler, suggests this to his people, then they will obviously be offended and will no longer want to deal with him. But we must not forget that Angelica is now near Tyler. She will definitely soon visit everyone in 1,000 ways and explain everything to them. By the way, she also has a skyship, and since Tyler can control it, he can take it for himself. But the girl expects 30% of all profits from the extracted resources in the area, beyond the edge of the sky. This is what it means to have a rich fan. But she has one more condition. She wants to become a full-fledged teacher of the Mystery Spirit sect, but was not sure that her qualifications would be enough for this. But Tyler answered her that he agreed with these conditions, and as a result, the agreement was concluded. Tyler didn't care. Let her be a mentor if she wants, but not with his wife. And he had already made it clear to her many times that nothing would happen between them. Suddenly, a familiar female voice. As it turned out, this was Elizabeth, who thought that her husband did not wait for her and found someone closer to him. Tyler replied that this is not true, because he tells everyone he meets that he is almost a family man. Besides, he would have married Elizabeth a long time ago, but the girl constantly postpones the wedding. The girl said that the wedding can be held at any time, even today, but she still can't share a bed with Tyler. When Elizabeth attacked Natalia again, his fruit became hostile even towards her. If Tyler doesn't want to die from pain, then he shouldn't hug her, and if he pushes her hug away, then she might be offended and beat him. But Tyler truly loves her. That's why he is ready to endure this pain and hugged his future wife, so that she could not squeeze him too much. Tyler got out of this situation with the help of dance. Elizabeth even liked it very much, and she was flattered by it. In Tyler's womb, his fetus sighed with ease, because no one would crush him outside. Because of this, Tyler's stomach began to vibrate. Elizabeth could not understand why her boyfriend was shaking all over, but he replied that he was just hungry. But the girl thought that the matter was completely different, so she, like almost a family man, gave her boyfriend a back massage. Few moments later, Elizabeth went to the kitchen to prepare her signature dish and feed everyone. Tyler and his guys watched this process. Edison noticed that his mother was such a thrifty teacher and immediately began preparing the food. Tyler actually said that he had never seen her in the kitchen and didn't even know what to expect from her cooking. Half an hour later, dinner was ready, and Elizabeth called everyone to the table. The guys smelled a strange smell but pretended that it smelled delicious to them. As it turned out, Elizabeth had prepared octopus soup that looked like someone's vomit. The guys were horrified when they saw what they were going to eat, and Elizabeth just smiled and told them to eat before it got cold. If it weren't for Alex, who covered Edison's mouth, the boy would have said that this concoction reminded him of his signature feces technique. He asked not to listen to him, and corrected him that he wanted to say about the delight in the abundance of spiritual energy in Elizabeth's dish. It would be very selfish for them to stop Elizabeth and Tyler from enjoying each other's company when they see each other so rarely. Perhaps the senior mentor would want to fulfill his marital duties before finishing lunch, so Edison and Alex said goodbye to them and left. Tyler was shocked that his friends left him alone with this dish, and Elizabeth blushed at what Alex said, because she and Tyler are not married yet. Then what kind of marital duties are we talking about? Elizabeth asked Tyler why he wasn't eating yet, and thought her dish didn't look appetizing. Yes, he couldn't even say that her meal looked disgusting, so he said that he was already sweating with delight when he saw this delicious dish. Elizabeth decided to feed Tyler and said that this dish should be eaten hot, because it would better reveal its taste. The boy was left to think what to say to her in case he vomited. Moreover, they don't even expect it yet, but their union is already costing Tyler a lot. The guy decided that there was no point in postponing suffering, and that he should just swallow this dish and then forget about it. After he had done this, Elizabeth asked her husband how he liked the dish. Tyler could barely restrain himself from vomiting, because her concoction not only looks like goo from Cthulhu's armpit, but also lives like an old tire, and how she managed to create a dish from the debilitating stench of 1,000 graves. Only the devil knows. The guy doesn't even know what her dish traumatizes more, his body or his soul. But how can he hope to reach the top if he can't even handle his wife's cooking? As it turned out, his fetus really liked this dish. I wonder what kind of perverted monster is growing inside him. Tyler rushed to swallow everything so greedily that he got his whole mouth dirty, so Elizabeth reached out to wipe his mouth. When Elizabeth removed the remnants of food with her finger, Tyler, to his great surprise, began to lick it off her hand. The girl actually thought about something else and was very embarrassed about it. Although her cooking tasted terrible, Tyler had never eaten anything richer in spiritual energy. Therefore, the Tylers decided to ask his wife where she got the ingredients for her dish and why she was lying on the floor. Since the girl thought that Tyler was trying to excite her, she did not answer his questions. Why is she lying on the floor? And she prepared the dish from the ancient pickled octopus, which her mentor gave her. There was also cabbage in this meal, which Tyler decided to try. He recognized this cabbage because it was grown in his sex. But even in it, one can feel an increased concentration of spiritual energy. Perhaps the reason for all this is that Elizabeth is the bearer of a heavenly spirit. If it helps Tyler the fruit break the seal faster, then he should eat it, even if it's tasteless. A few moments later, the pan with the octopus dish was completely empty. Tyler decided that Elizabeth would feed him 3 times a day during his stay here. The girl had long wanted to hear these words and joyfully agreed to Tyler's proposal. Alex and Edison watched as Tyler enthusiastically ate this food and did not understand what could motivate him to do this. Perhaps it was the power of love. Edison's mentor was frightened by such behavior. A couple of days later, Tyler and Elizabeth stood at the gate of the spirit sect. As it turned out, they would be saying goodbye. Tyler could not hold back his tears because he would be parting with her, or rather with her cooking. In just a couple of days, the seal around his fetus was half destroyed. It seemed strange to Elizabeth that during these couple of days, that she fed him like he was being slaughtered. The boy even lost a little weight. If her mentor had not made her promise to come to the ice continent, she would have remained cooking for Tyler until the end of her days. Goodbye. Elizabeth gave her husband a tender kiss on the cheek Now the girl is at the stage of birth of the spirit, and having reached the stage of transformation of the spirit, she will be able to stay with Tyler longer. After these words, Elizabeth sat on her bird and flew away. Tyler and his baby will miss her dearly. After one flew away, Jennifer called Tyler on his phone. She was surprised that the mother mentor flew in for only 2 days, and why he didn't warn her about this, because she wanted to communicate with Elizabeth. The mentor also told her to better mind her own business, because he gave her a list of materials that would be needed to create her personal legendary class item. Jennifer asked her mentor to calm down, because she was calling for a reason, but because she had collected everything. While Jennifer was talking on the phone, an unknown man in a hood approaches her and bumps into her. The girl couldn't understand at all what it was, why the man behaved like that. The mentor heard that Jennifer was a little scared, asked her what happened there, but the girl replied that everything was fine, and she was already flying home. A few moments later, Jennifer walked to the runway and boarded her fighter. While she was flying, the weather began to deteriorate, and thick, dark clouds began to appear in the sky. After that, there was lightning in the sky that could have hit the fighter, so this could have been a problem for the girl. That's what happened. But Jennifer was able to eject from there and stay alive. Suddenly, a golden thunder eagle flies out from thick, dark clouds. This is a beast at the stage of fusion of spirit. Now it was clear who deprived Jennifer of transport, so he will answer for it. First of all, the girl created 2 clones on herself and ran in different directions to confuse the eagle. But the creature turned out to be not so stupid. With the help of its technique, it shot a golden beam of energy to instantly kill her clones. Well, now he has figured out the real Jennifer. The girl wanted to return home as soon as possible, but since the eagle insists so much, she might linger. Storm Eagle was ready to die, but something happened to Jennifer, because her ring could not be activated. Looks like her ring was switched. Maybe it was the guy who bumped into her while the student was talking to Tyler. Storm Eagle took advantage of this situation and began to attack her. Jennifer had no other option but to call her beloved mentor and ask him for help. At the same time, Tyler was calmly fishing, and suddenly he received a call from Jennifer. She told him everything, so Tyler told Grape that helping Jennifer was a priority. She realized this and immediately sent battle dolls to Jennifer's location. Whoever dares to threaten the waste disciples, they must be destroyed. The Golden Thunder Eagle began to attack them first, but the fighting dolls had a shield that blocks all magical abilities, and they used it. Now Tyler will show this wild creature what the power of technology can do. Tyler's clone began to compress the spiritual energy in his left hand to transform it into a powerful force. At the same time, he asked Jennifer to stand aside for now so that her mentor could handle everything himself. Suddenly, blue spiritual wings appeared behind the girl's back. She really liked them. But that's not all the beauty for today. Now we need to see what her mentor is capable of. From the spiritual energy, he created attack discs and sent his powerful blow towards the Golden Thunder Eagle. As a result, he inflicted mortal wounds on him. So this creature left this world forever. Jennifer admired the fact that her mentor was able to easily defeat this monster, and for this, she hugged him. But how did it happen that the girl could not cope with one bird on her own? She was going to explain everything to him, but he had to let go of her pigtails. 3 days later, she and the dolls reached the Sacrament of the Spirit sect and went to Tyler. The mentor told her to return home as soon as possible. This is what happens when you wander around a foreign land with a ring full of treasures. As it turned out, someone replaced her storage ring. The girl did not consider herself to blame for this, and having lost the ring, she had only a few bodyguard dolls left with her, so she was almost without weapons. The substituted ring looks exactly like the real one. Only an exceptional professional could make such an exact copy and quietly replace the original. Therefore, Jennifer, with the help of light and shadow techniques, must show the mentor her memories during the period of the alleged ring replacement. Using this technique, it can be seen that during a given period of her memories, she had no contact with anyone at all. Natalia noticed one important detail. In the video, you can see changes in the vibration of the flashlight, and this cannot be explained by simple wind. Someone hit the flashlight, But Jennifer's memories of this moment were changed, because Tyler taught his students to pay attention to details. Because Jennifer did not study normally, Tyler used a technique on her to make her fall into a training illusion. She must pass a test called Find All the Differences. Until she passes it, she will not be able to wake up. So she really did not like it, and she prayed to the mentor to cancel this technique. Well, now it's time for the most important thing. Punishment for the thief. On the central continent at night, his friend was robbed while sitting at one of the eateries. They couldn't understand how an ordinary girl at the spirit birth stage could have so many treasures with her. Perhaps there was someone serious behind her. But the way he worked secretly, he was sure that no one would find them. Suddenly, someone rang this ring, and it shone with spiritual energy. After that, a lot of feces flew out of it right onto the robber's face. The guys couldn't understand what kind of devil had invented this spell, and why there was no way to get rid of this stench. Even using cleansing spells, the stench only continued to get worse. Thanks to Tyler's use of techniques called the fecal tornado and the eye-searing hurricane fart, these burglars won't be feeling fresh air for long. Leaving the sacrament of spirit sect, Arthur headed to the city of the Heavenly Sword. After all, it is here that the great repository of cannons is located, the knowledge of which is a must for any purposeful swordsman. The guys who were able to stand in this stand for an entire hour deserve to call Arthur their teacher. He prepared a gift for the one who lasts the longest. One of the students was exhausted and said that she could no longer stand like this. Arthur told his assistant that his students could rest in his camp residence, so he was obliged to take her there. The mentor came up with this exercise to test the potential of future swordsmen. Its implementation greatly consumes the physical and spiritual strength of the majority. But if you catch the state in which you merge with the sword, you can stand like that for a long time. Arthur did not expect that among the students of earthly rank, there would be as many as 2 such gifted guys. That boy did not deceive him. 3 hours ago in the city of Heavenly Sword, Arthur was looking at the notice board. He learned that visiting the Great Vault for an unlimited time required 10,000 points. To do this, Arthur just needs to kill 100 werewolves at the stage of birth of the spirit, or 10 at the stage of division of the spirit. Well, isn't this too ambitious for a person at the stage of the birth of the spirit? An unknown guy told him that Arthur was unlikely to be able to cope alone, because werewolves do not walk alone in these parts. Most often they live in flocks of several hundred heads, and their leaders are at least at the stage of spiritual transformation. This guy knows easier ways to score 10,000 points, but his consultations are paid. He is ready to share the necessary information for just 100 spiritual stones. For Arthur, this money was ore, so he easily handed it over to this guy to buy a consultation. If Arthur's goal is to visit the great repository of cannons, then the boy recommended to him the option of working here as a teacher for 3 years. Every year the academy holds competitions. Teachers whose students take first place within their stage are given the opportunity to spend 1 month in the Great Vault. For such useful information, Arthur gave him a few more spiritual stones as a tip, as a token of gratitude. Also, he advised Arthur to take him Class B Earth rank. Arthur didn't ask why he should take this particular class, but he remembered this advice. In the office of the Skyball Academy, Arthur met with a gentleman. He learned from him that this guy was from the Mystery Spirit sect, which caused a stir at the talent competition. Arthur came here to work as a teacher here. The master sees that Arthur is a born swordsman. If a boy can break into the spirit transformation stage, he will be unstoppable. Therefore, he asked him where he wanted to teach, in a celestial or pre-celestial rank class. But he was not interested in either one or the other. He needed a Class B earthly rank. And now, these 2 disciples were able to stand in this stance with a sword for a very long time. The rest of the students were delighted that they had obtained their sword spirit. They completed this training and were very tired, so the assistant dolls ran up to them and picked them up. Arthur asked them to take these students to the camp residence so that they could rest properly. Suddenly, one of the students called Arthur and said that he needed to take James home so that he could take care of his mother. Now she is seriously ill, although no one knows what exactly, but she is getting worse every day. James is the most talented student in his class. He could have studied in a heavenly rank class, but he decided that after classes he should still have energy for household chores. Arthur decided to give him a flask with a magical liquid. He really likes this student, and he does not want such circumstances to interfere with his progress. He must give this flask to his mother. Inside, there is a liquid called moon dew. The mother should take a cup a day, and this will give a chance of recovery. After that, Arthur suggested that Tyler lure these two students into the sacrament of the spirit sect. But the mentor refused this because James even has the main hero's name. There is no need to drag such people into the sacrament of the spirit sect. The main thing is that Arthur treats them well. Judging by Arthur's description, James has all the makings of a future protagonist. But what scenario fate has prepared for Anthony is not yet clear. While Anthony was sleeping, the mentor asked Arthur to check if he had any suspicious items on him. Pills, vessels, rings, or other small things. After some time, Arthur actually found a jade gourd with him, the origin of which he could not determine. Tyler Tuck knew and asked him to put the item back in its place. From now on, Arthur must treat these two students as his own children and take care of them in everything. Adrian, James, Anthony. Two classic protagonists and one tragic. This is not even counting the main character from the world of Small Chiliacosm and others. Tyler will not be surprised if one day he meets the main character from his world on his way. While the main characters are small, you need to treat them with warmth and care. Then there is a chance that when they grow up, they will repay him with major heroic artifacts. Then Tyler will be able to get rich and develop just by lying on the couch. The next day at Heavenly Sword Academy, Arthur asked Anthony and James to step forward out of line. Since yesterday they lost consciousness almost simultaneously, Arthur declared them both winners and gave them a reward in the form of swords. Now they must study hard and get him victory in the next competition. They promised to make every effort not to disappoint their teacher. One of the students asked Arthur to be careful, because it seemed to him that this academy was not so safe. Yesterday he had a dream that a thief had snuck in here, and his soul was still not at peace. The student seems to be hinting that he knows about Arthur going through his things. At the same time, it seemed that the treasury had been cleaned out, and this should soon be reported to the office. The guys passing nearby smelled a strange smell that was similar to the stench of feces. The robber left, but his smell remained, as if his aura was thoroughly saturated with a stench that remains wherever he goes. Arthur wrote to Jennifer about this and said that the thief who stole her ring fell into his mentor's stinking trap, and now he has robbed the treasury of his academy. He wouldn't confuse this stench with anything, so the student decided to immediately go there. She promised that the thief would pay tenfold for stealing her storage ring. At the Heavenly Sword Academy, Mark arrived in Arthur's courtyard to chat with him over a cup of tea. Mark assumed that he left everyone. Arthur would try himself as a mercenary, or send him on a journey, but he certainly would not have thought that he would become a teacher for small children. Perhaps Arthur was destined to do so. Mark also brought him what Arthur asked him for, something he certainly couldn't forget. He found a specialist to set up an external server and set up the difficulty levels of the illusions himself. Because of this, Mark thought that Arthur loved his students very much, but he shouldn't be jealous of his brother for them, because he still loves him more. Almost his entire class consists of children deprived of natural abilities. Arthur only wants to illuminate their lives with a ray of hope. Suddenly, Jennifer ran up to them, who was supposed to be chasing the thief who stole her ring. Or is she like her brother? I think that this treasury of the academy has been cleaned out. The girl is almost sure of this. She is very tired of chasing him, because he is simply elusive. Only it seemed to her that she had lost his scent, and this bastard again seemed to fall into the ground. She again used her genetic ability to increase her sense of smell. With the help of this ability, she again smelled the thief and ran to look for him. She, like a ninja, jumped through the trees to sneak up on him from behind. But she wanted to solve everything like a man, so she jumped from the tree to meet him head-on. Considering how cunning the thief is, Jennifer assumed that he lured her into this wilderness for a reason. Perhaps he plans to kill her right here. But it was not like that. Much to his surprise, he immediately gave her her ring. He regrets that he stole this item from her, so he invited her to make a deal. The thief gives her the ring, and she rids him of the stench that permeated his entire aura. It was strange because the boy wants to close this issue by returning Jennifer her ring. Therefore, this thief must first pay compensation 10 times the amount stolen. Otherwise, he will give the answer to the power of fighting dolls. He didn't like it. He just decided to kill the girl right here and now, using his magical ability called the Big Spiritual Hand. But it didn't work. The girl and the fighting dolls remained alive. Moreover, this stench is intended not only to drive him crazy, but also so that he leaves a trail everywhere, by which he can be easily tracked. During his criminal career, this thief managed to rob many serious people. If Jennifer publishes information to the whole world about how he can be found, then he won't have to hide for long. Also, Jennifer somehow learned his name, but according to this thief, by doing this she only aggravated her situation, because how dare she, being only at the stage of the birth of a spirit, threaten him. He also believes that these fighting dolls will not be able to protect her. Suddenly, with incredible speed, Jennifer was behind him, and told him in his ear that a thief like him would not be much poorer from this amount. Moreover, after he gets rid of this shameful mark, he will be able to quickly make up for what he lost. Moreover, he will again be able to become invisible and elusive. Jennifer was slippery like a fish. A thief cannot catch her and throw her off his tail, so he will have to agree. The contents of this ring are 10 times more valuable than what he stole from the girl. But first, Jennifer must swear to heaven that she will rid him of this mark. They managed to agree. Jennifer swore that she would rid him of this stench once and for all, and may heaven punish her if she deceived him. Also, you need to make sure of the value of the contents. Otherwise, this rogue has no faith. Now she has the ring. She is satisfied with the contents, and will now ask her man to come here with a solution to this problem. The signal was received and Plan A was activated. Tyler's device is heading to its destination. 2 hours later, Edison arrived. He turned to Jennifer and said that the grape had sent him to give this to them. To remove the spell, you just need to read this plot out loud. We'll finally be free from this stench again. He was shit, and will remain shit, although he will stop smelling like a skunk today. It seems that the mentor decided to make fun of him once again on the path, because in fact, it would have been enough to read to himself. But Edison thought that it would be more fun. This plot actually worked. However, he would not be himself if he had not thrown them in the end. This person is used to taking, not giving, and with Jennifer's ring he will do this. He will find some fool to open the ring for him, take all the contents, and remain clean. It looks like he asked for it himself. Jennifer wants this thief to feel on his own skin the power of the main weapon of the sect of the mystery of the spirit. Set point reached. The gun detected the target and began to attack to kill. The attack was so powerful that the thief and all the animals around lost consciousness. At the same time, Edison and Jennifer flew up to this scoundrel in their flying device. Edison walked up to him and showed his middle finger with the words, "Eat shit, bastard." A couple of moments later, Jennifer, along with Edison and the disabled thief, flew to the treasury of the Heavenly Sword Academy. As Arthur told her, this treasury had been robbed. She caught this offender and asked to search him, because probably everything stolen was still with him. The keeper of the treasury searched him and found confirmation that this was the thief who had robbed the treasury. He thanked Jennifer for her help and gave her 500,000 spirit stones as a modest reward for her underappreciated work. Jennifer wanted to collect the reward, but Edison immediately collected it. The grape told him that transporting the werewolf crusher cost 200,000 spiritual stones, and the shot itself cost another 200,000, and another 100,000 of his travel allowances. This guardian guessed the amount exactly right. Jennifer was ready to burst with indignation. Then, when Edison returns, he must convey to his vineyard that, as the leader of the sect, she will insist on creating a new grape. At the same time, in the dungeon of the sect of the mystery of the spirit, Tyler was playing at the console while his 2 clones were working. Lately, he hasn't been able to catch anything at all in the world of werewolves. Jennifer's reward for catching the thief is the only income to the budget for a long time. I wonder when this bad thing will end. 2, Tyler clones asked their master to concentrate and not just play games. But play games, Tyler gives them a steady stream of energy to apply the runes. And in general, when they decided that they could command their master, suddenly, the grape informed Tyler that the indestructible badgers had sent several valuable finds. And they also conveyed information about an incubator-type werewolf, similar in appearance to a white tiger. Thalia seems to remember that he saw something similar. 2 months ago, in the world of werewolves, he was mining ore with the help of his work doll. Suddenly, he discovered the same creature, similar in appearance to a white tiger which lay under the stones. Scanning completed. There are no werewolves in the database with Fedya for this type of werewolves. The only thing that can be concluded with certainty is the high-level view. It was lucky that the corpse was preserved very fresh. Tyler hasn't figured out what to do with it yet, but he might need this creature in the future, so he needs to put it in a place where it won't start to decompose. In additional information, it was said that the white tiger is an incubator type. In ancient times, it was used by the dragon tribe to hatch their eggs. This changes everything, so Tyler decided to check if this creature has a dragon egg. As it turns out, this is true. Vinogradnika completed the analysis. The egg is sealed and shows no external signs of life. It is not possible to find out what is happening inside the egg. Seal class. Semi-divine. But for Tyler, all this was unimportant now, because the dragon egg is a real miracle. When the time comes, it will crack on its own. He asked to be taken to his room, but carefully because they would be waiting for the chick. Suddenly, something strange began to happen in Tyler's womb. The energy began to rage. Most likely, the fetus did not like the fact that Tyler treated this egg as his child, so he was very jealous. Tyler was already exhausted and asked his doll workers to roll this egg away from here as quickly as possible. Otherwise, jealousy would kill him. But he also added that they should not be taken to his room, but immediately to the pond with spiritual liquid, because this way he will hatch faster. The first clone of Tyler ran to his source to ask when he would get down to work, because they couldn't handle it themselves. In addition to planned orders, we also need to create a second grape. Leader Jennifer really insisted on this. 3 months later, they managed to do it. To create Grape Brother, Tyler spent more than he could reasonably afford. The system thanked him for this, but she didn't ask for a brother. The system notified its owner that an abnormally high concentration of spiritual energy was noticed above the sect. It seems that this is another serpent of darkness. The first time is unusual. The second time it's boring. Tyler won't even get up for this. The mentor was calm, like a boa constrictor. He loves problems that he can solve by lying flat. Suddenly, a huge flow of energy began to pour into him, and in reaction to this, the same runes that surrounded the fruit inside him came out. Perhaps this is how the baby takes care of his father. Tyler even wondered if it was a boy or a girl. But he shouldn't think like a pregnant girl swollen from hormones. So he needs to drive these thoughts away from his head. Suddenly, he heard something and turned towards this sound to understand what was happening. The grape announced that those who discovered giant objects, it falls directly on the sect of the sacrament of the spirit, and the blast wave can raise so much water that everything on this island looks. Now everyone can't waste a second. The grape must order all the dolls to come to the site of the supposed crash. After a couple of moments, the dolls arrived in place and were ready. With the help of these dolls, Tyler activated his magical ability called Water Helping Hand. As it turned out, there was a flying ship in the sky that crashed. For some reason, for these guys, every sortie leads to disaster. But now is not the time for them to look for those to blame, because the ship can no longer be saved, but they can minimize casualties among civilians. They saw that there was a huge lake nearby, and thought that there were unlikely to be many people there, so they decided to land the ship in the lake so that no one would die. This guy started concentrating on his panel, and noticed something wrong besides the ship crash. As it turned out, Tyler's device called the Werewolf Crusher was flying towards them. They guessed that if there were legendary class weapons here, then there was a sect nearby. At the same time, Tyler's battle dolls used magical techniques to land this ship safely. It's strange that these guys didn't immediately realize that there was a sect nearby, because a giant hand couldn't grow on its own. Well, now there is no reason to be angry with each other after all. Everything ended well. The guy in the brown kimono is called Edgar, and the guy in the white kimono is Colt. They are both elders. Judging by the class of the weapon and the scale of the formation, this sect deserves attention from them. Moreover, members of the Spirit Mystery sect are already meeting them. The commissioners of the Linson City Elder Council branch, Tenzin and Angelica, greeted the elders Edgar and Colt, and Tyler and Jennifer from the Spirit Mystery sect greeted the elders. Edgar was glad that finally someone took the risk of founding a sect in this wilderness. He called them well done, and knows how not easy it is to settle down in such a wretched place. But for the members of this sect and Tyler, there is no more valuable place on earth than this bridge island. Also, these elders thanked Tyler for his helping hand, so this act will not go unrewarded. After repairing his transport, Edgar was going to return to the main headquarters of the Council of Elders, and suggested that his partner Colt do this. After his approving pats, Tyler needs a sick leave because his back is starting to hurt really bad. Colt refused Edgar's offer and abruptly grabbed Tyler's arm. He wanted to discuss his weapon and dolls with Master Tyler. It's strange why these elders are so fond of grabbing the mentor's hands, but he didn't get enough attention from the elder at the Mahayana stage. Call asked Tyler to take him to the guest quarters, and perhaps he would like to stay with them here for a few days. Tyler agreed to this because he could not refuse the elder. It's as if he doesn't have a recreation center here. So why does everyone passing by strive to live here?